Welcome everybody here to the second day of action live from Call of Duty Challengers here at the Toronto Open at Major 5. I'm Infinity. Joining me in the desk here for the first set of action here in day number 2 is, of course, my wonderful Canadian friend Seymour.
Hello guys, welcome. It's a good day here in Toronto, I will say. It's nice, it's hot out, shade in the city is wonderful walking here. But the Challengers Pit is flowing today. We got so much action, so much implications for Challengers Champs today, and so much to watch out for down the line.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. You can smell the passion, quite literally sometimes, as we get into the second day of action. Already last night, I think we kind of got to that point of the day where things are really starting to get mixy for a number of teams. And honestly, Colin, I didn't expect it to get mixy that quickly. We were in, winners round, 1? Lower round 1 kind of section, right? And even into the second set of matches, we were already starting to see some close matches where we didn't really expect them to be so, some upsets even, where we didn't really expect them to be so.
I was going to say, maybe less so in winners round 1, but winners round 2 is when we were seeing Hydroelectric Street Mob get dropped down into the lower bracket. That's a team who had a great Challengers Elite Season 4 that we were expecting to have a good run here in Toronto. They lose to Strays.
Yeah.
So that's a big one. But I think a lot, on the mind after we saw them on broadcast was the Atlas Lions versus Mind Freak team. I mean, that was a shocker. That's something that I didn't have on my bingo cards whatsoever. But Mind Freak looked like a whole new beast coming out to Canada.
Though, I mean, I was saying to you guys, we were having a lot of conversations about the Atlas Lions and what they'd be like coming into this event. And I gotta say, I was saying that I not necessarily expected it to go like that, because let me tell you, Mind Freak stomped them. But I did kind of expect it to not go well for the Atlas Lions, and it did not. Mind Freak came out now, and so really those are the two matches that you identified there. They're really, you've got the Atlas Lions now down in the lower bracket, and you've got Hydroelectric Street Mob as well. Both top 16 teams coming into this tournament, sitting in the lower bracket right now. Of course, there were other matches as well. NRK went to Game 3 with eFuse. That was a really important matchup where eFuse, they looked really good yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
And then, of course, Aphelion went to a Game 3 with Frim's Goblin, which is a lovely name, lovely team name as well. So a lot of action going down, but we've got our first match of the day here about ready to get underway. Revived Gaming going head-to-head with Glow Navy. You actually got a chance to see Glow Navy on broadcast yesterday.
Yeah, and it's a tough one, too, because this is a team who very well could have been in that second winners round, should have gone to Game 3. They played up against Chicken Soup in winners round 1. They lose out on a Fortress Hardpoint, 250-238, I'm pretty sure, and then they lose out on an Embassy Search and Destroy in round 11. So very close game for them. I'm sure a heartbreaker. They want that revenge. They make the lower bracket round 1 match into round number 2. And now they meet up against a red-hot Revive team who dropped into the lower bracket from winners round 2 against Decimate, which isn't going to be an easy game any way you look at it. I mean, Decimate, one of the better teams we had in Season 4 Elites. Revive go up against them. It's an 0-2 loss, but it was a 250-208 loss in the Fortress Hardpoint, and then a 6-4 loss in the Fortress Surge. So it's respectable when they drop down.
Yeah, like you're playing those matches pretty closely. Again, that's kind of, I guess, the story of the day when it came down to yesterday in those winners round 2 matches, that a lot of them were super close, and that was just another one of them. But as you say, Decimate, really tough roster to take down, really going up against it, and it's not really a surprise to see them here in the lower bracket after that match. But you talk about this Revived Gaming roster on the whole here, Colin.
Yeah.
And they're a really good team on paper. We've got Prophesied, Welly, Exotic, and Unit. That's the team here for Revived Gaming. A team, I think, that has formed for this event, more or less. And they're a team of, they've kind of come from a variety of different directions this event thus far. I really want to kind of zone in on Prophesied here for a moment, because while you look at the rest of the players, and they're probably the most storied of the lot, obviously, between, Exotic and Welly and what they've been able to achieve in the past, and Unit this season as well. Prophesied's a name that's kind of gone under the radar a little bit, and this season, he's come in here, I think, most notably, over towards the last event, over towards the Texas Open, filled in for the now Orbit, previously known as Berserk roster. They got top 12 there, Colin. I mean, that's huge for him. He put a lot of mind share to his name.
No, it's a good shout. Prophesied's a great player, 100%. This Revive team in general, it's like a band of misfits when you look at it. I mean, Welly, coming into the MW2 season, hasn't really been as prominent as we've seen in the past. And then alongside now Exoticide, because he's the one that stands out the most this year out of any of them. So it's going to be a really tough task to bounce back after that loss from Decimate. But if there's any team that I'm looking at in this lower bracket, aside from that Hydroelectric Street Mob team right now, it's going to be this Revive team to try to make a long run, because you look at players like Welly, who back in Vanguard played on Iron Blood Gaming and Bearclaw, and you look at a player like Exotic on Team Canada. If they can get flowing again, especially Welly, who plays top 3 here in Toronto last year, this is a really scary roster, like you said, on pen and paper.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, you look at the rest of the roster as well. I mean, Welly, Exotic, what they've been able to achieve in the past few years. Welly last year, particularly on Bearclaw Gaming, that is probably one of the most memorable Challengers rosters. Not entirely sure why, but I always had them in my kind of mind whenever I think about kind of those the early season Vanguard year unit, even this season as well. So there's a lot of talent there to be had on Revived Gaming. They're looking to garner some Challengers points here, some good placements, and maybe some cash as well at the end of the tournament. But they go head-to-head with this Glow Navy roster, a European, North American hybrid team as we look over towards the maps and modes. Really interesting. Again, you got to see these guys yesterday.
Yeah.
Is this like the only hybrid team we have here at this tournament, more or less?
Dude, I was saying to you, I said this might be the second best North American European mixed roster that we have here in MW2. Second to London Royal Ravens, the only other team I really know that is a mixed NAEU roster. But we got to look at the best of 3 for a second. We get a look at these teams as well. And you said it. I mean, this mixed roster of Glow Navy is an interesting one, and we didn't really get to see individually how they performed in that winners round 1 because we didn't really know who was on what setup there. But you look at Avo and Ben W, the 2 players from Europe, Glow and Prospect, the 2 players from North America. All in all, these players haven't had individually the best placements, but if they can come together, band together as a bunch of misfits from both regions, take down Revived Gaming, that's going to be one step closer to solidifying yourself here.
Yeah, it's going to be a big ask here for the hybrid roster. We'll see whether they can get it done. Big questions, a lot to ask here of Glow Navy. They go head-to-head with Revived Gaming as we get ourselves into the first map of the day. It's going to be a hotel hardpoint, of course, and it is going to be Revived Gaming touching the hill first, looking for a big chunk of time with the first 30 seconds or so, and they are getting it. And perhaps more threatening here for Glow Navy, Colin, as we get in towards this next hill. Prophesied's already all the way through.
Prophesy is trying to work those spawns, see if you can flip things out for Glow Navy early. It's going to blow up in his face. Glow doing a great job at communicating that, backing up and dealing with that. Now Glow Navy, everything on their mind as they're giving up this P1 is locking down these P2 spawns. They have a spawn out for close, so it's going to be a long ride back. Revive to pick up most of the time back at P1 now. Doing a great job on transition.
Yeah, this is very stressful. You do not want to get yourselves caught in a situation here where you lose the vast majority of time with the back of P1 and then P2 as well. So Glow Navy want to find their way in towards this hardpoint. Ben W is the only one to get a kill at the moment. Glow will follow up with yet another one, but it is a total dominance coming through from Revived Gaming as they continue to bat away this Glow Navy roster. Glow Navy will continue to spawn up by that jewelry side, but time is very quickly dwindling away, and Unit now on 4 in a row off the start of this game. Revived Gaming, that is going to be total control for them, and Glow Navy, they're rotating early.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a horrible start if you're Glow Navy, but a chance right now to flip things around. We know how Hotel is. If you can lock down Kitchen, you can get a whole bunch of time, but you look at Unit on screen, 5 in a row, playing for that cruise missile. Exotic, unfortunately, is going to die to the cars outside, but here's your chance for your Unit to get that streak. Prospect's going to shut it down, and Glow Navy, they sink their Fanes into the Kitchen.
Yeah, great start to this hill for Glow Navy. You shut that streak down crucially. Unit will not have it, and that would have been disastrous. If Revived Gaming get that streak, the snowball would have continued, but now a chance to get back in towards this game. Glow Navy going to have a moment of grace here before Revived approach. 2 players from the freezer side, Unit and Welly. What can they get done? Going to be slide up from Glow, double from him. Prophesied and Welly respond in kind. Not in just yet, though, and that's great coverage around the backline coming through from Avo. Welly's managed to penetrate, though. Can he do any more damage? Already in for a 1, or in the other side, players coming through. It's going to be Exotic in for the hard point. Glow and Ben W, though, they have something to say about it. Avo just trying to play around these kitchen counters, and Exotic and Prophesied will not allow it. Exotic for 3 in a row. And Revived Gaming, look, they breaking for 20 seconds there, Colin. That's still a valuable amount of time. Glow Navy wanted that.
That's excellent pressure from Revived Gaming from both the freezer as well as pushing and threatening those spawns in the back. Glow Navy can never be comfortable inside of the kitchen, could never collect that time, only limiting them to 20 seconds across 3 hills. 111 moving over towards P4. Revived Gaming have been fantastic for their breaks. Ben W through the middle of the map, he's got to go big to at least slow them down.
Yeah, look at the positioning though that Glow Navy have around this hardpoint. It's actually pretty good. You've got Prospect watching around the backline. Glow though, big gunfight here inside bedroom, and he will lose it. And on the other side, Prospect goes down. So now Glow Navy reduces to 2 players inside the kill. Exotic will be in, but shots from long. Avo will find 2. Now looking for more. It's very quickly just reduced to Prophesied on this pinch, and somehow Prophesied just can't completely elude Prospect in the play. still hanging about this place as well, and Propheside still finds another one. Propheside looking for more. This is 5 in a row for Propheside, and Exotic will find the 6th alongside Revive Gaming once again, looking for the back 20. They will be denied though, as Avo finds a 2.
Yeah, how good has Avo been so far for Glow Navy? The one that has really stood out in a lot of these rotations, at finding a couple kills to at least hold Revive Gaming back for a moment. Avo needs a little bit of help on these rotations from the rest of the team. He shuts down the streak from Propheside 2, so still no cruise missile for Revived. They've been close 2 times now, but they do have quite the lead as they're again looking for the break, but again Avo with the 2-piece.
Yeah, again, these crucial 2 pieces at the moment. Glow Navy, they're just hanging on by their fingertips here in this game. Revive Gaming in control here momentarily. Avo watching long. Welly with a player to peek out. Shots going through. Welly not going to die just yet. That'll make him weak enough to send him away, but instead, that pressure now coming through from Connector side from Unit and Exotic. Glow Navy ready for these fights. Welly going to be the first player to approach, and well, it's actually going to be Exotic, not just for 2, but for 3. And Revived Gaming again. This is the 3rd kill in a row now, Colin, where they've got the back 20-25.
The hometown hero of Revives Gaming, Exotic, going big there, 3 in a row for himself. It's what you need if you're Revived, looking at the sub pressure against Glow Navy. He is so agile across this map, now on his own way towards streak. We've seen a little bit of a spree from both Unit, Propheside, and now Exotic, and a chance here at that, but not going to get the read onto Ben W. So again, it's going to be Glow Navy with the initial rotation to the next hill, and they need to turn this into at least 40, 50 points maybe.
Yeah, I mean, what, Glow Navy have got a good look at the last few hard points, but I mean, just generally speaking here in this game, they just have not been able to get the control they wanted to. Look at the scoreline overall. Revive Gaming now 90 points up over their opposition, and that lead once again growing around the backline though. Prospect wants to disrupt, and he does manage to do so with the first kill against Exotic, but again, it is not clean enough. Revive Gaming still hanging around here, and Unit wants a slice of this scrap time. Still 25 seconds left to fight over. Unit over the top for some shots. Again, not enough for the frag just yet. Child from down low. Unit finds that fight now. And Prospect now the last player to deal with inside the kill. Looks towards the backline. That's the right call. But again, Prospect is still in danger here. Gunfight versus Exotic, and Exotic wins it.
And that's the scrap time for Revived, but a good 40 seconds, I'd say, for Glow Navy to at least bring this a little bit back into the second set of rotations. One issue that I've seen from Glow Navy so far is that AR pressure for the spawns. Revived Gaming have been really uncontested on their approach to a lot of these hills, and it's allowed for some clean breaks out of all 4 players. So if Glow Navy can start setting up on some corners, Ben W in general, hoping to see if he can turn things around into the second set and try to use those long lanes of pressure to cut down some of these Revived players on transition.
Yeah, there's still a path back into this game for Glow Navy. Just get control of this hill, get control of the next as well. Glow now on 5 in a row as well. That would be helpful if he could earn that cruise missile, but he does get shut down around couches by Exotic. And now again, you're stuck in this position. Revived Gaming looking for the back 25. Glow Navy looking to find their way through. And Exotic, well, just in the middle of the map again, just causing carnage for that scrap time. It's more kills coming through from Units, more control coming through from Revived. And if you're a Glow Navy in that situation, Colin, you really want to focus on the rotation, but you've just got to get past the middle of the map, and you can't do it.
No, you can't. Right now, Revived Gaming positionally are just outclassing Glow Navy on so many different levels, and Glow Navy just need to start thinking ahead. They need to start thinking individually, how can they spread across the map? How can they win their 1v1s and then push into the next set of rotations and keep that positioning? So Revived Gaming, again, a quick break into the next hill with 40 seconds. It's a clean 4 to get set up, and you look at where Glow Navy are going to be spawning through the middle of the map. And again, I like this out of Revive, that already they're looking to put pressure on this rotation once again.
Yeah, a couple of kills do come through from Prospect though. Pressure from both sides here. Spa and Chandelier. Exotic's just got way too many places to look, and so that should be a back 20 that's actually going to be secured from Glow Navy. And these spawns are not all that helpful for Revived. I'll say this much. They're looking pretty good here for rotation, but as those players go down now, those spawns will slip straight back out, back over towards that P2 spawn for Glow Navy. And effectively everything here relies on what Avo can do around this backline. I don't know if they're entirely sure that someone's over here. I think the way that Unit's acting, I don't think they do. Now they've just seen him though. stuns and utility over the top. Avo finds both though, and now that's pressure cleared around the backline. Players approaching from all sides. Prophesy very quickly, the last one left alive, and it's a pinstripe kill feed that will favor Glow Navy.
Yeah, Clo's going to put the nail in the coffin for that as well. They have control of the zone. Can they win the second wave, though? That has been the, I guess, pinnacle right now for Revived on the breaks, because as soon as you get control, if you're Glow Navy, you lose it so quickly.
Yeah, just 20 seconds or so away from victory now. Revive Gaming, they can get it done here without this contestation, to be fair. As Ben W finds 2, Ben W for 3, almost makes it 4, but Prophesied will deny. Still worth fighting for us this time. Prophesied will lose it. So Glow Navy grabbed that time, but it makes things weaker on the rotation.
Yeah, Revive this time going to be rotating early. This is one of the first times that we've seen them rotate first. They only need 19 seconds to put this map 1 away. And you look at how far away Glow Navy are. They have to get through the middle of the map. Unit, those are disgusting shots. Won't get the hill or won't get the kill, but they have control.
Revive just 10 seconds away from victory here, Colin. Glow Navy looking to approach. Prospect with the first player through. Ben W also getting the frags. Prophesied and Unit, though, they trade right back through, and Unit finds 2. Ben W, the last hope for Glow Navy, does go down. And that should be all she wrote here. I don't think Revive Gaming will have to deal with any more threats from Glow Navy here in the Hardpoint.
I mean, man, Avo was playing great for this team, but the rest of them individually just could not stand up to the pressure that was being put down by this Revive team constantly throughout that hotel hardpoint. And when push came to shove, I mean, you'd find many breaks from Glow Navy, but as soon as that second wave came through, they couldn't find the kills to follow it up. They couldn't find the lockdown that they needed to collect that time. And it's so tough for Glow Navy when you can't hold that hill. The one thing that you need to do in a hard point, you just cannot do.
Man, it is tough. Like there was a good effort, I think, from Glow Navy there in the middle of the game, Colin, right? Where we talked about it, right? I think it was kitchen to restaurant. They got like I'd say like a 40-20 split over at Revived. But really, I think that was the only resistance that we saw from them. Revived Gaming just found a way, continues to be annoying. Just looking at 2-piece after 2-piece coming out from players like Prophesied, Exotic, and Unit. I mean, just like, man, these guys were controlling the map. It's not to say there weren't moments of brilliance from Glow Navy, but they were just few and far in between.
It's just, like I said, throughout that, I mean, positionally, they were just outclassed by Revived so many different instances on that hotel hardpoint. And when you can't, get good positioning on a team, it makes it so much easier for your submachine guns to take that space, approach those hills, and then break at full health with all the utility that you can ask for. So heading into this Embassy Search and Destroy, that's going to be a big focus point for this Glow Navy team to hopefully see if they can get those early setups and try to at least force some pressure on the approach of Revived.
Yeah, we talk about Search and Destroy specialists here on the roster. And Revive Gaming, I mean, they've got quite a lot on board. I remember going back to that Bear Claw roster all the way back in Season 2 of North American Challengers Elite last year. Welly and Exotic, both of them were pretty good in Search and Destroy, right? So it's just like there's kind of that thing that you always got to talk about with kind of having that, I guess that's the speciality on board for the roster. Unit also, I think he's proven that he can be quite good in Search and Destroy. Glow Navy are definitely up against it, but there is some kind of experience on side for Glow Navy. We didn't really have a chance to talk about the roster before we got into map number 1, Colin, but looking over to the team, again, you've kind of got this European, North American hybrid on board, right? And actually, it's kind of weird in a way, because to me, Ben W is a player here in European Challenges, or I say here in European Challenges. We're not in Europe. Over there in European Challenges.
You're not used to this.
I'm not used to this. I'm always online. I'm like, here in Europe? No. We're in NA. But Ben W is quite a youthful player, right? He's a young gun, I think. He's only recently kind of had some notoriety in European Challenges. Avo, completely different. It's a completely different story. Avo's been playing for literally years. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty sure like all the way back to like the jetpack cards, I want to say, at the very least World War II. Avo, yeah, he's got quite a lot of experience on hand, and that can be really helpful in a game like Search and Destroy.
And it shows, too, throughout that hotel hardpoint. Like I said, Avo was kind of the shining star of this team, that one hope that hopefully he can keep up that consistent performance, allow for his teams to get a little bit more comfortable on land. I mean, I know it's still early today on this Saturday morning, so maybe players didn't get their morning coffees, maybe they didn't wake up on the right side of the bed, but Avo was doing a great job at just giving that space, giving that time to the rest of the team to see if they can wake up and start to perform here in this losers round 2 matchup. But yeah, heading into this search and destroy, I think you can put a lot behind Avo right now to see if he can continue that performance and open up with some kills. Prospect brings out the boomstick. I didn't see that till he swapped guns, but nice kill there onto Prophesied for Avo to slip through mid.
Yeah, so often as well, this can be full mid-map control now for Glow Navy here on the defensive side, and Revive Gaming might find themselves stuck. There is a couple of paths open. Unit wants to try and force his way out of parking lot side, and Exotic somehow has found a route, and this is what I was saying. Nobody is covering that tennis side for Glow Navy. It is a completely open spot, and what was a very advantageous position for Glow Navy, it's just in the bin.
Yeah. And the snipe back from Unit is going to be traded out from BMW. It's a 2 versus 2 for the retake, but you look at Exotic's positioning inside Orange, and players from Glow Navy are going to have to go deep for this one. Exotic is going to be in such a great place to just watch this bomb. They have a perfect crossfire with Welly.
Yeah, it's Welly that's probably the biggest problem. Get past Exotic. Oh no! Shot's not good enough for BMW there. And now a 1v1. Prospect knows where to look, but it's Welly will check it in time. Has to have it. Has to hit this sniper rifle. Oh, and it hits it as well!
He's got time
for the defuse. Prospect will have it.
That is unfortunate for Welly. I mean, you don't expect Prospect to have the sniper rifle in hand, so you just jump to check. Wait.
What?
I swear there was time.
His Oh, no. Not like this.
No.
I mean, Exotic smile, they're laughing. That's insane.
I made eye contact with one of the players, and he's like, we were just talking trash. He said, finger slipped.
Oh, no. Dude, sometimes you get sweaty here. I mean, it's pretty hot here in the Passion Pit. Sometimes the sweatiness, your fingers are, ooh, man. I don't think we've seen that happen in a while.
I have never seen that happen, ever. Wow.
Oh, man. Someone's got to bring Shift. You got to bring back your top 5 players of the week, mate.
That's a had bad moment.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. All right. Anyway, it was this next round of play. A lot more dominant right off the rip here. As that first snipe does come through, it's against Prospect this time. And look how far Units traversed across the map. I don't know if Glow Navy are going to expect this.
No, Unit's going to be in such a great spot. Dead Silence though is going to run out, so he's going to be making a lot of noise from this. Prophesied's giving him time. Exotic's now going to be the second player to give Unit this spacing. Right now, Glow Navy with number disadvantage, they're a little bit trapped and they have no idea where one player is, so you know that they're going to be hunting for Unit.
Yeah, you're chasing ghosts at the moment. If you're a Glow Navy in the situation, you have to spot out Unit to be fair, and he goes all the way down to 4 HP.
But now look at all 3 players have the spawn of Glow Navy. So BMW, he has no idea what he's walking into. This is just a great round from Revived.
Yeah, the trap was definitely sprung there in this situation. Avo has to go on a retrieval mission, the bomb. Right in the Hornet's nest. And Prophesy definitely going to sting with the sniper rifle. All right, well, if it's not Prof, it'll be the other player there in that situation. But yeah, complete flip of the map again. Revived right off the rip there, Colin. They get aggressive, they get control of admin.
Well, you lose out on that one player pushing into Laundry, and Prophesied with a sniper rifle all the way top balcony, watching over that A-bomb approach. Heads up play, the communication from Revived Gaming for Prophesied to just jump down, take Exotic's spot. Exotic pushes into the spawn, and a full spread through admin. There was nowhere to go for that, so that round 1 is just a stinger. I will say, going into round number 2, I feel like there's no way you're going to lose that if you're Revived. So you need to see Glow Navy just turn things around, see if you can put that boomstick to use again, see if you can find that opening kill. Prophesied gets the hit marker.
Chicken soup to station 7.
And you look at Close pushing through the middle of the map. Prospect tries to get one back, but he's going to miss.
Oh my god, what is going on? What is going on? Somebody hit a snipe, thank goodness. Finally, Prospect gets it. To be honest there, I think Prophesied gave him a little bit too much. That's 3 attempts. It's going to happen eventually, Prof. Got to be more careful than that, bud. And now we find ourselves in a very familiar situation. And Glow Navy pushed across the middle of the map, but the last time this happened, Revive Gaming were able to traverse and waltz right on through. Again, the same thing happens. The shots there from Glow, not good enough. You're able to get inside Laundry, and Revive somehow have control of A.
But Glow Navy know this. You see, they rotate all the way around to see if they can take the player off the bomb, but they don't expect the player with the bomb to be sitting on a head glitch. So Exotic able to just line up both of them, leaving Prospect into a 1v3, now 1v2. 32nd, Exotic still lurking, looking for that kill, and what an amazing play from Exotic. I'm pretty sure that was streaks.
That's not a good play. That's a dumb play on the other side. I just like, what are you doing? I don't know, man. In these situations, sometimes, like, it's hard to tell, right? Obviously, you don't know.
Yeah.
But for Glow Navy in the situation, you've got full mid-map control. You let Revive Gaming cross the middle of the map again, and then allow them to get full control over A. Like, you can't let that happen. And yeah, Exotic just sits there and pre-aims and has 2 free kills. I don't know, man. There's a little bit of silliness in there. It's okay, though. Those things happen. They'll have to just reset.
You can see where the thought is, you know. You try to overpower the player that's trying to plant the bomb, but Exotic's way too experienced to make, you know, lackluster plays like that. And he's going to pick you apart, which we just saw. So Glow Navy, yeah, it's a little bit of an oversight. They thought they could get through, but this firepower behind Revived Gaming just keep on punching holes into the defense.
Yeah, it's exactly the same situation, isn't it, mate? Into administration building. Prospect at the very least aware of it. Gets tagged up the stun there from Unit, and well, Welly will go and finish things off if Unit doesn't have to. Ben W now the last one left alive, and I mean, at least they didn't know where he was temporarily, but he's about to get swarmed by these players.
Oh yeah, they know exactly where he is. It's just a matter of time. Unit's just gonna fly right at him. That's attack 56 Unit. You gotta be careful. Head jump multiplier is gonna be able to rip him off the first head glitch, but here comes the cavalry to clean it up. Sweeps it under the rug. That's 4 rounds now for Revived Gaming in a row. 4-0 up in the Embassy Search.
I just don't know if we're seeing the adaptations. I know we've only seen 2 defensive rounds coming out right now from Glow Navy, but you know, they just did the exact same thing for a second offensive round or second defensive round in a row, and you didn't do anything. You just let it happen again. I don't know. It's 4 rounds now. They just got to find themselves in kind of that headspace where they just hit the reset button, go again, trying to change things up here. Maybe get aggressive themselves as well. Maybe like start to use some of this utility to clear some space over by B. They're relying quite heavily on sniper rifles at the moment. And it feels like now, again, it's the same situation going all the way back towards round number 1 where Glow Navy have no control over the B site. They're not watching much of the cross. They're relying so much on that mid-map.
It's exactly what I was saying back into map number 1. Nobody's putting pressure on the approach. Nobody's trying to at least draw some utility out of this team. So Prospect now has to go big with the sniper rifle. Unit is dancing around them. The fancy footwork, they don't know what to do. 3 versus 1 yet again.
Good luck, Avo, mate. Have fun. And it is exactly, and I mean exactly the same situation. Going back to that round number 1, Colin. Revived game, you're giving Revived way too much control. Yeah. Way too much. Like, I know that like you were very much reliant on this mid-map. I mean, again, we go back to that round number 1 where they got that first blood, and again, they kind of trapped them in towards administration building. But then the follow-up to that needs to be, don't give them tennis control because they'll take it. I don't know. Right now on the defense, they've got a lot of holes that need to be plugged.
It goes back into, you know, Prospect. Where is he going to be putting the sniper rifle? Where are you going to put your AR? Avo needs to start sitting Xbox, watching the cross, feeding that information. Somebody needs to go into orange, peek out, try to fight for that bomb control. Just do something to push back on this Revive team. Do something to at least cut down some of these lives, because Revived are walking all over you at the moment, and they get another first blood throughout this one. Clo's going to try to get that bomb towards A. Prophesied's going to piece them apart. 6 rounds on the bounce for Revived Gaming. A masterclass on the search and destroy.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's so much a masterclass as it is, you know, a few key errors from Glow Navy's side that were just easily capitalized on by Revived, right? Again, we talk about the offenses, and Revived were just kind of allowed to dance in and around administration so many times. Yeah. That final round was probably the best look that we got from Glow Navy, I'll say that much.
I would say more so a stranglehold from Revived Gaming. They just overwhelmed them. They just outgunned them, outpressured them. It's just Revived looked like the better team throughout that search.
And we did have that one moment where, you know, they dropped the bomb accidentally. I don't know what went on, like the control disconnected or something. He just like slipped. His fingers are just like, oh, geez. Oh, geez, Rick.
Nobody thinks about it, but you get up to go talk trash, your thumb slips, that's it.
I've always thought about those situations, right, where that does happen, as you say, like, you know, you're thinking there, like, oh, yeah, this is an easy defuse. And as casters, we're like, yeah, that's an easy defuse. That's a great play. And then that happens. It's, Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's a real slip of the thumb, as it were, as we talk about that search and destroy. But going very quickly here back to the Hardpoint, that map number 1 was a great showing from Revived Gaming. Just so many kills, Colin. They're able to take control of in Glow Navy. I mean, look, we said it. They had some moments of excellence there in map number 1, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's kind of the whole spot there from Glow Navy back on that hotel hardpoint. They were finding the breaks. They were getting into the hills. They were rotating very well, but they weren't taking space after that first wave was cut down, and they just tried to bunker in those hills. It allowed Revive Gaming to take so much space, and these players, as we talked up at the start of the show, are way too experienced to give them that much space, because as soon as they do, their positioning was going to just be so fundamental, and their breaks were solid. This Revived Gaming team, although they're in losers round 2, it's nobody to kind of scoff at whatsoever. They went up against Decimate in winners round 2. It's the whole idea that this whole Toronto Open tournament with 64 teams, it's going to be close-knit. There's going to be a lot of close matchups early on, and that's going to force a lot of good teams to be into this losers bracket very, very early. And unfortunately, if you're Glow Navy, you got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, the short end of the Revive stick there. As Glow Navy, unfortunately, here in the lower bracket, that means their tournament here at Toronto is done. For Revive Gaming, though, they will live on. They move forward into lower round 3. They've still got a long, long journey ahead of them. For Revive, though, that was a decent showing, I think, for Revive. You know, especially in the Search and Destroy. I think they showed serious promise there. You know, the ability to capitalize on errors from the opposition side. Look, if they can continue to do that, moving forward in the lower bracket, they'll have a good shot.
Oh, for sure. I can't wait to see Revived once again, because this is a team who I have a lot of stock into going into this weekend, especially considering, you know, Welly's performance back in Toronto last year. You know, Exotic in Canada, you know he's going to turn up, and Prophesied, who we both said has been having a great year, flying under the radar through MW2. So I expect this team to make quite the run.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. You know, Revived Gaming here, they've been looking pretty good, as you say, the amount of talent on side. And I will say for Glow Navy here, even though their tournament is done, look, you know, it's they're still a pretty good team. It's nice to see a European NA hybrid come through here for an event, because I didn't ever expect that, because those things are really hard to, like, put together, right? It's just like, how do you even coordinate that? Like,
I'm going to Toronto. We need 2. Who wants to, I guess, bunk up with us?
The last time I can think something similar to that happening was like Parasite filling in for like Notorious in the first event of the year. If you remember, it's just like, you know, Furious couldn't make it for Notorious. They were like, well, you know, we have to get somebody in. And then Parasite came and helped out.
And then Parasite beat his team that he was coaching.
Dude, it's important. I will say as well, just while we have the moment here, Revived Gaming, we should talk about the fact that that win is still crucial for them. I don't know if we really even hit the point properly, but we talk about their situation right now in terms of Challengers points. I believe we said they were like something like the 14th seed in NA. Again, not official. We'll make that clear. With, you know, those just kind of the community standings, working out kind of how many Challengers points every player has, and yada yada yada. But still, every win you get here at Toronto is extremely important to make sure you do get into the LCQ, because there's only 16 teams. If you're currently sitting in the 14th seed, obviously, you know, top 4 gets kind of creamed off into the also qualification spots, you know, all that jazz. You've got to make sure you get as many Challengers points as you can, because there's a lot of NA teams here. You know, who would have thought? It's Toronto.
I mean, that's the whole idea. This is the last Challengers Open of the year. Champs is literally around the corner. It's weeks away. And you have 3 options right now. If you're these challenger teams, you get second and first in Toronto, you auto-qualify for the champs. You get into the seeding arrangement in your region to qualify for that. So these points are going to be very important throughout Toronto. That's why we have so many teams from Europe, and we have those teams from APAC here so that they could get those points under their belt. And aside from that, you don't want to go to the LCQ. So that makes these matches even more important.
Yeah, to be fair, I will say this much. Revived are definitely going to the LCQ no matter what. They can't. I don't think they can. Like, I'll be pretty confident in saying I don't think they can get out of into an auto qualification spot. I don't think their season has been that good, but still, it would be nice to see.
It would be.
Sure. And there's a lot of that going around as well. You've got to remind you folks at home that this is, of course, the final open event of the Call of Duty Challengers 2023 season, and so that means this is really your final. I mean, it is not really. It is your final opportunity if you're a Challengers player, if you're a Challengers team, to garner any Challengers point whatsoever. There's no more Challengers Cups after this. this is it. You do well at this event, you gather a load of challengers points, your seeding for LCQ will skyrocket. It means a lot. It means a lot for a lot of teams.
It's the experience, too. I mean, just having the experience leading up to champs, to play on LAN, you know, to go to Vegas, hopefully, and then already have some understanding of how your team performs in this setting, how your team needs to improve in this setting, for sure. It's another reason why we have these teams here, because if they do go to champs, they don't want to go in as a new team who hasn't been offline yet playing together. So a lot of this comes down to experience under your belt. A lot of it comes down to you want to try to just make any possible run into champs at all. This is basically mini champs.
It is, yeah. We've got like the top 16 seeds. We've been talking about that a lot, right? We'd like this is the first event in a while where we're not just missing a top team here at the event.
We're missing a couple LATAM teams. So
well,
so it's not.
But they wouldn't be in the top 16 seeds, right?
They'd be at champs though.
Yeah, true. But, you know, we've got pretty much everybody else, right? So, like, we're not missing, like, a Wobbabobs like we were at the Boston Open, I think they didn't turn up, or whatever the last LAN event was. Texas, there you go. They weren't at Texas, yada, yada, yada. You know, we've got a lot of different teams here. Everyone's here. I'm really, really excited to see who comes out on top. But this was just Losers Round 2, and we've got more Losers Round 2 action coming up very, very soon. We've got more matches from the Passion Pit as we're about to eliminate some more teams. Don't go far, folks. We've got more Call of Duty challenges after this break. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Call of Duty Challengers Open live from Major 5. We're about to get into more action from lower round 2 here from the Passion Pit. As always, my name's Infinity. Joining me on the desk is Seymour and Colin. Well, we just saw an interesting lower round 2 matchup. Had some fun twists and turns of events. Hopefully this one will be the same.
You could just say it. Search and Destroy round 1. Somebody slipped their thumb off the diffuse and bam.
Yeah.
You lose that out, you lose the rest of the round. It was a good showing from Revived in their losers round 2 matchup. I will say that roster has me really excited to see what they can bring. But before we see more of them, we do have our next match ready to go. So why don't you introduce what we got coming up?
Ooh, we got a good one. We got Katana, OXC, I believe is the team name, versus 3030, a roster that I got to cast yesterday.
Ooh.
And it's kind of an interesting turn of affairs here as we look over towards these teams, because we've got on one side a roster that is easily, I think, the underdog in the situation in 3030. We got to see them yesterday go head-to-head with eFuse, and unfortunately, they lost that match. That's why they're here in lower round 2, going head-to-head with a Katana roster that, if anybody's been paying attention to Challengers Elite, I mean, you guys might know these as Clutch Rain from Season 4. The biggest surprise throughout basically maybe Europe and North America that season?
I was shook, you were shook, the desk was shook, everybody was shook at Clutch Rain the way that they played in Season 4. I mean, this is one of the kind of Cinderella stories to the group stage where these players have had a lackluster year up until that point, and you can really put a lot of stock behind Niall in particular because he was having a banger weekend or a couple of weeks over in that Elite Four.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Just to kind of emphasize this for you folks at home, Katana, also again formerly known as Clutch Rain when they were in Elite, they got third in Season 4. They beat teams such as Deviants and I think more crucially the Texas Open champions in Team Notorious to eliminate them.
Yes.
Big matches to take on, big wins. Of course, they did end up losing, I believe it was to Felion Esports in the lower bracket final. This is a really good team, and we were already talking, I think, at the end of Season 4 about kind of the implications for that, just generally speaking, because doing that, just getting as high as they did during Season 4, will get them a ton of Challengers points. Now, we've already talked a little bit about how cemented the European Challengers scene is in terms of those Challengers points for Challengers finals. You're not getting into the top 4. That's not happening. Those top 4 are like cemented between the teams that are already there. But you can give yourselves a better seed for the LCQ. You could perhaps maybe, depending on, again, this is a maybe, I'm not too sure kind of how many points actually lay between them and like SIC, for example, if we have an all-European final here at this event. Because reminder, folks, Toronto Open here at the event, the top 2 teams will get qualification for a Challengers Championships. And again, those are regional agnostic spots. So you could have a situation here where we have top 2 European teams make it to the finals, and then the 4 teams, the 3rd through the 6th seed in European Challengers, making it for championships. So Katana could be one of those teams, given that kind of that Season 3 performance.
Yeah,
Season
and
4.
Well, we get to look at the best of 3 between both of these teams, starting off on that Fortress Hardpoint. We get an Lacilo Search and Destroy. I think it's my first time casting Lacilo Search and Destroy this weekend, so looking forward to that one. And then that Lacilo control at the end of the row. That control, if it goes all the way to a map number 3, it's going to be tough to take down Katana on this if you are 3030, because they are one of the better control teams that we have in European Challengers. But it's going to be a long road to get to that map number 3, and if that happens, 3030, if they push to a map 3, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt to take down Katana on that Lacilo. But starting off in this Fortress Hardpoint, we get to look at, Katana going into this one for sure, and throughout the Elite, this was not a good map for them. It was an 0-2 on this one, and you look at that score difference, it was about like a 73 difference in that.
Yeah, the thing I will say, it's kind of like apples to oranges in a way, because those are stats when you look at it against elite teams, right? So unless they're kind of positive to show, hey, look, they did really well against elite teams, so they're obviously going to do really well against non-elite teams like 3030. It's kind of like, I don't know if we can take too much away from like a negative stat in that way, if you know what I mean. Like,
no, yeah.
But maybe there are weaknesses there that 3030 can expose. Like, who knows, man?
Well, I was kind of like getting towards the idea that 0-2 on this Fortress Hardpoint, but yes, it's 0-2 in Fortress Hardpoint against the elite teams. So no matter where you go in Hardpoint against this ex-Clutch Raiden roster, now Katana, OXC inside of Toronto Open, it's going to be difficult no matter the way you look at this for 3030. So going into this map 1 Fortress, I feel like it's kind of where you have to put your foot down and really solidify yourself as a good respawn team against Katana.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say is, going back to yesterday, that matchup versus eFuse, 30-30, the problem I think for them was that Swogi and Ali were really the only ones actually doing much at all of anything of note. That can't happen again. You've got to have Onslaught and TK coming out here and actually playing well for the roster. And you know what? Maybe that will happen. Who knows? It's still going to be an uphill battle, though. Again, we cannot stress enough just how good this Katana OXC roster were during Season 4 Challenge League. And again, we go back to those kind of stats for Hardpoint for this roster for Katana, and while overall they were negative at the end of the season, and therefore Hardpoint was clearly not that great of a game mode, it doesn't exactly tell the entire story, because if I remember correctly, I think Hardpoint was abysmal for them during the group stage. I don't think they were good at all in Hardpoint, and then towards the bracket stage, that's when they actually started winning Hardpoints, and they were making very clear improvements. So maybe they'd figure things out, and of course they'll have a little time between Season 4 and Toronto to really kind of improve on where they needed those improvements.
Yeah, their hotel looked good, their Mercado looked good, and throughout that playoff run that they had, day 1 of the playoffs, they went back-to-back-to-back Game 5s. So this Katana OXC team, they have, I guess, the grit to push all the way through to, long distant runs. They have the longevity to play all day. They can go to those long distance series and feel a-okay. So it's going to be a tough one if you're 30-30 looking at taking down Katana OXC here in losers round 2, but not impossible, I will say. Like you said, it starts with, Onslaught and TK kind of showing up for this team. Fortress, Hardpoint, you can kind of get away with that a little bit if you have, a main Slayer that's able to pop off on the rotations. It gives you a little bit of leeway to play a little bit more scrappy for those breaks, but it's going to be important to have all 4 players no matter what.
Yeah, you have to. You cannot show up in kind of a half form here. You've got to show up fully ready to go here, firing on all cylinders to go head-to-head with this Katana OXC roster. Just generally speaking, you talk about kind of Katana OXC, though. Overall here, we talked about those performances for Season 4, and you do have questions in a way of where do they stand right now in kind of the power rankings of European teams here at the event, of maybe just teams just generally speaking here at the event as well, because I think the match they lost was to TGE, the former Convoy Gaming roster.
Yeah, they lose to Pristini, Gunless, Nero, and Rex, and it was a 2-0. They got kind of stomped, and won't lie, when you look at the scores for that as well, I can't remember them off the top of my head. I just remember it being very favored over towards that TGE roster. And I would say that is a respectable loss too. You don't want to hang your head low for that one, because I would put Convoy in the top 3 for this event right now after the performances we've been seeing in recency.
That's a call.
No,
I like it. I like it.
I'm just saying, I don't know if you were watching that last cup that we had over the weekend. The Convoy looked incredible throughout that. They made the lower round 1 run as well. It was crazy.
Yeah. The thing is with that roster is, as long as they fix their hard point, man, because if you remember Season 4, Convoy, their hard point was a real problem, which was it was funny in a way, because previous to that, Convoy were one of the best hard point teams through Season 2 and Season 3. So yeah, that's a whole different conversation, whole different kettle of fish to talk about. That's a Convoy Gaming. But yeah, Katana, they did end up losing to that TGE roster. And for Katana now, it's kind of you're in the lower bracket. You've got to make a really deep lower bracket run. And you're very likely to have to go up against some of those teams which you faced online, Deviants and Team Notorious. Can you do it here in the LAN setting? Can you do it here at Toronto?
It's the big question. It is the big question for a lot of the teams coming out today, because we were shocked back in Texas when Notorious took the win, because it was, the first time that an EU team won a LAN event in Challengers since the Minnesota Open at the very start of the CDL. So that was crazy when we were looking at that, but it's going to be a big question if they could do it again from the region. North America's looked good. Europeans looked good. Let's take a look at an all-European lower round 2 as we head into the Fortress Hardpoint.
Yeah, worth noting, by the way, folks, that Challenger 77 is Ali as we get into this game. So keep that to your back of your mind. Keep it in the back pocket as we get in towards this Hardpoint. But it will be Katana OXC starting off pretty good here on P1. A good effort here from 30-30 to try and flip the map and get control of Gallows. It is actually going to be Swogi over by Open to pick up a crucial gunfight versus Twist. It doesn't do enough for the spawns just yet, but it will give them control of this back 20.
There's a little bit of time. You can see that Onslaught's going to be working those rotations, trying to see if you can try to alleviate some of those back spawns for your team, but it's going to blow up for the rest of the squad back over towards P1. Onslaught's going to be shut down on that rotation. Katana doing a great job at hyper-focusing for that P2 setup. And with Fortress control, I don't want to say it, but they're already looking like they can spawn trap this team.
Yeah, this is rough. You got to get through. Got to try and flip this spawn so you can get around the backline. Long range gunfight being taken by Ali. That's a disgusting kill versus Cruz. And that should do some damage here to the spawns. And yet still, TK and Onslaught will be away from this play momentarily. Swogi now on the hunt for some more frags. I think Twiz just got taken away from him. Nile around the backline. Swogi, goodness me, that's some confidence. And now Genesis and Cruz next to be served up, but Cruz refuses to go down. That's 4 in a row for him.
That's lovely from Cruz. I mean, Swogi with a little bit of pep in his step early on in the Fortress, but comes away with nothing. 57-9 through that, and you're still getting spawns towards Old if you're Surdy. So Katana working this map fluently, working it to a T, and with already 2 players set up over towards P3.
Yeah, this is not good. I mean, you're in a 2v3 for the hold, but you've got, of course, the pre-aim. Twiz going to use it for the first kill, does get traded out for the second, so a lot to do if you're Genesis. Over here by the next kill, and that is a crucial break early on from Ali. You do not want to get in a situation where you lose P1, you lose P2, and then you lose P3 as well.
Oh, TK. 3 kills pieced together. Onslaught's going to be looking to see if you can cut off some of the respawning players. Cruz is going to find his way through. 80 HP. Ali stuck behind the fountain. The spawns all over the place for both teams, trying to race to help out their teammates. Cruz pumps the brakes for a moment. Back and forth still. Twiz is going to be up top. Ali still collecting this time, and Surdy have brought this back.
Yeah. Staggered was TK there. Gunfight in the middle of the map to take down, but it will actually help him in the end as he does take down Genesis for time, but still not in control just yet. Cruz still challenging for it and somehow gets that fight versus Onslaught. TK is weak for this, but it doesn't matter. TK still wins out. Still more to do here for the back 20 if you're TK, and yeah, really felt like an inevitability for TK to go down. Kills looking pretty good for Katana and time too, but now we move over towards the next rotation. 30-30, they're looking for control.
Yeah, and although, you know, Katana go for that late break, 30-30 still spawn towards gates, so nothing solidified for this respawn or this setup over towards P4 and ammunition. Katana will be there first. They get 3 unanswered kills. They now have to worry about TK in behind. Close spawns towards Courtyard for the rest of 30-30.
And what a start this has been for Cruz. 11-7, Nile as well at 14-8. Both those players starting to build together a streak as well. 3 for Cruz, Nile on 4 in a row. TK around the backline though wants to disrupt. Ali inside as well. There goes down Nile. TK just looking to help out. He's going to do the jump up. Wasted quite a lot of time. Made it happen. Somehow wins that gunfight versus Twiz. See you later, Alligator. And now 30-30 in control.
Yeah, not a lot of pressure inside, but TK finding that. It looked like Katana wanted some space, and not going to happen. Twiz gets worked by TK. Now 4 in a row. Not going to be able to push towards that streaks. Twiz gets his revenge. One last chance for the break here for Katana, and look at that break, Twiz. 3 kills, 4 in a row to get back in for the scrap time.
You know what, though, Colin? I'll say this much. 30-30 off the back of what this last hard point and then the hard point that preceded it. They are back in the conversation for this game. Just 30 points behind at the moment, but you have to make sure you shut down Twiz. Starting to build out streak here on 5 in a row. Going to find himself in a position to find this 6th, Colin, and he's looking for it.
Twiz is one of those players that, you know, never really stood out to me personally for this team as one of those big slayers. It's kind of like always hit or miss for him, but 13-9 right now on Fortress. You couldn't ask for anything better for them. He gets shut down, so he's not going to be able to find those streaks. Still up in the air for control over towards Blacksmith. Cruz spawns over towards P3, able to pinch out with Nile, so a clean break from Katana to get into this one, but a 20-point game off of Surdy collecting that initial time.
Yep. Really close now. 30-30 have got themselves very much in the conversation. Now Onslaught wants to garner some control of this time. Going to go for the drop shot and gets the coverage of the box, but it will not be enough to save him from the firepower of Twiz. So Katana looking for this back 10 seconds or so, and Twiz now on 3 in a row. Again, one of those players that we've been hyping up quite a bit. Looks really comfortable on this Katana OXC roster. Currently 16-10.
Swogi. Genesis is going to have no clue. Pops up for the kill, and that should be spawns for Surdy to be able to collapse now onto this one. Over towards P3, the spawns for Katana going to have to rush to get in back into these gunfights. Late spawn from Genesis. He spawns back over towards Gallows, so that might go a little bit unnoticed from 30-30, and it will. Swogi's going to be cut down by that. Twiz for free, gets through the gates, finds 2 kills. TK wasn't looking the right way, so Katana off the respawn, they break immediately.
Yeah, you've still got something in this play for 30-30 though. You're on the right side of the map for the next rotation, and well, I was going to say Ali might be able to do something about the P1 control too. They're still going for it, mind you. Onslaught Next up to back here for a 30-30. Couple of players to contend with. Get shots into both, but only good enough for the frag versus Twiz. Fortunately enough, Ali is there for the trade. Just taking a few bits of incremental time away from Katana OXC here on P1. About 60 points down or so going into the next hill.
It's damage mitigation for Surdy. You know, they've been playing from behind this whole Fortress Hardpoint, but they're just hoping they can keep them in contention for one good hill. And one good hill is all 30-30 needs to come back.
Yeah, those kills, not exactly a good shot, though, from 30-30. Cruise around the back line there. It is third. TK, the last one left alive in a 1v2, and Genesis will take them down. Players not that far away, though. Genesis able to double up. He's looking for number 3. Swogi comes right out into the open, and while he does take down Genesis, his buddy Nile is there, ready to the coverage. Onslaught now, the next player through. There's still an attempt here coming through from 30-30, but as that final kill goes down, now you're in an awkward spot here with 25-30 seconds left. Spawns not that favorable, to be fair, for P3, and Genesis does give it a look for that next hill, but does get shut down. That is a lot of time to give away if you're a 30-30.
And Katana, these breaks are so clean, Brody, that it's just 30-30. They don't have any chance at breaking back in. They always find themselves after they get broken by this Katana team, disjointed, disconnected, and have too many things to do, and individually try to push back in. So Katana cleanly get back into Gallows. They get the majority of that time. Now their lead up to 80. They set up for the break over towards P3. Crew's going to be the first one out.
Yep. Coverage around the backline. Onslaught will go down to Genesis. He manages to poke on through. Has he done enough here? Has he punctured a hole in the defense? No. Swizz will hold on for the moment here, but it's not quite stable just yet. You've got to get yourselves in towards this hard point and arguably get a trophy system down too. TK does both of those things. Now he needs to play his life, and unfortunately a trophy system will not save him from a 3-piece from Nile. All that's left inside this hill is Ali, and despite how much they will try to play their lives, it's going to be overwhelming inside that kill. Katana will break.
Yeah, actually, it's 3-piece there to get into that one. Not actually, it's Nile. The 3-piece is going to be net Katana some good time here. They get past that 200-point marker, now looking to put Fortress control behind them. The rotation from Surty, they have the first setup over towards ammunition. All 4 players are going to be here, but they have to fend off these Katana players and then push for a little bit of space to see if they can set up a spawn trap.
Yeah, cannot get broken here. This will be the dagger here in this game. Players trying to approach from all sides. Cruz looking for control of top doubles, decides maybe there's just a player to deal with in bottom art, and he makes such light work of it. Shotguns, TK, and we'll take them down. Now looking for more. Somehow Cruz has got all the way through here. A little bit of ecology time in his favor, but nonetheless, Cruz is able to do the damage. Now more players to contend with. Swogi next on the kill list, and indeed they will go down.
Cruz does all the heavy lifting for that one, not even popping Dead Silence to slip on through. Now with spawns in the back, Katana, they can contend for this one. They can deny time from 30-30. Nile is going to be top rails, watching through that bottom art push. The funnel through from the rest of 30-30 is going to be right into Twiz, who's been playing outstanding inside of this hard point. Now 2:33 at the end of this hill, or it would have been if Swogi didn't get that last kill right there. Looking over towards P5, this could be it for Katana.
Yeah, Cruz again, he's got so many crucial doubles here in this game. Why not make it yet another triple coming up from Cruz? Just 25 seconds shy of victory. 30-30 now in that dreaded P3 spawn trap, and you've got coverage from the ARs from along. Nile and Genesis watching over here as Cruz soaks up that time, and you just can't get past them. Twiz comes through for a final double. That might be all she wrote.
28 and 22, 6 seconds left. Twiz looking for a little bit more at the end, but not going to finish off that kill to Onslaught. It's a race back to the hard point. They can't get there. And Katana OXC lead through game number 1, Fortress Hardpoint. What a showing from this roster. The former known as Clutch Rain roster coming out of that Season 4 Elites. They show up to Toronto. They show up to get a good placing. They fall down to Convoy, but they look to raise their stocks once more here in the lower bracket.
Oh, wowee. Katana OXC, eh? I don't know if we expected it to be that. I mean, I don't know if it was dominant per se, but most certainly I think it was a good showing from them. They really did put their foot down in so many crucial rotations. Granted, 30-30, they had a good go at things for the most part. You know, there were moments in that game where they were like, all right, look, we're going to get control. I think P3 was managed to get a ton of time away from Katana. If they didn't get that early on, the game would have looked a lot harsher.
Yeah, they kept it scrappy for sure, but it's the same thing as we saw in our first series of the day, is that, you know, scrappy is not going to win you games unless you're Toronto Ultra.
Yeah.
It's 30-30 need to defend off multiple waves at a time, but Katana were just allowed back into it. Cruz was constantly being a thorn in their side, always finding multi-kills to break into those hills. Nobody was really stopping that second wave of approach from this Katana team, and it net them so much time down the line.
Yeah, crazy start there, and I think the start that really Katana OXC wanted here in the lower bracket. You know, you need to have a huge bounce back in your. I think this is their first game in the lower bracket, I believe, since they did lose in winners round 2 to that TGE roster. But you want to have a good bounce back after that, and they've just done exactly that in the first Hardpoint. Now we move up towards the Search and Destroy. This is going to be a super fun time here. We look over towards players like Nile and Twiz, who have been pretty good. Looking back towards that kind of Season 4 performance, and that's where Katana are really going to have their strengths on this map.
I will say I think Nile is one of my most improved players throughout EU this season. Obviously Nile, he's been around for a great time, but across Vanguard going into MW2, he wasn't on my list as top performers in a lot of these teams, but through these recent seasons of Clutch Reign in the elites, he has really found his own alongside this team, alongside the pressure of Twiz and Cruz. This iteration of the team looks to provide so much pressure and so much aggression on their opponents that you can't really fight back from.
Yeah, I think the crazy thing is about this team, right? And again, we didn't really get the chance to talk about this, is that, on paper, this is not that impressive of a roster. We'll say this much, right? For this season in particular, right? Like, you look at kind of what these guys have been able to achieve. I mean, Revived Gaming, I think, was the Season 3 roster for, I want to say, Nile and Genesis, Cruz on Noctem Esports. Like, they weren't doing that well. Like, top 8, top 10 teams during the season. And that was kind of par for the course, I think, for those players. I think even for Twiz on Clutch Reign, I think top 6 was probably the best that he'd got this season, I think. And it's just like, this has been such a great showing for these guys. We're seeing showings that we hadn't seen in a long time. We were talking about it in Season 4. I was like reminded of kind of the Nile that we got the start 2022 during the Vanguard season, right?
Yeah.
The originals for Genesis, like all the way back in like the Singularity days. Like, we're getting looks at these players that we hadn't got in a very long time. And I think it's such a wonderful thing for like a player like Twiz, for example, who had been surrounded by an all-French team for 2 to 3 seasons worth of elite and comes in now for Season 4 for Toronto with this kind of multinational team, and he's never looked more comfortable.
I will 100% agree with you with this one. It was always okay, their placings. But right now it's like, wow, okay, this is what you like to see from these players. And against 30-30, against these lower bracket teams, it's going to be a long road, but this is where they can continue to mold together. They can continue to get those reps with each other on LAN and hopefully build that confidence to make a long distance run here throughout that lower bracket in the Toronto Open. But next up, we got our Embassy or Lacilo Search and Destroy. Nile's going to get the trade on the Swogie. It's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah. Trades going back in favor here of Katana OXC, though, as now picks up Onslaught. Snipe coming out from TK. That's a good pick to make. That would have been control of Garage and perhaps a B plant, but now definitely going to be 8 for Katana. TK has managed to pick attack off the ground at the very least, so a little bit better of a weapon to have in this situation.
Yeah, you don't want to have a sniper pushing into this A site whatsoever. So I like this call from Cruz and Nile. Not sure what those shots were warranted from TK, but that gives away a lot of communication and information for Katana to reposition. They got 26 seconds. They hear the doors open. They know they have time to waste.
Yeah, I don't know if that's worth the trade of just like pre-firing for somebody potentially there, to be honest. Like, they don't know where you are in that situation, really. Like, they know generally that you're on that side of the map, but like, there's a number of ways that you could have gone off the back of that kill against Genesis. Like, I know they've got the def cam to work with, obviously, but like, maybe he could have flanked, and maybe that could have been the play. They didn't know where exactly he was when he takes those shots. Now you do. Now you know. Yeah.
Element of surprise completely out the window, and round number 1 for Katana as they continue their success from that that Fortress Hardpoint map number 1. And again, just try to fight fire with fire over towards that A site. It doesn't work for you. The trades were impeccable from Katana OXC. Now onto the defensive side. What kind of a setup are we going to see? They're going to send Cruz all the way out to the football field.
Yeah, Genesis with these snipes back in Season 3. Real crucial player here for Katana, formerly known as Clutch Rain. It's going to be first blood this time around. Cruz getting aggressive instead through the field, and oh, that's unfortunate as Genesis just catches the elbow of Ali. That's going to send him flying away. And actually, I love this from Ali. He doesn't retreat down the alleyway.
Yeah.
He moves forward in towards Tools.
You know that Cruz isn't there anymore, so you don't have to worry about that pressure from B. You can slip into the zone. You can get that bomb down at A. The only worry is a double flank in your own spawn, and you have to be aware of these two players.
Yeah, Genesis not really the best weapon for the situation, though, so now instead of it being a pinch play, as you said, it is just that kind of one-faceted play coming on the flank, and Twiz is unable to do anything. Now left up in the 1 versus 3. He's already been tagged at once. He is absolutely dead to rights, and that was a really good round from 30-30, coming out, getting control of the mid early on. Get control of the round.
Yeah, and again, it's that play that you highlighted from Ali, the fact that he gets into the tools, he finds that kill into Genesis, although, you know, it was a kill into the pistol. You deny that pinch, all you have to do is focus on one side of the map, and you avert your attention there. It's just down to the trade game when it comes down to it, and that's a very heads-up round from 30-30. Cruz had a moment to really make a play, but as it was just the reaction from 30-30 to shut down Cruz at the start of it led to a lot of spacing throughout that alleyway. So big round there from 30-30 to answer back onto the defense again. They put pressure towards the column, so looking for an early flank here is going to be Ali.
Yeah, can they get anything though? That's the question. They should be able to find Genesis in this situation. I'm not too sure where they're located. They might be on the stairwell or something. I don't know. Regardless, towards the middle of the map, Twiz able to find that first blood versus Swogi. So now they might have the potential to get this bomb down. And there you go. Finally, Ali finds Genesis.
It's just maybe bad timing. Doesn't know where to look. Looking the wrong ways. Ali has already retreated back over towards the columns. Bomb's going down at A. 3 versus 3 for the retake. You have to worry about the topside pressure too that Nile has. And Twiz, he gets some free route onto Onslaught.
How on earth has he done that? And he's still getting away as well. An absolute phantom. TK now running out of time to find him, and well, at least Ali picks up Nile, so now makes this a 2 versus 2, but time is quickly running away from you here in this situation, and as Twiz takes down one, you know, generally speaking, where Ali is located, and now again, you most certainly do, but now 1v1, 15 seconds on the clock here. Ali inside the site, all Cruz needs to do in this situation, because he gets the peak at 15 seconds, is peak again at 7.5, and that is exactly what's going to happen. No time for the defuse.
Yeah, internal clock on point right now for these players. The offensive round for offensive round between all three that we've had so far on Lacilo. Search and destroy. Big round two from the submachine guns of Katana to take control of that A site. Twiz is the one to really turn things around, finding Onslaught over towards Kegs, because if Twiz doesn't get through and stay alive back over towards the site, you will give up that bomb control, and then it forces you into a very bad spot if you are Katana OXC. So Twiz, highlight player from that last round.
Yeah, again, aggressive player is Twiz. Saw that all the way back in kind of the original Clutch Rain rosters from earlier on in this season. It's been a great season of Call of Duty for him. And now we see them. And another inside site. And look at this for aggression coming out from Katana OXC. Maybe a little bit too much there. Cruz looking for the follow-up. Swogi will deny, but Twiz will find it in the end. And now very quickly it's TK left up in the 1 versus 3. And you have the pleasure of knowing exactly where he is. TK is just flying.
This is that hyper-aggression I was talking about from Katana OXC, which makes them so dangerous to play against. You saw they set up a line of scrimmage from 3 different angles, and then from outside as well as inside, Cruz and Twiz work together into bar, and then you had your AR work over towards that A zone control to find the kill all the way up top. And it's so hard to dictate where that's coming from if you are 30-30.
Well, Katana OXC starting this search and destroy with a 3-1 advantage. You've got to be careful here if you're 30-30. You do not want to find yourselves 4-1 down against a roster like Katana. You've got to get this round. See where they position themselves this time around. Katana, of course, last time wanted to get control of the middle of the map.
Swogi.
And Swogi is going to be that flanking player. He is going for a long flank, going to take a little bit more time with it. Needs to be careful about how much time he actually takes, because mid-map control is very quickly moving away from you.
Yeah, and you take that long route around, you've already lost a teammate, so it's getting Katana this ability to get this bomb down, and you look at Nile here. Swogi has to watch out for this player, and Nile gets away with a kill onto TK.
Yeah, Nile was perfectly positioned for that. I think he was actually expecting a player like Swogi to come up and a challenge, and yeah, I mean, he didn't find Swogi, but at the very least, he did find a kill before Swogi took him out.
Yeah.
So now 2v3 here for Swogi and Onslaught. Again, this very long flank for Swogi has given up full map control, and Onslaught on the other side too. Big 1v1s to win. Onslaught able to find Twiz, and that's information for Swogi to act on. He's still checking for a player around bar, though. That's not where they're located. It's actually Genesis.
Oh,
but
yeah.
2v1 on towards Cruz inside. Genesis does get snapped on. The team shots are good enough, and that is a perfectly played 2v3 there from Swogi and Onslaught.
It all starts with Onslaught getting that kill onto Twiz. I thought Twiz was at least going to be able to walk away with one kill in that very deep corner. That's through kegs. Not a lot of people check that right away, but it's just the awareness from Onslaught to check that, find the kill onto Twiz, and then together with Swogi, they put pressure onto Cruz inside of that site. So yeah, perfectly played from that. The communication was well formed with the cards that were on the table. So hand in hand, they get the break back in. They don't allow another round to Katana, so they keep this at a 1-round deficit, which is really important. You don't want to give up that 4th round.
Yeah, huge round from 30-30. Hit themselves in the conversation here. And this is much more passive from 30-30 this time around. Look at the way that they're playing, Colin, around their spawn. They want to make sure that they're ready for any of those flanking players that have really befell them in those previous rounds.
Nobody's gone over towards B yet. I'm surprised at that one as well, because the snipes have been on point for both sides of the field. So back into A. You look at Twiz has gotten so much aggression all the way towards top office, and he makes the noise. They should have heard that. So Twiz is going to make some noise and get away. That's going to force 30-30 to go clear that now.
Yeah, the problem with these kind of plays is that you actually have to have somebody on the defense get aggressive and take them out, and that hasn't happened so far. Finally, Genesis gives them something, but the bait was not taken. And now mid-map control has been given away to 30-30 in this situation. Finally, they're able to get this bomb down, but in doing so, Katana XC now have players in position to react. Twiz from up top now waiting for some exit frags. Will not find them just yet. Knows that those players that were inside fight are still there, and there's acting on that information once again. Swogi really the only player to do anything in this situation because Ali is still inside sight. Now needs to escape in a 1v2. Cruz dealt with, now a 1v1.
Ali's going to take the long way around. Genesis is going to post up on this bomb. Shots from Ali. Goes from the different side. Oh my goodness, Ali! What a round! 1 versus 3, was it?
Yep. Yes, it was, Colin. And that 1v1 towards the end as well, he took that with such pure patented aggression because he didn't know the Genesis wasn't on that bomb. He had no choice but to run straight for that kill. And he was weak. He only hit the 100 HP. He only hit the full regen in maybe like 20% of the gunfight. I don't know. I'm making up that percentage. But still, like, he was in the gunfight when that happened. That is crazy. What a play from Ali there.
Fast aggression to just reposition if you're Surdy. That is a much-needed round to just light the fire underneath you. Now Ali working to get aggressive onto these players in bar.
And now look at this. This is a play. This is a strategy coming out of the book from Katana OXC. Retreating all the way towards green. Finally, they send a player forward in the form of Nile. He will outpace Onslaught in the football field. Yeah, I said football, Colin. Deal with it.
I said football earlier.
Another kill for Twiz in the middle of the map as well. And now this is full control here for Katana.
Don't at me like that.
Sorry, bud.
Ali, distracted by that pressure over towards the field, now has to worry about the plant over towards A. Ali, can you go big yet again? 3 kills in a row. 2 versus 4, and still they haven't found anything. Look at Twiz, finally gets spotted out. Shots there from Ali, but TK should have been aware of from that one. He loses his life.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1v3 in the last round. Maybe he can do it again here. This would technically be a 1v4, and he's also got to stop the bomb from popping off, as it were. With the snap on a Cruz, but down to 50 HP or so would be kind of silly to take a fight. I don't know if he's got much choice. Whoa, he gets knocked for free kill. No, Genesis as well! Runs out of bullets! Now gonna go for the defuse. There is simply no way. Oh, he's got to jump off the bomb to go for the reload. I don't even know if he would have got it for the stick. He finds the final kill, but my goodness me, Colin. That would have been the play of the event so far. Dude,
he ran out of bullets.
He hit every shot.
Oh, man. The stars align for that.
Dude, Niall's running away. Like, he's thinking, I got to go check up top, and then just runs right in the line of fire. Goodness gracious. Oh, jeez. That's close. That is very, very close to Ali pulling off a back-to-back 1v3 and then a 1v4 to boot. Oh, he'd have been feeling himself after that one, but is going to be denied. Katana back on the board, man. That's crazy.
Have yourself a game, Ali. Now 7 in a row, has that cruise missile. Early aggression, but limited from Katana. It's delayed hit through mid from Twiz. Expecting Ali to do it once more. Trade from Swogi, though, to keep things even. Bomb in the hand of Onslaught. Cruise over towards A. Very passive out of the 2 ARs on Katana. Everything you got to worry about is going to be Cruise now taking Twiz's spot.
Yeah, for sure. And you are very concerned about it. Just players like flanking you. That's why, again, for the last few rounds, you've seen kind of this passiveness coming out of these rosters, just being very wary of the fact that someone's going to get aggressive. Cruise has done so, but I'm not sure it's a position that Swogi or Onslaught will exactly expect in this situation. But again, it was only a couple of rounds ago that we saw Swogi and Onslaught in a 2 versus 3, something they did manage to pull off. But they got to get this bomb in a position where they can get it down, and Genesis has just got some crucial information on the Swogi, and you know what? Why not make it a little clean snipe as well? For the second, we'll get the whip on towards Onslaught, but it's okay, because somebody else will get that kill.
Onslaught's going to get spotted by Nile. 2 kills into the round from Nile from that AC, and then box control position. So pretty simple round there from the side of Katana, unlike the past 2 that we've had, which were just nail biters. Ali gets cleaned up right off the bat. The delayed hit through mid from both Cruise and Twiz was exactly what you needed from this team. The trade from Swogi, but then Cruise waits his turn a little bit longer, sets up in a position where you have all of the information towards A, and then you just leave it up to Nile and Genesis to watch the external lanes.
Yeah. Man, these rounds have been really close. 30-30. Should be really proud of themselves for how close they've been playing Katana in the Search and Destroy. Mid-map now, definitely being fought over. Look at this, a very aggressive push coming through from 30-30. Is this 3 players coming through on the flank?
3 players on the flank. From that, they have office control too, so not every single player. TK is just going to post up top. But Swogi and Ali looking to work in unison. The noise from Swogi gives things away for the rest of the team to answer the call. Cruise in a 1 versus 4, gonna find the first one, but surrounded by 30-30. He's gonna go down, and that was a lovely call from the 3 of them. It's just the whole way that played out. The noise from Swogi to force the attention from Genesis back out to Ali, and then the hit through bar to get that kill. And as he hits through bar, TK pushes through office. It's just the communication there from 30-30 was on point.
Mate, that was like, these guys, did they count that down? Did they do like a 5 for the 3-2-1?
Yeah,
like we're synchronized like dances or something? That was crazy. All at the same time. That was a perfect hit on the flank there and a great play call from 30-30. Again, their Search and Destroy has really been on par, to be fair, with Katana OXC. It is worth noting just how many of these rounds have really come down to the wire. And now we have a streak on hand for Ali. Cruise missile ready to go. And generally speaking, when we see these cruise missiles come into play, Colin, you see them being used to create space over towards B. And given how many players are currently sitting in the football field, that might be the play.
Yeah, it's a tough call because Ali has been your first player in for this team a whole lot of the time. TK gets caught in the open by Nile, who has been a pillar over towards B, but the streak finds nothing.
Yeah.
So 30-30, back to step 1. Swogi tries to make a play over towards B, but that blows up in the face.
Yeah, you use that streak to create space, but you lose the first blood and you don't really have any choice anymore to do that. The streak has already been utilized, so now you need the kills. They are just not there. Final round is good for Katana OXC. The execution, a small little bump in the road, and what was otherwise a pretty good Search and Destroy to 30-30. But again, Katana OXC, man, this roster, they needed that victory, and they needed it good.
Yeah, I will give it to Katana. They were 1 step ahead pretty much the whole time, but 30-30, they put up one hell of a fight on that Lacilo Search and Destroy. Nile didn't have too much action over towards that B site, but when he did, he was on point, a pillar to this team in the AR role for that second map, and a big, crucial kill onto TK to start off that last round. We take a look back at the Fortress Hardpoint. Katana were on fleek, I will say. Twiz and Cruise in general, I mean, those 2 players on this map, number 1, it was just a treat to watch the sub presence from Katana.
Yeah, for sure. This map number 1, I think, was pretty convincing from Katana, right? Again, you know, we go back to it, and there were moments of excellence from 30-30 where they kept themselves in the conversation. We saw great plays again coming out from the usual suspects. Swogi had a pretty good game. TK, though, I will say, definitely deserves some flowers for the way that he did perform all the way back in the game number 1. But that second set of rotations, I think it was just super damaging coming out from Katana. But this Search and Destroy, I think, especially for Ali, I got to give Ali his flowers, man.
Oh, yeah.
He was coming out 1v3, like, he was so close to making the play of the tournament. Like, we haven't seen anything like that so far. That was incredible. Just so many close rounds. And yeah, the 2v3 from Swogi and Onslaught as well. Like 30-30, they clutched up a number of times.
Oh, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were so many hit markers there. I don't know how he didn't get that kill.
Just a couple of bullets, man. Just a couple of bullets.
And he gets the last kill. There's only 4 seconds left, so you're not going to get the defuse at the end there. But yeah, I mean, Ali played amazing throughout that Search and Destroy. That's a tough loss for sure. But 2 big rounds, and I would have gone nuts if he won that 1v4. We take a look back at the maps and modes. Brody, Fortress, not too much of a surprise that Katana looked good on that Fortress Hardpoint, like we said. I mean, this team, towards the end of Season 4 Elites, they did have a big turnaround in their Hardpoints. And now the fact that we see Cruz and Twiz really lighting things up when it comes down to that sub-roll, a map like Fortress is going to be home to them. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I will say this much for 30-30. It's just like at this stage in the tournament, I mean, we've got a 64-team bracket here. It's not long in the bracket where you're going to start facing these top teams, and you're going up against a team that just got 3rd in the last Challenger Elite season. Like, what can you do? These guys are really good at what they do. We've been really impressed with them so far. And, you know, Katana OXC, they've been looking pretty good here. They are feeling themselves at the back of that victory. It was a necessary one, and now they move forward into the lower bracket. For 30-30, you come away, what was that, like top 48, I want to say, is their placement at the end of the tournament. Like, look, it doesn't look that great on paper, but you went down to, again, a roster that, I mean, are you expecting to win versus that team? I don't know, man. It's a real big ask.
It is a big ask to take down, you know, former Clutch Rain from Season Elite 4, Katana OXC. They even look better here on land, which is crazy to say that they're in losers round 2 because they looked fantastic here on Saturday, and I imagine they're going to, you know, continue the success, push forward into the bracket. It's not going to be easy no matter what. I mean, you have Atlas Lions, you have Hivex Street Mob down in the lower bracket. You have so many teams to worry about down here that it's only a matter of time, like you said, before you run into them. But that's going to lead into what's coming up next. We got winners round 3 next. We head into the best of 5s finally.
Yeah, absolutely. We've even got Deviants and I can't remember.
I think it's TGE.
TGE. Oh man, that's a good matchup. I mean, you get to this point where you get to like the best of 5 matchups. We already said that when it comes to the winners rounds, this is where you start to get to those teams that are inside the top 16 beyond the 2 that we mentioned at the top of the show. I'm not going to say it again because I would feel kind of bad just kind of digging it in at this point. But you have, again, the top 16 seeds here coming together in the winners bracket, again in the lower bracket as well, with the best of 5 starting to come together. This is when we get to the point where we really do not know what's going to happen from this point onwards, because we haven't had a LAN event in a while. Like, we didn't have one between Season 3 and Season 4. We've got a ton of new teams, you know, Millennium 7 winning 2 Elites back-to-back, and then obviously, you know, in Season 4, Wobbabobs unfortunately falling to Aphelion in the grand finals.
Unfortunately, they played good, I will say. Harry, Lucifer better be out here today.
Yeah, Lucifer, I got to ask if Harry's on the Lucifer tag or the Harry tag. I got to know. I got to find out from somebody. Yeah, I don't know, man. We do not know how this is going to go. All we know is that from this point onwards, we already had some banger matchup, but there's a lot more on the way. As we get into the winners bracket, we get into the final 16 teams up there. We'll have all that and more after this break.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I got the game on smash on lock. Dedication, prepare to be locked. Potatoes grinding on the concrete. I go show them that me on the block. Run them, all boss. See them times I run to my boss. See them times I begging for favors when I know get the food from my pot. Table don't turn. With the back friend, but the bridge don't burn. Game face on. Game face on. They really on.
Let's go, baby. I know what it is.
Hey, watch where you're going. I thought you had new internet.
It's not that. I had the sun in my eyes.
You're kidding, right?
It hurts. It really, really hurts.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Dude, you're playing like a chump, and we both know you can't blame it on the internet.
Sorry, my cat jumped on the keyboard.
Well, that's interesting, since you don't have a cat.
What are you talking about? Of course I have a cat.
Dude, we're roommates.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Hey, you! What the... Is this? Brain adapt? Really? Look at me. I'm an NPC, a mob, already at a disadvantage. And now you're creating headsets with some new technologies that helps humans listen better? Hands off that button. I want to speak to your manager.
I'm Nemo, and I'm a 22-year-old student. Here's how I budget for the entire school year. I use the TD Student Budget Calculator to help me plan my budget. Ta-da! And that's how knowing my budget helps me live life to my fullest.
$1 million on these, it's crazy. Dang, that's a lot of money. Sweet. This is insane.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Toronto Challengers Open, where we're, of course, continuing the action here in Winners Round 3. Taking you through the action, myself, Visions, alongside Proper. How's it going, buddy?
It's going great, man. It's always a pleasure to be able to see your handsome face, not only on camera, but here in the 6, man. This competition has been absolutely electric, but it continues on with this matchup here.
It definitely does. We're getting into those Winner Round 3 matches, which means that it's getting spicy. You know, we're getting some of those NA-EU matches coming up, and well, that's exactly where we're going, of course, on the main stage here. We got Deviants going up against TGE. These guys, I mean, going head-to-head, both have started to look really, really good, especially what we've seen lately out of TGE here.
Yeah, I mean, TGE is just one of those rosters, right? I mean, you got world champions, MVPs across the board. They are dropping numbers like it's nobody's business. But on the other side, you can see here on your screen, this is Deviants. I mean, that's just a roster within its own self. Kind of fell a little bit short, not the outcome that they wanted at the end of the Elite season, nor much less the Cup. But this team on the opposite side, look at that guy close to his camera right there. That is the 5th player for the Boston Breach. Nero is here to prove a point that he deserves to be back in that starting position. And honestly speaking, ever since coming back down and joining what was the old Convoy roster, even through the Elite and the most recent Cup, this guy's been frying.
Yeah, yeah. He's hearing you. He hears you right now. And I mean, overall, you're right. He has been frying. He's been playing extremely well. I think, you know, he's elevated this team, right?
Yes.
And we've seen a lot of struggles with this Convoy roster through this entire season, which is interesting because you look at this team on paper and you're thinking, oh, veteranship here. You got Gunless. How many times has he won MVPs? Too many times to count, it feels like. So there is a lot of potential, but they've never really been able to reach that height so far. And Nero, at least as of late in Cup 12, you know, coming off that recent victory, feels like they're starting to hit that stride.
Yeah, I mean, Nero, you look all the way back to even World War II, back on the old LAG Academy roster, a lot of OBJ play, also the roaming Slayer. The guy can really do it all. And you surround yourself behind two of the most number 1, number 2 statistical players as far as ARs, both Dylan Rex as well as Gunless. And you feel like his job just becomes so much easier, though.
Yes.
I mean, the script can quite literally be flipped on the other side, especially when we talk about that Deviants roster. More to come because we got our best of 5 maps set here for you all in this Winners Round 3 match. And honestly speaking, to see the way that the vetoes played off as far as hardpoints are concerned, TGE not want anything to do with Zarqua, Deviants getting rid of the Mercado Salmas, it's going to bring us to a hotel map number 1.
Ooh, that's a little bit interesting because Deviants have not been very good here, right? We talked about them, you know, maybe having a couple of really strong maps in the pool, but this one, you know, hasn't always been the best. We'll see what ends up happening coming in, but either way, I think that you do look at this Deviant squad, you expect them to come alive in HPs, you expect them to come alive, you know, in the S&Ds. On the other end, you know, I feel like TGE have been getting better and better at the hard point, right?
Yeah.
Shown the improvements like I was talking about. You expect them to come out, and we put, you know, a lot of emphasis on this first map here, Andy. Like, whatever team can come out swinging, first match of the day, could really have that chance to maybe steamroll the other squad and maybe run with that momentum.
I mean, what a good map for both these two squads to really feel each other out, right? I mean, when you're taking a look at just like Deviants within its own right, I mean, in and out from that Elevate squad, but for all 4 of those players, funny enough, from the beginning of the year, a lot of different roster changes across the board.
Sure.
Hotel has always been their stomping grounds, especially when you're looking for the likes of both Gizmo and Lucky. On the other side of it, though, this is a good field match to see how these ARs and SMGs are going to stack up against each other.
Yeah.
Fundamentals need to be on point, rotation soon to follow, not to mention the slaying prowess that is in this 8-player lobby.
That's right. I think this is, you know, the big test here, you know, for this TGE squad, right? Coming into a hard point, we've talked about how this is a struggle. 5-10 during the Elite.
Yeah.
The only really strong game that they have, you know, is going to be that Control, which of course will also be played on that Hotel. So that's going to be a little bit interesting for them. You know, they're really good on Hotel. I mean, really good on Expo as well. So we knew they were probably going to get one of them. Interesting to see that one maybe come through. But you come back to the ARs. You talk about, you know, how they can lock things down. And, you know, even like going back recently to what we saw with that Elevate roster at the last LAN, right? Like Lucky, Journey, having one of the best placements on LAN that they've had in a very, very long time. You go back to Vanguard last year and it's like, you just want to erase that last year on LAN, right? It wasn't great, but they've shown improvements. They're starting to really pick it up when it matters here in this LAN environment.
Oh man, that old Rocker Academy roster. Woo, so much promise, did not deliver all the way out to the end of the year. But I mean, again, when you're looking at just what is the overall roster for this Deviants team, I mean, there's just so much flexibility across the board in and around of the league. I mean, have had a lot of good stints all the way back to the CWL days as well when you're looking at both Lucky and Journey. journey, and it just continues on even more so than that. And plus, I mean, you got the one and only Steve Vortex on that roster, too. I mean, the guy can slay, but the intangibles that he brings along for the table, I swear, he is just so untradeable in so many moments of time, but it's the brain power that you also get along with Steve on that roster, so definitely looking out for him when it comes down to that 2 and potentially even the map number 5. But as far as the big picture is concerned, again, taking a big focus on that map number 1 for that TGE roster, again, they have shown drastic improvements. Their growing pains, funny enough, all the way through the Elite was actually in that Hardpoint. Remember, they used to play with Classic, and they were the #1 Hardpoint team uncontested in Challengers Elite Season 3. That growing pain has seemed to be subsided ever so often when it comes down to that cup placing, and also through playoffs. I think this Deviants roster is going to give them a good run for their money when it comes down to pace.
Oh, I think so too. I mean, this is just a big one to start the day with. I mean, you get your Saturday going with a huge win over an opponent like this.
Yeah.
Like, just think of what that does to the mental. Think of what that does for you going forward with a chance maybe to run away with it all. So, I mean, this one, such a pivotal matchup between both of these squads. And, I mean, you mentioned Vortex too. I mean, Vortex has been putting up stats. And, you know, it feels like he's always one of those players, especially through the European scene, that has never gotten maybe enough respect when it comes down to his role, what he brings to the table. You touched on it a bit, you know, the comms, the shot calling, what he brings. So, you know, you're really looking at Vortex, especially when we get to, you know, some of these other modes where he has been just so potent.
Absolutely. I mean, specifically, even in the search and destroy for Vortex, you know, it's funny. Like, a lot of people give him a lot of flack when it comes down to, you know, not necessarily always going above a 1.0 KD in the respawns, but in search and destroy through Season 4 of the Elite, the guy was boasting a 1.43 KD in search and destroy, mostly with an SMG in hand. So when we get to that map number 2, if the potential gets to a map number 5, definitely look for what Vortex is delivering on the map. I think that the next conversation also go through is what his SMG duo is now. Journey. Right. I mean, the guy was playing a lot of AR throughout the majority of the year, even when he was in and out of that Elevate roster. He was that secondary AR. Now he's back on the submachine gun. It's giving me old FaZe Academy vibes back in Modern Warfare 2019. He is looking fresh on the map.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening. We're kicking it off here. Map number 1. Checking into the hotel to kick off one of our first best-of-5 series. Deviants up against TGE. I am ready, Andy.
Starting off on the favorite side will, of course, be Deviants, but take that with a grain of salt. This opening rip is just gonna have to be about everything. As far as Deviants are concerned, I mean, they're going to be able to get a good amount of hardpoint time, but the way they're setting themselves up is to basically respond to how TGE are rolling out. It's a great recontest to come back in to break in for the early time.
Nice pickup here from Vortex. He's going to get active very early on here on P1. Collects the double 3-in-1 start, and now a chance to maybe soak up a bit of this time. 30 seconds up for grabs, and you can see Gizmo already maybe threatening this rotation, but that's a huge win for Gunless. He puts together 2. He's off to a fiery start himself.
Big scramble battle still happening. I mean, Persini looking to pinch, especially out from couches. That's a good position to have for yourself, but you got to be careful because over by that B control zone, that spawn has now opened up. A little push comes through, and I don't think that TGE are aware of it. Well, they surely will now as they're all spawning inside a restaurant. That flank, that push going in towards P2, a money rotation is all in the favor of Deviants.
All right, key moment now. Let's see how fast the break can potentially come through. Deviants in control, and Vortex in a really good position to watch the back and maybe even pinch up this play through Chandelier. Stuns and nades coming over the top. Everything just about connecting. Gunless playing this one slow. Knows where Vortex is, but Vortex with the snapper is good. The rest of Deviants just about good as well, but Pristini through the middle opens up the play, finds 2. Can he get 3? Yes, he can. Pristini breaks into P2.
I was talking about this back in even Season 2, Season 3 of the Challengers Elite. Pristini is looking to be back in his World Championship form, up on that 3 spree, 5-3, integral for that break, especially soaking up the back 20 seconds. And Deviants, so they're going to give it to him, especially for the early days that is this hotel hardpoint map number 1. Trying to favor that rotation going in towards kitchen. Gunless is already here trying to threaten said rotation and just trying to see if maybe they can find a pick or 2 to break this up early.
Here we go. 5 seconds before the hill pops. Gunless gonna get a Semtex in and wants to go for the jab, but Vortex able to put him down. Vortex actually comes away with 2. Pristini's got so much work to do. Dies on the 4 spree, and so far it looks good at least on the first attempt.
Nero, a little slow start, 1-5. Trying to find that entry, just rips Lucky off that head glitch. Even has the Vaznev in his back pocket. Now looking towards Pantry, but Vortex will take him down. Good trades to find for yourself. Gunless will pinch it up on the opposite side. The break is through.
Wow, that's 2 really fast breaks coming through here. Not what you typically expect, especially for this Deviant squad. I mean, they get in some of these heavies inside of Kitchen. You think they're probably locked and loaded for at least 30. Not the case, but a chance to respond as Vortex, Gizmo able to find some very critical kills to allow themselves to get back into the hard point. Nero now threatening new. Big 1v1 as he takes out Lucky.
And you also have Persini. I mean, he's going rogue. He's trying to contest his back 15 seconds. I mean, this is a good time to try to steal away. He's got to check every single corner, not over by the fire extinguisher. Who's the better snake inside the kitchen? Persini will take down Joey Gizmo. And elsewhere, like you were talking about, Nero was throwing the rotation from 3 to 4. Not an easy 2 hard points to string together, but so long as Rex can stay alive and he can get some assistance from Nero off the respawn, this rotation is looking pretty good.
Oh, how about Rex, man? He's got one of the highest KDs right now. And he's off to an 8-4 start, 30 seconds already collected. But Nero, can he get involved here from the front? Rex does get dealt with in the back, so the spawn should be locked in here for Deviants. Nero trying to come through the outside, but he is just getting peppered with stuns and nades, having a difficulty to work himself into it, but finally he has a chance. However, the kills have not been there. The trades are good, and that is a full wipe.
Dude, Vortex is frying. Forget everything that I said about him not necessarily dropping the sexiest KD ratios in Hardpoint. This guy is 13-7. Swear Steve just turned 18 yesterday. My heavens, Deviants need to really rally around that. However, they're going to be able to soak up 20 seconds. The ARs are on these head glitches over by the desk. Try as you might, you cannot get inside the time. It'll be a lead swap favoring Deviants.
Much needed moment right there for Deviants. You know, they haven't really been able to hold a lot of these hard points. They've been there first, but that's one of the really big moments we've seen them hold on. And now can they build off of it and try to set up a rotation to new? Not going to have anyone really there outside of Journey, and Journey does clear out the middle of the map here, so might be able to get in some room. You can hear the deads in the background. Journey finds 2, wants to break in the restaurant, but overall the nade is there. That will finish him off, and TGE, good for some early time for now.
And now we start looking at our Infinity BL money rotation. In between restaurant all the way towards the rooftop, if you can string these 2 hard points together, could be the difference in between the Tide game or just blowing it wide open. Vortex Journey able to combine for all 4 dead. TGE were the first ones in, but they're still spawning close.
I mean, look at the finessing you're seeing right now from Vortex. He's putting up huge numbers, 16 kills, as this restaurant has been on lock right now for Deviants. Need a way to get back in. Pristini not going to find it. 4 in a row now for Vortex. Can he find 5? Yes, he can. Vortex just steamrolling the competition. Almost turns and burns, but the streak does not come through.
And look at how they're able to rally behind that. Again, if Vortex is finding all that pressure through the cat room, you also have player number 8 for Lucky. He pushes all the way past the jacuzzi. That's going to force TGE to effectively spawn closer towards Chandelier than they are closer to the rotation where they once were. 102 to 127. You could soak up the back 3 seconds, but Deviants already had the rotation to new.
Pristini, what can you get done in the kitchen? Oh, Journey, no way. Oh. Some of these multi-kills that are coming through right now, Andy, are just absurd. You're seeing it constantly here from the Deviants members, and more so from the subs. 19-10 now is Vortex. We'll see what he gets up to. It's been a lockdown here through the back on the final hill. Journey finds another 2, and at the moment, TGE are struggling to find any kills on the map.
I mean, where's the break pressure at? I mean, your usual suspects aren't necessarily showing up to play yet. Persini, 29 engagements, 14 and 15. Rex is the only one positive at 14 and 12, but Nero's 18 and 8 and 18 is just simply not good enough, not to mention Gunless at 9 and 13. That's where a lot of the break pressure was mostly manifested from through all of the Challengers Elite and even the most recent Cup, and Deviants are letting them have it. Journey, 19 and 15. Vortex, double positive at 21 and 10. They'll have a 70-point lead going into the second set.
I mean, that was just like 10 consecutive kills in a row. Deviants, you know, looking a little rocky at the start, struggling to hold on to some of those hard points, but those last couple hills, just complete lockdown, just about full 60. He's going to give them 80-point lead. And Vortex, I mean, he's got the AR in hand. He's ready to fly it onto Gunless, but Gunless finally able to hold on, grabs himself a kill. Huge battle for P1 as Pristini looks over the top.
I mean, that was about 16 unanswered kills, a big streak in between Vortex, Journey, and Lucky. Gizmo now up on a 4 spree, snaking this head glitch on the backside of the jacuzzi. Long-range shots towards double arches, can't walk away with the kill, but the damage is good enough. And Deviants, I mean, they're playing from what was originally the unfavored side of the map. We almost have a cut, copy, and paste repeat of what we had in the first set of hard points. They walk away with the majority of the time. They have the leader's advantage. Now they can try to play for the spawns ahead of the P2 rotation.
Got to win this rotation. Have to find a way to get through. You're looking at Rex maybe on that mini-map to try to fly on in. He's been great, at least at the start. Has slowed down a tad bit. Big 1v1 versus Gizmo, and he will take it despite the stun, locking him in place. Trophy system now down. Setup starting to make its way over, but this is by no means confirmed. Dylan Rex still has a lot to do. Nero now needs to follow up.
Gizmo, I mean, he spawns all the way over inside of luggage. I mean, I would reckon that the assistance for Deviants might not even be required. There comes the late flank off of the outward spawn from Gizmo. Will pinch back up in towards CGE. They're still spawning very close, keep in mind you, over by this B control zone. So you still have an opportunity to try to break this, and let's be frank, you need to.
You need to. 40 seconds left, have to find a way in now. Gizmo has to watch multiple angles. Now turns his attention to main, but Gunless finds a way in, and that's a huge moment here for TGE. They get in just in the nick of time.
Got a hold, though. I mean, this is a big 30 seconds. And it's a very realistic hardpoint that you can hold from the front. The spawns are still happening over by the lobby area, so TGE, they can try to cycle more players out. Deviants have the better power positions, though. They're just flooding through Hull, and these trades are going to be emphatic. Big 1v1 for the old time here, and Lucky will take down Rex in return. 20th kill to his name, but now you got to rotate.
Oh, you got to rotate, and I mean, that is scrap time that is likely going to secure the game here for Deviants. One big win here for Gizmo. You feel like it could be all said and done. A couple more players going to flood through the connector to see if they have a chance to get in. Stuns, nades all coming out, but Trophy keeping Gizmo safe. From the side door, Rex does work for a kill, has a read on Vortex, and Rex puts together two here, trying to set up the break, but 10 seconds for the dub. That's what really you're looking at here, a chance to get in. Oh my goodness, Nero from the back does find a way in. They hold on for now, but they got to play perfect, and Gizmo, he gets another touch.
Gunless there for the trade. You still have some assistance. Rex, Gunless trying their best just to hold on. Gunless will find a big two-piece. That should secure at least the scrap time, but Deviants are still giving themselves a big shake at it. There's still 28 seconds. Deviants can still close it here if they can break, but they're going in one by one, and they're getting caught off one by one. Gotta be careful here. Persini starting to put together a nice little life here. Does find two. Trades a bountiful. 15 seconds required, and Deviants off of this leader's advantage are just gonna chalk it and set up it new.
Yeah, you might have to leave this scrap time at 7 seconds here. If you're sitting in the hill as Gunless, you gotta make your way across the map, and you've now lost Nero, you've now lost Pristini. A lot of this falls on Rex's shoulders, and Rex is not going to find anything. 7 seconds for the win. TGE are going to have to fly to the next hill. Nero's going to drop. Vortex is now 31-20, ready to chow out through mid. He gets all the information needed. That final tick, that's all that needs to come through, and there it is. Deviants grab map 1.
Oh my goodness. Cool, calm, collective. Look at Steve Vortex go. A big smile on his face after he just dropped a 30 bomb in map number 1. And we were talking about it, right? This map number 1 was going to be a big pace setter in between these two teams. And honestly speaking, I mean, TGE just came out flat. I mean, as far as what's concerned, the pace differential is all in the favor for Deviant's journey. Vortex were just pinching up everything that they could possibly find. And the AR assistance in between both Lucky and Gizmo was absolutely sublime.
Yes. On point, just like we talked about. My goodness. And I mean, to be honest, TGE have had a couple of really early breaks, right? They found that early P2 break right here through Pristini up main, and then they find a very fast break in the kitchen, and you're thinking, okay, like this is, the improvements we've been seeing since that recent cup, but from that point on, Deviants just started locking in full 60s. They were no longer losing those rotations, and I mean, they were always at the new hill first, just set up, ready to go with those gunfights.
Oh man, Vortex on land is a different beast, man.
He is, isn't he?
It's absolutely absurd, the amount of gunfights that he was able to win. I mean, there were so many different points in time where we're sitting there talking that Steve is on another 5 spree. He's on another 5 spree. Did not get that cruise missile, but I would reckon you probably don't even need it when you're shooting nukes out of the Vaznev like that. A big map number 1 in favor of Deviants, 250-167, and that's a big setup as far as what's concerned for the rest of the best of 5. We set ourselves up for a Mercado Las Almas search and destroy.
And if Vortex is playing like that in map 1, and we're going to an S&D now, Andy?
Yep.
I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried right now because, I mean, we talked about, again, TGE, being probably a little bit better in this game mode. Nero coming into the roster, adding in a little bit more consistency, I feel like, at times. But, I mean, Vortex, you said it. Like, what was it, a 1.3 overall KD in this game mode?
1.43, 57% opening to a win percentage across the entirety of Season 4.
I mean, you said it. That is ridiculous to read out loud.
I mean, and then you also have to talk about who's his counterpart along with that. It's none other than Lucky. I mean, Lucky is that jack of all trades. He is the Batman utility belt when it comes down to this roster and when it comes down to search and destroy. Sniper rifle, AR, SMG. I don't really care what Lucky has in his hands. He's probably finding value with it. He is boasting a 60% opening to win percentage across the entirety of Season 4 of the Elite for a very casual 1.27 KD ratio.
Yeah, Lucky, one of the best snipers in EU at the moment. And I mean, we've just seen the ability to take over the clutches we've seen with the sniper rifle, 1v3s, 1v2s. There were just numerous moments during the regular season of the last Elite where he was really performing. But man, on your screen right there, Nero, as a little bit of a rough map number 1. Of course, the newest member into the roster, looking for a huge bounce back, though, coming into this S&D, need a big reset.
I mean, you talk about who's going to be able to deliver and who needs to step up. I mean, I feel like it's continuously going to be that guy on Nero's right. I mean, Rex has just been an absolute phenom across the entirety of Challengers Elite. He's always up there. He's always a top 3 overall statistical player for this team. And if it comes down to it, when it comes down to that sniper long-range 1v1, the potential for ARs to really make a lot of plays across the map to answer what Gizmo and Lucky are going to lay down, it's probably going to have to come down to Rex, honestly speaking. I mean, yes, Nero as well as Pristini, I mean, as far as history is concerned, very, very good search and destroy players, but it's all about the fundamentals. They had some very good matchups yesterday yesterday, and honestly speaking, even versus that Katana roster, they made them look absolutely silly. That was their first test as far as a S&D team is concerned. But now it truly gets put up on the pedestal versus this Deviants roster.
It does, and I mean, Deviants, we were talking about this coming in. They only really play Fortress and Mercado when it comes down to the S&Ds, right? So, I mean, they got themselves at least a map that they're pretty familiar with. I think just 3-2 on it, so maybe don't have the highest win rate, but a lot of reps. That's going to be pivotal here again, coming into this matchup. See, gun this on your screen. Had a really hot start there to that Hardpoint too, but it really just was the whole team slowing down, getting outslayed, outpaced, and felt like they struggled to kind of find that same footing. But you expect them to bounce back really hard in a search and destroy. These guys have, again, just been getting better and better through everything they've been doing over this last month with Nero coming in for Classic.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny when we talk about the duality in between Season 3 playing along with Classic, going into Season 4 playing with Nero. It was always the Hardpoints, but then they became a 2-3-5 team, which is just honestly hilarious to speak about how they were having Hardpoint woes. But I mean, again, you just feel like all veteranship, all the notes, everything that we have, it's just names and words on paper at this point in time. You just got to be able to have it here. Yeah. It's a big test for TGE to really see how they stack up against some of EU's best across the lobby side. And I think that this Mercado Las Almas will be quite telling to be able to see who's going to be able to step up, who's going to be able to remain cool, calm, and collective. Again, best of 5, you have some room for error, but you do not want to go down 0-2, especially with Hotel Control looming in the distance.
Yeah. Hotel Control coming up in that map number 3 with a really hot start here from Deviants, maybe coming away with another map. You feel like they have a good opportunity to maybe put it away, but still a chance to try to bounce back here. We've called on a couple names for TGE to try to get themselves back into the mix, try to get some momentum rolling. I mean, there's veterans on this roster. They do not lack experience by any means. Everyone across the board, I think, is going to have a strong mental if they're down 0-1, if they're down 0-2. But you really did say it, partner. You don't want to have to deal with that whatsoever. So we'll see what ends up happening. Journey will be running the sub, coming back into this as well. And I mean, he's been fun to watch with the SMG as of late too. He's been soaking up a lot more of the objective time, but we'll see what he's going to be able to do. I'm sure Fist Bump's just about ready to come out. Everyone getting ready for this map number 2.
I mean, it's just got to be talked about, right? I mean, as far as Journey is concerned, I mean, I felt like that he was kind of not necessarily hindered, but he had to slow up his pace of play when he was playing mostly with the TAC 56, when he was running that AR flex, but then he brings out that submachine gun, and it felt like that the dog is let off the leash because he is just going absolutely wild. You'll find him in positions where if you're playing ranked matches or you're just watching Call of Duty all the way up to the CDL level, and you're just like, how the hell did he get there? Yeah, it's probably going to be Journey more often than not. He is just sniffing out a lot of these different points, a lot of these different timings. Journey looking to exploit and catch TGE off guard.
I think the craziest thing is the engagements that he was putting up with the AR, right? Like 60, 70 engagements. Like, those are Vanguard engagements, and he's running attack. So
Vanguard engagements.
He's quick. He's quick. He can definitely get to schmoovin' on the map. I think the player's just about ready to load in. Map number 1 secured by Deviants. They come out hot. And now TGE, up to them to try to find a huge response in the map number 2 on Mercado.
Offense first for TGE. This is a big aggressive hit actually coming straight up the gut. Lucky's got the sniper. Oh, the round is just already concluded within the first 3 seconds. Nero for a 1v3.
And Nero's in a 1v3 10 seconds in.
Mercado.
That's Mercado, baby. It sure is. We'll see what Nero's going to be able to do. Tough situation, of course. Already used the tax, already used the nade. And no dead silence going to be earned this early on. And Lucky's not even going to give him a shot. Wow, what an opening round.
I mean, that is just a certain sense of normalcy, I suppose, when it comes down to Deviants in their opening round defense. When it comes down to Mercado Las Almas, I mean, you got Lucky who's just overwatching the mid lane along with the sniper. Rarely misses, finds first blood. It opens up both Gizmo and Journey just to continuously press on forward. And like what we were talking about, I mean, within the first 7 seconds, Zero was in a 1v3. So early days. As far as Search and Destroy is concerned, again, you have no trophies, no dead silence to play with. Your nades are always going to have to be on point when it comes down to Mercado Las Almas. What are the adaptations going to look like now that Deviants are on offense?
Well, it looks like they want to set another mid play. They're going to cut right through the tunnel. They're going to watch this cross to make sure no one's inside of Cantina, and they're going to battle out onto Nero right behind the brush. First kill there. Gizmo follows up with a second, and just like that, they have full control of the site.
Oh, Persini throws a shoulder, jumps across. I mean, for TGE in this retake, in a 2v4, you're really going to have to go all in for Rex. He is currently already past lockers, trying to pinch back up for Deviants, who are just posted up inside Cantina, waiting for the chows to come to them.
Bomb not going to go down just yet, but you can see player 8 on the mini-map. Vortex thinking about it. He's going to drop it. Lucky. He doesn't miss those to the back alley. Pristini, I think, is going to give it a second go. Lucky does miss the first shot, but the help is there. Gizmo flies at him. I mean, Deviants, they're not giving them anything at the moment, Andy.
No, they're not. And again, that's back-to-back rounds, both offense and defense alike, where the main focus has always been through the middle of the map. I mean, shoot, if I had Lucky sniper rifle over watching my plays in the middle of the map, I would just be running at everybody as well. But I mean,
eyes closed.
that's some true faith right there. And honestly speaking, the way that Deviants, even when they were in that 2v3, right, they didn't know where all the information was at. Pristini's last known position was over by the yellow van. He then goes around on the flank for Rex. But it's such an easy read for Lucky as they're all just posted up inside Cantina. Obviously, the flank was going to come through sooner rather than later. He was already posted up there, holding his scope for that last kill. 3 kills now for Lucky, all with the boomstick.
Well, Gizmo over the top. This one a little bit better for TGE. 10 seconds in. Now it's a 1v3 for Lucky. We have seen him pull off a lot of these types of clutches, but not even going to be given any kind of attempt at a first round or first shot. And TGE, well, they do actually collect their first round and finally get on the board.
Yeah, so now in round number 3, you're going to get your trophies, your dead silences. You're going to see a lot more focus. The Michael Bay film lane, as I like to call it, as far as Mercado is concerned. Just go ahead and throw all of your throwables over top Cantina. See what you find. Trophy systems were there, of course, for Deviants, but those nades that were on the other side of hedges meant that it was easy cleanup for SMGs to try to encroach forward and find those kills a lickety-split. Big round coming through for TGE to put themselves on the board, stop the bleeding early.
These have been very fast rounds. 3 rounds in, it feels like we've only been on the map for about 1 minute. We'll see what happens in round 4. Quick exchanges, potentially going to come through. Pristini up top, able to get one. Rex also comes up with a second. Shots over the top. Rex is good for another. Vortex now, last one up. 1v3, shots come through, but he is no good for the second. And TGE now starting to put some rounds together.
Yeah, now, again, for TGE, got to make sure that the middle of the map isn't always your main focus. If Lucky's finding that much value, just don't even chow him. Just put all of your marbles over towards that A basket. Defense and offensive like. If you have to retake over by B, so be it. But get your nades going and they get the information. Even hitting a trophy system, that's immediate information that is good for TGE defensively. You know that the focus is going to be inside Cantina. Hold your irons, play that head glitch on top dumpster that you saw from Rex, and just let the gunfights come to you. Big answer, 2 rounds each now on the board.
So what's going to change now? No B hits, just really trying to hit this mid lane and trying to work through A very fast as we typically see. This one looks to be a slow play through mid. Gunless, not sure if he saw the scope from Lucky or not, but Lucky's going to reposition. Pristini able to find Vortex. That's a great kill, but Journey gets one back. Journey does run into a couple more players, but Gizmo still able to find another one, and that will even us up 2v2, make it now a 1v2.
Rex, yeah, I mean, he was just laying down over by the clothing truck, and that timing is just so unfortunate for Lucky, who, as you were talking about, was holding the middle of the map for quite some time. And gives up the angle ever so slightly, and that's when TGE strike to try to pounce over by the middle lane. Able to clean up on a few kills, and to be completely candid with you defensively, I mean, you saw both Gizmo and Journey trying to go for that very long flank all the way to the backside of Forklift, and it was easily scouted out. TGE, fully understanding that Deviants love to play through the middle of the map so far. Now the shoe is on the other foot. TGE have a 1-round lead.
3 rounds in a row, and I think Deviants are going to run right back to Cantina. Let's see if the nades connect. A lot of hit markers coming through. No one's going to drop just yet. Gizmo flies over to the second window, ready to take those chows head on, but does get shrugged off of it thanks to Rex with some clean shots. Journey gets to an interesting spot. He's got the bomb here. We'll see if they can work for the kill right behind the brush. No, they cannot. Vortex, though, does find the trade. And now a 1v3 for Nero.
Yeah, and I was about to say, I mean, that play for Journey, we see that quite often, even with the bomb. If he can find the kill and then get the plant, that's great. But Vortex is right there side by side with him. And if all things go awry, Journey goes down. He was 20 HP, stunned up to high heaven. Vortex was right there for the trades. Was able to pick up the bomb. Probably could have planted it, but it's Mercado Las Almas, and it mostly always ends up in kills. So it's a great response when it comes down to it. Like you were talking about for Deviants, it's now back-to-back offenses that they try to fully stack over by that A bomb site, and they just completely brute force their way inside Cantina. Gizmo, you felt like he was 1 HP for quite some time, just could not walk away with that gunfight. And it was just easy cleanup soon to follow. Deviants, Gizmo, 7-3 so far.
Wow. Very nice start for Gizmo. Sniper in the hand of Lucky. Connects on the first one. Second shot. could potentially come through too, but more importantly, that's the bomb. It has to be retrieved. Rex is toying with that fact and might be able to grab it, but Lucky is still in a position where he can stop this entire play.
Oh no, Persini was trying to find a timing to go through tunnel all the way through the A bomb site. That's actually causing considerable doubt. Lucky saw 2 originally with the boomstick. The bomb's going to get recovered by Rex, and now they're going to try to recontest this B bomb site 2v4.
New and Rex, so much work to do here. Oh, and Lucky just doesn't miss, man. He's holding just a tight corner right through dark. Gizmo's going to be there. And did Lucky find that one too?
Oh my god.
Look at the smiles.
Oh, dude. That is just absolutely gnarly. I mean, it's got to be said alone, right? To be the lone defender over by the elephant room. Lucky's doing it with the boomstick. Yeah. Finds the first kill, gets the information, sees the second player throw the stun. That was Rex. And then you end up taking down Persini over by the A bomb site. That's the only information that you need. There was no follow-up whatsoever. You knew it was come back over towards B, so you just play these tight angles and you expect the chows to come through. Gizmo, 9-3, up on 4 in a row. Lucky found 3 in that round, double positive 6-3.
All right, big change up here. I think some nades were thrown over the top from Lucky, and now all that attention brought right inside of 10. Persini, oh, he might find interesting timing here. Decides just to lay prone, kind of wait for this play to unfold in front of him, but unfortunate timing, turns at the wrong time, and that means Journey opens up with the first kill, but Nero fighting back, might be able to put together 2, one more bullet.
No way!
He misses!
Oh, no way! So I forgot my file cabinet back in America, but I'm gonna have to file that one under things that absolutely should not happen. Well then.
I mean,
that is just crazy. I mean, Nero snap, he gets the first on top shingles. He gets Journey dead to rights. I mean, Journey had to have been a cold breeze away from death.
Yeah.
And then Gizmo was right there for the assistance. It is the teamwork, it is the team shots, the trust is all there for Deviants. Now find themselves up on map point.
That one hurts, and Gizmo, yeah, he's got the streak here. 6 in a row for him. Not what you like to see. A lot that you're going to have to bait out here, and I mean, hopefully you got a trophy instead of 10, because Lucky's going to give all this information. The cruise missile might just follow here. Lucky doesn't escape with his life, though. And there it is. We'll see it maybe potentially come down, but 1 minute on the clock. Does the streak find anything? Does he decide to use it? There it is.
No!
Wow!
You think you're safe from the door? That cruise missile will absolutely take you down. Nero gunless 2v3. Now it's just up to the vet. Gunless 1v3 to stay alive in the search.
Stuck inside of 10 with the Vaznev. Dead silence and a nade. What can Gunless do here in his home city? The chance to keep his team in it to make sure they do not go 0-2 down, but he's starting to get pretty loud, and there's the info. Journey just going to throw shoulders in. Does he stick for the plant? Does he play for the kill? And I mean, Vortex is also just watching around the back.
It's going to be a lot of 1v1s. Gunless finds the first, 20 seconds remain. Goes for the next one as well, 17 HP. Cannot get back to safety. And Deviants with a statement in the search and destroy. Gizmo, 13 kills to his name.
My man.
What an emphatic first 2 maps coming through from the European squadron of Deviants, making a statement as they take a 2-0 lead in the series.
Dude, that was unbelievable. I mean, you just take a look at how those rounds were going. Deviants were off to a really, really good start. And all of a sudden, you know, you see TBE start to work their way back into it, start to get some rounds on the board, take control of that map. But that streak at the end just completely blows open the play. You can see a bit of frustration, of course, on Gunless's face. But man, oh man, Deviants, they're just not messing around today, Andy.
No, I mean, it's strictly business when it comes down to it. Again, when you look at these 4 players, even dating all the way back to that old Elevate squad, they have been testing up at the top for quite some time, the entirety of the year, in and out from a lot of these different rosters. Gizmo just getting a little vocal over towards what TGE were trying to throw their way. And my heavens, I mean, hey, dude, if I drop 13 kills and I absolutely keep Journey alive in a gunfight and a few tussles that he should have probably gone down, yeah, I'd be getting pretty vocal as well. A 2-0 lead in this winners round 3 matchup. I mean, brother, I'll keep it a buck. I did not have this spelling out this way. I thought we were going to tie it up 1-1.
Yes.
But now things become a little bit more disastrous going into this hotel control, specifically for TGE. They're not a bad slaying team. They're very good at hotel themselves, but this is a playground and a half for this Deviants roster.
Yeah, this is a playground and a half. I will say that if you can win this one and then you put together an Embassy win as well, I think the Lacilo does look pretty good for you, considering that you haven't seen Deviants play any maps really outside of just that Mercado and the Fortress. So there is an opportunity here, but at the moment, I mean, it's the slaying. It's the way that they're playing. It's the teamwork, Andy. It feels like they are just functioning as one at the moment, and you need more than just, one heroic player to come alive here, right? Like, you need everybody to really step it up coming into this control.
It's crazy how that works, doesn't it?
It's
I mean,
crazy.
You can't just rely on that one person, right? I mean, like, try as you might, even all the way up to the CDL. I mean, barring maybe a couple matches here and there, a couple mismatches, maybe that one player could be that super player, but, I mean, you're just not going to get away with this. This is the upper echelon when it comes down to Challengers gameplay, in between both European and North American gameplay. It just can't be one player. It can't just be Rex to step up. You just can't have Nero try to deliver on a lot of these different 3-4 pieces, any one of those players for TGE. It has to be their teamwork. Everything that they've worked on ever since that Season 4 of the Elite, bowing out the way that they did, winning the final cup in the calendar year here for Modern Warfare 2, it all amounts to this. What is their grit? What's the tenacity looking like for this roster? Because you got to reverse sweep this godlike team of Deviants.
Well, they are 3-0 in Hotel, so there is something to consider here for them. There is, a little bit of praise that we can sing for the other end, but that is really it. The 3-0 isn't going to matter, with the likes of everything that we already highlighted with the ARs being, just as strong, with, this being a LAN environment, with this team just not looking like they really have a weakness at the moment. So there is certainly a lot of question marks here for if we're going to get that same TGE from that Elite season that was so good at being able to win these map number 3s. But at the moment, they're just simply coming out flat, plain and simple, Andy.
I mean, every single one of these players for TGE, again, firmly on that Convoy Gaming roster through Season 4 of the Elite. I mean, 1.47 KD across control for Rex, 1.30 for Gunless, 1.11 for Nero. And I think that's where the conversation really does have to go to, is that Nero in control as far as his opening 2 minutes has been just lights out. You can date that all the way back to when he was playing on Boston last year in Vanguard, where he was always good for maybe like a 6 to a 10 spree when it was that opening rip on Tuscan control. And the same thing could be delivered when it comes down to Hotel. It just comes down to, again, the old broken record story when it comes down to control. Your opening breakoffs need to be on point. You just got to make sure that you show some semblance of some teamwork, something that was absolutely lacking for TGE and a lot of those different hardpoint stipulations that we got in that map number 1. Resilience need to be on point here.
It's got to be great. I mean, you have to have it. You don't want to drop down to the lower bracket this early in the tournament. I mean, neither team obviously does, but it's just at a position where you know how important this matchup can be for the rest of your day today. And coming out as strong as Deviants have been, I mean, it is looking like it might be a great Saturday. But
they're sharing monsters too. They're getting twisted,
bro.
Oh my God!
Can I get some of that? He's like, I can get twisted here for the control, baby.
That's teamwork right there.
That's teamwork.
Yeah.
I like that.
It's like you and me sharing the monster last night too. That's how you know the duo is strong right now, for sure. I mean, again, just on namesake alone, you can see the vibes are not down by any stretch of the imagination for TGE. I mean, these are players that have been up at the pro level, back down, playing as far as high as the Challengers rope can reach. It's just unfortunate. A lot of the different situations came out flat as far as slaying is concerned in that map number 1, decision-making, early adaptations coming through from Deviants in that Search and Destroy. There was a lot of rounds that could have been flipped in 2 different angles for this TGE squadron. But it's got to be a reverse sweep if you do not want to be down to the lower bracket, but Deviants are looking primed and poised to close it out here.
They sure are. You mentioned the KDs. You mentioned how Rex has that ability to take over gunless. I mean, this is where they thrive. Focusing on those 1v1s, especially those longer AR battles to try to maintain control. We'll see what happens. Will Deviants come away with a hot 3-0 and make it right into winners round 4? Or will we get a fight? TGE and one of their map mode combinations haven't lost it in the last Elite. Can they find a dub?
Opening breakoff offensively is going to see a massive split, a lot of bottom bedroom focus. Journey will find that first blood, and he's going to get a lot of good information off of that as well. I mean, the Atrium is just completely engulfed in Deviants right now. Nero cannot even move. He is stuck in the mud, brother.
Pristini, only one really to try to get through. He might have a potential battle versus Journey. He will spot him, takes the gunfight. Nice win out of Preston. Preston's actually just going to fly forward here.
Love it.
Try to put some pressure, at least onto the back of the spawn, maybe even threaten B. Just find some of these lurkers in the back.
Oh, he's going to get one for free. Journey off the respawn. And now this positioning becomes that much more dire. Gets caught with a knife. Get the weapon out! Snake over the head glitch. Lucky is 1 HP, but so was Pristini. That's a big kill. Fine for yourself. That is the flank secured. But the distraction has been earned. Now that TGE are on that A control zone, second segment already locked in.
Gizmo pretty low. Tough to try to chow this in time. Does have a bit of support from the front. Journey gets some good damage onto Nero, but can Gizmo follow up? Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Vortex now simply playing for exits and does put together another two-piece here. So no exit here through the back. And now the spawns in the kitchen as well. Going to be a tough battle trying to work themselves out.
And they will continue to spawn over there until they deal with Lucky. And just look at the resolve for TGE. They know that they got players over and around Valet. Lucky was 1 HP. Nobody in a position to try to deal with him that quickly. Gunless, Nero, Rex, all able to find kills across the board. The only player that's still alive for Deviants that's pushed up will be Gizmo, and he is top cat. He will see Rex try to cross over inside a couch, but the power positions are all in favor of TGE.
Oh, they read it like a book. Now everyone's going to have to attack from the front or attack from the middle of the map. This is why TGE are so good on this map mode combination. First tick locked in. 3 players actually stacking it. What can Lucky do from the back here? He's got to start finding kills and finding them now. 1 will come through. Second is not there. And now what can Gizmo do from the front? Gizmo does find 2. Doesn't get a read on the third. All down to Nero, and Nero should be good. That is a fast and great opening round for TGE.
And you look back at some of the misfortunes that were Deviants off of losing that A capture. You had 2 players that were around top and bottom Valet. Lucky, I mean, if he loses his life, that's fine. But the way that you gave up bedroom control as scot-free as you did, the only player that was alive was Gizmo trying to chase over by top cat. There was nobody in position playing the back Godheaded. Nobody respecting the position to maybe try to anchor out the spawns in that specific moment of time to at least get that back spawn. And that is just unfortunate news. But as you say, that's why TGE are godlike when it comes down to hotel control. They find these opportunities, they find these forced errors, and they absolutely exploit it for a round win offensively off of segment captures.
What can Deviants put together? First kill good for Nero. Sub-duo getting a lot of work done inside the connector, but Lucky does answer back. 1 with the Semtex, 1 with the TAC. And now Rex, really the only one up at the moment. Gonna get a trophy down, but he is under pressure, under fire. Still comes up with a nice kill into Journey. That's gonna leave, a little less numbers here now for Deviants on the point itself. It is just 1 member for now, and that first tick has been locked. What can Nero do for the back? Trying to find a gunfight, just can't have it. Lucky stays alive. Journey there for the support.
Big last 1v1, Rex puts him on skates. Up on 5 in a row. Give him number 6. Got to get himself a cruise missile to boot. That is a denial of the second segment over by A, and a 3-life lead to boot.
That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see this Dylan Rex. The Rex that can just fry and slay out. Streak is earned. Trying to put together another one. But Gizmo does manage to get all the way to the back. This could open a play at B, and nobody's really in a position right now for TGE to fight this from the back. It's going to have to come through mid, and while Gizmo, he's starting to pick them apart.
Yeah, I mean, you want to play for retake if you are TGE, but as you were talking about their visions, nobody was in a position to try to find that first pick. You feel like it has to start with taking down Gizmo inside a spa. That second segment is looking pretty darn skippy to lock it in. I mean, TGE, they're going to call in the streak from Rex's back pocket. It doesn't find any kills. You don't even really get any map positioning off of it as well.
Kills good through mid. Gunless on 4. Still trying to work for another. Gunless, can he put together 3? Last one up is Gizmo. Has a bit of support up top. The snap is not there. Vortex for the support is good. And that is the B zone done and dusted.
Now you got to go in for a full A zone defense. Again, it is the easier of the 2 zones to offend, but you could realistically get for a full hold here and deny those last 2 segments. It's all around that kitchen control. You still have Gizmo alive, up on a 5 spree, trying to get himself yet another cruise missile here in this best of 5 series, and he's looking pretty darn poised to do it. These kills around the back are going to force TGE to spawn in the backside of Spa. Numbers advantage for Deviants. They found the kills required. Now you can get on the point.
Oh boy. Dylan Rex is the guy that's going to have to fly. He's got a Vaznev. He pulled it out to try to make this play happen fast. Second tick on the way. You got to go. And while Rex may have taken too much time, he will get here for Journey. Will get here for Gizmo.
Wow.
And just in the nick of time, TGE able to hold on.
I mean, that A zone was a mustachio's hair away from getting fully captured. We are going to be talking about a segment capture offense for both these 2 teams. 1 minute, 15 left on the board. 12 plays up against 6. Persini off the respawn is cutting down players trying to go for the flank. Does not expect Gizmo to try to follow up over there as well. well, loses his life over by Jacuzzi. But if you're looking at this from Deviant's perspective, you got no lives, you're running out of time, you got to play it perfectly.
Rex is 13-5 right now, and he's just getting so much work done with the sub. Kitchen is on lock, and he's got the tack in his back pocket. So how do Deviants try to work inside of Restaurant? Just need one tick, just need one wipe, which means TGE are going to have to just about play perfect defense here. Kill does come through for Journey. Can't put together the second. Trades are good here so far.
What's a casual 1v10? Well, nothing at all. Okay, it's not going to happen. You know, it's always like one of those things where it's like you get like a 1v-odd situation. It's like, yeah, casual, lucky. You could do that, right? Not going to happen at all. TGE are going to take a 2-0 lead in this hotel control. And to be completely candid with you, brother, I thought the Deviants were pretty poised to try to get that. I mean, they had all the kills inside of kitchens like you were talking about. I mean, Rex had to fly.
Yeah,
and fly he did with the submachine gun all the way through kitchen. There was nobody necessarily watching that flank because they were all focused over by the front, and you can't blame Deviants because you had 3 players trying to chow you all the way from Wine and as well as Jules. So very tough scenes. Vortex 4-14 doesn't exactly help out your cause. 11-7 for Nero, 12-7 for Gunless, 13-6 for Rex. They are slaying out this map, bro.
That's right. The subs are coming alive here as well. Let's see what happens. Journey flies right inside. We'll come up with one. Brashini's just kind of watching for anyone else that might be looking to contest. Middle map being fought for with Gunless, but Vortex able to get the best of them from behind. So now a chance still to try to get here and contest. It is coming pretty slowly. It is just Nero on the point, and that first tick is just now locked in.
I love this call coming through from TGE again. No, don't play with your food here. You got a 2-0 lead in the hotel control. You want to try to add 60 seconds up on the board as quick as possible. You still have Nero and Rex. They're going to soak up that last segment. Nero's on 5 in a row, by the way. Gizmo's trying to cut down players all the way through the atrium. A last-second contest actually happens all the way from Journey, from Chandelier. So that last segment does not get captured. Now Journey's looking for more work through Pantry, gets traded out. Now that'll be the last segment captured here for A.
Lots of time. 2 minutes and 5 seconds going to be on that clock just for 3 more ticks at B. You can already see Nero flying, just creating a bit of pressure. And I mean, the big problem here for Deviants is they never really had any of their subs inside a bedroom. That's kind of been really the big lackluster point when you're watching over their defenses. It's all really been from the back. And Rex has a big battle in the back with Gizmo, despite being tagged up, still takes the first 1v1.
He's still alive. I mean, I thought that Lucky was going to chase for that kill. He does find Persini, so that was Rex's assistance, and then is also able to take down Gunless in return. So the 3 spree. Now you know that Rex is still back here. Keep in mind you, what is Rex able to do from this position? He's got to play his life and wait for reinforcements to come through.
That's exactly it. He just has to stay alive, and, well, Vortex, a little bit shaky there, but will finish off the kill. Shots come through for Nero. That was a snapper and a half. Lucky doesn't lose those too often, but maybe a chance to still make a play. The problem, you don't have all of that bedroom control that you had before, and some of that time starting to slowly chip away off the clock, now down to 1:10.
Oh, Gunless breaks out the gloves, gonna punch down Journey, and that's gonna be the bedroom control that TGE need. 14 plays up against 15. Kills still coming through. It's trades galore, and that should only favor that much more of Deviants. At least you thought, but Rex is still frying. The only player unaccounted for is Lucky. He is bottom bed.
Lucky gets through. It feels like it's always Lucky that somehow gets through. And while his teammates are doing a great job finding kills in and around the map, deep spawns over by the kitchen. TGE getting a little bit low on lives now too, down to about 10. Playing up against 12. Great kill for Rex to try to get the play off the ground, but Vortex with control through mid has been locking it down, and you still got Gizmo in the back who finds 2.
I mean, Gizmo is just on a different level right now. 20-13. Yeah, Vortex has 29 engagements, and he's only 9-20 through it all, but I mean, he will not be deterred. He will still be taking a lot of these gunfights, gets blown out there by the Semtex. That'll be bedroom control once again for TGE, but time is not on their side.
No, it is not. They do get the touch. 21 seconds on the clock. One good wipe, though, in a stack. You can still see the dub here. Lucky fighting for the back. Weekend dub, looking for anything to shoot at, but Rex able to find him off the Godheady. And hold on a second. TGE might be doing it less. Vortex can open up the play. What a double that is, and now only 3 lives remaining.
Yep, that should be it. It's chalk. At least you were able to get a certain amount of segments that will completely put out any sort of round 5 offense escapade. But that clock is going to be ticking all the way down. Just see how many kills you can get going into the next round. And let's not forget how expensive it really did take for TGE in these few rounds, right? I mean, having to throw a lot of lives, you had a streak just to utilize it. That 2-0 lead, you don't want it to come back and bite you in the rear. But this Deviants roster are starting to adapt. They're starting to understand, because it's like we were talking about in their previous defense. They were lacking a certain amount of bedroom control, top or bottom, whatever may have you. They rectify that issue. Once that A-zone got captured, there wasn't the entire team, 3 out of the 4, I should say, flying all the way past Valet and giving up middle of the map scot-free. this time around. They never allow TGE to get comfortable in their backline and through the middle of the map as well. They will hold on, still trailing by 1.
Host will end the game. Looks like we will just get a small pause here. 2-1 up, I'm sure, will be the tally as we jump back into it. Don't believe there were any streaks that were available. I think one did come out there really early on there in that second round, so shouldn't have to worry about anything like that. But overall, we'll give a chance for Deviants to try to reset and try to figure out what they want to do maybe on this upcoming round.
Yeah. And even from that as well, it's got to be talked about for TGE. They're able to get those 4 segments in their previous offensive round. That'll completely and mathematically put it out of contention for Deviants to try to force that round 5 defense, even if you want it, right? I mean, I feel like we always end up talking about this when it comes down to just control in general. And Hotel is that beast, right? Do you even want defense? Because offense is typically very, very good. I mean, even up to the CDL, it is the highest conversion rate as far as offense is concerned. On control is on this map mode combination of Hotel. And this is going to give Deviants a good time to be able to not necessarily fully mental reset, but to also try to recollect themselves. Because, I mean, this TGE roster is coming out with the fire that they were missing in that map number 1, just absolutely frying everything in sight.
Yeah, I mean, I think right before we ended the game, Rex, I was about to touch on, I think he was 21-10, 21-11, somewhere around there. And, I mean, that's just what you come to expect now, funny enough, when you get into a control with Rex. It's just the game mode that he finds, you know, the most amount of kills in and has one of the highest stats throughout all of challengers in this game mode, because a lot of it does come down to, you know, some of those key 1v1s, those 1v1 battles to then enable the subs. And Rex is just so good at being able to fly and just utilize his movement, you know, bouncing around, never really being easily predictable in some of those situations where he's fighting from top bedroom. I think that's what really makes him so good. And it's been a huge problem. And I mean, you can see it, right? Like Vortex really struggling, the subs maybe not bringing that same pressure that we were seeing a lot, of course, in the Hotel Hardpoint.
That's what's terrifying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it an AR? Is Rex going to be playing a medium to long range, or has he got a Vaznev in his hand? Isn't he pinching it alongside with both Nero and Persini? It's like their 3 SMG loadout for TGE is just so scary with the veracity of what they do lay down on the map. And even could be said about their triple AR as well. I mean, any one of these 4 players could definitely pull out any one of those 2 weapons and really find value with it as well. It just does need to be said that TGE definitely came out of those first 2 rounds with a certain amount of fuego. I don't think that Deviants were necessarily ready for. Let's not forget how of a massive map number 1 that Vortex was able to find for himself. But I mean, I think where we were talking about Rex, I mean, he was almost damn near double positive, if not actually.
Sure.
I mean, Vortex was somewhere near like 11-20 or something
like that. Yeah.
Nowhere near where he was for that map number 1. But as we were talking about, I mean, Steve's been doing this for a long time, and he won't necessarily be deterred to play or to change his play style at all. He was really starting to piece things together in that later round, but all off of this replay. How it does stand. Again, TGE do have that 1-round lead. Already guarantee themselves to get a round 5 defense if we hold the segments to be true. But this is still a big round to have for yourself if you are Deviants. Momentum could shift here ahead of that round 5.
Yeah, the defense has been where they've been the best. I mean, just kind of watching over what happened last time. They delayed that first zone for as long as they did. Did maybe let up a bit of pressure on the B point, but in the end still come out with just about all of the kills. Now we're jumping back in. Of course, 2-1 going to be the tally here in favor of TGE. Just one more round to put this away.
Immediate focus over by that B control zone again. Colors have now swapped, so just pay attention to the names that we do have on the screen as well. So it'll be TGE on the defense now in blue, Deviants up in the red, trying to at least get themselves over by the B control zone. And that's kind of the flip of the script, right? You saw TGE in their previous offense. They wanted to go over for the A control first. The Deviants are trying to get the 60 seconds going over towards B, but the trades are favoring that much more of the defense.
Oh, it's going to have to be a play through mid and maybe a play through the catwalk here from Persini through the back. Will Persini find anything? And, well, he's going to be shut down. And that will be Gunless also ends up falling. Oh my, this could be very good for Deviants. They got a trophy on the point. They got control up top from Lucky. Nero from the back trying to work himself in, but with those deep spawns, I mean, TGE might have to concede this.
Yep, might have to. Nades need to be on point. Anything to try to get an argument, and the answer might not be anywhere near. I mean, Nero's going to try to give himself a good shake at it. I mean, he's over by D2. He's down to 20 HP. Some assistance does come through the middle of the map. Gunless will be traded, but it's Nero that delivers on the kills to keep Deviants at bay.
Oh, they get there. Very, very close call. Huge gunfight coming through for Nero in the back, opening up that play. Just a couple more seconds and they would have secured the final tick, but now attention being brought over to A. Pristini's here to match it. Great first kill. Ready for the second. Journey has a big 1v1 battle with Pristini, but while this happens, Gizmo's kind of threatening this B point, trying to draw attention over.
Well, I mean, it was never depleted, right? So just try to get some damage and try to get yourself over towards the zone and get the last little bit of capture, but no trophy system there in the back pocket for Joey. Gunless will take him down. That now segment will be depleted. 27 seconds left on the board, and now Deviants are trying to assault A to add 60 more.
Gizmo does what he needs to. And that should open up for what you would believe would be a capture. But Nero going to give it a look, see if he can maybe work his way in. He won't find anything, and with that, that will be the zone. So a minute 30 to work with. Have to capture this, remembered, in order to send this to a round 5.
Oh, man. I mean, both Rex and Nero get caught isolated. What was just about a dead even game is now opening up the flank around the back. Deviants, 3 players strong all the way through the lobby. The only player that's in a position to try to stop it will be Pristini. He's cut down over by Check-In. Now Gunless has to hold strong here in Luggage.
Yeah, this is really all on Gunless. His teammates are just going to be trying to work their way through mid, but that back spawn was blocked. Just 1 tick needed. Kills, though, coming through for TGE. That's going to be 3 of the 4. Last one up is Lucky. Lucky's going to go down, and that is a full wipe at a perfect moment.
I mean, a required moment. I will say that much for TGE. I mean, that back lobby area, the full flank was coming through from Deviants. That Gunless needed to hold on, and he delivers on it. Now up on a 4 spree, and he's in a position that's going to constantly force all of Deviants to actually spawn more parallel over towards the already captured A zone. But again, they found themselves an opportunity. They're on the zone.
Gunless, what can he do? 4 in a row, has to be the hero. Does he even get here in time? Does he get here in time? Shots come through, no! Gunless doesn't get there! And we are going to a round 5.
They don't even have to reset the lobby. That was the only way that they were going to get round 5 defense. So if it was all off a capture, they got 5 in their first offense. They got 6 in the previous. 11 to 10. By a whole segment, Deviants are going to have defense. Oh, boy. And what did I say, Austin? I said during the reset, going to give themselves a little bit of time to kind of mentally reset themselves, make sure that their gunnies come back in hot as ever. Just too many opportunities. TGE opened up through Atrium and all the way through the lobby flank. Talk about resistance from Deviants. Now if TGE, again, if they want to stay alive here in this best of 5, winners round 3, they got to win this offense.
Oh, boy. Well, we know that they can do it, but this game has certainly shifted the other way. And there's going to be no play right through mid. Lucky there to shut it down. Attention right over to A. Might be a very early capture. Vortex in a position maybe to find some kills and at least threaten a potential break here. Journey also from the front. Hold on a second. You got numbers here now. Vortex able to put together another one that's going to be 4 in a row. Vortex won't find 5. And the close spawn should be good enough for TGE to flood back through.
All the way through Kitchen. TGE are looking to recontest over by the A zone. The flank all the way through Wine. Journey's still able to find 1. And that's going to buy enough time for Gizmo to maybe try to recontest this around the backside of Kitchen. But Gunless off the respawn. Wise to the positioning that might be threatened. The A zone does get captured. 2 minutes on the board. A 2-life lead for Deviants as well.
Great kill from Gunless in the back. You would love to get this close spawn. Journey's also going to make sure the back stays safe. Spawns are now in. Teammates coming back up on the defense, but take a look at what's kind of happening here from Rex. Rex is able to get himself to a forward position. Lucky's also in a good spot himself, and he puts together 2. So now Rex has to find something, and he doesn't find anything. Spawns all the way in Kitchen, now down to a minute 30.
Gotta get this player out from the positioning. Top valet. And Nero will deliver on that kill, but the trades come all the way through, and that allows Deviants to stabilize the map yet again. Where Lucky falters over by bottom Luggage, you at least had Gizmo to try to pick things back up, but just because you dealt with 1 player bottom valet does not necessarily mean that there's going to be another Deviants member there to pick things back up. Journey off of the trade is also opened up the floodgates, at least for his Spanish counterpart, to come back over here top valet. Lucky 13 and 6, by the way. A minute already shaved off the clock, Austin.
This has been great defense so far. They haven't really allowed any kind of a touch. Not really even a lot of successful moments for TGE so far. Kills still coming through for Deviants. I mean, you got to have something if you're Pristini, and Pristini can't find that battle versus Lucky up close. Lucky's now the one cooking at 14 and 6. Gunless, it will stay alive. I mean, that is a critical gun battle to try to hold on to some kind of control here top bedroom.
I mean, we're down to 35 seconds. You're trailing by 6 lives. We always talk about it when it comes down to control here in Modern Warfare 2. It might just take 1 hit, and 1 hit is all that you have. Nero off the dead silence is able to find 1. That's good clearance. They can get on the B control zone. Clock has been stalled out. Got to still deal and worry about Lucky because you don't have top bedroom control.
Lucky, can he do it again? Long range shots. Oh, he's snapping. Almost finds another one. But Lucky does what he needs to. Clears off the point. Time now, a massive problem for TGE. They want to stay alive in this series, in the upper bracket. They got to put something together, and they have to put it together now. Ticking down, Gizmo has a read on the push, but Pristini able to clear out one. 10 seconds now to go. Have to find a way onto the point. Someone's got to dive. Someone's going to have to duck. Vortex, the shots over the top are good. 3 kills come through. There's a touch for Nero, but it is just Nero against the world. And Deviants have won 3 rounds in a row for the dub.
Where it had to have been a reverse sweep for TGE to win out this series. It's a reverse sweep in the hotel control for Deviants to be able to take this in a 3-0. I mean, I would say comfortable all the way up until that control where, again, TGE just came out like a bat out of hell as far as those first 2 rounds are concerned. Deviants, though, never one to be deterred. Lucky comes back into the reset, absolutely fries. Gizmo was a consistent factor for this team for Deviants, just always finding the trades, a bountiful. And TGE, I mean, as many responses as they did have through the 3 maps worth of play, they just unfortunately fell a little bit short in that last offense. It was just always the positioning on the map, whether you're looking for Journey or Lucky, top and bottom bedroom. It always felt like that there was a player for Deviants that was around top parking lot or over by bottom top bedroom, whatever may have you. They just were always in that position. Just so annoying for TGE to try to really combat it against spawning all the way over by kitchen.
Wow, I mean, a game that just completely turned. Like 2-0 up there, TGE felt like they might have locked that one in. The reset sure comes through, allows everyone on Deviants to refocus, readjust, and they just come out swinging, steal away that round number 4, secure the defense on round number 5. And you said it, Andy, I mean, the control that was lacking, you know, in kind of that first and second round was there in the bedroom in the final round. They never really let up, and that's what you like to see. Deviants, their weakest game, though, 3 rounds in a row. Oh, boy.
Everything that we have. I mean, you're the scriptwriter for Challengers. Like,
that's right.
How did you not see this one coming, buddy?
I don't know.
It's absolutely absurd. I mean, this is just the power of land here in the 6. It always just brings something special. You know, it's got to be talked about that EU, even last year here in this very venue, did not exactly have a good outcome. This is a good showing for Deviants. Again, a top team when it comes from the European region to take down a top dog in TGE on the other side of the lake. But man, I got to tell you, this Deviants roster, to be able to win in a 3-0 fashion versus the names that are on that roster for TGE, you got to be having a nice pep in your step. Obviously, the matchups will continuously become more and more difficult, but the slaying prowess that we got to see from Deviants on top of the fundamentals and overall teamwork is just absolutely sublime, a sight to behold.
Crazy stuff here for this Deviants roster that I put a lot of stock in at the beginning of the last Elite. Didn't maybe show up in playoffs, but showing up here so far on land, that is for sure. Love to see it. A lot of clutch plays coming through, man. And I mean, that just almost in a way just didn't feel like, you know, like that old Convoy Gaming or this, you know, new TGE roster. It just didn't really feel like they were on the same page in a lot of these situations. You saw pop-outs from some individuals, but like we said coming in, like it was never all together. And that really did cost them in the end. You could see it. Map number 1 wasn't exactly close, 251-67. Deviants took over the map number 2 with multiple rounds in a row, and then they get the dub for 3 rounds in a row in the hotel. That's a heck of a way to win a series 3-0.
I thought we were about to be loaded into an Embassy Hardpoint. I'll keep
I was ready,
man. I was prepared for this. I want to go all 5, to be completely candid with you, but I mean, the Deviants just absolutely will not be denied. The slaying prowess, the fundamentals, everything is absolutely on point. Their adaptations through the control and search and destroy is an absolute sight to behold. And the way that they just manipulated that map number 1, again, this is a team on the weekend that you got to be looking out for. It's a long day here on Saturday, but to start off with the dub the way that they did, honestly, these Deviants boys are looking pretty good.
Looking good, and well, they continue through the upper bracket. Different story, of course, now for TGE. They have to start to battle through the lower bracket, and I mean, it's Saturday. That was their first match. Saturday's going to be a long day down there in that lower bracket, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, again, as far as what's all concerned, 64 teams, you already knew it was going to be shark-infested waters, regardless of what side of the bracket you're on. Upper bracket, lower bracket, it is going to be an absolute grueler of the day. Still, so many good teams across both regions still alive in this bracket, Austin.
Well, we're going to have to find out what ends up happening. We'll be jumping on board with our next match very, very soon. For now, we'll take a short break. Get ready on main stage. Don't go too far. We'll be back with more Challengers action.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I got the game on smash on lock. Dedication, prepare to reload. My 10 toes grinding on the concrete. I go show them that me run the block. Run them, like I'm boss. See them times I run to my boss. See them times I beg them for favors when I don't get no food for my pot. Table don't turn. With the big friend, but the bridge don't burn. Game face on. Game face on. They really on.
Let's go, baby. I know what it is.
Hey, watch where you're going. I thought you had new internet.
It's not that. I had the sun in my eyes.
You're kidding, right?
It hurts. It really, really hurts.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Dude, you're playing like a chump, and we both know you can't blame it on the internet.
Sorry, my cat jumped on the keyboard.
Well, that's interesting, since you don't have a cat.
What are you talking about? Of course I have a cat.
Dude, we're roommates.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Hey, you! What the is this? Brain adapt? Really? Look at me. I'm an NPC, a mob, already at a disadvantage. And now you're creating headsets with some new technologies that helps humans listen better? Hands off that button. I want to speak to your manager.
I'm Nemo, and I'm a 22-year-old student. Here's how I budget for the entire school year. I use the TD Student Budget Calculator to help me plan my budget. Ta-da! And that's how knowing my budget helps me live life to my fullest.
$1 million on these, it's crazy. Dang, that's a lot of money. Sweet. This is insane.
Hello there, friends. Welcome back. My whole shift with me. I've got Seymour, and now we're jumping down into the lower round. You're going to hear a lot of noise in the venue because we've got a lot of map 5s going on in winner's bracket, but we still need to make sure we're chugging along through the lower side. This is going to be a fun one. The cool thing about this matchup, eFuse playing up against Stallions Red. You may be saying, oh, it doesn't sound too hype, but Kels is now playing up against her teammate from the WXCT. They just won last weekend.
TXT Phoenix champions now pit against each other on the main stage. Scandalous on Saturday evening. But I'm excited for this one because, you know, Stallions Red have been making quite some noise in that lower bracket, coming off of a Game 3 win versus Treaty 1 Gaming, who we just saw in the NA Elites. They didn't have the best performance in the NA Elites, but they made it to the NA Elites, and that's something to say. So, the Stallions Red, I mean, you have to pay attention to them after that one now. And this man on screen right here, Gobla, was putting on quite the show yesterday. I'm going to be looking at him alongside T to do the exact same thing today.
Yeah, I mean, hey, taking down a player like Juju. Juju always shows up on LAN. It's one of those things that you just can never rule out Juju the Don.
Yeah.
But, like you mentioned, the map 3 winner, so it happens at best of 3, so you don't have much of a lifeline. This will be a best of 5, though. So for eFuse, coming off of a tough map 3 loss yesterday versus NRK, they also started their day today in the lower bracket, and it was a pretty clean 2-0 for the most part.
Yeah, they were playing up against a BIOS team from Akron University in the CCL, or previous Akron University, so that's a big win for them to get their day started. But we take a look at the maps and modes for this one, starting off on Greenberg Hotel Hardpoint. We got the Embassy Search and Destroy and the Lacilo Control guaranteed. We'll take a look at the map 4 and map 5, but we got that Zarqwa Hydro and Fortress Search and Destroy to top things off.
Yeah, it's an interesting map set. Just kind of, we had a chance obviously to watch eFuse yesterday and then kind of watching over their shoulder a little bit this morning. They've been playing a lot of Lacilo Control this weekend, including actually the Embassy Search and Destroy is no stranger to them. So I have to imagine that for eFuse, that map 2, map 3 in particular looks pretty good. Their Hardpoint on Hotel, though, not a most played map for them when it came down to what they were doing in Season 4 of the Elite, so that would lead me to believe that Stallions Red is looking to take this map number 1 for hopefully what is their pick.
Well, there's not a lot of maps that they're going to go to today that, you know, I can compare to Season 4 Elites and say that's a comfortable map for them to go to for sure. But that Lacilo Control, if I'm not mistaken, was where they actually almost took down NRK yesterday in that map number 3. So that's going to be a comfortable place for eFuse for sure, from what we've at least seen here in Toronto. It's just, you know, getting to that map 3 comfortable for eFuse. I expect this team to, you know, be well put together in comparison to Stallions Red. I expect eFuse to have the advantage going into this matchup, but with the way that Stallions have been playing through the losers bracket, it's still a question on what we're going to get for an outcome.
Well, it's going to be a little bit of a grudge match here. WXC champions pitted up against one another. It's eFuse versus Stallions Red. Lower round 3. Let's get it on.
Oh, yeah. Hardpoint on Hotel to kick things off. P1's going to be in control right away of eFuse from what it looks like. Kels is going to be taking the long route through Restaurant to clear things out for the close pressure, and lots of focus on the outskirts of this hardpoint for eFuse. They looking to get just comfortable time here and then slowly force their way into the P2 spawn.
Yeah, 3 AR setup off the rip here for eFuse. Works out nicely for them to control space and, like you mentioned, also clear out lanes for potential future hits. Little bounce back, though, for Stallions Red. Couple of kills will get them through Restaurant. Chance to neutralize the time and also maybe get on themselves as S2's able to find the final kill. He'll jump in. Kels will clear, and with that, eFuse a chance to start making their move across the map with only 8 seconds left on the firmer hardpoint.
And Stallions are already losing bodies over towards the rotation, too. T's going to be the only one in the back, and Runner pieces together a couple. So now Stallions, they don't have the spawns. Gobla's going to get cleaned up, too. Runner is already 4-1 to start off this hard point. I mean, eFuse, this is a fantastic beginning to the series.
The buzz around Runner this weekend is pretty high, not just for the eFuse team, but also people that have been watching their matches are saying, man, this guy on LAN with a good team, he has come to play. And, well, you definitely saw a small moment of that. Luigi, a.k.a. Disarray, cleans up T deep in towards Spod with that eFuse. Perfect on rotation, only giving away 2 points in the process.
And Kels is going to just post up, wait for the rotations through there, gives herself away. So Gobble is going to know that. Good clear through Spa, but now getting into the hard point's going to be tough with those ARs watching over you. Runner and BB Connor going to alleviate some of that pressure. The close spawns over towards that B zone in control, but it does look like Stallion's just going to give this up, try to put all their eggs into the basket that is Kitchen.
Yeah, I mean, the ARs for eFuse just dominating right now, not even giving Stallions Red any room to work with whatsoever. Distributed, able to at least clean out Disarray, chance to open up the kitchen, but like you see in the minimap, it is just a full 4-man stack in and around the hard point. Not a lot of clearance on the outsides So it's going to lead to eFuse kind of hitting this from multiple points of ingress. They're waiting on BB Connor to get all the way around the back, and as soon as he gets an angle, which he does right here, here comes the hit. Luigi trying to get down in. Not quite able to find the success, though. Nice shutdown from S2.
And S2, not a player that I was really focused on yesterday, a former, teammate to T, long-time duo, made top 8 back in a cup a few Challengers Cups ago, needs to, turn up in this SMG role against eFuse. So 7-5 start for himself. Going to find yet another one. Kel's going to take one last shot at this, but there's 2 players on the opposite end. Kel's just burning time in here, not even going to get cleaned up. Disarray's here, so Kel's going to stay alive, and what is that?
Wow, clean stuff like you mentioned. Just runs out of ammunition, throws up the knife, and just gets to stake and wait for teammate help, and then as soon as you get the reload off, apparently you just snap around for a double. 110 to 27. This one, a blowout so far. Runner continuing to pack a punch here in the backside of Bar. T standing in his way. That'll be good for a cleanup from her. But Stallions, Red Boy, they need to show us something because at the moment this has been a beatdown.
Yeah, they've been losing the respawn or the rotations. They've been losing their initial time so quickly. The breaks from eFuse so well coordinated. Unfortunately, a team kill from Disarray, but still going to be able to find T sitting behind T2. S2 going to be cleaned up. Kills another 2-piece, 3 in a row.
It's one of those things, man. It's like we've seen eFuse from the double ARs just locking Stallions away, but here in the last 2 hard points, it's been the double subs that have been able to work their way into the hard point, and they are cleaning up. Kels on 4, sees the rifle of another. There's number 5, killing spree for Kels, and no one else standing in her way. 23 seconds of scrap time, looking good for eFuse at the moment, while Stallions are just trying to finesse for some extra time.
The first female Call of Duty player to make a Challenger Elite, turning up here on Saturday, has help from BB Connor as well. Now looking for that cruise missile, not going to happen. BB Connor takes the kill that were in and around, but now we look over towards the restaurant again. It's going to be Stallions. The first one's on rotation, but this time, can they hold on? T's going to be in a great position to watch the rotation through mid, and in fact, she actually cuts down 2 players, so this is a good start to Stallions, something that we haven't really seen.
Shuts down the score streaks as well. Runner, nope, not going to be denied by S2, who just gets away from the gunfight for what you thought may be long enough. Gobbler keeps him at range, though. Restaurant still looking decent at the moment for Stallions Red. Can they hold off this next hit? BB Connor on the way through. Not actually going to find any success. And Disarray off the flank is going to have to essentially just hold this kitchen position and wait for help.
One more shot here, it looks like, from eFuse. It's going to be Runner and BB Connor from 2 different angles. Gobbler, who's been snaking this hard point. All 3 for Gobbler is going to be cleaned up by the Semtex, but the teammates are there to get the scrap time. So what was once 110 to about 20 points for Stallions Red, now 152 to 84 as we're looking towards the last hard point of the rotation.
Really good hard points back-to-back there for Stallions Red. Little finesse at the end of Bar, but yeah, Restaurant nearly a full 60 and a close spawn actually for S2. So a chance to actually maybe overwhelm this quasi-defense of rooftops from behind. Runner in trouble, going to get flat out pressured through. BB Connor next one up, not able to do too much, but Disarray denies the rotation by hitting the pinch. Unfortunate thing is none of his teammates on the hard point itself can stay alive, so still a chance for Stallions Red to contest this hill.
Disarray trailing just a little bit behind, and it's allowing Gobbler a position to contend for this hill. Gonna hop on in, 4 in a row, cut down by BB Connor, sitting back over towards the kitchen. Now a full frontal attack from the staircase and bedrooms from Stallions Red. They're gonna be able to clear the hard point, but there's 30 seconds to grab. They're gonna wait for some teammates to hit this once more. Runner's gonna be posted up, and the ARs are just lights out right now from eFuse. You cannot step foot onto this wide open hill.
What we're starting to see patterns-wise here is as soon as eFuse gets set up, Stallions Red is still trying to hit from multiple points of the map, but they keep running in kind of almost individually to these ARs that are locking down these lanes. So I think in the future, Stallions Red just need to kind of chalk one angle and just try to hit as a full man force. See if that comes through, though. Still about a 100-point game. Back over towards P1. Runner going to get on the heady. T tagged up heavily at the archways while the rest of eFuse continue to work around the outside. Kels will disturb the play off the back, leaving S2 essentially by himself, even shooting at his teammate for a moment there. A little miscom, but regardless, S2 still holds the position and still a chance to contest here for Stallions.
You gotta clear out those players, though, over towards Couch. BB Connor's gonna take down Disturb sitting in the catwalk. That triple AR set up now from eFuse again on P1. Disarray's gonna have that attack 56 in hand, so as soon as Kels gets into the hard point, the Overwatch is gonna be fantastic from this team. They amassed 200 points, still 22 seconds to grab. The rotation now over to P2. T in a 1v1 against teammate Kels from TST Phoenix.
Yeah. And the last couple of 1v1s between these two have gone the way of Kels. 21 and 14, 22 now. Oh, goodness. Essentially single-handedly winning the rotations, just Disturbed in the back line. And it does look like for the moment eFuse does not recognize that Disturbed has gotten around the back. But the thing is, it's 222 to 96. And what looked to be a pretty decent opportunity for Stallions to get back in this game was immediately shut down. And since then, it's been all eFuse.
It's been Disarray and Callus in the subs, Runner and BB Connor on the ARs. The whole 9 yards from eFuse showing up today in this match for losers round 3. And the best of 5 to start off on this hotel. It's not going to be a 100-point club. Stallions at least going to make it so. Disturbed's going to be trying to watch from the staircase. A nice couple of kills, too, from the backup, but you have a flank. It's going to be Runner all the way in the back spawn. Kels to work in tandem. T now has to go big. And luckily for Stallions Red, she walks away with a few.
Still have to commit, though, to the scrap time if you're Stallions Red. eFuse could try to break this late, but no. Instead, going to default to rotation and on rotation. A couple of nice kills here from Stallions. It's going to give them numbers towards Kitchen. Gobbler quickly on the way in. Catches Kels in the corner, just leaving Runner by himself. He's got a nade out. S2 will shut him down. Okay. And how about this? Scrap to initial for Stallions.
And look how far away eFuse are spawning, too. So BB Connor, you cannot afford to die there before the team comes to help you. So going to get a little bit too over-aggressive. Wonder where he's going to spawn. He's going to spawn top pillars. So luckily it's close enough that eFuse will have all 4 bodies for this break. While Disarray trying to work his way in behind. Nobody, Disturbed's going to be there to watch it. And another kill for them, team.
Yeah.
Going to back this one up. So again, eFuse losing bodies quickly. And Gobbler here to clean it up.
Dude, Gobbler's had a great game between him and S2. They've really showed up and given the Stallions team a bit of a chance. Just feels like, once again, they've only had 2 good hard points this entire map so far. Disturbed, though, on 6. Apparently running score streaks, not kill streaks. Still not having the cruise missile yet. eFuse looking to commit for some of the scrap time here. Careful, this could be costly. Runner in a 1v1 with Disturbed, he gets cut. Fortunately, Kels does win one on a rotation, so eFuse should be able to get the bar first, but Stallions will have numbers to threaten.
15 seconds for the break shift. It's not going to be a lot of time to work here if you're Stallions. You've been so proactive in the past couple of hills, but now you have the full setup from eFuse and Kels. Yet again, back into that 2-piece form. BB Connor's going to take the kill closer towards the hard point, and now 7 seconds to win it out.
Yeah, have to try to do something miraculous here if you're Stallions. Kels on 4, trying to assist on this potential break attempt, but it does not get there in time. eFuse just too clean. Really only the faults you could point to were what? Restaurant and then kitchen? That was the only 2 real major hard points that we saw from Stallions.
And I would say that's more so the Stallions. I feel like they were starting to be a little bit more forward, proactive, rather than sitting behind and focusing on those rotations right away and then waiting for eFuse to make the play back into the hard points. You started to see them actually work together to clear space for themselves to work with in those rotations.
Yeah.
And it started working a lot better. I mean, it's a tough loss for Stallions right off the bat. I mean, they were down and out of that very early, but towards the end, the way they were able to string together a couple hard points, you're looking at that as maybe a little bit of a buffer of confidence going into that second map.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said about how the tempo that eFuse is playing at was just kind of keeping this Stallions team out of the running for way too long. And on top of that, I think it's mostly implicated off the fact that the ARs for eFuse were just winning all the long-range gunfights, it felt like. We did not really see too much from Disturbed or from T in the first rotation and a half. It really was Gobbler and S2 that were trying to keep Stallions in the game. So, again, we'll consider that if we get to a map 4, and especially when we start talking things about like Lacilo control for map 3. But I think initially, that is just a really good picture of why eFuse played that NRK team so close yesterday and why they should have a pretty decent chance to take this series here just based on expectations of, previous results.
And now that I get to see it too, Runner was amazing on those rotations in that AR role.
Yeah, he's playing well.
BB Connor just had to slowly work his way into position, but Runner was always rotating first, finding a couple kills on that and making sure that you were spawning Stallions Red so far around hotels. So you get to see Runner firsthand right there in the series versus Stallions Red. It's a 250-177 finish on that hotel hard point, but I'd say the score doesn't really tell you how good eFuse looked on that map. We move into the Embassy Search and Destroy now shift to see if Stallions can bounce back.
Yeah, and the thing that's interesting about this map, we already kind of mentioned this at the top of the broadcast here for this particular series, eFuse has played this a lot this weekend already, and on top of that, this was one of the maps that was in the grand finals of that WXC championship where T and Kels were playing together, and they looked really good in it. Both of them did. So, maybe there's a little bit of, okay, we know what the T's going to say. I know what Kels likes to do. Kels can say, I know what T likes to do. So I imagine that little 1v1 will come into play at some point. But I still look at this eFuse roster, and I think there's two things we have to keep in mind. First and foremost, defensively, expect that runner is going to play top AC.
Yeah.
He is a problem. You have to find a solution for that, I think, first and foremost, if you are Stallions. On the other side, though, Disarray and Kels are no strangers to playing aggressive on either side of the bomb through the middle of the map. So that's going to be another issue that Stallions have to try to find a solution for early on if they want to find an advantage in this map, in my mind.
You got to lock down those angles and then hope that you can get a Gobbler to go toe-to-toe with that aggressive SMG on the interior of the map to make sure that they don't slip the line like that.
Yeah,
so it's going to be important for Stallions Red to really step up and play their best right now against this eFuse team because, like you said, I mean, former teammates from TST Phoenix, you have to imagine that they have some idea of how each of these teams work. It's going to be hard to find an advantage over the other one without kind of relying on your individual skill.
All right, here we go. eFuse on the offense first. A little double stack through Xbox here for Stallions on their opening defense with support from Disturbed right off the get. But thing is, he does back down. Runner, first blood, that's top AC. And that's, oh my gosh, the stuns to Gobble. I mean, eFuse have every bit of idea that he's playing here. So Gobble now has to make a move, steps right into the waiting arms of both SMGs for eFuse. Perfect start for him.
They say, welcome to the party. And now it's down to T with a sniper and Disturbed sitting in orange with attack. 56 going to reposition maybe towards top AC, but now that position's going to be known. So eFuse with full control of the interior of Kitchen. Runner working towards this ladder is going to hop up top there and spot both of those players. So now eFuse can make a play for the bomb over towards A.
Yeah, sure could. Runner's just going to keep Distributed at bay, but no. Quick kill from Distributed. Turns, has, too many shots into T. I was going to say he's got to look at Disarray, but now unfortunately drops his teammate. And now results into the 1v3 plus the ace required. Bomb being planted at A. Distributed, trying to play the long angle. Dead silence used immediately. He's going to have to go quickly to find these isolations, if at all possible, because Kels and Disarray are playing relatively close together, but it is a quick pickup. BB Connor next one, likely seen here at Xbox. Kels up top, not able to get the kill, and almost a chance for Distributed to keep that on, but eFuse, too many numbers to deal with.
I haven't put a lot of focus on Disturbed as a player for Stallions Red. He's a little bit of a mystery for myself. Didn't find too much information on him as a player.
Unknown for sure.
To see those shots coming from him, onto Runner there, as well as I think it was Disarray sitting on top of that van. He is a dangerous AR to go up against if you don't give him the respect that's, I guess, given to him from those gunfights. So it's a good round from eFuse all around. I mean, you talk about the stuns onto Runner to get that information, or sorry, the stuns onto Gobbler to get that information. Those two kills that they got onto S2 and Gobbler were just perfect from eFuse.
Well, here we go. Kels quick through orange. Going to check and get on towards the B site. Disarray with an AR is going to watch the cross. You've got Runner up top, and BB Connor's actually playing deep towards exit.
Yeah.
So this is a heavy stack around B defensively for eFuse, and it works out for first blood. Goblet drops, and Stallions are now stuck inside of admin.
Immediately fight for that space, and Stallions Red are nowhere to be seen. At least trying to battle back towards it. T's going to jump out. Paper.
Nice.
Find their way into Laundry, but you have to watch out for Disarray, and that is a heads-up play from T to really flip the script.
Yeah, and Distributed even gets a kill on the Runner up top, so now Kels is kind of stuck down low in orange. BB Connor is opted to play still outside this B site. Nice shots from Kels. Doesn't miss a single shot onto S2. Full wrap in the mix as she has her dead silence in. Frag also at the ready. Bomb still dropped outside of A. And this may just be on T. Can T still use her dead silence to try to wrap this defensive rotation? And the timing here is actually really nice. T from behind gets one. BB Connor needs a turn. T still finessing. Is going to get both. Well played.
The MVP from WXC turning it up right in that play. Perfectly silences her footsteps to get all the way up top, doesn't make noise on the door. They have no idea she is going to jump from above, and you couldn't ask for a better individual moment there, especially considering T was the one who opened up the A site, getting the kill onto Disarray. So that's 3 kills in the round from T, 3 big ones with losing a first blood.
Yeah, really well done. I mean, she barely even got into Laundry in the first place, right?
Yeah.
I mean, lucky to be alive, I think puts it plainly. But, How does that happen? Excuse me? She died right in front of the A site.
Was that the truck?
I don't know. Well, regardless, it's an early 3v4. Bombs planted. Gobla could still influence this round for the defense. Nice shots to BB Connor. Keeps his life. Dead silence popped. Thing is, there's a lot more work to be done here. Oh my goodness, the snap from Gobla, nearly good enough, but Runner still bests him.
Yeah, he's
S2 up top, distributed down low. Kel sniping over the top of this. Runner still watching at range, and there's just not enough time for this play to happen.
Yeah, distributed, just trying to make a best play for all the way up top, and Runner now in a 1 versus 2. Close corner, 3 kills in a row from distributed.
That's
Runner's going to shut him down. Vaznev at attack. Watches over the bomb too, and there's no time for the defuse, so efuse going to find another one, and to make matters worse, Runner, he gets the kill.
I hope we see final kill here. This is actually nuts from Runner. He's got an AR, and he picks up a Vaz. He has to check the bomb. Oh, we don't get to see the full turn, but he checks the bomb with the AR, immediately drops, pulls out the Vaznev, takes the 1v1 on corner, and then goes to check again. That is some next-level gameplay from Runner. Really well done as Kel's dropped quickly. Oh, production, you guys are sexy. Are you kidding me? A little replay on it. Catches Runner just as he finds distributed, and then, yeah, S2 just runs out of time. Clean shots to follow up.
You just have to stay focused onto that bomb. So it's important that he checks it first before taking the kill on the distributed. Yeah. And that makes it all the more worthwhile for himself. BB Connor and Kel's going to open up the next round. Sniper in the hand of Kel's top AC, it looked like.
Yep.
Oh, that was from back exit.
Yeah. That's the second straight round, by the way, that EFUs have triple stacked long-range weaponry here at B defensively, so.
T's into orange.
Kind of feels familiar.
Yeah.
This is how she won the round last time. Needs dead silence, though, so she'll be sitting here for another half a second or two.
Yep.
And this is still a tough gunfight to pop into. I mean, you still have a lot of time on the clock you can play for timing, but instead, shots from Runner allows T to challenge. Well won.
She didn't even use dead silence.
Oh, the stun doesn't land, though. Frag, that could hit. Not quite.
Doesn't. Has to jump out. Kel's looking the wrong way. Distributed all the way from the middle of the map. Just catches an angle.
How about that from T and distributed? Disarray. 1v2 situation. T's weak. He really wants the kill, but no help from above works out. That's 2 straight offensive rounds that T single-handedly essentially wins for her squad. Well done.
Yeah, she is a force to be reckoned with right now on Embassy Search and Destroy. You have to watch the interior. You have to put somebody in that. I like the triple stack over towards B for sure at the start of the round, but they need to be aware of that and quickly pivot away once you see that there's nobody trying to fight that.
It almost feels like there's a miss in that from Disarray, right? Because if you're triple stacked towards outer AC and Disarray's got an AR watching that cross, he needs to, I think, give a quicker comm. Or maybe he's given the comm, and EFUs defensively need to say, okay, we hear you, we're going to isolate T instead of playing for a triple stack at range. So things to think about as we continue forward. 2-2 the count. Quick plant towards B. S2 maybe checks this before it gets planted, but no. Gobble trying to keep Disarray from the exit. Still a tough position to be in. Disarray caught and dealt with. Gobble looking for more, but unfortunately S2 drops. T gets in the way.
Let's pay back from the round prior to this one. Oh, no. Stun's going to get 8 by the trophy system, so that's going to make this all the harder for Gobble. BB Connor comfortable into the back. It's a double kill to push T into a 1v3 situation with time against her. I mean, we've seen her clutch up in the past, but
this is different.
You look at where Kels is positioned on this whole thing. So even if you lose these kills, Kels is about to pop up, and then the round, wait, T's going to be watching it. There's no time.
No time, yeah.
At least she maybe can find a couple of kills at the end of it.
Brother, T's 7-0. The only thing that's killed her is a teammate.
I don't even know how that happened. Like
we still are confused.
It had to be like a misinput. You pick up your controller off the spawn, you accidentally touch your bumper, and
I have no idea. But still 7-0 regardless, and a chance for more streaks, more first streaks. But wow, it's impressive stuff from T. But we still find ourselves looking at a scoreboard that favors EFUs, all things told. Disarray just at 1-5 so far, but has been doing a lot of the objective work, as you would assume.
And this time they go through mid.
Yep, then this is exactly about trying to isolate T. Stun does land from Disarray. BB Connor gets 1. Counter stun good, though. Gobla gets the trade. And now you've got a 3v3 situation with a chance to plant.
And already BB Connor going to rotate through the middle of the map, hoping that Runner can disrupt this bomb plant, but not able to happen. The bomb goes down. Nobody's going to be able to flank this out because of how passive T's been playing this round. So she's going to just post up top, admin. and hope to watch over your teammates. S2 is going to get some good timing there. Going to be caught out for the trade from Runner, but you still have to focus on T. Well, player number 8, Gobbler, is going to go for the AC chow.
Yep, well done. Kels up top, not quite able to finish off the elimination towards Gobbler. Pistol out. Sniper rifle is her secondary or primary, whichever you prefer. And there's no way T actually gives the chance to hit this. Although they may just try to duke it out.
There's no time.
Teammate versus teammate here. No, not going to work out. That's tough, man. And again, the rotation's good, I think, for eFuse defensively, but the response coming through on the initial trade from Stallions is great, and then you just set up your post plant. Don't worry about getting flanked. Just keep your eyes forward.
I wonder where everything went wrong, too, because that was a very different play than the past few defensive rounds from them. It was I don't know if it was team stun or a counter stun, but something caught...
It's good counter. It was a counter stun.
Yeah.
And the other part about that is, even though there was aggression to the middle of the map from Disarray and BB Connor, Kels was sniping outside A.
Yeah.
So there's no chance to fully flank and wrap admin as soon as that trade comes out. So that was all about trying to stop the plan, I think, for eFuse. Doesn't quite work out. Now they're on their own, a little bit of aggression here towards B. Runner, BB Connor, first bloods. That's all through mid. T trying to snipe, and, well, she's going to have to hit some shots here because this is going to be a free plant for Disarray.
Gobbler's fully denied the middle of the map, so has to...
Nice nade.
Focus back up to the AC. The nade's going to clean up T, and now it's 1 versus 4 for Gobbler, and lurking player from eFuse going to clean up that round. Make sure you continue to push this now.
Yep.
Lead for your team. This is the biggest lead we've seen so far on Embassy, if I'm not mistaken. I think so. It's been back and forth.
4-3?
Oh, I thought that was. I'm losing my head. As soon as you looked at me, I was like, I'm losing my head.
Here's the thing: is eFuse is pulling off some really, really nice offensive rounds, flat out. Successful off plant, successful off getting the post plant setup that they want. It really has been a battle of offenses so far. Gobbler stunned up, can't quite get to the bomb. Kels is watching this, but she's also been stunned, impacted, and there's the shots. Unfortunate late nade, though, does turn this into a more manageable 3v2, but still, Stallions control all of the map, and S2 is going to try to make a play for A.
Yeah, they don't even know that. All that attention over towards B just for the bomb to be planted at A. And Runner's not convinced just yet, so they're going to wait for that bomb to go down. Now retaking this. Stallions have the perfect setup. You have all two long-range players sitting all the way in the back with the AR and the sniper and S2 just to distract up close.
T just needs to lock down top awning here. Distributors making sure there's no flank, but first kill from BB Connor.
Okay.
Does turn attention back forward. Time is ticking. Runner trying to contest from Xbox. Nice shot from T. One more! Bang! No worries. A little quick double out of T gets us back to even.
And she looks fantastic here on Embassy Search and Destroy, like really in her element. We wanted an individual to really push back towards this team, and whether it's getting aggressive or playing patient, T has really shown the best of both worlds for the Stallions red team, always showing a little bit of variance in the Stallions plays. So where you can expect Gobbler to always be that aggressive player, T can play a little bit of a flex role for the squad. And it's really worked out for them in the long run. So 4-4 we go, tied up. Back over towards B with the bomb for eFuse, see if they can get this quick plant down and out. But T and Gobbler hoping to stop this, and it doesn't look like they're even gonna have a chance.
They haven't been able to find success defending B through this mid-cross yet, have Stallions red. Now, they've been good about keeping Disarray from getting a free exit. This round, though, looks a bit different. Nice shots from T, gets BB Connor on the exit. Disarray kind of stuck, getting baited by Gobbler, who does still find the kill and hold on. You've got Distributed on the long flank around the back. This is all about trying to take down Runner, and he will drop. All down to Kels. Has time on her side. 1v4, though, is what this would count as. Sees Gobbler. First kill, good. Checks for the defuse. Gets the second. Third one up top. Oh my goodness. Couldn't quite get the kill, and there is enough time for the defuse.
I thought she had Distributed for a second. He jumped
One
off.
more bullet.
He jumped off there, and it's not easy to hit those shots as an AR player coming off of sign like that, but he cleans it up, and that is what that is. We haven't seen around on the defense from this team, from Stallions Red, in a couple rounds. That's going to put them in the lead now into the later ends of Embassy S&D. back onto the attack for them. And what are we going to get? Because we've seen aggression from Stallions Red. We've seen patience from them. I want to see what T's going to be running off the bat. It does seem like whatever T is going to be running really explains how this play is going to happen.
Yeah, it looks like she's sniping up top here at admin. Nades connecting through mid. Goblet stays alive, though. Oh, unfortunately, S2 does not. That's your bomb carrier now down. Runner continues to play top AC. Goblet collects. Chance to go for maybe a little sneaky plant right underneath the nose of Runner. But there are eFuse members ready to defend through orange, and you've got Disarray scouting things out through mid.
Yeah.
Plan is on the way, but Disarray should get the free kill. Sure will. Maybe wants distributed as well. Takes a challenge, wins that one as well. And hey, looks like we're getting on for round 11 unless T can provide another special moment.
Why not? Why not go the distance between both of these teams? But also, it is not over till T is down and out. 41 seconds with the SP Axe. Not even sure if Runner's on. I'm pretty sure that was just a pre-fire. But all angles are going to be locked down by eFuse. Like, just look at what we get out of Disarray and BB Connor. Disarray's just waiting for a chance to jump in. Waits for that shot from the sniper. Catches them on the reload. Or round 11 going to be locked in for both of these teams. We get a distance on Embassy Search and Destroy back in fourth affair.
Lots of mental games coming through here for what's going to happen in this round 11. eFuse have not been denied a plant yet on their offensive side. It's all gone B, and it's worked out almost every single time, save the round 9 just previously. So that will be, I think, where all of our focus goes to, of course, pending that eFuse starts on the offensive side, which they do. And how about this? Not an aggressive play through B. They're looking to stack up at mid here, and the stuns, nades, they're all coming through. Gobble's in a little bit of trouble, and eFuse have read this perfectly. BB Connor gets 2. Runner keeps T safe at range. And the only one who can really win this round at the moment for Stallions is this guy right here. Gobbler gets the first, resets the dead silence.
Hold on, Alec, because Gobbler is in such a good spot. He finds the kill. Dead silence.
Oh, he's getting baited.
Still going to be alive. Has to go up top here. Disarray's going to be on the high. Oh, my goodness. Gobbler, 2 kills into the round, going to equalize.
Oh, my goodness. He was just completely baited into that little double stack and still completely beams BB Connor. Bomb, though, has a chance to go down. T is still not a part of this defensive play. If Disarray climbs the slider, that'd be a huge mistake. And no, he's going to plant. Runner's going to watch from Vans.
Who's going to make the first spot? Because Gobbler's got to work through the middle of the map. Runner's going to be in the middle of Vans.
Oh, no.
Oh, and T takes down Disarray. 1 versus 1. Runner versus T. And Runner's making the full wrap around. No, goes back to Xbox.
Yeah, he's got to read on this. T does not have dead silence. Runner has cleared to make sure she's not hitting through mid, so she's got to be deep. There's the info. 20 seconds on the clock. T stepping forward. Again, the bomb is planted for Runner. There's the check. T gets the shots, but not quite good enough. Runner clutches the 1v1. And eFuse could take a deep breath right there as they go up 2-0 in the series.
Not as comfortable as that map number 1. T puts up quite the fight. The whole Stallions Red put up quite the fight. In that map number 2, we go the distance, but it's BB Connor to open up that round with 2 kills, leads to salvation from the rest of it. You can also give it to Runner. I mean, he is playing an outstanding weekend here in Toronto to close out that search and destroy. That puts eFuse up 2-0 now in the series, leading into a map where they almost took down one of the best teams that we have NA, Lacilo Control.
That's very true. Man, that's going to be heartbreak, though. T was putting on a master class throughout that search, but the biggest problem there defensively, they just did not have an answer for eFuse continually getting successful plants off on the B site. All those mid-cross defensive setups were ending up really not finding as much as they needed to. Nades weren't quite landing. No opening first bloods really came through. Yeah, they got a couple of trades, but it happened after the bomb had been planted, time in and time out, and eFuse's post-plant outside of the round 9 was pretty much perfect every single time, and that really, in my mind, was the big difference maker.
And, you know, you turn things around to look at eFuse. Every single time that Stallions tried to push to the middle of the map, they were getting caught by the utility. The stuns, the nades for eFuse were quite the opposite. On point throughout majority of those rounds. So big shutdown in the Search and Destroy round 11. It might go the distance, but eFuse, now they have a really good spot to move forward.
Yeah, Lacilo Control is what waits for us. It would have to be a reverse sweep if T and the Stallions red team wants to not just find a little bit of maybe heads-up gameplay when it comes to playing up against your former teammate, but also extend their run in this lower bracket. We'll step away for just a brief break. We come back, map 3, right after this. Stallions to Toronto and our lower bracket. We've got eFuse Stallions Red still on the main stage and a 2-0 count at the moment for eFuse, although some drama there in map number 2 gets us to map number 3. Lacilo control. Think about it as we've talked about it. We've already said it a handful of times. We'll just go ahead and beat the dead horse. eFuse have been playing this map all weekend long.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, I'm going to say it again. They almost took down NRK on this map. So, like, that is something that you really need to hold close to this team because NRK have looked fantastic for so long. They go up 2-0 in the control, too. It wasn't, like, just back and forth rounds. The fact that they went up like that, I think eFuse are going to be looking good on this map for sure. But the one issue that they did walk into back on the Embassy Search and Destroy was T. And if T could put on a performance like that with the aggression, make sure that she's always like out and around this map, continuing to just find kills here and there, just cause some disruption in this eFuse team, it's going to make it a lot harder for BB Connor and Runner to rotate through the map as easily as they found back on that hotel hardpoint.
That's the big thing. This has got to be all about those long-range gunfights. Can this side of Stallions Red try to find some influence to get a little bit more of a free route, especially on the offensive side, I think we're all thinking about, towards either of those two zones, not just getting locked away by BB Connor and Runner. But vibes on the eFuse team looking pretty strong after being 2-0 up, except for BB Connor, who's locked in. Often is. Kels socializing, because why not?
Yeah, this team looks comfortable. I won't lie.
Yeah, they do. They do look comfortable right now.
From a poor performance in the, the season 4 elites, they did not look good at all. Coming into Toronto, they have really turned things around in my eyes. I mean, this team looks a lot more put together. They look like they trust a lot more with one another, and I think the sub-duo of Kels and Disarray, I don't know if it was communication before and what was going on, but they look like they're a lot more in tandem, working together to clear corners, working together to push their aggression, and that's been a big difference, especially in this game versus Stallions.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, is like Runner is starting to get his feet grounded now with this team, too, because he's kind of the new guy in terms of, the core 3, which has been Kels, Disarray, and BB Connor throughout the majority of this year. So lots of things as far as how eFuse are looking, but Stallions Red will get the opening defense. Quick hit for eFuse over towards the B zone. S2 Semtex will land, but Runner keeps the flank safe, and eFuse can still stack on this B zone, especially with that kill on the distributed.
S2's got to do everything now. Going to be good for 3, but not able to find the 4th. It's Runner 3 in a row to open this one up. Takes the challenge versus T all the way top party, but can't take down the last player for Stallions. So one take a progression over towards B. They're going to take another shot at it as well. Well, a couple pressure to the inside.
I like this, though, from Stallions Red. They're getting a lot of trust saying, T can lock this down from top window. Let's keep playing through the middle of the map. Find a way to kind of keep that flank as an open opportunity for us to continue to get this defense going. S2 through the fence. Good for a kill. Alleviates the stack on towards B, plus the kills to follow. Now all of a sudden gives Stallions Red a very convincing look defensively.
It's not easy to shoot that through that fence either. S2 makes it look so simple. So off the defense, they're able to stop the aggression towards B for eFuse for now. I don't see an A setup too. I mean, it's continuing to spawn them out back green, and Goblin now working this flank. They got S2 and Goblin on both sides. Distributed, going to be top offices. 3 players again going to be knocked down by eFuse. No third tick.
Yeah, the thing about this, though, is the lives are starting to get a little out of hand. 4 lives to the favor of Stallions Red. Clock also starting to tick away, and eFuse do not have a route to try to finish off the B zone, so they have to default to off spawn, making the route towards A. BB Connor, trophy down, onto the zone. Help from Kels. Also assistance up top with Disarray, kind of watching in towards the interiors, and Runner playing from top tower, but both players fall. T gets the double. Impressive to say the least, but BB Connor responds, and Kels cleans things up. That should be the A zone.
It's a nice angle from BB Connor, and Kels able to lock things down for the close gunfight. So third tick's going to be locked down. Another minute to play. Runner's going to be already over towards B, but the close spawns for Stallion should be able to weed him out, and with the trade in kills, it's going to be an even gunfight for this zone. But I like this call from eFuse to just cut silence, pump the brakes, wait for your teammates off spawn.
Yeah, plenty of time here. You've reduced the lives essentially back to even.
Yeah.
Disarray is going to pop the dead silence just to make sure no defenders have gotten through into offices here. But as S2 cleans out the early threat from Kels, now you have to start finding the kills. And S2 continues to stay alive, gets 3 as he continues to play through B alley. Well done, and all of a sudden Stallions Red defensively now in a much better position with 45 seconds on the clock.
Cal's going to lose the fight to Gobla, so still able to be quite the nuisance through the interior of Lacilo. Disarray is going to be the next one up to try to hunt him down, but Gobbler is so elusive in this spot, and it's causing so much distraction from eFuse. Will they go back into a form where they're just losing life after life? Gobbler's still cutting down these players, so as they get over towards that B zone, they're just not going to be in a good shape to be able to lock things down, and Gobbler S2 going to be the ones to put the finishing touches, what seems like the rounds.
Yeah, nice save here. Gobbler on 6 has also earned the score streak. Give him 7. Oh, boy, out of ammunition, has to go back to the tack. That still gets the job done, though. So 7 straight from Gobbler. Keeps the defense locked in to at least stop eFuse from getting that 3rd tick, but still 5 ticks of progress in the first offense. Not bad at all for eFuse.
No, not at all. They had a chance to at B, but very heads up from the Stallions to just be able to, I guess, not overexert themselves. S2 was very patient in a lot of those plays, not over-challenging these angles, and a lot of individual gunfights that were able to walk away in the Stallions' favor. And the fact that Gobbler was able to stay alive inside of Lacilo for so long, eFuse could just never comfortably get over towards B after they lost that first hit. So now eFuse on the defensive side, this is where we are going to be looking again to Runner and BB Connor to lock down these lanes.
Yep, and you're already seeing they're going to take opposite sides of the map, but BB Connor now left by himself. Runner drops instantly. Kels Disarray trying to get something done through the middle of the map. Kels does a lot of damage, wants to follow up onto S2, and will track him down. Nice double from Kels, says eFuse defensively in the middle of the map, looking decent, but Stallions Red do have an exit off spawn to try to get to one of these 2 zones.
It looks like a late play from Gobbler over towards B while the rest of the team works to A. Kels, though, not going to be distracted. Hits through the back spawn and able to take down that close player, so time's going to be stopped at 52 seconds. S2 behind the boxes. T going to be top antenna.
Runner stunned. A little bit of trouble, but Gobbler does get tagged up. Semtex out. Does not get the kill. Challenge comes through. BB Connor clears. Very clean from eFuse. T the last one left, and she is completely by herself on an island. Trying to get some damage done, but think about this is Runner has just completely blown up the next offensive hit towards B, and now all of a sudden Stallions Red are under threat of being spawn trapped.
And that was a double AR flank from eFuse. That wasn't like they were playing from their own spawn. BB Connor and Runner, they're ruthless. They're everywhere on the map right now. And it's pushing Stallions so far back. The nade from S2 is going to take down Disarray, but the damage has already been done. There's 19 seconds, a 10 life lead into the round. eFuse, they just need to be patient at this one and not give up anything for free. Kels is taking some chows all the way across the map with a Vaznev. The confidence is showing.
Thing is, T has kept this position top tower since we last mentioned it about 2 years ago. So she's living on a mortgage up top at tower. Now gets back in. There's still a chance here for Stallions Red to capture the A zone. T on for the contest. Kels nearby, but she's the only defender, and she's been pushed off. So now the stack comes in. That'll be the 3rd tick likely locked. Disarray looking for exit kills. I mean, there's a lot of lives here, but eFuse will get on just in the nick of time to contest, but unfortunately do not win the gunfights. And with that, an extra 60's on, and Gobbler's already here. Hold on a second. They can still make a play for this.
They're still spawning up over towards the hill, though, so it's going to be a close hit from eFuse. BB Connor's going to be lurking in and around. Gobbler's going to get cleaned up. It gives some space now for the respawners to get back into form. T's going to be trying to hold her own on the inside. Kels going to get the better of that. Clears that zone. 1 minute left, and look at the lives.
Yeah, this is where it starts to become a little bit more abusive, you'll say. 16-6. Opportunity for Stallions to possibly come through. Is that a cruise missile in? Question mark? 14 plays 6, 40 seconds on the clock, but Stallions Red do have a route to try to get towards B. You need to find success here if you're going to cause a cruise missile to jump in. Disarray gets the first. That stops them from staying on the zone for too long.
Distributed. Gonna have to try to win this one out. And they get rid of Disarray. With how far the spawns are on Lacilo, with how far pushed back, you can make eFuse play from
Runner
Red. They think it's going to be a winnable one. S2 is going to be forward, playing this one into the hill. 26 seconds. First tick going to be worked on for now. Kels is going to clear that zone, though. Time burning away. One player left. Stallions Red. A miscue with the cruise missile. A little bit over aggression, never locking down the interior of the map, and eFuse able to work around so easily.
Yeah, that's a tough call, man. I mean, you don't have a lot of lives to play with. There really wasn't a free route to get on with any significant stack. and nearly there was still an opportunity for them to continue forward. But yeah, I just, I don't know about that call. So score streak gets missed. Tick advantage stays with the eFuse, if only just marginally so. But a key tool off the board as eFuse go to their next offense.
Great game so far from the whole board so far. Stallions and eFuse, the only players really lacking behind is going to be Disarray, 8-17. Everybody else doing great jobs for both teams. Kels is going to find her way onto the A zone. Pressure from Stallions around this one. He's going to hit the flank, and you have a player in office, so the collapse for Stallions simply just overwhelming eFuse.
Yeah, really well done. However, there's an opportunity here with these spawns coming from BB Connor and Kels that they may be able to get freely on towards B because they've got mid-map control. So it does take them a little bit to get onto a zone, but the one they find themselves on is pretty darn free. Gobbler from the flank, not in a position to get a read. He's still worried about being read on this flank. First tick has already been locked. There is nobody here defensively to even threaten this double stack. Kel's still on. Second tick progress locked in. Where is the defense? Gobbler gets shut down. Last attempt here, you think, for Stallions to clear. Unfortunately, Distributed is able to get through and do a little bit of depletion.
Yeah, fortunately for Stallions, right, there was only one player from eFuse on that zone, so it was taking a long time to capture, but they're still halfway about for that B zone to be captured. Disarray can make one last shot at this. It's Distributed versus Disarray for it. He's going to hop on. Hopefully, he can pull some of these numbers back, but excellent out of Distributed. Just stay back and watch for it.
Yeah, now Gobbler with that elimination over towards front check. He can actually play forward and force these eFuse spawns to be in that top right corner of the minimap. This is disastrous for eFuse at the moment, but Disarray does clean out the threat of Gobbler. Meanwhile, still, Kels on the zone, stopping the clock at 24.6. Life advantage marginally so for Stallions on the defense, but they need to find a way to contest. S2 looking for it. Nice long-range shots. Doubles down! Runner gets taken out of the picture, and with that, it's just Kels on one zone, BB Connor on the other, but can anyone actually challenge number 4? BB Connor's going to solo capture B. T's not able to get there in time, and a lifeline given to eFuse's offense.
That lifeline, a life preserver just thrown into the ocean right now. That is this Lacilo map. Very back and forth between both of these two teams. Lives just separated by 3. Stallions with a marginal lead right now when it comes down to that, but Kels is going to be already on this one. S2 again for the flank. 4 in a row. Can you make it 5? Kels is making it hard for the kill. You got to go deep for it, but S2, 5 in a row.
Huge 4 life advantage, now down to 60 seconds, and the defense can still play forward. Runner denies anything forward. Chance for Disarray to possibly work through mid. Rest of eFuse trying to join him. Defenders on the zone. It's Distributed nearby. Gobbler on the corner. Oh, missed opportunity there for Disarray. He gets shut down. 3 straight kills for the defense. Now 15 plays 8.
Not going to be easy to get out of this. Gobbler's getting some great timing. Not even needing the dead silence. Not even having dead silence at all. What are those shots, Gobbler? Absolutely disgusting. Double the lives of eFuse right now. 30 seconds left. This is the last time we'll see eFuse with a full 4 to hit this zone.
Yeah, T's in a great spot up top. Could just watch these crossers come in, but Kels, Disarray touch for a moment. Gobbler shut down by a team nade. Hold on a second. T's under fire from BB Connor, who gets the kill. Hold on. eFuse trying to make a play. S2 contesting, trying to hold out. Long range shots, decent, but not good enough. Last 2 members alive for eFuse. It's a 2v7, but honestly, it's a 7v1. They just need to get this point back in their hands. Gobbler comes in for the contest. BB Connor shut down. Runner in the corner also will meet the same fate, and the defense holds again.
What an incredible round from Gobbler and S2. You want somebody, you know, to change things up from that hard point. It was a lot of focus on the subs to really kind of distribute eFuse and spread them apart. And S2 and Gobbler did exactly that. Gobbler punching the players off the respawn. S2 always putting pressure into the flank of that A zone. And just hand in hand, eFuse could never stay a full 4 alive to capture one of those zones. I mean, the B zone was a Hail Mary from BB Connor just out of nowhere to capture it. That very well could have been neither zone captured for eFuse.
Well, Stallions looking to possibly get their first map win right here on this offense. Semtex is landing all across the map. Disarray trying to defend by himself, and he's done well, gets 2. S2's desperately in search for the trade, and he doesn't get it. Disarray takes down 3. It's been a slow map for him, but an impressive little 1v3 moment there as he single-handedly just keeps the defense alive.
It's not about how you start. It's about how you finish. And Disarray pulling out that tag 56. A little awkward for BB Connor. Still going to walk away with the kill. Over towards A, that second take a progression. Looking to be worked on. Double stack. Kels going to jump out those doors with the Vaznev. Disarray now looking to look in on this. Nade's going to push back Gobla, but still the tack just cannot get into position to shut this A-zone pressure down. So simply Stallions clean up the kills, capture that A-zone. 2 minutes to work on B.
Dude, Gobble's 28 and 22, and it feels like every time we're watching him, he goes on a 3+ streak.
Yeah.
He's been unreal. Gets around the back. Good trigger discipline. He's got the dead silence to get BB Connor for free. Hello, sir. How are you? Disarray down low. Careful, brother. Oh, what about this from Gobla? Streak earned. Chance for Stallions to get on the B zone. Defense really just relying on Runner at range. He doesn't have a good angle, and Gobla can start to get to work teeing off on these spawners.
This is exactly where you need to be set up for Stallions Red if you want to push back E-Fuse, but Runner all the way downtown. Nice shots there to take that player out of a key position for Stallions Red. So although Runner goes down, job well done. 4 players on Stallions now have to group up once more. Full inside control for E-Fuse, and Goblin's going to go to town to see if he can hunt down these players. S2 as well, but Disarray throws hands and says no.
Is this a Treyarch title? Come on. Little double beatdown comes through. 15 plays 13, still lives in the favor of Stallions. Plus a cruise missile. But Disarray's getting to work inside a bar. 4 in a row. 55 seconds on the clock. Stallions Red running out of time. Don't have a lot of space to work with either, as Kels is also controlling the second floor. Gobla gets the stun off. Runner able to assist, and E-Fuse defensively really putting on the pressure.
As things slow down, it's just definitely still very doable with lives where they are. Not too much pressure onto the Stallions Red team to get over towards B other than the 30 seconds on that clock. So if you can get a good 4 down and hop on the zone, you're still very well alive inside of this round. 21 seconds though. E-Fuse off the respawn. They're going to be in position to stop this. Gobla, you have the streak, but I doubt they're looking to use it.
Yeah, he's just got to try to finesse for as long as possible. Disarray on the cross. Help from Runner on the opposite side. Yeah, that will work. T-Tag cannot follow up with the play. So she's got to try to hold her life a little while longer. Disarray looking to maybe even take control here at soccer. BB Connor will get the job done instead. And this 7v4 will likely see the clock come into play. S2 gets a double though. Chance for him to touch. Distributed. Doesn't get the elimination. It stops at 1.4. Kels knife out. Oh, gonna get the kill the other way. Back into the gun. Doesn't get the second though. Hold on. There is still a chance here that S2 and T can do this. The cruise missile comes up empty, but the second tick of progress may still be locked in. T, can she hold this? 1v4. Cannot leave the zone. Gets a read on BB Connor, but no. And with that, I believe E-Fuse will still see themselves in the round 5 control of defense, as they had 5 ticks in both zones. So, boy,
yeah.
I'll tell you.
What a game. What a series between these two. I mean, other than the start of that Hardpoint, this has been neck and neck between both teams. And round 11, Search and Destroy, BB Connor was the one to clutch up at the start. Runner wins the 1 versus 1 to put E-Fuse up 2-0 in this series, to push them into a comfortable zone now to take the series 3-0. But Stallions, they still got some fight in them. 33 and 28 from Gobla, 30 and 28 from S2. Incredible scenes from the Stallions Red team.
Thing about it is they used that cruise missile last round. So now you're in a round 5 offensive situation where you don't have that extra resource. Kels, quick dead silence flank. That works out for the first blood. BB Connor makes sure the A-zone stays safe, and S2 may be trusted here to have to make a solo play, and he actually has a good look at BB Connor backside van, or does he? Okay, never mind. BB Connor keeps it perfect for the defense so far.
Whoa, that was a diving knife from Gobla. I don't even know how that works. Disarray is going to be able to put a stop to that pressure, but now to take his place, distributed. Flank out of Kels all the way through. Green, nice shots with a Vaznev, but can't clean up both players, so T still threatening over towards B. As the respawns come in for Stallions, it looks like they want to go back in towards this zone, but...
Yeah, they need mid-map.
Instead, they're going to be going for that mid-map control. Like you said, they clear up BB Connor. T's going to take down Disarray, so that forces eFuse to kind of look for a couple of these kills, and especially going to look to Kels to make this play.
Well, T's keeping pressure over towards B, so the defense can't fully rotate. First tick looking inevitable at A. Kels, different ideas in mind. No, doesn't quite track down S2. So the first tick's locked, second on the way. Runner off of a flank from his defensive position deep towards B. He's got 34. I mean, talk about just some electric KDs this map so far. There's number 35. Second tick does get locked over towards A. eFuse thinking about trying to go for it, though.
I mean, this has really been a battle, a war between both of these teams. Kels isn't going to make it in time to stop this A-zone capture, so minute 30 to work with. Stallions Red heading over towards this B-zone. They weren't able to get it done in the round prior. They don't have that cruise missile. He has a cruise missile again!
Gobble's got his from before.
Okay, so they had multiple. So Gobble's going to invest it right off the bat. Kels is going to take down Gobble, but now for the rest of the team, you can use this cruise missile to just punish the respawners.
BB Connor has to go huge. He's currently by himself. Disarray's on the way. First tick locked. Three-man stack. You have to get to work clearing this off. Shots of BB Connor decent, but T stays alive. Second tick through. Third on the way. Oh boy, here we go. Stallions Red looking good for it. The contest is there, but no, they can't get the clearance. And Stallions Red will crack the code offensively, take the round 5, and get themselves on the board in the series.
We walk into a game number 4 now. Reverse sweep starting for Stallions Red. It's not easy at all. Both of these teams, man, they are playing so good against one another, but it's Stallions Red. They do not want to give up just yet, so we're going to push to another hard point and off of some incredible performances from Gobbler and S2.
Oh, yeah.
Gobbler in particular, though, has been so impressive. And throughout a lot of this kind of middle round presence in transition, T on the AR has always been good for 1, maybe even 2 kills to take eFuse off of those power positions that we were highlighting from, Hardpoint that they were so strong in. T's been good at denying BB Connor and Runner from those spots.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this a lot being down to what the ARs were going to look like. Little did we know that Gobbler had other ideas in mind here. I mean, he was getting around the back and felt like almost every single defense for free. And that's just, again, good route running, I would say, more than anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to end with an incredible stat line. On the other side, though, you thought you saw Disarray starting to step back up. Then you were thinking, maybe a chance if he wakes up here that the 4-man squad of eFuse could, ride that defensive round 5 favor to a win. But not the case. Stallions Red get on the board, and now we go to Zarqwa Hydroelectric. I don't think I've ever said that map in full name before. Usually just say Hydro, but feeling saucy here in Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to say.
There's a lot to say. It's a lot of words, a lot of letters. It's actually 2 words, just a lot of letters. not a lot of words at all, just a lot of letters.
We go into this map too, in reflection from that map 1 hardpoint, and it's a whole different story now because the end of that hardpoint was completely different from the beginning of that hardpoint where you were seeing that BB Connor and Runner were controlling a whole lot of the rotations. Then I think you're seeing a lot more proactivity from the SMGs of this Stallions Red team to make sure that they were rotating first to that, making sure that the ARs don't beat you to that spot. They were playing some good corners, making sure that they were locking down those lanes, and Stallions Red have been quite the annoyance to eFuse in the past couple of maps. So heading into it, I mean, you have to look at Gobbler to be that playmaker, but again, we're going to a Hydroelectric, so we can't go without talking about the ARs.
Sure, and I think the thing is, you think back to Hotel, Stallions held 2 hard points. That was it. This is a map that is all about handshaking 60s, essentially. If you're playing perfect hardpoint, you're handshaking 60s, essentially.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing I'm looking at here. Stallions Red have to do better on rotation, getting set up, and then holding those setups. Because eFuse have been playing, I would say, faster than we saw them in the Elite. And that could be very hard to deal with, especially if Kels and Disarray continue to play like they did in the Hotel. We'll see. Kels is going to take a little water route first and foremost, looking to kind of flip the map around, a couple of pistol shots towards Gobbler, but it will eventually be Luigi, a.k.a. Disarray, to get the kill. And not great start here for Stallions Red. They're already under threat. Spawns are still decent, but one set of bad gunfights could flip that.
And just like the Hotel hardpoint P1, we see a triple AR setup from eFuse. Disarray is going to be rocking that TAC 56 out the gates. So trying to make sure that they lock down all these long angles. Well, Kels went for that water route, and now BB Connor trying to threaten these respawners with disarray. It's not going to work just yet. Kels' turn. He's going to be in the water, and they shut that down. Nice. So Stallion's going to be able to get back into this P1 Hardpoint Hill. But look at this. Was that a spawn from BB Connor in the back?
He's blocking right now, I'll tell you that much. T respecting that she's going to need a little bit of help here. BB Connor avoids the stun. But while this is taking a lot of time, eFuse is starting to hit this from the front. Oh no, they've lost track of BB Connor and the rest of this hit from eFuse. Now numbers start to come through for our team in blue. BB Connor getting to work on it, distributed, almost sends it to a final 1v1, but the spawns flip around and now a massive advantage for eFuse. Still 40 seconds on P2.
BB Connor is blessed there, and Stallion's right, they just didn't know what to do. So now they're fighting from the other side of things, looking to break back into this. 32 seconds that they do not want to get in. Distributed is going to be caught off guard by the close angle of Kels. Now towards the arches. Kels pieces together a quick two, looking for third. T says no. So we can't go back into this hill. It looks like Disarray is going to be able to at least hold down the rest of this, hopefully. So eFuse get the time in P2. We go over to P3. Stallion's right, the first one's here, and they need to make sure that they get this early time and hold it.
Yeah, and even though T doesn't necessarily get the kills to flip spawns or even fight for scrap, it does keep eFuse a pretty good distance away from being able to quickly rotate here to 3. Thing about it is, Gobble's having a rough start, and he spawns old. So now eFuse have a chance to actually block spawns, and they can find a couple of kills deep, and they do. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse just like that. T's in the hard point. Disarray searching her out, but shots good. Gobble T still holding for now from the front. Kelson a little bit of trouble. Semtex out, denied by Trophy System. And how about this? Stallion's red from the front starting to put together the kills. Runner, last one left alive, wants to go for the 1v3, but Distributed is at least able to keep this hardpoint neutral.
And the thing is, Shift, the kills are good, but because they give up the spawns so quickly towards eFuse, it doesn't matter how many times they get it. They just cannot comfortably gain this time in P3. So eFuse just hit it again and again until they break on through. And 7-4 out of BB Connor. He's already on the prowl to see if you can work these spawns for the next one. Distributed and Gobbler. Gonna see if they can fight back from this.
Oh, and this is tough because BB Connor's just gonna allow Disarray to run through P2. Gobbler on time, also has to help on the flank. Spawns were not fully in for Stallion's red. They need these kills and they need them badly. BB Connor, Disarray still blocking in the back. Distributed, hoping he gets a chance at a gunfight. Gobbler under threat, and that is, oh my, that is picture perfect for eFuse. Hell of a break.
Wrapped up in a bow. Now in control for eFuse. Their lead just grows. S2's gonna at least be able to contend for this one with T. In on the flank, 3 for S2. T's gonna clear up those spawns. Kels gets a close spawn into P2, so this might go unnoticed, but T's gonna be locking down the back of the map, so gonna be able to clean that kill up for 20 seconds in this hill. And yeah, I mean, you would say that's picture perfect. That's all because it's the exact same hit back at that P2 break.
Have to win a rotation here if you're Stallions. I know right now you guys are all saying, why are these guys freaking out? It's a 14-point game. But if eFuse put together a hold here, it immediately goes back to 74-point game.
Yeah.
So here we go. BB Connor, runner, first 2 kills in. Distributed, still threatening from the front, but he does not have the ability to challenge, and Jenny's is going to open up in favor of eFuse.
They take care of BB Connor, so that's going to threaten maybe a flank. Distributed gets into the closet, but Disarray going to be able to continue to find kills on the inside. BB Connor repositions over towards P3. Now in the crossfire, S2, who's been fantastic since P3, or since game number 3. Able to break on in for Stallion's red now for time. Kel's going to be sitting in the water. One more player to clean up, at least towards the left. So you get the close spawns up for eFuse, but now they know, and Gobbler sweeps him under the rug.
From 1-7 to 8-10 from Gobbler. Huge turnaround, and Stallions do exactly what the doctor ordered. Got the prescription filled for a break, a flip, and we'll end this rotation with a marginal lead here for Stallion's red. 50-50 gunfights over towards the P2 side of the map. Long range from T, well found. And she's got a chance to actually completely influence what's happening around the back. Now, the thing about it is because her teammates are on the other side, Runner will still spawn in, and that elimination from Luigi will at least allow eFuse to hold on to this side of the map for now. Thing is, though, Stallions Red are reaping some time here on P1.
And it looks like that prescription is for hill-to-hill refills as they get a quick one over towards this P1 hardpoint. Kels is going to be able to get back in for eFuse. T, though, nice one. Kels with the egregious shout out, but now that AR starting to reap the benefits of those long angles here on Zarqwa. Hydroelectric now is Stallions Red with the lead growing. Kels has to get back into it, and she will. So denying some time here. The spawn's going to be in control of eFuse. A lot right now to work on if you're Stallions Red across the map.
That's a big save from Kels. It's not just the hard point. It's more importantly the sides of the map. BB Connor, Disarray getting to work, cleaning up the scrap time. It's a full 4-man feed. You've got Runner already in position to lock spawns. Kels is going to put her controller down and get some free time, while BB Connor just tries to be a nuisance here on rotation.
He's going to be hitting the route through water. You're losing out on these kills over towards P1. You need T to kind of work some magic here to at least open up that lane. BB Connor's going to be found out. T waiting for an opportunity to strike. Going to be making some noise here and
spawn out.
Now going to go deep for this one. It's a 4 versus 3, and Runner goes down, so T's going to be in the back line for free.
Kels and Disarray have to hold this 2v4. Kels will get the first one. Not anything more, though, and wow. BB Connor just gets completely destroyed off the respawn. Not really sure why he spawns left side of the map, but I'm sure Stallions Red won't be questioning it. Kels around the back trying to finesse her way in, but Distributed gets the read. Runner still spawns behind this play, though, and now Stallions Red, who are already focused on rotation, have to be careful because they may miss out on this back 15 seconds, and they also get taken off the multi-kills.
I don't mind this at all for Stallions Red if they're thinking ahead for this one. You can put a lot over into this next hill, but the thing is, though, finding the kills on rotation has been such a nuisance for this team. You need to make sure that you fend off this first wave of kills and then start to take some space here. You get a clean 4 down, well, not so clean. Runner off the respawn's going to deny Goblet pushing forward. You still have the respawns in. Last time in the scrappiness, it was Stallions able to walk away for a lot of the wins, but can you hold on to another wave of kills?
They lose out on the high ground. Disarray hits a little mini pinch. Gobble up top, delays, finesses, gets 2, still up. Kels doing what she can. Runner trying to follow through, and the spawns in the meantime have also flipped around. So it should be eFuse with the numbers, and it will be. 25 seconds to fight for, and a lead swap comes through once again.
It's such a hard hill to really rotate first to because those spawns in the back are very, very finicky, and eFuse is just able to push far enough forward that they spawn Stallions out, and that pressure again, it's hit after hit after hit. And yeah, you've maintained good control here. It's about even as we rotate over towards P4. Now Stallions Red with another first rotation over towards this hill.
That's not what you wanted. Goblet drops. Spawn for Distributed is out. Where does Goblet spawn? He does spawn in. That's very fortunate. Here comes the full push from eFuse through Dome. Diving in, trying to move through P2. Flip the spawns, flip the hardpoint. Do it all in one fell swoop. At the moment, it's working out. Double trophies also in place. Water route from Kels. This will surely block. Gets a look at T. There's the kills. That should have an opportunity for eFuse to neutralize, if not also get the hard point in their name.
It's a good break clean from eFuse. That route from Kels unnoticed from the rest of the team. Now you have Ruins control. Disarray's going to clean out Distributed back into the hill for the last 30 seconds. The close spawns from Stallions Red. Able to take one more shot at this, 181 to 188. These teams just continuing to battle through this war, and S2 leading the way.
Wow, what a bounce back for S2. Both of the subs really starting to find their footing here in this Hydro. 10 seconds of scrap time, going to be fought over as eFuse has to play through old time. Gobble trying to deter the rotation. Damage in, gets the kill onto Kels. Swoops right back into the water, keeps his life, avoids the trade. Long route on the way from BB Connor. Stallions Red do not have a chance to fully anchor in the back. They are fully stacked inside of Jenny's as they get over 200 points.
Small lead for Stallions Red, but they've been leading in the second set of rotations since what seems like the beginning. S2, another double kill with T to top things off, so this is winnable on this hard point as well. eFuse is going to have to at least hop in for a little bit of contention, but S2 is going to clean up the balcony. Now looking out to the front of the hill, it's a triple hit from the front runner all the way up top. S2, 4 in a row. You look towards the front, it's Kels trying to get into it. Disarray's going to fall. BB Connor cut down. A team kill from Goblin, but it doesn't matter.
Looking good for Stallions. eFuse have to find a way to work back in. They will at least see another hard point. but they are going to have to play some absolutely flawless hardpoint here on P1 and hold the P2 side. They will not likely be able to get all 60 here, you'd think, on the first hill. Trades back and forth. Stallions red, looking to set up a hit as they're going to send S2 on rotation, everyone else through mid. BB Connor watching the cross. Cruise missile on the way, and BB Connor trying to get out of there, and he will. And for the moment, Stallions red are just finessing for really positioning on the map. They have really, multiple win conditions here. You can either try to win it here or win on rotation, and wouldn't you know it, they get success on both sides.
3 down for eFuse. 8 seconds left. Luigi Disarray going to be able to take some time off of the hands of Stallions for the moment, but back in the hill is going to be this team now looking for a map number 5, looking to go the distance in this series. eFuse trying to hold on by threads.
Numbers are starting to fade for both sides. Tough 50-50 gunfights. Goblin 6, turned away. Hold on a second. eFuse have some numbers. S2, he's really lit things up, but a team nade comes out. Now it's all about this rotation. Stallions red still spawning on the right side of the map. eFuse have to go quickly. Disarray cannot be held back. He's got to go now. First kill comes through on the corner. He's gonna have a chance to touch this. No kills at the moment. T holds the front door, and Stallions red will see it to a map 5.
All the way the distance in this best of 5, Allen. And I have no other way between these two, and I imagine the emotions are high for both sides of this stage. There's a lot on the line for either of them, this being a lower round 3 match. You win this best of 5, you move on. You lose this best of 5, you are done on your Toronto run. So a lot going to go on the line here for the Search and Destroy.
Man, there's a lot of questions, I think, right now on the eFuse side. Those last 2 hard points finishing out our second rotation were just kind of sloppy. I mean, you were caught trying to get over towards Ruins. The full play around the back looked successful. A couple of weird spawn situations they weren't quite able to utilize as kind of a split to where they can kind of hit for multiple points at the same time. And that Jenny's hard point, it was kind of cannon fodder. Everyone was just kind of running in and not really hitting anything at the same time. It's just kind of a lack of patience. And Stallions red, I mean, they got the better part of 45+ seconds on Jenny's, turning it into what was essentially pick your poison. Do you want to win on old? Do you want to win on new? As we got to that old time at Bridge and the new time over at Ruins.
A little bit ahead of yourself as eFuse. Now you look at this series. I mean, it has been, like I said, it's been a battle between both of these. It's just halfway through that hard point on Greenberg Hotel, there was just like a switch flipped for Stallions red. And since then, it's just been nothing but back and forth between both of these teams, Alan. It's been something else. I cannot wait for the Search and Destroy.
S2 and Gobla really coming to play there at the end. We've got a map 5 on Albagra Fortress to determine either reverse sweep or eFuse staving it off, finding a way to move forward. We'll find out. It's a battle of teammates between the WXC. Only one can move on, though. We'll be back after the break. It's a map 5 affair. Reverse sweep possibly on the cards. The Stallions Red have taken the control and the Hydro Hardpoint for map 4 in very tight fashion. Fortress coming up though for the search. I think the gloves are off at this point if they haven't already been.
I mean, we're in a hockey arena. It's only right that we get a good old-fashioned fight. Gloves are off. Things are looking good. And we're going to Fortress, which I think right now, from the way that we've been playing this back half, favors Stallions Red. The way that Gobla and S2 have been maneuvering around things.
Problem.
The way that they've been just non-stop pressure for eFuse to deal with. From what we had at the start of this, where Disarray and Kels were being able to win that SMG battle, now it's been the story of S2 and Gobla.
Yep.
So that's going to be a really big head-to-head going into this map 5.
All right, let's find out how they go. Bagra Fortress. Goodness. Will Kels and T still try to snipe against each other? Probably not. You probably get one on either side at some point, but that will be something to kind of keep our eyes on as we dance through the scaffolding and jump on into round number 1. It will be Stallions Red on the offense. Yep. Names will get flipped around there for you, friends. And off the rip, Disarray, AR in hand. Going to be watching the cross here over towards A.
Disarray has been running the AR too at the start of a lot of these maps. And it's had its pluses, it's had its minuses, but for right now, I like this spot for Disarray to be sitting here, watch some information, has a lingering idea that there might be that, but I think that was some good time from Distributed to get over towards that. I'm not sure Disarray actually spotted that.
Oh no, and his nade doesn't quite get in either, so this will lead to a plant runner trying to challenge the exit, but Distributed watches it perfectly. Disarray does at least provide a trade. Gobla gets out of there, sets up the post plant towards cannon side. Kels, Disarray, BB Connor trying to formulate some sort of a break attempt. It's going to be Disarray likely going first. He does get information on Gobble on the cross. S2 thinking about a pinch over through top window. BB Connor watching it, but he can't watch it forever. So now here comes the hit. Kels getting one on the re-entry. 2v2. Long-range shots from S2 work out. Kels looking for the trade, goes prone. Couple of shots will tag. Kels for the 1v2. Shot's not there, though, and the first round goes the way of the Stallions.
That's all off of Distributed getting unnoticed on the crossover towards getting that bomb down. The bomb gets planted. Distributed follows up with a kill towards the player sitting over towards that outside door. And then S2 just binds his time, waits for a chance to jump out that single window, hits the flank, double kill. Simple cleanup there from Stallions Red to lead this map number 5. We flip sides around now, and we get defense for the Stallions Red roster. What are we going to get for their setup?
A little early aggression coming out. Gobble's going to dive right on into the A site. He has not been hit. There's a trophy system to keep him safe, but that stun will land. So now eFuse will surely know that there's someone playing either towards these double doors or up close and personal. Yeah, Gobble just forced to take the gunfight. Disarray denies him early 4v3.
Back in with the sub 2. Disarray has the Vaznev for this attack. Bomb in hands. BB Connor's going to be watching over this approach. And a little bit of a battle, long range from T and Runner. The exchange is going to be in favor of T. So big kill from her, but Kels hot on her heels is going to be there to make sure that number's still for eFuse, trying to get this plant down.
That's so crucial that Kels gets that trade, because otherwise Stallions Red have an opportunity to use that long route as a possible flank for this post-plant breakdown, but that gets shut down. Bomb gets planted, Distributed, tagged up, really can't do anything to challenge initially. S2 still going to try to force that long route. BB Connor tucked in a corner is watching it the whole way. S2 forced to try to continue in the fight, and it's not going to work out. Offense for offense we go.
Flight and rocker to station 5.
Spade turnaround there from eFuse too. The fact that Disarray wins that fight versus Gobla close up. Stun's going to land. That was a big issue back on the Embassy Search and Destroy, was the utility of eFuse. I think Goblo was struggling to work his way around that most times off of the intro to these rounds, so it's going to have to be something for him to keep in mind. He's not going to be able to run these routes like he did on Lacilo for free here in the Search and Destroy. So
it is still something, though, like him getting to that position will still force eFuse on the offense to have to throw nades, right? Like, you still have to check for it. And that's one of the things that I always say, even an unsuccessful play by Kills can still be a successful play in the mental game. And speaking of that aggression, how about this? Kels and Disarray both commit in. They're watching each other's cross. Disarray for first blood. That stun is going to have Gobble likely check the right side, but more nades are here. Kels is in trouble. She gets taken out, but Disarray does escape. We have a 3v3.
That's bomb is down over towards A. Looks like you're going to be able to spot that. No, what a tight corner there for BB Connor to check. Bomb's going to be picked up from Stallions. They might be looking to a B-Wrap, and Runner...
Is he sniping?
Yeah, he's going to be sniping. Takes down S2. Has to watch the cross now.
Up top on the truck. Pistol out. Gobla not fully seen yet. Oh gosh, the timing here is so awkward, but Runner gets out. And if he can sneak in towards B and watch this cross, this could reestablish the defense. Stallions committing. They have to. They don't have an exit. Go back through Disarray. They have to work through mid-map. Disarray keeps his life. Runner comes back, finds a quick snipe just down the T. 1v2 stuck at P1. Over the top of the barrel. Disarray is the same peekaboo. A little bit of whack-a-mole going on over here. T firing back, but time against her. And even though the first kill comes through, surely Runner doesn't give her a chance at this. Surely. Oh, goodness. It was so freaking close.
Milliseconds. That was doable for T with milliseconds, because, I mean, that's a sniper. He can miss that shot. Oh, but what a round there from Runner. Pick onto S2, top single. Really slows things down for the rotation of Stallions Red. You needed that if you're a Runner, and he wasn't able to spot out the player sitting on the vans, but the fact that Disarray stays alive as long as he did, I mean, it just gives all the more space towards Runner, and Kals is just going to pick up the pace here with Disarray through bottom art. It tried to be fire and fire with Stallions meeting them there, but in exchange for a 2-for-1 in favor of eFuse.
Yeah, that's 2v2 bottom art here. So both sides defensively trying to assert that souped up tempo. Disarray looking for the cross. T can only watch. And there's the scout. Stun out. Distributed. Wait, he actually gets BB Connor. It's really good long-range shots. And Disarray can't plant. Does Runner get through for free? Yeah, sure does. Distributed will be taken down. All but T still fighting. Trophy system in play. Luigi trying to get through, and yeah, catches her on reload. A relatively stress-free trade, and eFuse continue to kind of go round for round here.
Runner does enough there to give Disarray the advantage into that gunfight. So yeah, relatively easy. Relaxed as eFuse smiles across the board. Still vibing in the game 5, as close as this has been. They have been in tight situations all year long, this eFuse team. And now going in towards the next one, I mean, going to be looking at these early exchanges from S2 and Gobla. They just haven't been able to get something going here on this aggression. You look at S2 is going to be going up towards watching double and single, making sure that that aggression from eFuse isn't met.
That's all. It's just making sure that Stallions are not going to get contested in the first 30 seconds. So eFuse will hold back, play a little bit more reserved this time around defensively. Stallions using a lot of utility to make sure that they're not going to get, again, first blooded here in the first bit. But do you have enough utility to successfully get the bomb planted and hold it? That's going to be the big question here, as S2 has been figured out topside boat, and in the same breath, Gobla also drops frontside double.
Very patient from eFuse. Something that Stallions Red were not ready for at all. So trying to work for a trade here is going to be tough with BB Connor in this space. I mean, the rest of the team for eFuse, they don't really have to pay attention here. BB Connor's just watching that single window, popping up to check the information for double and a 2 versus 3.
Oh, but he's got him locked down, just can't quite finish the kill. Lots of tags in. BB Connor is just trying to keep his feet out of it. Bomb gets planted in the meantime as Distributed did find a kill to get it back to more level terms. 2v3 post plant. T's got a trophy. Apparently so does Distributed. He threw that down at his feet. So eFuse will have a free re-entry in, but it comes down to breaking down these long-range shot lines.
All three hitting from the same side.
Yeah. Just try to overwhelm, get team shots in. Distributed, first contact. Doesn't quite catch Runner. Here's Kels on the assistance. They've got Distributed completely pinned up, but T saves a life. Distributed, good damage in response. No one's hot for the defuse yet. Time is ticking. They're still waiting to get Distributed out of the corner. First shots come through, and then T gets the final bullets in. And Stallions hold the post plant in the 2v3.
Not a big fan of that out of eFuse, they don't know where T is, and the fact that they're just going to solo push Distributed in that angle and not account for the possibility of a crossfire is just beyond me. It's hard to read for sure, but I mean, put somebody into the top double window to watch over it, see if you can find a different angle in that player back logs.
I think the biggest thing about that post plant, though, is that Distributed from back logs, he's got a free line of sight to stopping him from defusing. So you have to get him out, and they're just opting for team shots because of the time, I think, is the biggest problem. Tough situation, hard to break down, but that's, again, kudos to Stallions Red for making it a difficult problem.
True.
So Gobbler, aggressive, shuts down BB counter backside staircase. Nate's still coming through. eFuse looking to try to contest this right off the rip. They get one, but Gobbler is still a threat and still has assistance. T's still watching over him.
Wow, he gets away with his life too. So numbers to neither team. It was an even trade for that one. So he's going to be sitting up on the gallows too. So the bomb goes down there. Gobbler gets all the way up towards top single, and now working the flank. He is everywhere.
Yeah, sure is. Dead Silence still in play. Runner likely next contact if Gobbler checks the windows, and now he should. Runner down low, caught. Only got one in the process. Everything comes down to Kels for the 1v2. Bomb down. Dead Silence out. Two players both playing inside of A, and they're both going to just work this together, make it super difficult for Kels to clutch, especially considering that she will run out of her Dead Silence.
Another crossfire to walk into.
Yeah.
30 seconds, the bomb. S2 is going to be watching it like a hawk, and you can't get past Gobbler. Both players working together to make sure they lock that down.
Well done. Man, Mixie opener right there. Both teams just really throwing everything at one another. No one wants to give up that tempo. Everyone trying to control, set it at their pace. So we continue to essentially just go round for round, back and forth, kind of like the Embassy was, just in a little bit of a different way here on Fortress. How do you break the mold for either team? That's the question. You just got to find a way to string them together.
Comes down to these initial engagements too. I mean, both teams on their defense or like offense, it's always usually untraded or just unwarranted space you haven't been able to get. So that's why they're so cautious off these openings. Gobbler's on 4 in a row too. So if he's able to get a couple more, that glide bomb is going to make that approach to a site all the more easier.
Stun check does at least confirm information that there is someone watching these top windows. Kels with an AR watching top single. BB Connor playing over towards B1, looking towards double. Disarray still watching the cross. Runner would be the next one forward to try to contest this A site. Onus is on Stallions Red. They're the ones that have to have the prerogative. Trophy system at the ready. Distributed makes their way in. Goes for the plant. Gobbler takes just unbelievably bold and brazen challenge. It works out. Follow-up good from S2, but Luigi does get one, get away. Bomb planted 3v2.
All eyes on Gobbler. S2 is allowed to fly. 3 versus 2 for the retake here. Disarray. Oh! Able to make it a 2 versus 2. 30 seconds left. Another distributed T crossfire in the back line.
This will feel familiar. It's the exact same setup. Disarray, this time up top. Shots to Distributed. Not quite able to get the Kags or the kill. BB Connor needs to make a choice. Does he go play for the kill or play for the bomb defuse? You've got to find a way to take down T, and they do. Plenty of time to get back towards the bomb. Disarray takes down all 4.
That's the play I wanted to see the first time. The play from double windows and the pressure from Gallows. It makes it easier for the player up top to take down the one back logs. They overwhelm T inside of the crossfire, and eFuse with a 2 versus 3 retake. Disarray starting things off with a kill onto S2 that he did not. He did not deserve that kill.
Sometimes that's just the way it be. Deserved or not, it was earned. Holy cow. 4-3 the count. Disarray now on 12 and 4. 4 in a row. Also the default bomb carrier for eFuse. Other side, T at 8 and 4. Doing a lot of work for her squad, as this time there will be an opening poke and prod from Gobbler, but he gets pushed back and things will stay 4v4 as Gobbler, he may go top window here.
Oh, he's always been good for it, but this time he knows better. The feeling that eFuse has pumped the brakes and waits for Gobbler to make this lone mistake is there, but he's chosen right. The double windows instead. Disarray going to be able to check this one. Yeah, he hears it, so big kill for eFuse. They get a second one too.
Yeah, great. Just overall patience from eFuse. Stallions just a bit antsy on that defense, trying to keep that tempo up. eFuse punish. Disarray now on 5. Just making sure that no one's hitting on the cross. Distributed denied. Anything through the open side, and S2 gets absolutely melted topside patio. And eFuse have a little bit of breathing room, but it's labored breath at the moment for still.
That's the second time the aggression on defense from Stallions Red hasn't really hit the mark from Gobbler. First was bottom art. Now, you know, Disarray playing it patiently and listening for that jump up towards the double window. Excellent call from eFuse to just slow things down when everything's getting tense, when the emotions are running high, just to breathe a little bit. And now, 2 rounds in a row for eFuse to push to match point here in the best of 5.
Oh, and look at this. Stallions Red are going to full flood P1. BB Connor gets a read on it. He's in trouble, though. Stuns, nades all going his direction. T trying to force it forward, and the kills are coming out. Hold on a second. They could get across. Runners trying to meet them, though. He's got an angle. T up top. Pushed back. Distributed. Oh, my goodness. Nasty shots from Runner. That's your bomb carrier down. And Kels will clear out A and have a chance to possibly join Runner here.
Gobbler's going to really be the difference maker for this one, just waiting to see if you can catch somebody rotating
the timing
on the
this.
flank, but nothing's going to come his way. Instead, Gobbler might be able to shoot a couple players in the back. Just he has to look up eventually. Kels has no idea the lurking play, and Stallions, what a play call. Backed against the ropes. They are still bold.
That is, wow. You're going to tell me you're down 2 on map 5, series point. You're going to 3-stack a B it? Brother.
It is exactly what nobody expects.
Yeah, I'll say. And rarely does it work out, but this time the gamble pays out. And we go on. Oh, man. So what does eFuse want to do to respond? They still have a little bit of a cushion here. Small one, but still a little bit of a cushion. Offensively, they have played with some patience lately. Looking to probably do the same thing, but look at the stack from Stallions. They're looking for info and then quick hits. They are fully stacked up, ready to get Gobbler forward.
This time, Gobbler playing on the outside, too, so it seems like they don't want to let him fly. Waiting for eFuse to maybe make a mistake, but they have been so good at just not doing that on their offenses.
This may be one of those things that, like, T just gets contact info on this cross, and then Gobbler tries to fly with either T or distribute on the other side.
Maybe, but
that's been the, oh my, they're going to catch Kels peeking through top window. There's the cross. Disarray still has a chance to plant. It's not comfortable. He's going to plant front side bomb here. They have to post plant this in cannon.
I think bomb goes down. Gobbler's going to fly.
There's the play.
Disarray's going to be caught on the exit. Trades now favoring Stallions Red. Looking for the round 11. It's a 3 versus Runner. Going to make it a 1 versus 2 T. Double windows. Runner's going to reposition through the doors. Make a lot of noise. Dead silence, though. Not going to be good enough for him. T waiting for him to push through. Round 11, game 5, Allen.
I love that setup from Stallions Red. Absolutely love it. It's been the same defense almost every single time. You've got T on one doorway, watching the cross, distributed, quick to make contact on the open side. This time, though, it's all about trying to get Gobbler to push first. Little bait and switch. Change up the look just enough. And on top of that, they get a little bit blessed because Kels peeks over towards top window, trying to sniff things out, and she gets caught. So now round 11, and what do you even predict here? What do you call here? eFuse will be on the offense. Stallions, same setup. Copy-paste of what they just ran last round.
Why not? If it's not broken, don't fix it. It's what got them here in the first place. Disarray is going to be teasing. Good info onto the player, onto the first steps. Gobbler just trying to throw out this nade, see if you can find anything off of it, but it hasn't been given.
Trophies on both sides just eat all that up. Connor, oh, huge first blood into T. eFuse do not have to commit to this, but they actually still bait Gobbler out. That's that same bait and switch. This time it gets red. 2v4 situation. Disarray should be good for the plant. Distributed still trying to fight back, and S2 holds over through middle. Bomb goes down.
And in this round, I mean, this is it. Only one Phoenix can rise. 2 versus 4 for the retake. 40 seconds left. Bomb in favor of eFuse. S2's got to play this from the double door.
They're just hoping these wall banks tag. They just need some sort of information. They're not getting it, though. BB Connor checking distributed on the outside. Here comes S2 from the interior of the double doors. First cross on the way. Distributed trying to clear up space. Tagged. There's the bait and switch. Also swapping to the Vaznev. S2 denied. Last one up is distributed. He's weak. BB Connor can smell blood in the water. And eFuse will take the round 11. No pop-offs, just sighs of relief as eFuse keeps their run going.
And a flawless finish to that one for eFuse in that round 11. Oh, what a round from them. I mean, it goes the distance. It's a long one, but you wipe the sweat off your forehead and you're able to move on forward in this losers round run. And I mean, for Stallions Red, I mean, you come into this one and you play up against eFuse like that after they looked so good yesterday and at the start of today. And you walk away, I mean, definitely heartbroken. You're not able to take that round 11, game 5, but you put up one hell of a fight.
Oh, absolutely they did. I mean, really, outside of map number 1, like you said, it could not have been any closer between these two squads. You got teammates in WXE and TSD Phoenix talking it out, sharing some moments, but at the end of it, it is not going to be a reverse sweep here for Stallions Red. Gave it one hell of an effort, but man, I'll tell you, BB Connor really took over in that round 11. And I think the thing about it is, as a team, that's just a great sense of awareness. How did we get beat in the last round? Same setup. They get the call. They get the context. They break it down. That's just high-level gameplay coming out of eFuse to get a good read and a good follow-up.
And the utility, too, at the start of it, it's like everybody just trying to size one or the other up.
Yeah.
And as soon as you lose that utility, Goblin knows he has to make the play. He pushes through, and it's disarray to really kind of change things in that moment to stop that aggression from Gobla. So huge head-to-heads between Goblin and Disarray across this whole game, I feel. I mean, it's just such a back-and-forth affair across every single map that we had. We had great moments from each individual that were up on that stage. Nobody fell behind through this best of 5.
No, not at all. But a testy one here. eFuse going to have to find a way to kind of get themselves put back together here because they're going to have to immediately go into their next lower round matchup.
Yeah.
And I think that was probably going to be our last lower matchup, I think, on the day until we get to tomorrow. So we're going to start seeing things like winners quarterfinals, winners semifinals, and things of the nature as we finish out the day. But, of course, I think Exclamation Point Bracket will allow you guys in chat to keep following along with what's been happening on the low side. And, yeah, actually, our BA announcer just announced them to the next station. So eFuse have to go right back into it. No chance to kind of regain.
No chances to breathe here. I mean, that's the passion pit for you. Things are tense on Saturday, as we know it's going to be a long day of action for all the players that are sitting in this venue and heading into these next matches, especially for the winners side of things.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, with it, like we keep saying, with it being a 64-team bracket, I mean, these next matches are going to be absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you and I haven't had a chance to kind of tally what happened in winners round 3 matches, but I know Team Notorious is playing their lower bracket game. Looks like TAL's in the midst of one of theirs at the moment as well. So you've got a lot of heavy hitters that have made every single season of Challengers Elite now fighting for their lives. And, well, on top of that, you've got teams that are trying to make their push to stay in this upper bracket a little while longer. I think the next one up, I think, was we had Affiliate and Decimate. I think it's the first match coming up next, if I'm not mistaken. Something along the lines of that, at least, will happen.
Yeah, and we haven't even talked about that. I mean, the former LAN champions here in the Open.
So hard to repeat.
Game 5, they drop in around 11 to the lower bracket. It's tough, yeah. It's tough to repeat for them. We look back at the series, almost a reverse sweep for Stallions Red. They go to the round 5 in the control. They fight close throughout the Zarqwa Hydroelectric, 250 to 221. And that Albagger Fortress, man, that search and destroy down to the wire, 6 to 5. But that round 11, eFuse couldn't have played any better.
No, I don't think so. You can even say the same thing about the Embassy Search and Destroy. That other round 11, again, you have to give a lot of credit to eFuse for getting a read on what exactly Stallions were trying to do and then putting together the right response. Wow. Tough scenes when it comes down to seeing one of those two teams leave us, but that's going to be the storyline as we continue forward on the rest of the day. Winners quarterfinal action, I believe, is what's up next for you guys, and that means we're dealing with top 12, top 8, top 6 as we finish out the rest of the day. Lots of Challengers action still to come. Take a breather. You deserve it. So do we. We'll be back after this.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I got the game on smash on lock. Dedication, prepare to be locked. Got my 10 toes grinding on the concrete. I will show them that me run the block. Run them, Ogalan boss. See them times I run to my boss. See them times I beg them for favors when I know get the food for my pot. Table don't turn. With the back friend, but the bridge don't burn.
thought you had new internet.
It's not that. I had the sun in my eyes.
You're kidding, right?
It hurts. It really, really hurts.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Dude, you're playing like a chump, and we both know you can't blame it on the internet.
Sorry, my cat jumped on the keyboard.
Well, that's interesting, since you don't have a cat.
What are you talking about? Of course I have a cat.
Dude, we're roommates.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Hey, you! What the is this? Brain adapt? Really? Look at me. I'm an NPC, a mob, already at a disadvantage. And now you're creating headsets with some new technologies that helps humans listen better? Hands off that button. I want to speak to your manager.
I'm Nemo, and I'm a 22-year-old student. Here's how I budget for the entire school year. I use the TD Student Budget Calculator to help me plan my budget. Ta-da! And that's how knowing my budget helps me live life to my fullest.
$1 million on these. It's crazy. Dang, that's a lot of money. Sweet. This is insane.
Welcome back, one and all, here to Call of Duty Challengers live from the Toronto Open, the final Open of the season. And, well, I would say things are heating up here, Andy, mate, but things are already pretty hot.
I mean, things have been getting hot even since yesterday. We had a couple crazy matchups. I mean, the pit is absolutely still shouting and screaming even behind us right now, Brody. We got upsets galore, teams showing up, teams not necessarily playing to the strengths that we thought. This weekend is shaping up to be a good one.
Yeah, man, crazy stuff. I've been keeping an eye on the Twitter timeline. I've kind of been working throughout, obviously walking around the pit as well. Boston coming out and beating Millennium 7. That is a shocker.
And a map 5, too.
Yeah, crazy. And then, of course, I think maybe more staggeringly, the reigning Open champions, Team Notorious, falling to Team Strays. Things are definitely heating up here in the bracket. But we're going to take a look at the lower bracket. Two teams, of course, that did play during Season 4 of Challengers Elite. Hive x Street Mob going head-to-head with Outlast Gaming.
Yeah, it's important to note, again, this is not the same Hive x Street Mob Gaming that we had in Grand Finals that lost to M7 back in Season 3 of the Elite. Got some roster changes to come all the way through. Of course, Snoopy going over to play along with Doug and Boston Academy. But this is a team within its own right that definitely has the right pieces of the puzzle to get the job done. Fell short in Season 4 of Challengers Elite, obviously still placing top 8. Not necessarily where they wanted to be at, but when you take a look at this roster as a whole, Rupert, Thresh, Mach, Velux, they definitely have the tools to get the job done.
Yeah, for sure. I think when we got into Season 4 with this kind of new look roster, we were a little bit like, are they actually going to be able to reproduce the same success they got during Season 3? And while they didn't, I mean, obviously that roster is great, they still came out the gate swinging. They looked really good during the group stage. It was kind of falling short during the bracket play. So we know this Hive roster is capable of quite a lot, but this, I guess today, or the last couple of days, hasn't exactly gone the way that they would have wanted with that 2-0 loss to Strays. But here's a look over towards the map mode combination as we get in towards this best of 5. We're starting things off on a Mercado Las Almas, and that will be a favorable pick for Hive.
Yeah, Hive x Street Mob definitely love the Mercado Las Almas, specifically that of Rupert, who ends up going and picking up the SMG, going side by side with the Cozy Vale himself. It's definitely interesting the way that this team is very comfortable on Mercado Las Almas. The triple SMG is very good if they're the first ones for rotation. Their triple AR becomes that much better, but on the opposite side, especially for Outlast, I think that this is a good map set combination for them, not only to potentially play upset or spoiler when it comes down to certain of these respawns, but the search and destroys are actually quite favorable for Outlast.
Yeah, for sure, right? I mean, you look over, especially towards the Lacilo search and destroy, I think that's the one that kind of jumps out to me the most. Right, that is most definitely, we don't even need to look at the veto process to know that is most definitely an Outlast pick, or rather a lack thereof at a Hive ban, because it is their worst search and destroy statistically from Season 4 of Challengers Elite, right? So that's going to be a game mode where we are going to be favoring Outlast for that one. But we got to talk about kind of the elephant in the room, as it were, or the fire in the room, because, you know, Outlast, they got caught up in like the one, normally between events, normally between like sort of tournaments, we have like a flurry of Rostermania, right? We didn't get that. We got like a tiny little kind of joint of Rostermania.
Little shuffle.
Little shuffle, and it came by way of ProMR moving away from this Outlast team, moving over towards Rocker ESG. So Fire joining this lineup, mate, he's going to be a good addition.
Yeah. Fantastic addition. Keep in mind, you, that the last time we saw Fire, specifically in the respawns from Challengers Elite, he was still dropping bombshell performances, 1.14 KD across a couple of these different maps. Let's see how they get on. Of course, Outlast starting off on the favorite side of the map will be the ones to touch the hill first, while Hive x Street Mob are trying to pinch it up, find where some of these Outlast members are at before they can test some time.
Yeah, we'll see what that new addition in Fire is able to do here on P1. His teammate in the form of Cryptic will be going down after the rip. Reaper wants to double up, but unfortunately will not be able to do so. So Fire here, providing quite a bit of coverage for Outlast Gaming. But while all that's going down, look at Velux on the minimap. We didn't really get a chance to talk about kind of what Velux is going to be bringing to the roster right off the rip. 4-0, 5-0, goodness me.
I'm starting off with the favorite side. Does not matter when it's Velux. Looking for kill number 6. He's going to get the cruise missile in his first life. Inevitably will be traded out from Outlast getting those close back alleyway spawns. But I would say the job's still well done for Hive to force Outlast on their back foot just a little bit. That's what you get for starting off on the 10 side, I suppose. But now from the outside looking in for this first money hill that we have on Mercado, here comes P2.
God, if you're Outlast in that situation, mate, you're going to be breathing a sigh of relief that you managed to regain control of P2, because this could have very quickly got out of your control. But now they're back in it, back in the driver's seat here for Cantina. Fire keeping an eagle eye here on this tunnel side. A lot of the pressure coming from the back alley too, and every single gunfight that could possibly go Hive's way is Darkseid the only one to provide any kind of tangible threat for the Outlast side. And as they get removed from the hardpoint, that is just as quick of a break from Hive.
Dude, Velux is 8-1. He has more kills than the rest of his team combined. I wouldn't say that he single-handedly is the reason why they broke inside P2, but he's definitely the catalyst, if not the form catalyst, of to be able to break back inside P2. Fire's trying to give a good shake at it. I mean, it's still a good 20 seconds to try to fight over ahead of this rotation towards 3, but I would say it's obviously still early days for this Mercado map number 1. If you are Outlast, at least you were able to get 26 seconds accrued in between P1 to P2, but now you chalk through the middle of the map, you set yourself up for the rotation into the elephant room we go.
Yeah, once again, a big rotation coming out here from Outlast. If P2 wasn't big enough, well, this one most certainly will be. Couple of crucial gunfights to go down right off the rip here. Darkside, that's going to be a big one to remove Fresh from the situation. And it will make a kind of this entire push here one-dimensional. Streak utilized here from Velux. They want to get early control of this hill, early control of this game. And when you use a streak this early on in a hardpoint, Andy, you really have to get something for it.
Yeah, I mean, either it's the break that needs to come through or the map positioning soon to follow, none of which is going to be favorable for Hyvex Street Mob. They utilized the cruise missile, and it just means that Outlast were able to soak up the initial 30 seconds. However, the contest comes in, just flying on in. Fire for 2 with the Semtex, just cannot get the job done. He would have to get the entire 4 dead to hold on to that hardpoint for Outlast, still trying to contest the back end of the big door. Team kill does get forced, but the hardpoint's still vacant for the time being.
Dude, the way that Hive break in through hills, again, we're starting to see some of that kind of early hardpoint that we saw during the group stage in Season 4, man. It's why they were so good in it. Just do that more and more. Outlast being removed from a couple of crucial seconds there. They will be unhappy with how that hill went for the most part, but at least that cruise missile is now off the board. And now we focus our attention over towards the barbershop. 4 players coming down that alley. Mock is going to have to retreat here momentarily. That will apply a little bit of pressure on Thresh. Reposition being made now by Mock. It's a 2 versus 4. Darkside pushing all the way through towards the backline, perhaps trying to take somebody out of the equation, and in we go. Finally, somebody now going to aggress towards the hardpoint. Darkside already picking up 1. Darkside going to pick up a double. Fire for the 3rd, and just like that, Outlast they're in.
I mean, Velux was not necessarily a part of that entirety. Rupert was trying to push over by the back half wall, just exiting the parking lot on the backside of this alleyway, and just Outlast had it so simply read that they can just take over the back alleyway. They found a couple kills. They'll find themselves back into the hardpoint, but Hive trying to recontest from the front and finding success in doing so.
Dude, the way that Hive can just barge back in towards any given hard point, and it's just like, well, this is my hard point, right? It's just crazy. Mock now on 4 in a row. Why? We can't even question it at this point, mate. Velux and him just having such a crazy game. You don't even need Thresh and Reaper to turn up, to be honest. Hive just working off the back of those 2 players. And once again, how many times are we going to say it here in this hard point? It is Outlast who will be touching first, over by Silos. You have to have this time if you're Outlast. Gus and Fire, a lot to do. Thresh are going to go for the peek out. That nade will send him away. And just like that, Gus moving away from the hill momentarily. Hive, they're just barging their way through, but fortunately enough, it is Darkside and Fire who are able to combine 3. Gus will cap things off there. Outlast they hold for the moment.
Trying to take a little bit more space as Darkside is going to start pushing a little bit past the forklift. There is 1 player over there. It's Mock at 12 and 8. Finally gets cut down, however. And now for Hyvex Street Mob, you're from the outside looking in. You're trying to pinch them up on all different sides. And to be fair, I mean, Outlast are playing rather turtle inside this hardpoint, and they are able to find the kills within the hill itself. This is a big hardpoint turning of the moment for Outlast to make this game dead even once again.
Yeah, big 20 seconds. It will put them pretty close to Hive, but this next rotation we always talk about when it comes to Mercado, this hill and the next one, so crucial to garner control of this game. This could really be the moment for Hive where they really put a real dent on this Mercado hardpoint. Darkside, Fire. They know there's players hanging around here. Do they know that Ruper's hanging around to the left? And to be fair, will Ruper look? He's currently not in that direction. Finally, indeed, he does. There goes Darkside. Team shots from afar as well. That's good enough for the double. And on the other side of Cantina, Thresh is good enough here to remove Outlast from the hill.
And now we start taking a look at this Infinity BL money rotation moment, especially when it comes down to P6 over towards P7. Look at the spread across the map. Ruper also able to jump back up. Can't get the better of Cryptic through the middle of the map. But the information's still good, and Velux is set up for a potential 2-piece. Can't lock down the second onto Cryptic, but Mock is there for the trade. Hyvex Street Mob build their lead even more.
Dude, just look at this again. Velux and Mock, we're going to continue to kind of hit this point as we go throughout this hard point because they are just monsters for the roster at this point in time. 12 and 19 and 15 and 19 respectively, or 15 and 9, excuse me. There's no 19 there. Decide just working off the back of those 2 players, but now they've got to go huge here. Reaper has to go big, moving over towards the next, and he's got him behind enemy lines. In for a 1, Gus taken down. There goes Darkside 2, and Outlast, they had such a good shot at breaking that money rotation, and immediately Hive just swipe it away.
I mean, the role change for Ruper over towards the SMG. That guy just John Wicks an AR back into his hands, and it looked like he never skipped a beat with Attack 56, just eviscerating people over inside of lockers, and this is where the game could honestly spiral out of control. Cryptic takes down a teammate. 2 kills do come through in between Cryptic and Gus themselves, but it's not enough fully to get these 2 players for Hive off the hardpoint quite yet.
dude, the way that they're starting to heat up here, Rupert now on 4 in a row. This is where Rupert gets into his element, right? From afar, getting on these headies, getting in these AR setups. Oh, goodness me. Outlast. This is a lot of time to give away. You have to find your way through, and they're going to be spawning up over towards that warehouse side, and you'll see me facing down team shots from the LATAM duo in Rupert and Thresh. Rupert does get taken out from afar. These are good shots coming through from Gus, and that will actually open up a lane here for Fire and Cryptic to do make their way on through. It's a valuable 15 to 20 seconds to get, Andy. It's a necessary one.
Yeah.
But you look at the scoreline at the moment, Hive have built up quite the lead.
I mean, you're still trailing by about 80 points.
Yeah.
So you're going to need about a full 60, and to deny all of Hive this time, more or less, over by P1. But, I mean, just look at the kill feed just erupt in Hive's favor once again. It just always feels like they're in the right place at the right time to set up the pinches. Yeah, say what you will about Thresh, 4 and 11. Dude almost has 2 minutes of OBJ time, and he can kick his feet up inside the hill. So long as Mach is 21 and 12 and Velux at 16 and 11. And everybody around Thresh is just absolutely thriving in towards the second set. Outlast need to uproot Hive off of this time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the key thing, right? I mean, Outlast, they can get this time, but if they don't break the rotation over by P2, there's still going to be stuff going in towards that hard point. So you got to have it right about now. And Gus opening things up with that 2-piece, that is extremely helpful, but you need more than that. You got to get through Mock, you got to get through Velux, and Mock is just not allowing it inside the tunnel. He's going to swing wide for more too. You have to find a way through. Mock getting involved. He's on 4 in a row once again. Should full hit from behind, but the coverage again from Velux through the middle of the map is so paramount. Mock finds his 5th in a row. Hello? How is that happening? And off the back of this again, now Outlast still have not found a way through. Velux is just being so annoying.
I mean, yeah, and Rupert's also being a nuisance over on the back end as well. He's locking down all of the back alleyway. That is immediate confirmation to come all the way through. That so many more players are going to try to come through the tunnel side. I mean, so long as Rupert's still alive on this side of the map, Hive are just completely okay just to soak up the time as soon as this hill pops.
Yeah, that's a lot of effort, a lot of it gone into taking out Rupert from that situation. Now players have managed to swarm around the back line. Darkside going to go down. Velux, 1, cannot get the second against Cryptic. Still banging at the door here. Hive just 10 seconds away from victory, and Cryptic has to find a route over the top. Will jump down on towards Rupert. Press down as well, and Cryptic managing to find that 2 will save Outlast for the moment.
Put on the cape and Cal. Cryptic 21 and 17 is able to find a crucial 2-piece, and that will allow Outlast to break back in for the time. It's just 20 seconds that they're going to soak up. You're almost going to have to leave when 7 seconds is still left over here inside of P2 because Hive have chalked it. They're trying to close things out on P3.
Yeah, it's just the right choice, right? Just rotate away towards P3. Outlast are a million miles away from this hill. I don't even know if you can get there in time, to be honest. That coverage might well secure it. Cryptic goes down, and yeah, no chance there for Gus. Outlast get absolutely toasted here on map number 1. It is worth saying it wasn't all that unexpected, Andy. We talked about this being a very strong map mode combination for Hive in Season 4, so they're not a surprise.
Oh, look at the smile on Mock's face. My heavens, did he show up in a massive way just to completely eviscerate all of the targets in his line of sight. If it was Velux early, the consistency was Mock. And you can see exactly why we were gassing up Mercado Las Almas Hardpoint map number 1 for HiveX Street Mod. Now, fair shake to Outlast. They kept it really close through the first set until we got to P6 and P7. And I honestly thought that the way that they were setting themselves up for Outlast, that they were going to be able to break on fully inside of P7. They found a couple key kills, but I mean, in the positioning on the map for Hive, they always had the closer spawns, they always had the better power positions, and they were just continuously sending Outlast further and further away from the hardpoint.
Yeah, it's just like that AR control, right? I mean, up until that point in the game, Rupert hadn't really done all that much. I mean, we had Thresh just sitting in the hill basically the entirety of the game.
Yeah, but he finds 1 kill with a sub, and then he picks up the AR, and now you have 3 ARs. You have to try to come through in the very narrow choke points that are leading into P7.
Exactly, and the thing is as well, we've seen Rupert with an AR. He's really comfortable with it this season, right?
Say.
Yeah, so it's just like, it's really tough to do, and I think, you know, we always talk about those money rotations. I'm still trying to make it happen, Andy Bay.
I'm coining it.
Yeah, we're doing it, we always talk about those kind of money rotations, P6 to P7, how important that was. Outlast, they almost had it. They almost had a way back in towards that game, and they just could not get it done. So fair play to HiveX Street Mob, showing us why they're so strong on Mercado Hardpoint. Start this series off with a 1-0 lead. Next up, though, we've got Lacilo Search and Destroy, and this is where we should see a change of fortune.
Perhaps. Again, everything on paper that we've written down so far on the weekend has completely just blown up in our faces, so I'm not too sure. It's that guy on your screen right there. Fire. What can Lou bring for this team and to be able to find some success in this Lacilo Search and Destroy? Again, when it comes down to SMG prowess, you definitely are always going to have to keep a keen focus into the middle of the map. However, for Hive, I mean, the amount of times that they have played and lost, but also kept this close as far as Lacilo Search and Destroy, whether you're looking against M7 back in Season 3, against all the top teams that they played throughout the entirety of Season 4 as well. There is so much time to learn and grow off of that map itself. And going back to what we were talking about at the same time, you know, you could have 2 SMGs on this map for Hive, but I would argue even their triple AR setup is what you're mostly going to have to be worried about when it comes to Outlast. They even try to take the map away.
Yeah, Outlast, I mean, they look a little bit... We had questions, right, about kind of what the roster would look like. Fire, of course, joining the lineup, and kind of how that would even affect something like Search and Destroy, right? Because Promar was doing a lot for this roster in S&D in Season 4. As him kind of moving away from that, I think it's going to create questions in Search and Destroy. But you talk about kind of that triple AR lineup that we have here to look at. For Outlast Gaming, I'm looking at players like Darkside, Cryptic, man, like those guys in Search and Destroy, Andy. Ooh, they're pretty toasty.
I mean, you bring like Cryptic up to mind and talk about just what he was able to piece together from that Aphelion roster way back in Season 1 of the Elite.
Yep.
Undeniable. Offense first and foremost for HiveX, Street Mob, nades over the top. A lot of focus for both these two teams inside the building.
Yeah, absolutely. Hive. Already looking for bomb up top, and Reaper has to be cautious here because Darkside's already managed to penetrate the back line. And he's just going to sit here and wait for somebody to approach up top, and I don't know if Hive are going to give him that for free. So all patient here, all calm for the moment. Now Reaper finally going to jump down.
Oh, it's just an absolute harmony. Rupert, Thresh, able to find the first 2 kills. That opens up the A bomb site wonderfully. The bomb getting planted. 2v4 for the retake. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, and already been tagged up here as Cryptic either in the situation. There he goes down. Gus has already picked up 1, so he's had some saving grace. Oh, it's a knife fight up top. Hey, how about that? And you know what? 30 seconds left here, Andy. A 1 versus 2. He can still do this.
Did he see Rupert through the fence line? Yeah, he sure did. Favors the reload. He knows he's got good damage. The stun should keep him locked. It bounces a little bit too far forward. That dead silence will fully dissipate. Velox is already throwing warning shots towards Gus.
Wait.
His only play is really just to hop on this, but I mean, Rupert's there for the pinch. And hey, that's just what you get. Numbers advantage, lickety split. I mean, you got 1 player up top, 1 player down low. Thresh, Rupert, the LATAM duo able to show up, find those first 2 kills, get the bomb planted, and find the information soon after. A great opening round for Hive.
Yeah, I think the gambit early on there for Outlast at the very least was to try and get forward and wait for them to make the first move, maybe catch somebody off guard by having players push through a little bit. They just didn't take the bait, right? They just won those initial engagements. Reaper went straight down to the bomb site and got the site down, or got the bomb down, excuse me. So Outlast unable to win that first round. Great plays coming out from the likes of Reaper. 2-0 for him. And Hive starting strong on a map where Outlast, technically speaking, have that statistical advantage. But in towards an offense here for Outlast we go. And it is Rupert this time playing the role of Darkside up top.
I mean, he didn't pop that silence. He's just going to lurk inside of admin right now, has both of his throwables. The thing that he's waiting for is the point of contact off of what Thresh is able to see. The door's going to open. Darkside is on the opposite side. He's not here alone, by the way. I have seen better stunts thrown in my day, Brody, but at least Rupert's not here alone.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, sometimes it's hard, man. It's harder than it looks.
It's true.
What's even harder than it looks at the moment is getting out of this top area as well for Velox and Reaper, who are currently just stuck. They're trying to find their way out. Crossfire now being created by both Cryptic and Fire. And, well, Cryptic just... Hello? Reaper just jumps out. It's like, hey, Cryptic, I guess I'll take you down. Good response coming out from Fire and Darkside, though. And very quickly, the numbers will fall back in favor of Outlast.
Mock Thresh versus the 3 of Outlast. And Mock is still up top admin right now. No dead silence to play with. Thresh is nowhere near for this assistance. He's playing around kegs. And the way that Gus is positioned on the map all the way up through the football field, he might find the free kill on the Thresh. Yeah, he sure will. That should be the almost immediate call that the bomb should rotate over towards B. Doesn't even matter. Mock just makes a lot of ruckus bottom billiards. And Outlast will respond with a round of their own.
Yeah. And almost looked like they wouldn't there, Randy, for a second, mate.
First, I agree with that.
The way that opening went, I was like, goodness gracious, it's like both Velux and Reaper up top. Like, well, they're really committed to this one. Oh, dear. Outlast do find a way, though, to tie things up, and they will want to. Don't want to give any of that momentum earlier on to Hive. We've seen a lot in Season 4 about kind of how they kind of take that thing and they'll run with it, especially in Search and Destroy. 1-1 now. Reaper going to be the bomb carrier once again, and we talk about last round, how kind of they played slow at the start. Let's see if the same thing happens again.
Fire's got that silence. He's going to be that player playing around the fence side. I think that he just locked eyes with Velux over by this fence line. He rips dead silence, but he doesn't want to push it anymore, and I necessarily can't blame him after seeing what could potentially be an AR holding that angle.
Still, that initial. Finally, we see some kind of trade going down. It's Mock. He wants to overextend himself into towards the football field, and he will be punished for it. So now, Hive, what do you do now? You're kind of stuck all the way back. I mean, what, 25-yard line? Is that good enough? Is that where we're kind of at here on the football field?
Barely out of your own red zone right now.
It's not a lot.
You got to be playing forward pick here if you are Hive. That's the only way that you can try to work your way up through this B site. And everybody's watching it. And Gus completely repositioned from top AC. Hive X Street Mob, they have nothing. Outlast are giving them nothing to work with.
Finally, shots going down by Thresh. He really wanted that kill versus Cryptic. He could have it. Also got Darkside to contend with. Not actually inside sight, just out by courtyard, so they might be able to get this bomb down. It depends whether the action is there, and yeah, Fire just jumps straight on through as Rupert tries to get the bomb down. Now you really don't have any time to work with either Velux and Thresh, and just like that, Outlast again. I think off the back of that first blood, to be honest, Sandy, they just got full map dominance.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that one engagement comes through, and then what do Outlast do with it? They pulled the magic conch string, it told them to do absolutely nothing, and they delivered on that one, cause in effect of just making sure that Hive had to work for some information. And let's be candid, the only information they were able to get soon after that first point of contact was what? Cryptic was up top. You should always expect that there's going to be a player in and around top kitchen, but you have to almost try to get that kill while the bomb is also able to work its way over towards the A bomb site. Everybody got disjointed. The collapse soon to follow. Outlast win 2 in a row.
All right. Outlast now potentially starting to build towards streaks as well. Fire and Gus on 3 apiece, in terms of streaks, of course. Great start for Gus, just generally speaking. 5-1 between the first 3 rounds as well. But it is the same kind of passive play that we've expected to see. Not from Rupert, most certainly not. He is a player to push all the way through, trying to make that flank happen, but he gets caught. Oh!
No trade. Thresh finally able to find it on the Cryptic, and he gives up the top tower position. That's immediate information for Velux. The issue is that Vale already utilizes Dead Silence to get inside that position, but now he needs to get his trainers on. He needs to come up out his team. Outlast are trying to assault the B site.
Yeah, gotta get through. Oh, that's so awkward now. Fire again, the instigator in this situation. He normally is, but he's also the bomb carrier. And now the bomb stuck down in a very awkward spot for Gus. And it's a more awkward situation as well, not just because he's in a 1v3, but because he's also on 4 in a row. Like, you have that question, right? How much of that do you want to throw away?
I would reckon you probably want to sit on the 4, but that's why they're the gamers and we're the casters, I suppose. So Gus is going to work his way up top. If you could somehow find yourself a kill or two, that'd be great, but he doesn't have that silence to do it. And there's 2 players inside the stairwell. I mean, say what you will, the round was at a loss nonetheless, but let's play for the future a little bit here, guys. I mean, 2 kills away from getting yourself a cruise missile could be utilized for information, even if it doesn't get all the kills. It is all speculation soon after. But Hive X Street Mob, they hold on off of a very good trade that came through from Thresh top tower. And good recognition that it was an immediate B push that came all the way through. The collapse from Velux up top was absolutely the reason why that push did not work.
Man, I totally agree. That you're on 4 in a row. I would not have played that, especially with how much noise he was making as well. He didn't activate the Deddy in this situation. Exactly. Like, ooh. All right. Well, it's a decision that was made. It's in the past now. Now we're 2-2 again. Once again, Hive getting themselves back in towards the middle of the map. Gus is going to be the player, or Fire, excuse me, is going to be the player waiting inside the A site. And Hive just waiting for somebody to antsy, somebody to get aggressive. Who will it be?
Velux just waiting for the push. I mean, he knows. His spidey senses are tingling that there's going to be somebody over by that courtyard. Rupert will strike first. He'll find first blood. He doesn't have all the assistance in the world, but the coverage is going to be good enough for him to try to plant this bomb at A.
Yeah, and I thought Darkside might try to react. That would have been perfect for Velux. Surely aware, though, that Velux will call that perfectly. Bomb's still not down just yet, though. I think maybe they want another frag, more map control before they go for it. And yeah, Mock now most certainly knows where a lot of this is coming from. Overwhelmed there by Darkside, if you will. Now even the odds at 3 for 3. But the bomb is down. Got to find a way through, and they're all going to do it through individual one-on-one gunfights. Darkside activates Dead Silence for his on the other side. He does take Rupert down. And oh my god, Rupert! Fresh just got... Yeah, Gus. That's disgusting. And now 1v1. Velux up top. Just going to check the bomb from that power position. And this is going to be the big problem for Gus. Has to just pre-aim and just jump straight on the bomb. Doesn't really have time. But, I mean, I'll tell you what, mate. Gus just...
Hip fire go burst sometimes.
Yep.
Barrel stuff him right down low. Able to get that kill up top admin, but just because you cleared one player away from the clutch position does not necessarily mean you have full tabs on wherever the hell Velux was located. I believe Rip Dead Silence as well. Completely rips back around the flank up top catwalk and was able to get back up towards top admin to be able to get those shots required to be able to close out the round. Hive answer back with 2 of their own. That round does not happen, by the way, if Rupert doesn't find that first blood and gets inside that bomb site. There was no response, as you were talking about. Darkside was the player to maybe do it, but Flux was holding him down.
So back and forth with this search and destroy. 2 rounds on the bounce now from Hivex Street Mob. And it is once again aggression towards the middle of the map. Rupert will be the first player to encounter. And to be fair, I was going to say, I mean, this is pretty held back, pretty restrained from Hive just on the defense. Rupert was the only player pushed up, and now it gets even worse as well as Fresh is gone.
I mean, it's almost the same thing. Just Rupert loses his life on closer towards the A-bomb site rather than outside of Billiards. And Outlast, their adaptation is to quite literally just wait for Hive to make the first error. And yeah, I mean, the overextension does not work out. Again, it's a 1v4 for Mach.
Yeah, and he hasn't got a kill so far, and yeah, he'll stay on that donut moving in towards round number 7. Yeah, that's crazy. I think there was a reposition coming through from Fresh up top that didn't exactly go as planned, but as soon as you lose Reaper in the situation, you lose all mid-map control. Great reactions coming out from Outlast 2, and to get that read on Velux for the penultimate kill in the round, yeah, really well played.
I mean, that's just now 2 defenses in a row where Rupert is just trying to get inside of Billiards, get past them as well, and it's like I was talking about. I mean, shoot, if I can recognize it, I'm sure that Outlast are probably sitting there saying it as well. Like, look, there's going to be somebody that tries to overextend through the middle of the map. It does not work out 2 rounds in a row. Thresh was trying to get him that assistance for the up top position. Does not work out. Tied up 3 apiece going in round number 7.
And now that aggression starting to come out from Outlast once again. Did they just double hit down low? I think they did. Hive just going right over the top of them. They're not going to expect this whatsoever. Mock is watching it, so they might get caught off guard, but it depends on the route they take. And I think they've chosen the route that will completely elude Mock. This could be troublesome.
I believe Thresh is just up top waiting for this push to come all the way through. Mock is expecting the overextension, the flank way to come through, and it just completely works in the favor for Hive. Now you got Rupert with the bomb. He's going to start pushing top party. Gus needs to lock things down up over by Pride Rock.
It's just mind games at the moment, isn't it? Hive just completely outplaying Outlast on that front here in round number 7. But Fire in from behind. Gus down low as well. This could also be equally problematic for Hive. They haven't cleared all the lanes that they would have wanted. They don't know where these guys are due to the flipping on the map. And Hive getting some shots in. Going to have to try and escape here on 1 HP. Yeah, not really much hope of doing that. Gus has already revealed his position. Now he's looking for an ace in the round. And those shots in towards Velux just not going to be helpful.
Yeah, no, couldn't get behind cover to be able to get that reload off at all. And I mean, it was just, honestly a really good chase. I mean, you had Fire dead to rights right there. You cannot let Fire get out with his life over by the A control zone. Chase that kill if you're Rupert. Get it on the board and just force out what had to have been a 1v4 clutch up there at the final few moments. So Hive offensively able to take a very unorthodox style. They completely catch Outlast off guard when we're trying to get themselves bottom Billiards up through top admin. Mock holding down the flank. Thresh looking up top admin. Just did not give Outlast any map to play with.
Again, this search and destroy still pretty close. Hive just 1 round to the good. And this time around, no aggression coming out really from Hive. The player they've got the furthest pushed up is Rupert, and that's a bit of an off angle. Might get caught by Gus if they do choose to move all the way up the football field. Did he activate? Does he get the timing? Yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Gotta have that headset crank up on the main stage. Rupert gonna rip Dead Silence, gonna get cut down because of it. And now the response coming through from Hive is just try to recontest top party, but the bomb's not moving over here. Keep in mind, you Darkside with the bomb in hand. He's laying that bad boy down here in A.
Oh, jeez. I really would have done that if I was Velux. Premature shots, he was looking for kill. You know what, it's okay, because Velux passes the information and Mock completely flips around on the head. Finally, coming off the donut here for a double here in this round. And now for Gus and Cryptic, you got to get a little creative.
Gus with Dead Silence, Cryptic not with Dead Silence, so he's going to have to crab walk his way around, if not try to bait, potentially, for Gus to find a couple kills. We'll take down Thresh, but we're running out of time in the round for Outlast to make it work.
Yeah, you got to get the bomb as well. And Mock's just sitting on it at the moment. Looking for it. Oh, Gus again. He's snapping at the moment, but not a lot of time. Velux can use this to his advantage. It's not the right way to go around the bomb. He snaps on towards Cryptic. Now just shooting in for Gus as well, but does not have the HP. It's the reload now. Gus getting aggressive, and Velux wins the 1v1. The defuse will be good. And that was not that great of a situation for Lux, but he makes it work.
Cozy Vale, man. Look at him just smiling there all the way at the end of the table. I mean, it was just such a good read. Ultimately, starts shooting dead bodies. Unfortunately, as far as the first one is concerned, just that last player was tucked behind the bomb. Could not end up finding the angle, but you give him 2 isolated 1v1s. You have to favor towards the plant there in the 2v odd situation just to extend the round to 45 seconds. But even more so than that, I think that it was just really good patience exemplified from Velux off of Mock's death screen, where he ended up seeing both players come flying in on the locker side for that A-bomb site. Just waited for the perfect timing to isolate those 2 players and clutch up the round. It puts Hive up on that point.
Yeah, very close. Search and destroy again. Hive, they're just doing the smallest of things at the moment. Clutch situations to get themselves out in the lead. 1 round away from taking a 2-0 series advantage here versus Outlast. The first 3 shots, that's a great read. Thresh going to take Cryptic out from afar, and Fire, he really needed that response a lot quicker, but elsewhere, Gus does take down Thresh, so that makes the situation a little bit more manageable.
And Fire going to exhaust his death silence. He gets back behind inside of lockers. Join the likes of his teammate. Darkside on the other side, though. Both his throwables going to rip dead silence. He's going to get behind Mock, and I don't think that Mock's going to expect this at all. No, he sure won't. That bomb also getting dropped as well. Rooper 1v3, what can you do?
Well, he gets the first. Has a path to escape as well. Dead silence has been activated. I think it was probably before that kill, to be honest. Gets the regen off the back of it. The problem is he needs to get to the bomb before that dead silence goes down and ideally pick up the kill versus Darkside 2. Darkside just sitting in the corner. No, Rupert does not see him, so Outlast do survive here.
1 round at a time for Outlast. And it's quite legitimately just that, plus a little bit of extra for Outlast. Again, these adaptations that Hive X Street Mob have been throwing their way have been absolutely sublime. Instead of just relying on one player to overextend, they are just stacking up together team shots to be able to find that first blood. But it's the overall collapse and the reactionary plays that are being done by Outlast, one especially for Darkside in that final moment to pop that silence, get behind enemy lines, takes down Mock, and now everybody's trapped in and around administration and through bottom billiard. So 1 round lead here for Hive, very much so, could still close it out here. Outlast gonna throw a wrench into the system. That's a big amount of focus towards the football field.
Yeah, it is. This is a big play call coming out from Outlast, and I don't think they've got the streak to cover it as well, so they're relying heavily on utility to make that space work, and indeed they have. Thresh and Mock now forced to retreat all the way back towards Pride Rock.
Bomb gonna go down very quickly at B. I mean, Mock is so far away from here. He's all the way over by the side cliff. Now, Thresh is very close, by the way. Can't find an exit at all. Gonna catch Darkside, though. That's a big first blood to have.
Yeah, that's gonna make those players inside Garage really tense. Cryptic causing carnage in the middle of the map, though, and now they know this is effectively a 3 versus 2 around the site. You've got to play this pretty quickly if you're a Hive. They've already picked up 1. A lot to do if you're Fire, and he does get taken out by Velux, and now Cryptic, a 1v2, and again, he's already picked up the kill earlier on. The kill versus Mox is good enough. He has to take the shots through the door if he wants to stop this defuse. Yeah, absolutely the right decision to be made there in that final round from Hive. He'd already gone off for a kill of, what, like 10 to 15 seconds ago?
Yeah.
They knew where he was. They knew they could just go for the 3v2 and hop the bomb.
The last known position for Cryptic was already on the backside, outside of billiards, and I mean, if you completely clean up the site, you had 1 player laying on the outside, 1 player playing in the 1-for-1 position inside the garage, like you were talking about there, Brody. You take down those 2 players, and on the last known position for Cryptic, all the way out in Narnia, he could have got on a foot race, and to be completely candid with you, he had the TAC 56 out in hand. He probably could have got a couple wallbang shots, but probably could have still stuck it if you are Hive X Street Mob to be able to get that final defuse off, but where we honestly thought that it was going to be quite good for Outlast, their early adaptations to completely catch Rooper off guard for their overextensions does not be a continuance as far as that search is concerned. It's Hive's adaptation. Rather than playing rather isolated in a 1v odd fashion, they start doubling up. Their team shots will garner them a multitude of first bloods, and not only that, they'll also lead the series 2-0.
And you know what? This is that Hive that we saw early Season 4. Like, this is early Season 4 Hive. Yeah. They are feeling confident, and you can see it in the gameplay, right? And it's the subs for me. It's those guys, you know, Rooper and Velux. It's when they really start to get hyped and really start to get aggressive. I don't know if there's much that Outlast can do against them. Like, I know they've got their own firepower on side, right? Quite literally, they've got Fire on team. But Hive's X Street Mob here, I mean, like, again, you're just starting to see that confidence that was coming out, and they were beating top-tier teams early on in Season 4.
Yeah, and again, it's the overall cohesion that has honestly garnered them so many of these different series wins, and why they were always keeping it very, very close, playing these top teams all the way down to a map number 5. Obviously did not win as many series as they once hoped for, but even in those maps that they were losing, it was always very close. You can always see the pieces of this puzzle for Hive X Street Mob just kind of getting very close to being an utmost beautiful picture. Obviously being down the lower bracket, not where they want to be, but no better time than now to be able to exemplify what you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Hive now 2-0 up here versus Outlast Gaming. This is a very important match, of course. We've talked about it quite a lot for upcoming Challengers Championships, for all those crucial Challengers points for Hive to, or either of these teams to go at this point. It would be quite damaging, wouldn't it? Of course, this is a loser's bracket, so one of these teams is about to go home. We'll find out which one it is after this break. Welcome back, everybody, here to Call of Duty Challengers Open from Toronto. We're 2 maps deep now into our series between Hive x Street Mob and Outlast Gaming here in lower round 4. One of these teams is about to go home. Who will it be? Well, if Outlast don't win the next map, it's going to be them. That's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite literally how a lower bracket works. Who would have thought? Honestly, Brody, your brain just exceeds your skull's capacity. That is absolutely absurd. Yeah, I mean, hey, look, Outlast have really given themselves a couple good looks. I mean, the first set of Hardpoints in the Mercado, very, very tight. It came down to that P6, P7 rotation, and then Hive just absolutely started running away with it. Really good adaptations in that Lacilo Search and Destroy, but utmost perfection for Hive as far as a reactionary play is concerned, rather than just willingly putting Rupert in those isolated formats. Instead, playing along with the team shots, their teamwork, their cohesion is the reason why they find themselves here up 2-0.
Yeah, we've been talking about it quite a lot, right? Hive, Extreme Mob, this kind of new Hive. I don't think we can call them new anymore. They've been around since the start of Season 4, right? For those of you guys not familiar with them, effectively they were an all LATAM team at the end of Season 3, and they made it all the way towards the Grand Finals, just fell short to Millennium 7 in that best of 7. But then after that, they made all the changes and such, and this kind of new Hive Extreme Mob, with Mock and Velux on the roster, I think a lot of us were expecting them to not do so hot in Season 4, but they proved a lot of people wrong. Like, they came out the gate swinging, and now we're starting to see some of that group stage Hive Extreme Mob coming out here versus Outlast. It almost makes you question, in a way, why they lost in the way that they did to Team Strays. Now, I know there's an asterisk on that because Team Strays have actually not just gone on to beat this team in Hive, but also the reigning champions from Texas in Team Notorious.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, man. I mean, Hive, I think maybe they're actually better than that kind of 2-0 loss.
Yeah, I honestly would agree with that. Because, I mean, like, again, if we're just going off of just recent results for this entirety of the weekend, that Team Strays roster is just playing out of their minds right now, being able to beat Team Notorious under map number 5. Regardless of the matter, though, this Outlast team was also able to take the Hotel Search and Destroy off the Awubabub. So, I mean, I think that you're looking for a lot of good workings for these two teams to be able to find any sort of value. But just to kind of echo that point that we were talking about, you know, old Hive X Street Mob to current Hive X Street Mob, the biggest consideration and concern almost for a lot of fans and us casters, analysts included, was the role swap for Rupert going over towards the SMG. And it's interesting, again, because we got to see it, especially for that 5 spree that he went on late into the Mercado Las Almas first set of Hardpoints. We saw it in the Lacilo Search and Destroy, and we're probably going to see it again in the Lacilo Control, where this team is able to find a lot of value is off of their triple AR setup. Why is that? Well, it's because Velux is rather comfortable with the TAC 56 in hand. Fist bumps are out. This Lacilo Control is quite literally do or die for Outlast. You got to have it to stay alive here in the 6.
Yeah, and that triple AR setup, as we get into towards this Lacilo Control, is going to be really threatening, I think. You do not want to let Hive X Street Mob get themselves in these power positions, which there are a lot of when it comes down to Lacilo here on this defense. If you let that happen, it's going to be tough to take them out. Man, it does feel weird to not have Reaper on the AR, I'll tell you that much, mate. But Hive X Street Mob want to close out this series 3-0. Let's see if they can get it done. Outlast Gaming here. Need to win this map, or was they are done and dusted.
Yeah, Lacilo isn't exactly a comfort zone when it comes down to Season 4 of the Elite 4 Hive X Street Mob, finishing 1 and 2. 2 and 0 for Outlast. Again, that was with Mikey Pro Omar. Now, what can they do with Fire into the mix? Up on offense first will be Outlast, trying to get themselves some positioning through the middle of the map. Their biggest issue is if they want to get over towards that A control zone, you got to be worried about Mock top radio.
Yeah, again, we were talking about kind of Hive having these ARs in these power positions. This is absolutely one of them right here. Mock up top in the top radio tower. You need to take them down if you want any presence on A whatsoever. And through the middle of the map too. Outlast need to get these guys out of these power positions. They have actually removed Thresh from AC, so that is pretty big there. But still, have to get yourselves on this B point now to actually try and garner some control. And as it currently stands right now, finally with those kills coming through, that's Fire with that kill on towards Velux. That space has now been created.
Yeah, I don't know where Mock thought he was going, giving up that tower position rather than trying to get up inside top kitchen, because a couple kills did come through for Outlast to be able to get themselves some clearance, to be able to get top party as well. But Thresh is able to get up towards the top 10. He's just going to keep these players at bay. And I love this call from Outlast. They're down to 25 seconds, but they know that they need to find more kills before they can get on some of these control zones, but they're kind of splitting themselves up. 20 seconds remain. He got to get on his own.
God, this is the deepest of flanks from Cryptic at the moment. It will work for the first, at the very least, on towards Rupert. Velux, the next tier on the kill list for him, and he puts some shots in towards Cryptic, makes the call towards Thresher. Hey, there's a Cryptic over here. Could you just come and clean this up on L4? And indeed he will. Velux also getting a kill of his own as well. Hive looking pretty hot here on the defense, but one tick about to be given away by way of Gus, who effectively solo caps it on this A-zone, but now has a lot to contend with. There is Rupert down for the cat. Now Fire joining in for the fun, and here fun he will have. Velux and Mock down for the count, but Thresh again will trade things out. Cryptic now trying to save this round, and Thresh says absolutely not, my friend. 4 seconds on the clock. Thresh will be denied. This is really last chance saloon for anything to be done. And as Darkside falls now, again, this is just so individual on the offense from Outlast. 1 tick is all they get.
1 tick is not going to be good enough, of course, depending on what ends up happening with this Hive Street Mob offense soon to follow. But, man, feels good to be smart sometimes, doesn't it? Because we talked about the AAAR setup. That's exactly what you roll out defensively for Hive, and, well, it works out wonderfully, doesn't it? You got one player watching the mid-scoop. You got Mock that was just playing up towards the tower. Kind of goes for a little bit of an overextension, a little bit too overextended for my liking, but nonetheless, the recontest comes through. Why was that? Because when Outlast was able to find a couple kills, they couldn't get a player top party to be able to get a couple of those spawn kills. Some of those kills come through, and Outlast might have been able to get a segment or two off a beat. Not going to be the case at all. Hive now on offense.
Yeah, and Hive, very aggressive here and very concentrated as well. We'll say that much off the rip. Setnade's pretty good from Thresh. Veiloc's going to be taken down, though. And oh my god, the door gets slammed on Darkside. He wants to take shots through it to take down Rupert. Will be denied the opportunity. And you know what, Rupert, he's feeling kind of sorry for them. So he'll just help them out by taking out the teammate. But Mock, again, finds another kill versus Darkside. Hive here have done enough to get themselves through. And they've also done enough here off that initial push to get 1 tick already.
Team Nate also traded back in kind via Outlast. Mock's toes just sticking out just a little bit. Gus is going to take him down towards top Pride Rock. That first segment on B was not locked in. No, it's going to get depleted. That's going to be rather frustrating. However, the push initially for Hive over by B will allow them to spawn parallel over towards A. And they're not necessarily finding all of the positioning in the world. Luckily enough for them, they do have Thresh top tower with 2 players on the zone.
Yeah, this power position again, it's Thresh the halted at this point in time, and he's just going to be kind of zoning in on the top side areas on either checkers as well to make sure that nobody comes through. You know what, I don't think you even need Thresh in this position because Mock actually on the point is doing enough here to keep these guys at bay, but now Thresh has to get involved. That shot versus Darkside is good enough. There goes Fire 2, and I think now if you look over towards the minimap, folks, you can see not much purple around A. That point is gone.
Oh, Rupert, dead silence push is going to get him around the backside of Pride Rock, and, well, I don't think that Outlast are going to necessarily expect this. Might hop on top of the tree. He's going to have a good look on the Fire down low. Great first pick to have for himself. Trades to speak of. Velux gets taken down. It's a 3-for-1 trade there on the B zone, Brody.
Rupert all the way through. Shots on towards Gus good, and even that is good enough to be honest, because you're keeping these guys at bay momentarily. Outlast, you gotta go. You gotta go right about now. This is all being watched. All these lanes are being watched. You've got trophy systems on the point if you're Hive. Cryptic will get shot from up top. You have to imagine Darkside needs to be the savior, and he just can't get it done in time. That was so swift from Hive. The recovery from Rupert from Pride Rock was just so great. He kept them at bay for long enough that they couldn't really do anything.
And even when Rupert got traded, you saw where his position was at. He went up through the metal stairs that leads in towards top admin and was just waiting for all these players to try to contest top tools, was waiting for them to come through from the window side. And the moment that they were trying to get through that little very narrow choke point, all of Hive just absolutely eviscerated them. I will say this much. I mean, for Hive to be able to get over towards the B control zone the way they did, to be able to win the opening rip in such a fashion was massive for a couple different reasons. They have themselves the life lead. They got 60 seconds out on towards the board. But the transition from A to B, I mean, they just made that look so easy.
Yeah, so strong a Hive, and a lot of it is just this AR setup, which we've been talking about so much, right? It's just been so indomitable in the first couple of rounds. Outlast, you have to find a way to respond to it right about now. And off the rip, the trade's just not kind. It's Rupert and Thresh that are doing it. The Ladam duo here on this team. Gus the only one that responds, and I tell you what, that response is pretty spicy. Double headshot kills there on towards Rupert and Mock. Sends him back towards the respawn point, but Velux peeks his head out through lockers and picks up that kill in kind. The defense looking pretty hot here for Hive. Now Thresh will be the next player to get involved in the mix-up. Outlast are going to send players over the top. Rupert should be there to catch Darkside, and perhaps Cryptic too. Oh my god! Rupert, you dirty boy.
14-7 now for Rupert. AR in hand. It's like he never left. And now you can get up the side of admin. Dead silence about to run out. Hey, Gus, how's it going? Free kill now for Rupert up on a 3 spree down low. Also has some assistance. Velux will be traded out. Rupert off the dead silence, continuously getting it reset. Now up on 4 in a row.
Dude, Rupert is unstoppably 16 and bloody 7. What is going on? 25 seconds. You got to stop Rupert. You got to stop Hive. You got to do it now. Otherwise, your tournament is done. And Rupert is just feeling himself. Ring around the rosy, around the bar area. Finally, he gets taken down. And perhaps an opening now for Outlast. It's going to be disjointed, though. Couple of players from Outlast on A. Fire around the middle of the map. Had an idea that he wanted to go towards B, but he's going to attempt to flank and has his knife out at the complete wrong time. So Mock taking him down. Progress now being made over towards A, though. Repositioning through checkers from Mock. He is not allowed to get that gunfight versus Gus. And actually, as these kills come through now, I'm not sure if you're Velux or Fresh, you actually want to push this.
Yeah. I mean, you need the space behind, though. Fire. Semtech's going to take down his teammate as Darkside was trying to find more space into the back. Luckily enough, Gus is going to be there to at least find the trade. A-Zone has been captured. 60 seconds on towards the board, and now Lesser only trailing by 2 lives. The biggest concern for this transition over towards B. Look at player number 8. Velux is just lurking around that house. We've also got Mock that's playing onto the backside of the cliff as well. So Outlast are going to stack up together, try to fly out from top and bottom, so we'll see what they can find.
Yeah, right decisions made at the moment here from Hive. They're not getting too aggressive. They're waiting for Outlast to come to them. And I tell you what, it's working out so well, isn't it? I mean, they're just pre-aiming. Outlast are running right into the trap. And they're most certainly falling for it. Cryptic, the last remaining player here of this entire play. Rupert's like, hey, are you still hanging around, mate? This is, we're closed over here. We're not having you in. Cryptic down to the count. Back towards the respawn point he goes. 30 seconds left now. Won't really have much time to make this one work. They're going to have to hit this as a 3. And that initial kill on towards Rupert is extremely helpful, but there's a lot of places you need to take players down by.
Oh, Velux. Searching for players in the back. Cryptic was expecting the challenge to come through backfield here. Velux, egregious gunfight, but he is going to keep that player weak as all get out. Is even finding shots into Gus. That is a very long engagement that Velux will clean up. Now it's just coming down to Darkside. He gets cleaned up as well. 12 seconds remain, 8v15.
Yep. Player still around as well. Fire, he's going to be able to take down Mock, but Fire needs to do so much here. Gus from Fire will take Reaper out. It's Fire versus Thresh. Thresh through the net. He will have to back away here momentarily, and that will allow Outlaw towards the point. Velux taking shots in. He goes down 2. First tick through. A 12 versus 7 in favor of Hive, but that's not the problem. You got to get these guys off the point, and you got to do it now. Reaper for the first. Gets traded out by Darkside. Thresh just jumping down on towards the point. You're in a 1v2. He picks up the first, swings for the second, and Thresh goes huge to close things out. Hive X Street Mob take the control. A 3-0 here in the series.
Strictly business for Hive here in the Lacilo control as they're able to clean things up there at the end. Some really good veteran maneuvers being exemplified for this Hive roster, recognizing how chalked that A control zone was, setting themselves up for a couple exits, but most importantly, even with the lives that still remained, they knew that they had to get a player over towards Pride Rock. They knew that they had to get Velux over inside of the house. Without those 2 power positions like you were talking about with that spread, I mean, if you are Outlast in that moment of time, you have to explode out from the top window, find all of the kills required in all of these very annoying power positions, and then maybe, just maybe, you can get yourself on that B control zone, just cannot get the ladder done as the triple AR setup for Hive is just way too good. They will continue on this lower bracket trend.
Yeah, crazy, just crazy. Hive coming out here with the 3-0. I'll keep saying it, mate. This is that Hive X Street Mob from Season 4. This is that roster. Yeah. And it's worth saying as well, like, we go back to Season 4, and for those of you guys who maybe didn't get a chance to watch Season 4 of Challengers Elite, like, the teams they actually went down to in bracket play, there are teams that made it all the way to top 3, top 4.
That's right.
NRK, and then Orbit. Like, you're like, oh, okay, so that's why they lost in those positions, right? And so you don't really get to see the full potential of this Hive X Street Mob roster. Now we are absolutely seeing it here, a convincing 3-0 against Outlast.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, the Search and Destroy obviously had a certain bark from Outlast. It's almost what you would expect from the players that are on this team, but in the respawns, my heavens, did they absolutely let them have it. I mean, to talk about just the pacing, you just look at the stat board as we're going through these replays from this map number 3. You were always finding some really cool key moments from individuals from Outlast. But again, it goes back to that entire conversation that, yes, you can have slay-heavy individuals from Hive, but it's what they do as a 4-player team that is something that you absolutely write home about. And hey, again, that triple AR, man, it's got to be talked about when you were going up against this Hive roster. It's either when you take them to an Lacilo, you better hope that you can do triple AR better. If not, maybe you can try to outpace them, but they are looking hot off of that 3-0.
You know what's funny is you even taken a map like Mercado Almas, right, which is generally speaking pretty close quarters, right,
sure.
for the most part.
Pretty 2-2, yeah, standardized.
Yeah, you can have the ARs in the lanes, and even that looks like, well, you know, Rupert can also do an SMG, you know.
Well, yeah, it's crazy because like Rupert even picks up, like he loads in with the sub. He gets that 1 kill flanking an AR. Now he has a double weapon setup, and now he's able to hold those longer lines of sight. It's just the flexibility that this team has to offer is what makes them so deadly and, honestly speaking, very fun to watch.
Yeah, you know what else as well that I think is really important to note? You know, we talk a little bit about Rupert and kind of the triple AR threat. What about Velux on the SMG, man? I mean, he is nuts. This has been his season. I don't think this is his debut season, I want to say. I think he's been playing in challenges for quite some time, but this has been his year. He's come out, I think it was the Smog Alpha Wee Woo roster or something like that. I think that was the team name. Funny team name. that they came up with for a Season 2 or Season 3. And we were immediately impressed with what we were seeing from Velux. And it's just that kind of high-paced, hyper-aggression that we love to see from any given SMG player. He has that, and he has it in spades. And once he gets going, you saw it at the very beginning, the very start of the Mercado Hardpoint. Yeah, it's tough to stop him.
Just another one of those collegiate athletes, man. I'm telling you, some of these guys are just able to hang with some of the best. It's just about some of those players that they're able to team up with. And, well, you got 3 collegiate athletes on one team of HiVac Street Mom Gaming as well. How far can they go? Their Saturday is not done quite yet. There is still a very, very long road ahead of them if they want to be able to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a really long road. They're in lower bracket. What is this, the second match they've managed to win here in lower bracket as well? Like, they've got a long, long way to go. But I tell you what, if Hive continue to play like that, hey, maybe they absolutely will go all the distance. Who knows, man? It's Call of Duty Challenges. We're full of surprises here in the Passion Pit. We're going to be full of surprises as we get further on throughout the broadcast, folks. We've got more matches here. We're moving into winners round, I think, coming up next.
Right.
We've got some great matches up there. Of course, we still do not know who's going to take it all home. We've got more surprises on the way. Don't go far, folks. On the other side of the break, we've got more Call of Duty Challenges.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I call the game on smash on lock. Dedication, prepare to be locked. My 10 toes grinding on the concrete. I will show them that me on the block. Run them, all the boss. See them times I run to my boss. See them times I beg them for favors when I don't get the food from my pot. Table don't turn. With the big fan, but I reach don't burn. Game face on. Game face on. Then really on.
Let's go, baby. I know what it is.
Hey, watch where you're going. I thought you had new internet.
It's not that. I had the sun in my eyes.
You're kidding, right?
It hurts. It really, really hurts.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Dude, you're playing like a chump, and we both know you can't blame it on the internet.
Sorry, my cat jumped on the keyboard.
Well, that's interesting, since you don't have a cat.
What are you talking about? Of course I have a cat.
Dude, we're roommates.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Hey, you! What the... is this? Brain adapt? Really? Look at me. I'm an NPC, a mob, already at a disadvantage. And now you're creating headsets with some new technologies that helps humans listen better? Hands off that button. I want to speak to your manager.
I'm Nemo, and I'm a 22-year-old student. Here's how I budget for the entire school year. I use the TD Student Budget Calculator to help me plan my budget. Ta-da! And that's how knowing my budget helps me live life to my fullest.
$1 million on these, it's crazy. Dang, that's a lot of money. Sweet. This is insane.
What is up, all you crazy COD fans? Yes, those that are here in Toronto, and especially you at home. We are now jumping back into the winners' quarterfinal matchups that I teased earlier and was wrong about as far as the schedule. My bad, Austin. Just trying to get there faster.
Fair
but
enough.
I'll tell you, we're in for some barn burners. My whole shift with me, I've got Visions. Brother, how you feeling?
Feeling great, Alan,
Yes, sir.
man. It's been a great day, dude. There is a lot of upsets happening right now, a lot of surprises, but it's been a fantastic Saturday so far.
That's a perfect segue. We've got a bracket for you to look at that will start to pan out who exactly is still alive on the upper side and in prime position to earn some very coveted challengers points. Most importantly, though, I know this is kind of overwhelming to look at because the text sizes are crazy and there's a lot of names on the board, but there are some very notable names that are missing. Rocker got upset, full reverse swept in the lower bracket. They're out and done. Outlast done. Mind Freak from APAC done. Atlas Lions done. And at the top side, how about Deviants? They've got double representation. Both NA and Europeans have made it to this point in the top 12.
Yeah, I mean, might actually end up fighting against one another here. We'll see what ends up happening. But yeah, this has been a very surprising bracket. I mean, even some of the teams that you don't see in the lower rounds just yet, teams like M7 down there, Team Notorious.
good point.
Like, there is a lot of squads that I think that, you expect them to be in this top 8 here looking at this bracket. But, I mean, that's what happens when you have literally the best of the best all flying out here to Toronto.
I mean, we've said it a handful of times, and I'm going to live and die by this. This is essentially a preview to champs. All the teams except for the 2 Latin American representatives, whoever they're going to be, they're all here. So this is essentially a good look as far as what our international regions look like in strength, and more importantly, what we can expect on land compared to what we've seen in the Challengers Elite, for instance.
Yeah, that's the biggest factor. I mean, it's a totally different game. I think, when you really break it down to what players are playing on, with certain settings that aren't available here on land. So much different. I mean, you're seeing the gunnies obviously come alive, and you're seeing the pressure also set in here as well for some of these squads that feel the need to get these pro points. And not only the pro points, but I mean, we haven't talked about it a ton this weekend, but I mean, top 2 make it to champs automatically.
Yep.
So there is so much on the line. That's why we have as many good teams as we do. But I mean, you just do not know what's going to happen at this point in time into the tournament. There's been a lot of great looks from everything that we have right now in front of us.
Big things like Team Strays and Boston Breach Academy, they're already kind of stealing the show, so to speak. But our featured matchup coming up on the main stage is Affiliate Esports. Don't worry, that is a very common practice to be sniffing in those little boosters, those little
smelling
oil.
salts? What is that?
They're called like boomsticks.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, they're like energy fragrances or something.
Gotcha.
Some essential oil technology. It's very kosher. Affiliate Esports on one side of the stage, they're looking great. And honestly, they've been clean so far in their bracket run, which I think is the most important part about them being here. But on the other side, Decimate, who we talked about in the Challengers League of North America, kind of a surprise. They didn't make it into the top 4. They've also been perfect so far when it comes to playing in their upper bracket.
Yeah, it feels like they're hitting form here on land again. And I mean, you talked about it, right? During the regular season, those guys were flawless in Hardpoint up until playoffs. So I think a squad to look out for without a doubt coming into the respawns. But we take a look at least at the map sets that we do have coming up for ourselves. We got ourselves a little Hydroelectric, a little Lacilo, a little Expo action here. So we got some mixy maps to kind of kick us off for the first couple.
And these are great target bans on both sides for what it's worth, by the way. You talked about Decimate being great in the Hardpoint. You're not going to actually see the Fortress be played, which is interesting. It's by far one of their best. But on the other side of things, more importantly, you're not going to get a feeling on the Hotel Search,
right.
which those guys, you just don't want to play them there. So Hydro, I think it's going to be a very neutral map. Small favor, I think, to Aphelion. They were 3-1 in Season 4. They look great on rotation, but this Decimate team also plays with speed, so I expect this first map to be pretty tight.
Yeah, it's the ARs that play with speed more than most other teams
like
right
that
now,
call,
right?
Yeah.
Like, it's very, very aggressive. It feels almost overwhelming at times, and I think that we put a lot of credit into, players like Harry, or, as we like to call him, Lucifer, and we haven't really asked him, is it Lucifer, is it Harry this weekend?
We haven't found out.
Maybe we'll find out. But, I mean, I feel like those are the type of players that have the ability to be able to adapt, especially through a map like Hydroelectric. So you feel like it could be great for them, but you really do have to watch out for this Decimate GG squad. We talk about the speed, we talk about the pacing, but they start steamrolling squads when they're able to find that flow into a map, especially when you start seeing Estriel kind of run into the mix of it and start putting together some multi-kills.
Yeah, Estriel and Flames have a lot of history with one another, dating all the way back to BO4. They were grinding out, even in the Modern Warfare 2019 year, they were still playing in BO4. They become Challengers eligible, and they have largely stuck together throughout all of it. Bink has also, I think, just been one of the more underrated ARs in North America to this point. But on the other side, it's not just the ARs. You got to deal with Furious, and he lives up to his namesake. This guy plays with some vigor, and there's not a single challenge on the map that he doesn't want.
Well, Alan, let's get into it, man. Affiliate Esports, Decimate GG, kicking it off here on Hydroelectric Hardpoint. It's going to be a great series, potentially a long one. We'll see what happens here right off the break. Noisy going to go for a nice little dip and dive in the water, try to pop out here into P1, just trying to get a read on where things are, and now we'll see if he can start to put together some time.
Was first stunned up, can't quite make the challenge happen as of net. Noisy deals with the first, good bait and switch. Nice moment from Denza to get involved. Mythic's following up. So right back into the Hardpoint Go Affiliate Esports. Flames still trying to watch this from the cross. Well done. Takes down 2. Also locks down the rotation with still 20 seconds to fight.
Yeah, great position to be in here. 20 seconds. You're going to have to now fight for P1 time as well as try to push through afterwards. So critical engagements need to come on in. And well, so far, not too good. 2 kills come away with Bink and Noisy doing a great job of just contesting the exits. 10 seconds up for grabs, but the kills are still there. The control of the map all here for Decimate GG.
Really flawless start here overall. Bink's still on 4, by the way. Hasn't died yet. Just kind of watching from dome position. Getting a lot of help from his SMGs, even tagging through the wall. So once more, Affiliate Esports tested as Bink gets to 5. 31 HP. Goes into the water, floating through, trying to get the regen off, trying to avoid the line of sight from Mythics, and now that he's full, looking for that early cruise missile. How about Bink? 6-0 start, Decimate all over the hill.
Oh my goodness, Bink off to a very nice start. You do see a bit of a flip on the map, so there is a chance at least to come away with maybe the back 35 seconds here for Affiliate Esports, but Denza under pressure, under threat. Noisy just trying to contest and do what he can here from the front. Challenge comes through. It's a great win here for Denza, able to open up just a little bit more space.
Decimate looking for a clean break attempt. You've got Mythics already on rotation, so there is a chance to still fight for this back 20. Denza in their way on 4. Pops back up looking for 5. Oh my goodness. Sleep coming to play. 5 in a row, and now all of a sudden Affiliate will get the scrap and take all of their attention over to New.
Yeah, Denza able to maybe even match this streak very early on here that Bink was able to pick up. We'll see if this rotation will work out for him. He's going to pop up right behind Noisy and says, thanks for the cruise missile. No score streaks right now, too, which is what you love to see out of the EU guys. So cruise missile secured, and they're already fighting early here for some time.
Nice shutdown for Astro. It's his first kill. Slow start for him, but a big one to try to get Decimate locked in for the early time. Flames here to assist. Affiliate trying to get to the second floor. Noisy caught, trying to mantle and contest the same position. Bink on the off spawn, looking to try to pinch this from behind, but no, not going to work out. Affiliate clean. They will win the hard point, and with that, Stolen be in a position to win spawns too.
We'll take a look at Noisy back here. What a win that is on the Mythics. Mythics got maybe the first 3-4 bullets. Noisy snaps, and now is a chance maybe to fight for the back 25. I love the route. Noisy just doing a little bit of jumping in and around the point, but still now has to worry about the players at the back. Spawn's going to get very, very mixy here. Estriel could even pinch up this play, and he does. Can he find another one? No, Denza there to shut him down.
Nearly collided the last 2, let's be honest with one another, but that scrap time will put Affiliate right into the mix, just a couple of points behind. Decimate on rotation, looking clean. Estriel is out, but he will be in the position to try to lock down mid while Bink continues to just dominate from top dome. May need to change the call out if he continues to reap like this from this position. Mythic's going to give him a try, but ultimately just not in a position to really fight him off, and he's just, I mean, come on, he is literally a sentry turret up there.
I think Estriel just throws a stun and it just goes dead. Yeah, that's right to the bottom. Not able to get value out of it. Locks himself up for a second, but he's still in a good position to come behind this play here. No way does Furious read this, but shots are taken. Estriel finishes off the first. Good control here through the front of Ruins. And Estriel, this is what he does, man. He gets into positions like this. He starts to fly. He starts to fry.
From 0-5 to 8-7, Estriel putting together some nice consecutive kills. And Decimate are already on rotation. I mean, they're in a really good spot. They've got Affiliate possibly blocked up into the back here. This is a great spawn flip at the right moment. Affiliate now in a position to try to at least get the scrap time, but this is all by design. Decimate are in a great spot to get to New.
They absolutely are, and this is what we kind of talk about, that cycle here in Hydroelectric that sometimes you get caught in, and well, Affiliate Esports not really always able to get some of these spawns, some of these rotations, going to hurt them a little bit, and Bink is ready to overlap the streaks.
Yeah.
So we'll see what this man gets up to. 15-5 at the moment. Teammates doing a great job slaying around the point now.
Estriel on 5 as well, so not only does Bink hold on to his cruise missile, Estriel's going to earn one of his own with that 6 spree coming out. So, oh boy, we've gone from close to not close whatsoever as Decimate are continuing to just pack a punch here. Affiliate cannot find even a look at the new hard point.
This has been tough here for Affiliate Esports. Really slow start for Mythics. I mean, we talk about this guy kind of being one of the critical players for this roster at times too. We saw what he did in the season previous, but he has not been able to find it at the moment. Furious right there with him. The sub's not really full fully off the ground, and well, Decimate up by about a full Hardpoint now. 20 seconds to fight for. You can see Denza trying to give this another go.
And look at the setup from Decimate. They're sitting here saying, go ahead, commit for this scrap time. We're just going to take the right side of the minimap while you guys all flood from the front. So playing the long game right now are Decimate, and they're doing it perfectly. Like you mentioned, they were flawless in Hardpoint through Season 4. And, well, you're seeing exactly why that's the case. For a young team, boy, they play like some vets.
Have to find a way to stop the bleeding and stop it quickly. And, I mean, there is so much to do here. Have to even find a way to push through. You can see Denzel on the minimap taking a long route around. Meanwhile, on the point, Flames has a chance to earn a streak of his own. There it is. Cruise missile now secured. Just more utility to play with, but the spawns do flip out. Flames has to backtrack.
You get a cruise missile. You get a cruise missile. Everyone gets a cruise missile for Decimate Gaming right now. Huge start, doubling up nearly on the points of Aphelion. They have done well to kind of collect themselves and get towards the P2 side of the map, but everything's coming at a cost right now. Nothing is free. Decimate challenging everything and getting away with murder is Estriel from Dome. He's starting to feel it, nearly takes down Denza, but even still, P1's still active. These right side spawns may not actually amount to much of anything here for Aphelion, who are still stuck.
See what they can do. Have to put together now a hold, as we said. Furious does a good job coming around the back, and now you can start to see all this attention from the front here for Decimate. You do get a spawn for Flames maybe to try to attack through mid, but you have so many great positions. Furious is just dancing here in and out of Dome, and he's got Denza to help him. So the support's been great. Streak's coming through, and the streak finds nothing, but the second one does. Flames able to open up with 2.
Hell, they could throw a third in there if they wanted to. Make it 4 or 5. Just cruise missiles raining hellfire down upon the hard point, and the break does come through. Trophies to reinforce this final setup. 30 seconds worth of fighting still to go on as Flames just continues to push forward. Nothing is free. Unreal stuff. Aphelion trying to find a way to get into contest with this back 20. I mean, they lose this, they just lose the game.
That's exactly it. They have to fly, have to find a way to get Bink out of the point. Bink puts together 3, almost snaps on Lucifer as he drops down, and well, he finishes them right off.
Bro.
My goodness, 200 to 87 here, Alan.
This map was 7 points apart.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time. Not too long ago. Definitely not a galaxy far, far away. Wow. Aphelion Esports looking stumped. Mythic's at 7 kills. Can't even average a kill a hard point right now. That's how tough it's been on him. Does at least get a kill off the anchor, but the hit from the front starting to grow some legs. Noisy looking to make a play from the backside. He gets right around the corner, beats Denza, and that turns, nearly takes down Mythics. But a chance here for Aphelion to still hold with numbers. And, well, I was going to say the spawns, but Estriel blocks it up, and just like that, it's all green where you don't want it if you're Aphelion.
Yeah, you really need to try to push through, get them in the spawn trap, and then win the rotation. But, I mean, the biggest factor is keeping them off the time here. You need this to at least go neutral from the outside. Denza trying to attack, and, well, Noisy it does get the assistance from Bink. Almost puts together 3. Estriel follows up with the trades and the scrap time. It's good.
Bruh. I mean, what else can you say? It's just, as close as this game was, it looked like Aphelion were making all the right reads, putting together the right ideas. Decimate would say, we see you, and we're not just going to 1-up you, we're going to 2-up you, 3-up you, and make you look like you don't know what hardpoint means. But Aphelion will be in position here at Trail. Setup looks pretty solid. Line of scrimmage is relatively well put together. Decimate not going to have the tools of double cruise missiles this time to break, so now it's just on to, can they use the single one that they still have? It does at least cause a little bit of chaos around the point, but well received as Lucifer and Mythics get the first 2.
Yeah, don't have everyone there when the cruise missile comes through, so should allow you to lock in maybe about, 20, 30 seconds here. Bink, though, will work to the top of the dome. He's just silently gone, 25 and 11 as well. He has been cooking, but Fury is starting to maybe find that form. Is it too late? I mean, it's just 13 seconds for the dub. You have to make a rotation through the map, and now Estriel can also maybe threaten for the win.
Thing about it is, this could be good for Aphelion. They're getting the kills that they need. 15 seconds of scrap time, though. Have to come back to this and contest if you're Aphelion. Not quite winning the gunfights that they needed to keep it away from win condition. Decimate looking to hold. Mythic shut down. Bink on the cross. Denza needs to go, and he will not get there. How about that start from Decimate? Mercy.
Mercy indeed. Holy. They just come out swinging, and I mean, that is the decimate that we saw during the regular season in the last Elite. This team that just has that ability to just almost make it look like it's easy. I mean, it is just ridiculous how fast they are, how good they are. They know where to be at the right time, and it's the trust, I think, most importantly, that you've been kind of seeing built into this roster. They have that ability to just steamroll a squad like Aphelion Esports. I mean, that is one of EU's best.
Yeah, and the thing about it, too, and it still catches me by surprise when you see the record that this Decimate team has put together, and then you look at the roster. Because at really any point in time in any of these individuals' careers, you look back and say, yeah, they were the superstar on this team, or they were the individual that was, really kind of carrying the team through.
Right.
But the fact that all 4 of them have come together, and now they're playing super mature, cohesive, team-based Call of Duty, not to discredit them, obviously, but it is like one of those things like, where did this come from?
Oh, man. What a crazy map, number 1 it is. Just so many highlight plays, and I mean, how many streaks did we get that map? 4, 5?
Yeah, I think 4.
It just felt like there was so many sprees by the end of it. That is one that you're going to have to forget very, very quickly if you're the Aphelion Esports boys. Definitely a wake-up call coming on in. I think Harry's going to have to pass around, what was that boomstick that he was sniffing? He's going to have to give that to some of his teammates.
Something. I don't know, brother. But let's take a look at the Search and Destroy here. Lacilo coming up. And if there were to be anything to kind of look at, the one thing that we could really say about Aphelion is don't play them on Hotel. So for Decimate, you check that box already. But without us having really a lot of chance in the Elite to watch them play Lacilo, who knows in terms of what they're going to offer here? Because the same thing can be said as far as Decimate concerned. Largely played a lot of Fortress, and they played a lot of Hotel of their own.
Right.
So this is kind of a newer pick, so to speak, in terms of trying to get yourself going on a more flexible map. And I'm just curious to see, because let me back up. Aphelion and Hotel are good at controlling tons of space all at once.
Sure.
If they could do that in Lacilo, I think this map could be just as successful for them as a map like Hotel.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really fair shout. I mean, you think of Lacilo and you think of, how it's led and how you typically come out with rounds. I mean, it's going to be through, some of these SMGs that maybe weren't performing too well too. So have to find a way to try to get, Denza involved here alongside Furious to outwork Estriel and Noisy, which it feels like when they get into these Lacilos or these maps that have a lot of corners and levels to them, it's difficult to track them down. They're slippery. They're really good at getting a kill and then getting out with their life. And I think that's sometimes the problem when you look at these guys who've been playing S&D, since they've been 13 years old, right?
Well, especially for Estriel Flames, because they were doing it on Black Ops 4 for 7 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez. Man, good shouts. And I think the thing, too, if we were to take anything from Decimate on how they like to play Lacilo Control, is that they're looking to use those subs to get aggressive, find some open space behind cover of an AR, and then just turn the map around, flip it up on top of its head. So
absolutely.
I look to that guy right there, Bink, first and foremost, to see what he's going to default to doing. You expect that he's probably going to be playing from the defensive side, from somewhere like top AC, trying to open up space towards soccer for their SMGs to push through. I think that would be something that you would likely come to recognize from Decimate throughout this search from the defensive side of things. But again, a big question mark as far as how Aphelion want to play, and just don't rule out Denza and Furious from doing something similar. I think that's the biggest point.
That's the biggest thing. I mean, you can remember what Furious was doing, Season 3 with that team alongside Mythics.
Yeah.
So has that ability to quite literally win it himself, but definitely going to need a collective effort. A little bit of a stomping in the map, number 1, but I don't expect Aphelion Esports to take that lightly. I'm ready for a bounce back. Let's get into it, brother.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing when we watched this Aphelion team, week 1 of Season 4, our biggest takeaway was dude, they're playing some big brain surge. They were getting wild with some of their set plays. So it'll be Aphelion on the defense to open things up. Furious caught. Top soccer. That was a 1v1 isolated by Decimate. Okay. Did not expect that to be the opening first blood. And Bink now has a chance to just watch over this top window, and this bomb could flip over to B quickly. I mean, with no trophy, no dead silence, this is as free as the B zone could ever get.
Oh, Lucifer, though, does get a big kill back on the Flames, so one of the critical ARs not going to be a part of this round number 1 anymore. 3v3 is where we're going to drop into, and yep, it's the right call here. Estriel going to drop the bomb. You got great protection and cover fire from Noisy watching through mid, and now you even have the back protected a little bit to play for that safe spot on the bomb.
Yeah, as soon as you see Lucifer rotate over, that was a really smart call just to dive on in towards A. Noisy watching through tools. Here comes Aphelion, though, largely from the front. Estriel playing on top of couch. Does have dead silence if he needs to get out of here. But Noisy gets the job done from the front. Goodness, what a double. Lucifer now by himself. Goes the long way around. Knows that he has to deal with a player on this side of the map. Problem is, Bink isn't going to give him a chance. Whoa.
Good prediction.
Hell of a prediction. Didn't matter. Noisy won the round.
Yeah, Noisy wins the round, and it really starts from that 1v1 that you called out, Alan. It's that huge 1v1 battle that opens up that side of the map that starts to shift some of those defenders over, right? They have to pick up the slack. Are they actually attacking this site? I mean, when you have no trophies, no dead silence, you know, that round number 1, you never really know what a team like Decimate's going to throw into the mix for you. So have to backtrack, have to play very passive, and it really just leaves that site completely open, and it's just really the timing of just the awareness of knowing, okay, this is our moment to kind of go for that plant. They take it, they use it, and it's a great opening round.
Absolutely. Beautiful breakdown. Now we swap the sides. Some of those field upgrades surely will come into play. Quick hit. Flame's going to go top tower. Should be seen by Mythics. He's watching for it. And yeah, Flames has recognized that he has been scouted out, but still the whole thing about this play is get Noisy forward, and they've done that to threaten this checkers position with Estriel on the cross.
Have to know Estriel's almost always going to be in one of these corners. And Denza knows. He's not going to let that one slide. But Noisy does actually slip through, but he's picked up on the back end of it. And while this is all primed and ready for a matchup round, there it is, all tied up one apiece.
Think they did their homework?
I think they might have.
That was just a no stun, no nade check. Just jump on in. Hell of a read from Aphelion. So a flawless round comes out in response. We go offense for offense. Now what? This would be the round where Decimate tries to do something weird, I think. Just from their defensive side. They didn't get a chance to use anything field upgrade-wise. Or offensive side, pardon me. This would be the round that they could try to overwhelm something with like a double hit through B alley or something of the nature. I'm expecting some aggression here.
Yeah, I like that. Team certainly will not shy away from it. And right into mid, it looks like we are going. So an aggressive hit potentially right into A. This time maybe picking it up with the tempo. Noisy going to clear out a lot of spray. He is flying.
Brother.
You said it. Estriel's dropping the bomb. I mean, this is going to go down, but you do have to worry about the flank.
Long flank on the way. This has been perfectly timed from a Aphelion standpoint, but it does get picked up. Flames taking up Furious. Denza does have to kind of back up front side billiards. Flames doesn't expect it. Denza gets the second. Nades are out. Estriel creating some space for himself, and then he takes care of Denza on the exit. Now just down to Mythics. 1v2. Gets the, whoa! I thought he had Estriel dead to rights. Looked good, but Estriel shooting a little too straight.
Wow, I mean, this team is just so good at reacting, you know, on the fly in a situation like that. I mean, Estriel's kind of flying out through mid. He's picking his moments again really, really well. I love the idea of Aphelion Esports. They're like, they're hearing the nades, they're hearing the stuns. It's like, okay, well, let's take the higher level.
Love it.
Let's try to collapse from behind, you know, take out their AR players that are watching over them, but not able to get there with the trades fast enough. And well, that aggressive round, I mean, you called it, Alan. They went in there flying.
They love to play quick, buddy. I know that much for sure. I don't know much, but I do know that. Aphelion Esports on their first cheeky try. It doesn't quite fully work out for them. Nades down mid. Decimate defensively will not get any tags off of that. And look at the awareness.
Yeah.
Nothing mid. They got to be outside. They're not outside B. So it has to be this direction. Flames is deep. I mean, that boy is back there. Bank right over the top. Try to contest this top tower position, but this is beautifully received by Decimate. First blood goes their way.
Yeah, Flames just backs all the way up to his spawn, and no one's really ready for that. The nades just don't connect. Denza's in a really awkward position now, too. He gets tagged up from behind. I mean, they are sandwiched into courtyard right now. Their only way kind of out of the situation feels like it's going to have to be through mid. But Estriel could give a chow. Has to be a little bit careful here, not throwing away his life, but he does finally finish off one. Might be a second. He's got one bullet. He's got to go for the reload. Takes the rechow. Estriel finds the 2Ps. Almost gets the third.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. Give him, dap him up. Do whatever you want, man. That was unreal finesse. And the thing about it is, what a beautiful freaking read from Decimate. No nades connect. We saw it right down the gut towards Billiard. Nothing tagged. You had one player pushing through soccer. Where could they be? Flames just hightails it back to spawn and says, I got it. They're coming backside A. That was so well audibled for Decimate's defense. Now up 3-1, and Estriel's on 4.
4, 5, and 1, man. I mean, I said it. This sub-duo is just... It almost just feels obnoxious to play against sometimes, you know?
It's obnoxious to watch him with Comcast around, dude. I could only imagine.
We got the X-ray, and it's like, how is he there, you know? Definitely keeps you guessing. But Estriel's been great here so far, looking to maybe be the opener here into this round. But maybe this time it's Noisy, going to inch up here through this long way.
And this is what I freaking love about how Decimate play this. Bink watches him forward. He can pop that silence late if he needs to. Noisy not done. Tyler Bailey, mercy. 2 kills for him. Gets away, and now the nades are out and the bomb gets planted.
My goodness. Lucifer and Mythics have to try to recover the round in a 2 versus 4, and well, their position's pretty much going to be known. Lucifer just going to have to send it, and well, Mythic's going to follow up and try to do the same. First kill's good, but he's got nowhere to go.
Dude, this is the crazy thing about like when you and I were doing Season 4 playoffs was like, how did Decimate not make it to the finals, bro?
Agreed.
Like, their hard point's flawless, their search is creative. That, in particular, get used to seeing that the longer Decimate plays in this tournament, because Noisy loves to get forward while Bink is watching over the top of him. And the key thing about it is he never pops his dead silence.
Yep.
So the whole idea is, let me get forward for free, and then let me hit dead silence to completely blow up the round. That time didn't need to. His teammates get good comms, and Noisy, again, just single-handedly wins the round with a key double right through mid. Beautiful.
They are flowing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, I think it's going to be a little bit quicker than I think originally expected. But we'll see. Fellow Esports not out by any means, but do they ever have to adjust here? And well, they're going to adjust with the scope, maybe try to slow things down. This is a hell of a way to do it, but down low, stuns, nades, all flooding into bottom pool. Lucifer just trying to get an angle on where this play could be potentially unfolding in front of them from. And I mean, you can see the pressure right now. And now look at Estriel.
And the thing is, he's got an exit. He's going to have a little bit of help over towards B-Alley if he needs it, but Estriel's now on 5. Doesn't quite slip away from Denza, but look how quick Decimate are to follow up. I mean, come on. Unbelievable. Noisy's on 4. Lucifer's by himself wondering, what the hell do I even think about doing?
That's the thing. It's like, where are they at this point? He might be able to grab the bomb, but where does he go from here? And they actually didn't even pick it up. And, well, doesn't matter.
Dude, that is so good, bro.
Look at the Noisy's got. He's just laughing right now, man. Like, he's like, what is this?
Yeah, he's put his controller down, his arms folded, just like, let me just watch my teammates fry real quick. What the heck? I mean, this is, yes.
Yes.
This is just yes.
Yes.
Wow. Or I guess if you're a Phillian fan, this is just
no.
Just no. Jeez Louise. Just absolutely dominating from start to finish. Mentally, physically, emotionally, and maybe with Noisy on 7 and 2, he feels like God, so maybe spiritually as well.
It feels that way at the moment. Decimate might be able to put it away here. Bomb is hovering through mid, but a lot of pressure, a lot of attention through the soccer field. Nate's going to come over the top here. And, well, Lucifer, though, able to draw that first blood. Does find Noisy, but that bomb's going down.
Flames missed the timing on this flank, though, from Aphelion. He was tracking back from the B side of the map. He does not know that both Mythics and Denza are behind this play. So even though Bink gets one inside, there's the flank. You can hop this if you're Mythics. Decides not to, though. Still very nervous about Bink's position. He gives himself up, or does he? What? And he gets away? There's the follow-up. Furious finally gets the kill, and now Flames. No dead silence. Gets Denza, could stop on in, tries the wall bang, but not going to work. Furious, iced up, didn't bother even try to drop it. Gets it defused and Aphelion stay alive.
Yeah, you could really see it there. It felt like Flames had done enough to maybe scare him off of the bomb, force the challenge out. But, I mean, Furious, no, it's 5-1 up. Like, I got 16 seconds on the clock. If I don't find you, I'm not winning the round. I might as well stick it. I'm already halfway through. So I like the call. It's more of just like a desperation of hope, just saying, well, hopefully I get this off. And, well, they do pull away with their second round here. But, I mean, I don't think there's been a single round where it really felt like they were in control.
No. No. No, their first round was a flawless.
I guess the first one, but other than that, it just feels like the adaptations have been there, and Decimate have had a numbers advantage almost every round since.
And I'll be honest with how convincing Decimate was. My old 35-year-old memory had a hard time processing when was the last time Aphelion won a round. So, yeah, it's been convincing to say the least. Quick hit towards B, though, underway, with Furious watching the cross deep in towards Tools at the moment. Bink is taking the long route, the scenic route. He's offering tours. You can find him on Yelp. Long-range shot's not going to work out. Mythics gets the first blood, and that should lead to a plant.
It's going to go down quick. Good position to be in, despite losing one here for Decimate. Have a chance maybe to attack for the flank. Noisy just trying to scout things out. A good nade also connects here. Lucifer able to find one, but where does he go from there? He can't go anywhere. And Estriel just running through them one by one, and now it all comes down to Furious and Flames with 30 seconds left.
Furious has no idea where Flames is. He's resetting all the way to the backside with his dead silence. Flames may get a look at this because Furious has to check. Furious has to go and check this. Does he see him top AC? Flames gives it up. There's the info. Backs down, but Flames, I think, sees him and now on the hunt. Furious out of the dead silence, just playing, watching the cross.
No!
Catches him. Furious doubted his own angle. And with that, Decimate will take the search 6-2 in emphatic fashion.
Oh, how about that from Flames? That is just a great call. I think maybe he sees Furious as he turns back, and Furious is just thinking, oh, I got the time. He has no idea where I am. Surprise, surprise. Flames is holding the most off angle you'll ever see and catches him off guard, gets there in time for the defuse. I mean, Decimate are all smiles, and I mean, why wouldn't they be smiling right now? It just feels like they're on cruise control.
I'm telling you, man. And even before that 1v1, big shouts to Estriel through mid B alley to get 2.
Love that.
Come on. I mean, at a certain point,
was crazy.
Dude, for real. And I think the smiles and the laughter is like, dude, we're joking these guys. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Unreal. That is a statement through 2 maps. An absolute statement. So Hydro goes the way of Decimate. Dominant fashion. The Lacilo outside of 2 rounds, which again, the second one nearly got clutched up. It's been all Decimate all the time, always. Wow.
I just don't know if I've ever seen Aphelion Esports look that uncomfortable in a search and destroy before.
No, me neither.
I mean, I know Decimate are throwing almost something a little bit different every single round, so maybe you never really get a read on a lot of these plays, but hey, I mean, I've never seen them look like this. I mean, Estriel's playing out of his mind there. You can see in a couple of those clips, but dab-ups are in, man. The smiles are out, and I mean, this one might be all done on the Expo control.
A wild card here, though. For the side of Aphelion, they prefer Hotel. 6-1 on it throughout what they did in the Season 4 of Elite. Whereas Decimate preferred the Lacilo. Played it 6 times. They went an even 3-3 on it. That was really kind of kept them out of playoffs, by the way, was their control.
Yeah,
so,
true.
You know, as much as we're gassing up Decimate, because why wouldn't you looking at that scoreboard? This is going to be where I think Aphelion can get themselves back into the series. Hamilmad Expo is going to be kind of a wild card. Embassy Hardpoint, kind of the same situation for both teams. But if we get to a Mercado search and destroy, that's where I think you're going to feel really comfortable if you're Decimate. They just have been really good when it comes to, again, speed, tempo-based search and destroy. You're going to find that all day long on if we get to map 5 in Mercado.
Yeah, I like that comm for sure. I mean, I bet by this point, based off what we've been seeing this entire tournament, who even knows what happens in Mercado S&D with everyone just banging heads 15 seconds in any night. Like, S&D that felt like lasted 5 minutes on Mercado earlier. So if we go the distance, it could get very, very interesting. But I mean, Aphelion Esports, first and foremost, just need to wake up, I feel like, here. I mean, they got to come alive. It really does almost start with that great first initial round to kind of start saying, okay, like, we're stabilized, we're good, we can bring this back. You need a round like that here. And if Decimate, they just come out swinging and just run away with a really quick offense or a really quick defense, whatever it might be, just never let them get on the point.
Yeah.
It could get scary very quickly, I think, for them.
Really, really could. So those X factors that we were mentioning, they need to come to life right here, right now. At least for Affiliate Esports, they will be starting on the defensive side. It's weird how much this map has transitioned over the course of it being in the pool.
Yeah.
It used to be like, oh, A is free. Never mind. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
B is free. Never mind. Maybe this map is defensively favored. Who knows? First opening engagements, though, for Decimate are headed over towards the A zone. Furious, nice little win, deep, but he does get traded. And that allows Decimate to keep the clock stalled as they make progress on A.
First tick, just about locked in. That's a good win and a noisy, too. You're going to lose Denza. That was kind of the furthest member forward for Aphelion Esports. Challenges coming through from Bink up top. They won't be able to finish off the second, however. Noisy and Estriel bouncing around the point. I'm now locked in that second tick. They might be able to get a very fast capture on A, and now Noisy 4-0 start.
Tyler is not backing down from anything. Are you kidding me? That is a bold second challenge. Third tick, though, stalled out. And Aphelion do have Sonic control. They could contest this defensively. Now, the thing about it is they're giving up B completely, trying to stave off this A 60 seconds. But Noisy behind is more focused on trying to get to 6 kills. There's number 5. Shot at, but not traded. Furious off spawn. Awkward. How does he not see him? Oh, there we go. Tenza saves a life. And with that, streak source shut down, and Decimate will head over towards B.
Forward position here from Bink. Oh, that's a huge win out of Denza. He's able to get himself going here, 4-2 start. This is what we wanted to see. Some of the members just individually stepping up, starting to win some of those 1v1s. Another one coming through for Denza, 4 in a row now, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Estriel to just kind of sit here and wait for his teammates to get out of spawn because they might get put in the blender.
You looked away for a second. You thought Decimate was going to be at like 2 minutes, 15 seconds of the A zone being gone. But Aphelion, do what is needed to be done. Take over Sonic control, stop that A progress. Now Decimate, with 28 seconds and 15 lives, have to resort to playing over for A. Harry in their way. 6-2, 3 in a row. Shut down from behind. Bink allows an opportunity maybe to get on towards the zone. Flames contest over towards Sauna. Mythic's down low is the only one who can contest this, and he does get one elimination, but is traded. And with that, surely Decimate Stack can get the extra 60.
Yeah, 2 members here, good for the zone. Already have Bink kind of flying forward as well, and there it is, minute 12. If Bink finds that one, that's a quick transition right over to B, but they're able to hold on. Just have to now try to survive for a minute.
The thing about it is Aphelion are staggering their way in towards this expo hall, trying to get some control before Decimate can get on towards B. Big gunfight for Furious. Taking down Noisy, key, instrumental in keeping Glass safe. Astriel just playing side hallways, hoping someone chows. Here's Furious on a long slide. Mercy me, still taken down. We go 9v8.
Still time to get the job done here. But the defense in a good position. Denza just lurking down low, able to get some damage in, but does reveal his position. Still able to follow it up with another peek here through the outskirts. But what can they put together with 30 seconds left? And Denza's going to take a route. He's got the dead silence. He's going to fly right at Bink.
This could just be a TDM from here on out, though. Bink, huge gunfight win. Lucifer over the top, does take down 2 of his own. 4v4. 20 seconds on the clock. Mythic still watching the cross. Nades and trophies ready to go. Gets Bink. No, doesn't finish Bink. Doesn't matter. Turns back to the gunfight, though. Help now arriving. 3v4 situation. Aphelion starting to win the eliminations. Furious in a bit of trouble. Bink recognizes it, finds the kill. Flames follows up. We got a 1v2. Bink on the point. No, not going to stay alive. And Aphelion will get the first defense.
Honestly, I think that's kind of best case scenario as well, because there wasn't really that many ticks that went through. Just 3, I believe, off of the zone itself. They didn't fully complete that first one here on the other. So able to get the job done, and a huge round of the Denza. I think you really have to praise this man that you're seeing right now on your screen. He found just a huge amount of eliminations. He was the one that was kind of getting behind enemy lines. And I mean, if it wasn't for him, it felt like there could have been a lot of offensive pushes that could have worked out successfully there for Decimate.
Yeah, a couple of key 1v1s that just, they go the opposite direction. Like you mentioned, quick transitions, quick stacks. The A zone goes over in the first attempt. I mean, so many things that could have gone differently. But Decimate not quite able to get the work done. And now it's on to Aphelion. Looking to make their first move over towards B. Astriel watching, sees one on the cross. Second one comes out. Denza predicted, but still doesn't quite win the gunfight. And with that, Decimate now move their defense over.
Furious through the back, just making sure everything's clear. He's going to find a wild Astriel back there. It does manage to finish him off here, so now looking pretty solid on the B point. You could take a look, though, at Flames, and how about that one onto Bink? Just able to beam him. Nice kill, and that's going to open up here for a play again over to B, but no one's actually on the zone stopping the clock, and now some of these members are able to get from behind, but that's a good clearance that comes through from Mythics. Chance to stop the clock. Denza's on the point.
It felt a little too cute right there for Aphelion. They get the clearance at B, try to make a play to Glass, and Noisy shuts down one side of it. His teammates pick up off of Spawn, but now there's the stack. 3 members on. Second tick rapidly gone. The third will follow in suit. But Decimate looking to play for exits. Top side. Good shots from Esther. What? Mythics? Okay. Good to see you. And that will lead to an opportunity for Aphelion to do what they tried to do before, control Glass.
Yeah, it's a scary moment. I mean, you can see how staggered everyone is right now on Decimate. There's just a lot happening on the map, so Flames is really going to be the only one through the back here. And while this happens, you still got players being spawn trapped on Decimate, so not a good position to be in, a chance to really take advantage and try to turn this into some kind of offensive pressure, but it really starts with Flames. You have to deal with him first.
No, the thing about it is the amount of success that Aphelion are finding through the middle of the map will actually force Flames to kind of give up this position because someone has to defend A. Lucifer predicting it's going to be through Sauna side. Gets a read. Gets the shots. Oh, my. Okay, AR is starting to wake up here for Aphelion. Nade does keep Lucifer off the point. Noisy follows up. 12 plays 19, though. That's the bad news here for Decimate, and Aphelion just have to kind of keep bleeding out the lives as they have a chance to still play around the map.
Noisy able to deplete a lot of this first tick as well. The lives, though, are the biggest problem, aren't they? 10 playing up against 18. Still with a minute on the clock here. You're able to stall just a little bit more of this time. You could win through kills. Feels like pretty handedly. But we'll see what can happen. Denza trying to work something from the back. He's in a good position to maybe fight off some of these ARs from Glass. Going to take shots onto Estriel and has a chance to pinch up this play. Meanwhile, Mythics is able to find one. Furious puts together a second. That's the last one up. Bink's going to drop, and now a stack can come through.
Yep, second tick lock. Third should be surely on the way, and sure it will. Wow. Okay, Aphelion, we see ya. Back right into this series immediately. 2 very nice, well-constructed rounds. Defensively, good saves. Offensively, moment where they got a little too risque, but hey, they pull it back and they look good on the transition from B to A finally.
And I come back to that first round. I think just how important it was to get one on the board and just kind of reset a little bit, take a breath. It feels like they've now done that. They're putting it together, and well, they're taking full advantage of the weakness that we talked about here with Decimate when it comes down to this game mode. And I mean, you could really feel like Decimate maybe not understanding what they all wanted to do. I think, you know, at that time, Flames was at the back. He was trying to do what he possibly could, but I mean, he was the only one back there that did a great job of dealing with him, and now a chance to get the job done here on the defense.
Yeah. See if they can make it happen. Little split here from Decimate 2-2 towards either zone. Furious trying to cut over back towards A. Does get across, can contest a little while longer. Nades on both sides start to litter the point. Furious still finding kills, eventually denied, and Decimate will have a chance for Estriel to stop the clock.
A lot of trades back and forth, but Estriel does stay alive with the zone. Challenge about to come through here. Denza, see if he can come up with a kill. Yeah, of course he does right now. Having a great map, 14-10 now. And he's going to be able to get himself a forward position, maybe come behind this play. Decimate going to have to now turn towards B, but Furious is also here, putting on some pressure.
Yeah, Furious looking much better here in this map. Obviously just the 16-16, but his plays have been instrumental into getting Aphelion to where they need to go. Second tick, though, on the way. Two-man stack. Bink trying to keep the top side safe. Yeah, well done there. 3 kills come out, and with that, Aphelion will have to kind of chalk and concede as there will be a 3-life lead here for Decimate.
Lots of time to work with. And you already got that first ticket A, so just a little bit easier with one good wipe, but Furious flies at another. Flame's gonna drop. Noisy trying to make up for it. 4 in a row for Noisy. Oh, I thought for a second that was gonna happen, but the trade at least is there. Still presence on the map here for the attackers, just trying to get something done on A.
Estriel watching the long cross. Semtex does connect. Saw that there were a couple of Finley members making their way towards Saunas. Bink really needs to keep his life up here, and no, Furious will flush him out. No worries. Decimate kind of stuck now all of a sudden. You got Noisy playing through Old. In fact, the rest of the team might have to play through Old at B. Kills looking good still, but clock keeps ticking away. 1:25 in the clock. Aphelion still holding onto the Sauna side of the map.
Lucifer through the back, able to play the stair heady now, and he's got support right behind him, so you feel like the setup again is here for Aphelion to potentially hold on. It's just a matter of what Decimate can do from the back spawn here on the other end. And Flame is dealt with, and oh no, Bink is also dealt with here. So Estriel kind of left out the drive, forced to make an individual play. Furious able to sniff him out, and now just about to the back of the map is everyone here for Decimate.
Aphelion is just doing such a great job of their ARs helping each other at Sauna side, and every time there's a single kill from an AR, Furious runs in and says, let me go see if I can find somebody. And if he does, great. If not, no worries. It's been really, really good as far as Aphelion kind of keeping the pressure across the entirety of the map. Decimate have not been able to secure trades, at least successfully enough to flesh out these ARs from Aphelion. Estriel takes down Mythics for free. Here we go. 3 down. Lucifer last one up, and they will get him as well. Now a chance to stack. 12v8, but it may not matter. Aphelion still coming out of spawn, and yeah, the 3-man stack should surely be enough.
Bink's got the cross. It should be good here. Able to find the first one, and well, he puts together the second one as well. There we go. Decimate able to get themselves on the board. Finally able to get something going, but it felt like it was a long time coming. I mean, Aphelion Esports had them in the back there. That felt like a round that they could have easily closed out. Harry had the heady, right? He had support from behind to kind of watch that mid-cross there, but finally able to break it open. Some of the playmakers able to slip through some of those cracks that were open.
And I think the biggest thing about it is Decimate are starting to get a read on what's happening.
Agreed.
ARs are playing Sauna. As soon as they get one of the kills, one of the subs is going to pop up in somewhere that we don't expect them to be. So let's just make sure we're playing controlled. Don't give them the ability to kind of be the ones proacting the play. A lot of work to be done here, though, for Decimate. They want to try to find a 3-0. And Aphelion back onto their offense have already made their moves in towards mid and are already touching onto the A zone.
Yeah, very early on. Noisy, 24-16, AR in hand, ready to try to get a trade, but no, the support again. Furious able to spot out one of the ARs, comes behind the play, and puts together 2. First tick just about locked in. Estriel wants to try to clear the point, but he's got a lot of players to look at, and well, Furious gets the best of them. Flames, though, nice win to be able to pick up. Can he put it together here onto the second? He's got support, and they should be able to clear off that point, and that is the case. They stop the second tick.
Yeah, stopping the second tick is the biggest thing about it because they know they're going to have to quickly transition over towards B, but you don't want to give up free progress. So well done to deplete the majority of it. That said, Aphelion off spawn, already on the B zone. Estriel trying to change that. Good win, even facing down the beat down. And with the follow-up, now it's just Denza by himself, and he's going to have to step off the zone. Tries to step away from the gunfight. Maybe he gets the first tick of progress here. He's got support on the way in. Nice backup from Denza, and yeah, the first tick does get locked, and now help is here.
Help is here. Denza can't win that battle. Bing for 2. Couple of big wins, and well, Flames follows it up with the 3rd. So back to step 1 here for a moment for Aphelion Esports. Trying to work out of their spawn, and Flames is just putting on the pressure, starting to work himself back into this map. Coming alive here just when you need it.
Yeah.
And there is still no zone captured here so far for Aphelion Esports, and they're going to make a decision to come back over to B. They have numbers. They might be able to get it done.
Big wrap, though, here from Decimate. Problem is Estral just has the Vaznev Flame. It's got the same weapon, so not the greatest at range, of course. Trying to play through backstairs. Catches Denza. Good help from Big. Follow up on the way. Furious gets the trade, and that should do it. Okay, well done. Furious getting 3 in the process. That will allow the extra 60 seconds to come out, but we do have a 3-life lead here for Decimate.
3-life lead. Minute 35 of the clock. Decimate have to hold on, and this time they can't give up the mid control. That was what was happening before. Aphelion Esports did a really good job of pushing through this left side and kind of attacking from the back, never really allowing any kind of an established setup to come through.
What?
Long range battle from Noisy. This man getting close to 30, gets some damage off on Furious, but Furious has been so good with the help. As you highlighted, he's there again. They're trying to clear out the ARs in the back, but Bink takes the place of the last one.
Noisy's like dazed and confused, like Matthew McConaughey shooting, all right. I guess I'm going to get that one. 14-10. Furious on 4, still putting together streaks. Kill after kill. Problem is, they still do not have a lot of a look here over towards A, although Denza's gunfight does allow an opportunity. Furious trying to hold on towards Sauna. Decimate stuck right now inside a glass. Need to find an exit. It's a double stack on. Furious continuing to get kills from behind. And that may be about it. Flames has to try to find a way back in. He does get the first. Trade comes out. 3rd tick still being worked on. Furious on 6. Last chance is Noisy. He gets the opener. Still contesting. Tries to flip the script, but no. Lucifer has the double. And Aphelion on the board.
They get the win. And, well, it was looking a little bit grim coming in, but they really put it together in the control, and I think it's just a big step up from every single member. I mean, the way that the ARs were playing off of each other, giving info for Furious, how many times did he just create the big play that allowed them to then get to the zone or to defend the zone? It felt like he was really piecing together a lot of big multi-kills there. That was really one of the big X factors. You can see him on your screen right there. But overall, that's a great one to start with. A chance now to bring it back. We talked about the second half of the map set.
Yeah.
Now things have changed.
And that's the thing about a player like Furious. If he knows that his ARs are watching 2 of the 3 areas of contest, and he just has to worry about one thing in particular, he's one of the best players in individual spaces, probably in challengers. He doesn't lose very many 1v1s. He's happy to take 1v2s as well. So really, really prime stuff coming out of the side of Aphelion. 3-1 the count. Embassy Hardpoint up next. And this is, again, just kind of talking through this map set, a bit of a question mark compared to what we saw in Season 4.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. You come into, a map like Embassy, and now things have changed, as well for as far as, what we've seen out of Aphelion Esports. They're firing back. They're starting to get that flow. And I think on a map like this, you can really see a player like Harry shine, I think, on an Embassy. So chance to really take over coming into this and maybe potentially bring it back.
And the thing is, it has to be almost the exact same mantra of what we just saw in the Expo. It's not just Harry getting kills.
Sure.
It's also communicating, what am I watching? Furious, this is what you're going to go hit. Because the last thing you want are these Decimate subs to start swarming on all of the interiors. That's what Aphelion should be specializing in. And to be fair, it's what they do specialize through when it comes to them playing in the European space. So that has to be there first. And you hit that really nicely on the Expo. The ARs have to lock down the lanes first. The subs need to know where exactly they need to be taking their focus. They can't be thinking about 3 things at once. Get them into a one-track, one-dimensional mindset. As Aphelion Esports team can send us to 5.
Well, let's see it, man. Going to need a lot of proactivity versus this Decimate team when it comes down to hard points. We saw how the first one was not even close, but now they've awakened. Now they're here to play. A chance to try to get the job done at an Embassy. And, well, all 4 of these guys, they have been playing a lot of Embassy throughout many, many different rosters throughout this year. So you have to feel like they should be comfortable. But are they comfortable versus Decimate? We're going to find out.
Yes, we will. Here we go. Do we even know where in the world this embassy is actually placed? Do you know? You know I'm all about the map lore.
I know you
I'm all about it. Some are very dangerous.
Yeah.
Very clearly. Opening engagement starting to come through. Decimate playing from the admin side. Astral down low. Denied. Good shots from Denza. That allows them, I feel like they can actually get a lot of time here. I mean, they've got full control essentially everywhere except for Flames top paper. does get battled. You talked about Harry. He's right in the mix. Finds a big key win. Goes right onto the hill.
That's right. This is why I kind of highlighted him, right? It's the high ground from the ARs, really trying to stop the subs from getting rogue. And if you can really do that versus Decimate, you have a great chance of being able to win the game. Furious going to get a read on this spawn through the outskirts. He's going to damage all three of them. Furious puts together a force spree and almost gets the fifth.
Still could be good for it. Wait, watch out for that nade. I mean, it's glowing green for us. We get it. It's like a piece of kryptonite running towards Superman's way. Flames, opening double, pretty good. 19 seconds for the time, though, for Affiliate, and still battling for P2 supremacy, which they get. Little car explosion late, catches Bink by surprise, and that will allow Affiliate Esports to jump into this new hardpoint first.
And take a look at the subs here so far, right? Noisy 0-3. Right now, Estriel 1-4. So ARs, everyone really just doing what they have to. Furious now 6-1. Lucifer's got the back completely unlocking. I mean, you can even see Denza. He's pushed all the way out through this parking lot side. I mean, this is just insane control, but Flames does manage to slip through. Can only come up with one.
Trade's good, though. Mythics is still watching this mid-alley. I mean, Decimate do not have any avenues to work with at all. Call it 7 collective kills. Denza and Furious almost have that individually. So you want to talk about starting off on the right foot. Oh, we got it. Estriel trying to bounce back in for the scrap. Good breakthrough for Decimate, but boy, that was a convincing start if we've ever seen one.
Oh, and Furious is already going to new. He's got support with him. Bink, he's going to hear Lucifer through the back here, but does he give it up at the wrong time? No, he turns at the right time. He's going to spot Furious, long-range battle. Furious now takes it up to 7-3. The high ground is secure. The rotation looking solid.
Wow, good prediction on the Noisy, who still bursts through the door, wins the gunfight. Hello? Doesn't make a difference in terms of flipping the hardpoint, though. Affiliate's still in a position of control, and they've actually manipulated these spawns to be pretty deadly from Decimate's point of view. First 2 kills good. AR's just locking things down through bridge side. You've got Lucifer still watching on the cross, denied by Flames. It's a big pick. No trophy system down either, so a chance for Decimate late to break this, but already good time accrued.
Yeah, Bink is really struggling right now, too. Flames is the only one putting up kills. He's going to dive into the hard point, and he will piece together a second. So Flames doing whatever he possibly can to keep his team in the game, but I mean, Decimate, they just can't get off the ground. The kills just keep on coming and keep on coming for Affiliate Esports. They're now already setting up for new Mythics, able to find that first rotational kill as Denza backs up for scrap.
Looks like a revitalized Affiliate Esports roster after that control. They are playing with that vigor that we came to know from them in Season 4 of Elite. Flames, like you mentioned, continuing to give his team a chance as he takes a double inside the hard point. Caught putting the trophy system down, but nades should surely make this a bit easier. But Mythics avoids it, gets a double, keeps his life. Noisy and Estriel able to at least keep the hard point neutral, but there has not been a significant status of control yet for Decimate.
No, there has not been. And Lucifer might be able to break open this early setup that has been put together. Noisy does able to win the gunfight, is able to, and now Flames comes up with 2. And there it is. Flames comes up with a 3rd one. I mean, he is doing everything on the map right now for Decimate. He's up to 13-6. He's in the hard point. He's got a Vaznev. He's trying to keep his team in the game.
He's getting loud on stage, too. He's trying to get some energy back towards Decimate. Still Affilion looking prime to hit this back 20 seconds. Flames on 3. Front door denied. Furious Mythics burst on through. Goodness gracious. Was anyone from Decimate even in that hard point? They healed over. A stiff breeze came through. Now you got Affilion threatening 100 points early. And we're bringing our subs out for kitchen.
What do we get here in the kitchen, man? My goodness. Decimate have been looking a little bit better, but it's mainly only been from one individual player. And this man on your screen. Trophy system's down. They will get the early touch. You can see Affiliate Esports trying to work the map, trying to take the high ground, but Bink does a good job of holding on to his life. But Denza does manage to slip through 1v1 at the point. Flames has none of it. He's just putting everyone down.
You feel a little pause right here, though, for Decimate. They've got the lanes they want. Everything's locked down. Everyone's watching exactly what they need to be. Bink in trouble. Furious denies him any further possible kills. Here comes the break attempt. And still, can someone get a trade? Apparently Lucifer can. That leaves Flames now by himself. And he's looking good for another multi-spree. Are you kidding me? 17-7. And all of a sudden, Flames via Affilion turns into a tie game.
I mean, at this rate, Flames is going to have more kills than his whole team combined. I mean, he is just starting to rack it up right now. He is doing everything, and look at the time, too. He's got 1:20, ready for Denza. 5 in a row, finally cleaned up by Lucifer, who works in for the remaining 5 seconds, but off that hill alone, Decimate worked themselves back into this game.
Unreal stuff, man. I'm telling you, this may just be rebrand Flames GG versus Affiliate Esports. Are you kidding me? But Estriel's starting to say, all right. A little courage from Flames starting to soup back in as the subs start to pick things up. Just down to, can you keep this going? And oh boy, it feels like they very well may. Estriel now on 3. Tough shots versus Harry, but gets assistance from Bink. Good team shots lead to Decimate staying on the hard point and still growing their lead just a touch.
Valiant Esports, though, they have the correct side of the map right now. They set themselves up for P2. Have to be a little bit careful with the spawns and setting too many numbers on the left side of the map. The spawn's still good for now. P1 sign being fought for with 25 seconds up for grabs. And, well, Mythics just combines for 2. And those spawns not going to be pretty, I don't think, here for Decimate. They're going to be just about all over the place, and they're forced now to rotate to new.
Yeah, Estriel does get traded out. So, like you mentioned, good control of the map here from Aphelion. They're setting up that line of scrimmage. Noisy's the only one to slip through, and he does create an opportunity to move around the back. Furious cutting through mid, trying to get involved with the play. Shut down by Estriel. Flames in trouble. Easy call for Lucifer to step in, find the kill. Next gunfight out for Estriel. Needs to try to work with Bink to work their way into the hard point. Denza dancing with them. And it's a dance with the devil. Noisy trying to come through and help, but he's stunned and locked into place. Aphelion a chance to still work this from Hall's side, but Noisy assists, and it's a 3-for-1 trade. Decimate a chance to get on the hill.
Oh my, Noisy again coming alive now. 40 seconds up for grabs, and Decimate are really starting to turn a new leaf here in this hard point. These last 2-3 hills have just not been it for Aphelion Esports. They're struggling to get any members inside. A chance here to fight for 30 seconds. Lucifer with a good win, but they got to get through Bink. They got to get through Bink, and Bink doubles up. He's now on 5 in a row.
Oh, and he wants more, brother. I'm telling you, Flames is just giving him the energy, and all of a sudden, Decimate step right back in. 14 seconds of scrap time. Flames by himself will be deterred from any further time. Key points being tallied by Aphelion as they get us back to within about 10.
Bink was 5-16. He is now 18-20, Allen. I think Flames getting that 3-piece has just completely changed this game. That energy was certainly needed, and they are starting to run away with it here now. Up by about 30 seconds. Noisy working down low to try to keep Orange protected. Estriel's also following up with a play. It's going to be a great stun, and maybe even finds the nade kill here, and he does. Estriel does his job perfectly.
Mythics can't do anything from front middle. He's just trying to keep the defense, or the setup rather, these reinforcements at bay. Bink taking top AC position. Lucifer denies. Estriel from the front though, looking to assist as now Flames is under threat. Good help. Estriel comes out for 3 now in a row, and the lid has been blown wide off this game. 175, 125 as Flames and Noisy start to get it done, and Decimate are wiping the floor.
They're winning everything. I mean, they're winning on old. They're winning on new. Take a look at the map right now. There are already 3 members from Decimate set up at new, and they just locked in a full 60 at B3. This is not what we expect out of Aphelion Esports. Gunfights are not being won. Estriel almost just lays on the trigger for a double. Good win out of Harry, who does put together 2 to try to keep this play alive, and Mythics able to break in.
Could somebody from Aphelion get that life back into the lungs? 198, 132. Estriel starting to really step up. Not done yet after the double. Mythics finally from front desk takes him down, but Flames quick to find his trade, and another. To over 200 goes Decimate. 3 members on the hill, looking to lock in this back 34. Denza gets caught by surprise. Estriel still on his BS, as now all of a sudden Decimate looking good for a map 4 winner.
Oh, it's looking good. Looking good to move on here, unless Aphelion Esports can break in now. It's 20 seconds that you just can't concede and give over, but a lot of the members going to make their way to new, and I mean, look at it. Look at it. Decimate are just flying to new. Noisy's winning a lot of these battles. Furious is caught in the back, and Bink finds a quick trade. This is just Decimate winning the last 4 hills in a row.
They were down by like 80, and now they're up by 100. Are you kidding me? Talk about your good old-fashioned collapses. Aphelion came out hot, but have been dead quiet since. Into the hard point. 3 members watching lanes, or are they? Estriel just walks in for free. He'll piece things up. Last player to get his front side laundry. It's Furious by himself. He's going to be denied, and Decimate will bring back what was a blowout first rotation by Flames himself. And yeah, go ahead and say your stuff, because are you kidding me?
I don't know if I've ever felt a moment like that in Challengers Land, where one singular play completely flipped the map like that. Flames getting that 3-piece and just saying, Dad, Dad, Dad! Everybody just comes alive. Estriel then comes away with a little bit of a 3-piece of his own. And you see Bink again. You got to highlight that, man. He was 5-16. I don't know what he ended at, but he ended well.
Yeah, it was definitely positive, tell you that much. Wow, dude. You're absolutely right, though. I mean, we've seen some things happen on land. It's like, okay, momentum shift, but not that quick, not that convincing. They were down 80. Won by 100 plus, 100 plus. I mean, that is, wow. Take the air out of the room, why don't you, Decimate? Are you kidding? So they will move on, and that's the big macro point here. And they take down a very tough opponent. I mean, Aphelion, until this point, were really cleanly making their way through the upper bracket, looking like one of Europe's strongest. But, man, you're absolutely right. Flames just said, nope, called game. Let's go to the next round.
Let's go to the next round. Doesn't want anything to do with the S&D. Wow, man. What an incredible moment here for the Decimate boys. Putting together a win like this. I mean, the first map, not even close. Map number 2, it felt like they were just firmly in control the whole way through. Some slip-ups in the control like we've been seeing, as of recent. But, I mean, who cares? You only play the control once. If you're good at S&D and you're playing Hardpoint like that, I mean, you're going to be pretty primed and ready for just about any best of 5 you're jumping into.
They don't lose Hardpoints, period. Doesn't matter. You can spawn them into a 249-0. They don't lose hard points. Golly, Miss Molly. And the thing about the Expo control is like, okay, now we're seeing the Aphelion we're used to seeing.
Right.
Because they got beat up map 1. They got out-stratted and out-thinked map 2. And it's like, okay, let's put a pause in this a little bit. Let's show off what we could do. And it's like, all right, now we've got Aphelion here ready to play. They put together a great map 4 start. But boy, Flames just came out different, man. And they needed it badly because that map could have been over in a rotation and a half.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, like 80 points. It felt like Aphelion Esports, were dictating the pacing. You could really see, Harry doing a lot of that great work very early on. But this is that moment where you start to see them, come away with like 4 hills in a row, I think it was, where they maybe gave over like a total of like 20 seconds between those 4 hills, it felt like. Like, that's just insane to say out loud. But my goodness, that was that moment where you saw Bink really work himself back into the game, streaks being earned. And from here on out, well, they didn't give over a single second, it felt like.
Yeah, at one point it was like 118 to like 80, and it ends 250 to like 146, 145. Like, what? That is not common, friends. Not common at all. Some may say it's pretty rare. Oh, there it is. The final dead scream, dude. Are you kidding? All right. I'm here for that. So Decimate, after, again, what was the biggest categorization of a disappointing Season 4 NA playoffs, now looking primed to be a reaper in the upper bracket as they take the 3-1 here and, like you mentioned, move on into the semis.
The noise he said it, didn't he? When he walked up to us, he's like, I'm not playing around. Like we're on land.
Nope.
This is it. Like, you could really tell. Like, these guys are just oozing confidence right now. And, I mean, it is being shown through their gameplay, being shown here through the map set, as you can see through the first 4. Wow. That is just ridiculous stuff here. They look at fixing, I mean, they don't even have to put, that much work into the control per se, because it feels like they can just rely on everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, come on. Says more than we can, and we could say a lot. I'll try to tell you that. So with that in mind, Aphelion dropped down to the lower bracket. Decimate move forward, like we mentioned, taking a look over the bracket. Holy, Boston Breach Academy took down Deviants? NA represent, but at the same rate, Team Strays 3-2 NRK, so it's Decimate versus Strays next, and then Boston plays the Map 5 winner of Awobabobs and Detroit Deviants. You were giving those 8 teams? I probably didn't pick some of those teams to make it to where they are now.
No, I mean, out of all the EU teams, I definitely would not expect Team Strays to be the only one down here, right? Yep. Like think of all the EU teams down in that lower bracket. I mean, not sure, where Team Notorious is at, but you have them down there now. You're going to have, obviously, what we just saw here from Aphelion Esports now having to bounce down to that lower bracket. Like, Deviants as well. Like, the list goes on and on and on. Our top 3 EU squads no longer in the upper bracket and might just actually end up battling up against each other now.
Yeah, and there's a giant huddle around what I assume is the Awobabobs versus Detroit Deviants Map 5 right now. Hard to say, but it's what it looks like. And if you start hearing yelling in French, you know who wins. So we'll keep an eye on that one for you guys. Of course, exclamation point bracket, I think in the chat will also keep you on pace with what's happening across both the upper bracket and the lower. But coming up next on broadcast, we start to consider things like the winners semis. Closer and closer to that top 2, which get our first 2 spots in champs for Challengers Finals. But more importantly, of course, a hefty spot to possibly win a lot of cash here in Toronto. Austin, you got like a little cash?
Oh, everyone likes a little cash, and well, secure yourself top 2 at it, or maybe you're in a little bit more cash a little later on. Yeah, we got lots on the line here in Toronto, baby.
Indeed the case, but we got to step away, set everything back up. We have winter semifinals to continue on forward with the Toronto Open here at Major 5. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, one and all, here to Call of Duty Challengers. Of course, this is the Toronto Open here at Major 5. And, well, we promised you guys action from deep into the bracket. That's where we're currently at. Again, we've been seeing wonderful matches across both the losers bracket and the winners bracket. We're now returning to the latter for the winners bracket semi-finals. It's time to get down to our top 6 teams here at the event, Colin. And honestly, mate, this match, it's going to be a banger.
I mean, I was going to say, you said wonderful matches. I think that's a little bit too light on what we've seen. We've had non-stop bangers today. I mean, game 5 after game 5 after game 5. Upsets galore, might I add, too. I mean, talk about a crazy open to finish off this year. But, yeah, like you said, we got a banger right now. We got Boston Breach Academy going up against the #1 team coming out of EU in performance, Awobabobs.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just such a crazy storyline, I think, for both of these teams. Let's start with the Boston Breach Academy boys. Of course, you guys know who these are. Twitch chat, you big Sensor fans. We know who you love. And there is, good reason for that. Sensor, Shawnee, Pentagram, and of course, Snoopy the Frog. He's here on the roster. Boston have been looking pretty good, but they go head-to-head with the EU Titans, Awobabobs, the French-Belgian kind of dynamic they've got on this roster. Of course, if you guys aren't aware of the story for Awobabobs, it's been a tumultuous one this season, right? I mean, at this point in time, we haven't seen them on LAN since Boston.
Yeah, it's been quite a wild ride for this whole team for Awobabobs. I mean, we don't get to see them in Texas. They come off of a big performance too in Season 2. Season 3, they have a little bit of a change-up. Season 4, they're back into their form, but they miss out on the win. So coming to Toronto now and making it to the winners semifinals, it's something that we expect dominance from this team, but we haven't yet seen that dominance from this team. So going up against this Boston Breach Academy roster, you're looking at Awobabobs to kind of put their foot down and show us how dominant this team really can be.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's a look then at the map set between these two teams. We're kicking things off on an Embassy hardpoint. Next up is going to be a Fortress hardpoint. I'm pretty sure this is the right map set for this series. Regardless, we've got a hotel for control and a hardpoint. And then, of course, we've got a Mercado search and destroy to close things out. Just, at a glance here, kicking things off with the Embassy hardpoint. I mean, I just talk about hardpoint just generally speaking here for a second, Colin. I mean, we talk about Awobabobs during Season 4. And, I mean, it's unsurprising to say that the Awobabobs were in just a solid spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, they went flawless through the winners bracket up until the grand finals spot, and that's where we finally saw the fall of Awobabobs in that grand finals to Aphelion Esports. They miss out on the grand finals win in Season 4 Elites, and I'm sure that one was a killer because they were looking out of this world up until that last day. But hey, everybody has a bad day sometimes, and Awobabobs, they're no strangers to that either. I mean, you just can't escape bad days sometimes. And on the other side, I mean, this Boston Breach Academy roster, I want to take a second and dive in with them because it's something about Shawnee and Sensor in Toronto is just such a magical thing to watch because they have been non-stop knocking on the doorstep of great teams and walking away on top. I mean, they take down the back-to-back North American season as elite champions in M7.
Yeah,
that's a huge win. They do it in 4 maps too. It doesn't even go to game number 5. And then they push forward and then they take down Defiance EU to make it to the spot. So Boston, you don't want to write them off, and especially considering Snoopy, I mean, this guy is just different. We can't stop talking about how good he is.
Yeah, he's the frog man. It's Snoopy. We know what he's capable of. We know what he can do here in Challengers. Potentially a future CDL star in the making. Boston Breach Academy has had a lot of those, It's not surprising at all. Right off the start, already picking up a first couple of kills. Brazilian Abuser, though, they do respond in kind. And for all that Snoopy's doing off the start here, 3-0. Good. This is why they call him the frog man. He's just bouncing around.
Bouncing around, jumping around. He never lets go of sprint whatsoever. But Awobabobs starting off strong with a little bit of this time. Cobra's going to be 3-0, finally cut down by Sensor. They focus in on the rotation over towards P2. You're going to have Abusa set up in the back, and Abusa is going to be a key player for us to look at for this one because you want somebody who is another CDL prospect sitting across from Snoopy. It's going to be him.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it is Awobabobs in control at this point in time. One player around the back line to be concerned about will be Shawnee. I mean, they're dealing with the vast majority around the front, and Abuser does actually pick up not just Nate in Pentagram, but Shawnee as well. That is a great clearance of the hill here for that French-Belgium hybrid roster. And now for Awobabobs. It's about maintaining control. Lin's in an off angle. Pentagram's never going to expect that in a bazillion years. Now Sensor, it's time to die as well. And Linz wants the gunfight. He will get it.
The rookie from Awobabom stepping up there. Linz just cutting down the players through the middle of the back, or the middle of the map. And now already Awobabom so hyper-focused on rotating through Embassy perfectly. Abusa still finding kills over towards last. You have Linz working over towards P3. Boston stuck in the Embassy for now. They need to dig themselves out of this. They need to take some focus onto the rotation. You have Shawnee trying to work on that while they break over towards Scrap. All eyes on Snoopy right now.
Yeah, for sure. Snoopy's got a lot to do here. Well, first step's pretty good. Long-range shots against Linz. Goodness me. I love the confidence that Snoopy has here. Fortunately, that confidence will befall him as Brezzy takes them down. And now, for Boston Breach Academy, got to find a way across here to the top line. You've got players on both sides. It's a 2-2 split. First step, get rid of Cobra down low, and he's just being so frustrating. Pentagram has to switch over towards the fast step to get it done. He's got rid of every single bullet across both his weapons.
Shawnee's going to cut down to a player looking to flank things out. Abusa in the staircase. Maybe all three, but no Sensor's going to find the headshot multiplier. Linz inside the hill now. Snoopy for the 1v1 on the break. Gets the better of that lonesome player. Not able to get away from the rest, though. The respawners of Awobabom's back into the hard point. 30 seconds to grab.
Yeah, big 30 seconds as well. Awobabom's have put their mark on this game thus far. They'll be about, what, my quick maths here. They should be about 70 points or so up, maybe a little less than that over the Boston Breach side. But now moving over towards the next one. Boston already starting to aggress. Brezzy needs the help, and he will get it from Linz, who doesn't just get one kill, but he gets the second as well. This is not a good spot to be in whatsoever if you're a Boston Breach. You get, what, 10 or 15 seconds off the scrap time? You need to break fast here on Noob.
Yeah, and you are trailing quite a bit after this one. It's not even a good set of scrap time to bring this one back. You have no room at all to get back into this one. No Snoopy, big win there onto Brezzy. Pentagram's gonna double down. Snoopy just pierces right into the heart of the hill, and the team follow-up is impeccable.
We asked for it, Boston. They are gonna deliver a break here within the first 20 seconds now. Need to hold. Awobabom's formulating a pinch around the sides, all through this one door here for the moment. I think Abuse is going to think better of it and try and go for around the back line. Is the patience there, though? I don't think there's much of a choice as Pentagram just flies through for the double. Abuser will pick up Snoopy around the back line. Now they and Linz need to go in for this back 20, and that is a big shutdown too. Pentagram was on 5 in a row. Linz with that double will ensure no cruise missile here.
Well, they hold their lead for now. Boston's going to put focus onto the rotation over towards Kitchen. Snoopy's just going to set up in Laundry. You have a couple players of Awobabom starting to spread out as they move towards that A bomb site. Looks like Sensor's going to be trying to tango, but he backs down. You lose out on Snoopy through Laundry, and now Awobabom, they have numbers for the break.
Yeah, indeed they do. They're going to get in. Cobra around the front line. Does get shut down. Linz as well. That's a big 2. Make it 3 from Shawnee. Beautifully done. Sensor is where to help it out his long-lost cousin on the team. And, well, Boston, they hold here for the moment. Still a valuable 40 seconds left to fight for. Awobabom's going to be knocking at the door, and as Linz picks up Snoopy and Pentagram goes down as well. Now it is just down to Shawnee and Sensor. 4 in a row for Shawnee. Make it 5. Shawnee for 6. 3 in a row inside the kill. And Boston, why not 4? As Shawnee will make sure that is a Boston hill.
I mean, we know he's good with construction, but apparently he can cook too. This guy is just doing everything for Boston Breach Academy for that hill. Now 11-11, you have the streak, but oh.
Man, Shawnee, I mean, apparently he's just so good he can eliminate players from the game. That's crazy. That's unfortunate.
That's a tough one, too, because, I mean, Breach were bringing it back. I mean, Awobabom, they had a great start to that one, but you started to see, I mean, the magic from this Breach Academy team start to heat up, fire up. You know, Shawnee was turning up on that kitchen hill. You had Snoopy always just in and about trying to make it at least annoying to set up if you're Awobabom's. But, yeah, slowly, surely, Boston were climbing back into this. It was about even as we stopped that Embassy hardpoint to start things off. But let's get, I guess, into the nitty-gritty about talking about these teams, because we didn't really get to break down either of them too much going into the series. I mean, Embassy hardpoint, especially for this Awobabom's team, when, you know, we look at them through Season 4, they did have some good experience on this one. They played it about 2 times.
Yeah. what I will say, Colin, about that is, and we've been talking about this, a lot of teams, when they have such a good kind of go at things, in Hardpoint, right, we look at a team like Wobbabobs, who, as we said, I mean, they were 11-2 during Season 4. What you generally expect to see is, because teams very quickly recognize what the positive map mode combinations are when it comes to Hardpoint and they start to veto against them, the map pool widens as the season goes on, and that's absolutely the case here for a team like a Wobbabobs. I mean, you look over and Mercado is very clearly one of their stronger maps as its Hotel, but it's not like Embassy, Fortress, and Hydra are bad whatsoever. They're really good at those maps. They're kind of forced to play them, and it's a very flexible squad, I would say that much. So, you know, I think they look fine on Embassy. The one thing I will say about Boston is on Embassy in the past, they've had a really kind of good AR dynamic going on. I know, like, we got to talk about Sensor taking on the main AR role of all things, which is the weirdest thing in the world. I still don't think I've quite wrapped my head around it. But like, you talk about kind of Season 2, Season 1, when they had Beans on site, and you talk about that kind of Beans and Shawnee duo on Embassy Hardpoint, that AR duo was so good for this team. And Sensor, in a way, I feel like when he's kind of picked up the AR for this team, it doesn't really feel like they've skipped a beat on this map mode combination specifically. He's playing his role well enough.
He's playing this role well, too, in Toronto right now. I mean, he is playing a great weekend for this team, and you add now Snoopy and Pentagram to the SMG role for a map like Embassy. It just feels like it's going to be a good dynamic for this Boston Breach team, just how you're able to, you know, work around it with those ARs. I think Snoopy just, like, we can't stop talking good about this guy. He's bringing so much to this team, but even still, for Wobbabobs, I like that point that you're bringing up, that, you know, the map pool has broadened, because although they had a little bit of a bump in the road over, you know, through Texas, going into, you know, Season 3 Elites, they've still kind of been playing together all year. That was just a blip on their radar. So, I mean, their map pool is going to be sharper than a lot of other teams that are in this, especially this Boston team who has changed up so much.
Yeah, for sure. And for Wobbabobs on the other side, right, we talk about kind of how deep their map pool is. It's always been the case this season. We didn't really get to, I mean, we talked about their story a little bit, but let's just go into that again, man, because it has been such an incredible story for Wobbabobs this season. You know, that whole Season 3 thing with Abuser basically, you know, leaving the team to go on to Aphelion Esports. And granted, that Aphelion Esports roster wasn't bad. They did pretty good. I think it was like a top 3, top 4 finish for them during Season 3. I think Abuser kind of realized that, hey, you know, this Wobbabobs team, it was like leaving paradise. It was probably the most shocking roster change I think we've ever seen in Call of Duty Challenges. I don't think there's ever been a more shocking thing to happen in roster mania than that Wobbabobs team that flawlessly wrecked everybody in European Challenges Elite bracket in Season 2 just come in and make a change right off the back of it.
And it's even, you know, talking about, you know, Abuser in that sense. I mean, there's speculation, like, it's you want to prove yourself on an English-speaking team. You want to showcase, you know, I am a CDL prospect. I am ready to move up to that league. And he's done that in every sense of the way. You know, you cannot talk about Abuser without talking about that he has been one of the most consistent players we've had in Europe this year in particular. So a lot of eyes are going to be on him, on what's going to happen with him in the future. You come back into this Wobbabobs team, it fits like a tight glove right now for them. I mean, they're just a tight-knit team that you love to watch. You can get behind this team and just enjoy watching them.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy as well? It's like, they're such a storied team. How can you not talk about like someone like Brezzy, right? I know Abuser gets a lot of love, and for good reason, because of what he's been able to achieve this season. I mean, you were saying that you think he's the #1 European Challengers player this year, which I don't disagree with, to an extent at least. But Brezzy, man, I mean, last year, there wasn't a Challengers Elite that he played in that he didn't win.
I mean, this guy on Texas Nation really showed that he can come over to NA and hang with the best.
Right.
Easy as that. I mean, Brezzy has already proven to the world that he is a player that can hang with the top talent in North America, in EU. It doesn't matter. He's definitely going to be one of the key parts to this Wobbabobs team as well. When you put Brezzy alongside Linz now in that rookie season for Linz, he has just been such a key part in allowing him to feel a lot more comfortable on this Wobbabobs team, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Wobbabobs here, we've been talking them up quite a lot, but Boston Breach Academy, by no means an easy roster to take down. They've been formidable this season thus far. They've been really formidable this event thus far. But while we get everything figured out over here for the first map of the day, we're going to send it over to a very brief break. On the other side, we've got an Embassy Hardpoint here between Wobbabobs and Boston Breach Academy. All right, guys, welcome back here to the Toronto Ultra Open and Call of Duty Challenges. We apologize for that little brief intermission, all the kind of the nastiness that happened before it. It was a very brief delay, but it's okay. We've got everything back underway now. The internet here is back underway. Man, they must have my ISP. That must be the problem.
I hope not, because man, I hope not, because I know how that would go. No, everything's going to be sorted out. IT got all over things, and everything is fixed, ready to go back into this Embassy Hardpoint. It's going to be a full reset, which honestly, it was an even game going after that P5. Boston Breach, they brought it completely back from that deficit that Wolbob started from, and it's kind of a clean slate off of that. I feel like it was a good moment for Boston Breach to catch back up to that one, and now we can reset, start all over.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, the key thing for me was, right, it's like we almost was like, we like Boston Breach Academy needs to do this to get back into the game, and then they just did it. We said they need to break P4, and they did it within the first 20 seconds. Then they had a good hold on P5 and right back into it.
Yeah.
But we are starting afresh here. A little bit of deja vu, folks. I swear we've been here before in the past 5 minutes, and indeed we have. It's underway again here between Boston Breach Academy and Weberbobs. Weberbobs will want to have as just as good of a start as they did last time around, and we're kicking things off with potential future CDL prospects in Abuser. They're going to get mid-map control, but this is a big power position to get if you're Prezi, and well, a quick job shot. Prezi, mate, that's your teammate. What are you doing?
Oh, I mean, he's cracked out of his mind right now. They flipped the map, though. Boston going to alleviate that pressure off to the hill for now. You look at Sensor trying to work his way through admin, see if you can take Prezi out of this spot. Pentagram's going to be firing some shots back. Sensor's going to be focused on just making sure they have that P2 setup locked in. Sensor's going to find a kill over towards Cobra. Pentagram's going to cover his tracks. 3 nice kills from Boston as that early flip that Wolbob's gone is now gone.
Yeah, Boston Breach Academy wanting to get control of P2. They've done a good job of that so far. Need to make sure nobody goes around that backside, though. Pentagram from the middle of the map, able to put some shots in towards Linz. This should be followed up very quickly by Snoopy, and indeed it will. So a moment of calm here for Boston Breach Academy. Snoopy put himself in the position that we saw Wobbabobs take advantage of before, and the first few shots in the Cobra should be good enough here. A little bit of late chow to finish things off, and indeed, that will be another frag. But through the middle of the map, Linz is able to dial up now, and for Sensor, who was already pretty weak inside the kill, just gonna have to keep his head low. Unfortunately, in from behind, it's Linz, the man on a mission. 8-2 so far here in this game. The French-Belgium trio have broken through.
Boston decided they want to, pivot a little bit over towards the middle of the map. Who's there? It's Cobra. Pentagram now looking to get back into things. He's going to find a kill there onto Abuser. Allow Shawnee a route forward. Linz trying to shut things down and lock down the rest of the remainder scrap time. But here's Pentagram to try to finish this job, and he will. One more player to deal with. Prezi not going to be ready for that kill. So scrap time over towards the Wolbobs. You look over to the rotation as well. Shawnee working alongside Snoopy. Cobra's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, very quickly now. It's completely decimated the Wobbabobs from this hill. And they've even sent Linz away. Linz was like, hey, I'll chow that. He's feeling himself at the start of this game, but going to have to reposition around his teammates, and that is for the best hit. You've got a little bit of time to work with over by the service hardpoint. But Pentagram now starting to heat up here over by Cafeteria, looking for more, and very easily dispatches with Linz for the second. Snoopy elsewhere, able to take down Cobra at this point in time. A Wobbabob spawning up by administration building. They cannot find a way through. They'll give this one more hit. Pentagram now ready to defend and will initially go down. 2 kills now coming through from Wobbabobs. Shawnee, he's got to be here. He got a 4-piece last time around. Can he produce again? This is 5 in a row now for Shawnee. That last kill on the horizon. It's Linz, but Sensor will take it away. It doesn't matter who gets it as long as they get it done. That's control for Boston.
Boston with an early lead this time on the Embassy Hardpoint. We talked about Shawnee towards the end of that reset. He popped off that quick 4 or 5 piece. I don't know. It was crazy at the Vasneven kitchen. He was cooking. And now starting off just as strong here after the reset. Things you love to see if you're a Boston Breach Academy fan. Now looking for the rotation of P4. We talked about this was a big moment last time for Boston to get the early break. Can they repeat that and mirror that outcome here this time around?
Yeah, for sure. Shawnee's still on this streak, by the way. He's putting shots through the wall, and yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it, Prezi? Able to get the first kill, and will takes away the second, because Shawnee, I mean, he'd already revealed his position, so Prezi very happy with that one. Linz now starting to heat up inside as well. He's had an incredible game thus far at 12-5. This has been a big defense so far of the administration hardpoint from Wobbabobs. And now around the backline, Snoopy wants to play spoiler. Sensor as well. They're making it a synchronized hit. Yeah, Cobra was concentrated on Sensor, as was Brezzy. Snoopy comes through to take Brezzy down, stops a cruise missile.
2 big kills there too. Snoopy, a little bit of a more quieter start to this Embassy reset, but never a player that you expect to stay down. On the side of Boston, though, with this lead that they have over towards P5, you look at Pentagram, might be able to spoil the rotation. He's going to fly through the door. Early trade from Cobra. Wolvebobs, they needed that. It was a 2-for-1. Boston back at step 1. They're spawning all the way deep back towards the Embassy. So all 4 players, it looks like Snoopy's going to try to hit this through Laundry while the rest rotate all the way behind, but Noah's going to be pinched from either side.
Yeah, Snoopy has to be the playmaker in this situation. He's gone a little bit early, you know, he has to be the first player to go in through. He's going to open the door. Oh my god, he just decimates Brezzy. And now he knows Cobra's there to take down as well. As Abuser gets 2, and the 3rd as well on the other side. Snoopy's position becomes so much more important. And unfortunately for Kim, he just can't produce. So Wolvebobs will hold for the moment. They will take the lead away here in this game as they hit that 100-point mark.
Yeah, Snoopy had to be the player to make the play, but with the pressure that Wolvebobs was showing inside of the lounge there, he just couldn't walk through that door, and Abusa, all he had to do is hold irons into the other 3. It was clean as ever from them. Their lead now growing as the flip of the script here, the other way around for Wolvebobs after this reset. Snoopy's going to get a late break for 7 seconds. Cobra trying to shut that down, and he will. We head into the second set of rotations with a 20-second lead for Wolvebobs, Brody.
Yeah, and we talked a little bit about kind of that AR duo ship for Boston Breach Academy. Shawnee had a great start in the first attempt here at Embassy Hardpoint. Sensor at the moment maybe not having such a hot start at 3 and 11. If he can maybe pick things up for Boston Breach Academy, they might well be running away with this game. On the other side, Brezzy 13 and 9, Lynn 17 and 8. Ooh, they're cooking.
Saying, Brezzy, we know he's a superstar, but when Linz is allowed to work alongside him with just as much pace, it is something important to pay attention to, that Linz is going to be a pillar for this squad. But you look at Pentagram now 5 in a row after the kill for Brezzy. 1 more is going to net him streaks, but Abusa, lovely kill there for Wolves to put that one to rest. They don't allow the streaks for Boston.
Yep, huge. Boston really ideally want this last 15 seconds as well, but as Cobra will double up, they will be denied that opportunity. And now a chance here for Wolvebobs. They are currently in control, but Abuser team nades, and now that's going to make things tough here because Abuser has to do this effectively all on his lonesome. He's going to be challenged around the backline as well. That's Snoopy via Xbox, who doesn't just get Abuser, but Brezzy goes down too. And this is early control for the Boston boys now. Wolvebobs will be looking to make their way through the middle of the map. Lynn's the first player to engage inside the bathroom, put Snoopy in the toilet, and now Pentagram just going to be pre-aiming down long. Lynn's didn't expect him to be there.
Oh, and all eyes onto Brezzy. They know where he is. 4th kill should be locked down momentarily, but Brezzy's going to be making some noise, trying to wait long enough for the rest of the team to get into it. Puts Snoopy in the bin, finds 3. Brezzy for the break. All 3 kills. Lets Abusa get the last one. Now Wolvebobs, they hold their lead.
Such a back and forth game. It's a Wolvebobs who will now be looking for the back 20 seconds. And Boston really have no choice here but to just rotate away. And even now, they are not safe. You've already got Brezzy and Linz challenging for the new time. Brezzy involved in a gunfight around the backline. Shawnee will take it out, but Linz finds 2 over towards New. And as Cobra picks up Pentagram as well, Snoopy needs to find these 2 kills. Flies out, already tagged up. Is it enough? He finds Linz, surely not Cobra as well. Shawnee will take them down. But that team nade, it's not that helpful, but it's okay, Boston, they're in.
Still into it, Pentagram now left alone. The re-break from a Wolvebobs quick as ever, flawless, 4 down. 164 to 134, the break from Snoopy, not enough for Boston to close this lead. And Linz is going to just continue to push space for this Wolvebobs team.
Wow.
Let's see where these spawn up as well. Linz is ripping Boston apart, and Boston's going to be spawning all the way back over towards P2.
Yeah, he's still on his own, though, for the moment here, Colin. So Linz still has a fair bit to do. The rest of his team still over by the old hardpoint. They're still fighting for what is still a huge chunk of time, and they do actually end up losing those gunfights. This lead now has grown to, well, quite a large amount for Wolvebobs. That's important time for Boston Breach, but now they want to move forward here towards the next, and Linz and Brezzy just will not allow it. Pentagram, he's over there. Brezzy will just double up once again. Linz now on 5 in a row. Look at this man, he's 27 and 11. This is his first year competing. Oh, Abuser as well. Everyone now starting to have an incredible game.
Yeah, really the only one who hasn't been doing much is Cobra, but even he is having his moments this time. Not the prettiest KD, but everybody's stepping up for a Wobbubbs. Now over 200 points, Brody. Linz is looking for a 6. Not going to happen. No streak so far on this Embassy, but a 50-point lead for a Wobbubbs. That is something to take away for this team. Now Boston inside control of P4. Brezzy gonna try to find a way in. Last time he was the one to break it. This time he's gonna be the one again to get in. Brezzy is incredible.
Man, this sub lineup for Wobbubbs A. Brezzy having it back in his hands. Linz as well. It is just something to behold, isn't it? And Boston, they're falling foul to it at this point in time. But Wobbubbs have really put their mark on this game, and they cannot afford to lose this rotation. The kills will go in their favor, thanks to a double coming through from Snoopy. Now looking to make it a triple, and indeed he will. Snoopy heating up now once again. Wobbubbs, so I mean, look at the scoreline they've put to task at the moment. They are just 23 points away from victory.
Yeah, Boston, they need something, and they need it now. They need another Shawnee moment in this kitchen as they're going to bunker on down. The approach, Abusa is going to be able to take down Pentagram first and foremost. Now on a crossfire, Sensor is going to be dropping a trophy system, able to find one, but not able to lock down the second one. Linz, Abusa, they find their way in. 19 seconds left. Pentagram, can he make this at least a break again for Boston? It's enough. It's enough to get Sensor back.
Yeah, he does it enough, but Abusa, Brezzy, they're right back through for the last 10 seconds, and now everything relies on Pentagram. Nobody else is going to be able to help. You got to go. You can't afford to just pre-aim, and the barrage of nades and stuns and Vaznev's too is just too much to handle. Wobbubbs come out swinging in map number 1.
What a game, what a game. I mean, Boston, they started off hot on the reset, but Wobbubbs, they kicked it into shape into that second set of rotations. And, I mean, you just couldn't stop talking about Brezzy and Linz throughout that hard point. I mean, Embassy, you expect the subs to have a major presence, but Wobbubbs, they found a form on that Embassy that Boston just couldn't keep up with.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, it's the SMG lineup, right? The pace that they were setting, just, what is it, 2-piece after 2-piece coming through, sometimes 3 pieces, man.
Yeah.
These guys, you know, they were just pulling them out, giving away like free candy, and not the candy that I think you want to ingest, because, yeah, that was not nice on the last few hard points coming through. Well, if you're a Boston Breach Academy fan, we'll say that much, which we know, there's a lot of them out there. Yeah, just a lot of control when it came down to kind of administration hill, the cafeteria hard point in the final run there. Just crucial moments where Boston Breach Academy just could not garner the control they wanted. Just incredible.
Exactly. And, I mean, there were moments from Boston, too, where you thought they were going to find their way back in. They were breaking those hard points, but they just weren't able to find a second wave of kills to back that one off. It was just nonstop aggression from a Wobbubbs, and that pressure sometimes is just too hard to handle. We get to look back at this as well. And I imagine there's going to be just a highlight reel from Linz and Brezzy throughout the rest of this hard point. I think it was a Boston lead heading into that P5 in the first rotation, and then a Wobbubbs turned things around. And as soon as they got this lead, they never really left it. It was 170 to 130 at one point. Boston, they get this rotation over towards P4. They're able to break it once, but Brezzy alone. Brezzy gets a 2-piece, breaks into P4, finds this last kill onto Pentagram, and then the rotation over to P5 was already unlocked by a Wobbubbs.
Yeah, it's just crucial gunfights again. You know, if you're Boston Breach Academy, you really have no choice at that point in the game because you're already down by 50 points or so. To put in a little bit of effort into the 20 seconds of scrap time that's over by the administration building, and it weakens things again for that rotation over at Cafeteria. It's just kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, one that will not favor Boston Breach Academy in game number 1 as we move forward into towards a Fortress Search and Destroy up next. And again, I mean, I would say, like, at this point that statistically, Wobbubbs, hey, look, Search and Destroy is a favorable game mode, but it's like, hey, look, Hardpoint is a favorable game mode. Hey, look, Control is a favorable game mode. It's just, it doesn't mean anything because they're just good across the board. I will say this much for Boston Breach Academy. They did make clear strides, I think, towards the end of their relatively short run in Season 4 of Challengers Elite to make improvements in Search and Destroy. Hopefully we see them here.
Yeah, we thought they were going to go to a Mercado going into this one, but I'm sure Wobbubbs made sure they weren't heading to Mercado S&D whatsoever. This is where we were highlighting Abusa and Snoopy as the 2 best performers in these teams in Search and Destroy throughout Season 4, and I'm sure that it's going to be a tale to tell throughout this. If Abusa can put a stop to Snoopy on those aggressive angles with his AR, it's going to provide provide so much trouble to Boston Breach Academy. And yes, the names at the top are going to be flipped. We're going to get that changed immediately. 3 versus 3. We're playing 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, this is very aggressive towards Stable's side. If you're a Boston Breach, big gunfight here for Snoopy to take. Unfortunately, we'll miss the windows. Apparently, frogs don't jump that high. Oh wow, Snoopy, come on, buddy. We'll try. Third time? Third time's the charm? Snoopy doesn't want to go for it.
No, he's okay sitting on the ground for now. Pentagram. Oh, I thought he was going to get some timing there onto Abusa, but just non-stop patience from a Wobblebobs waiting for that mistake. Now it's Snoopy's turn. Pops steady, and Abusa is just not leaving rails. Boston are just feeding him.
Yeah, Sensor now for the 1v3. He's done a few of these this season, and first 2 shots into Cobra. I mean, it would have been nice, but gets taken out from behind. So Wobblebobs there in round number 1 really just kind of let Boston Breach Academy come to them. Even upon getting that first blood, even upon just getting those kind of initial trades, they don't choose to move forward. They wait for Boston to come to them. That's a great read.
It's a fantastic read. You know this team's going to be aggressive. You know that the SMGs are going to try to make plays. So what does Abusa do? He posts up, he waits, and they walk right into his crosshair. You couldn't have asked for a better call if you're Wobblebobs to start this Fortress S&D, but how's Boston going to answer back on their attacking side? Because, again, that aggression could be the bane of their existence here in Fortress. Are they going to be able to find an opening? Brycey gets up to the double window. Sensor's got to be ready for this one, but it doesn't seem like he will. Stays alive. Snoopy gets one. Brycey can't take down Sensor, but he gets Snoopy.
I was going to say you're okay with that trade if you're Brezzy, because you do get control of top munitions, and it makes kind of Boston Breach Academy feel nervous, but they're actually going to retreat themselves over towards Hay Bales in an attempt to try and keep their life. Abusa goes down, though. Now for players, they're going to approach from open and close, and Brezzy's just able to flaunt his way through to pick up the first kill against Sensor. And even that is enough, again, to throw them off. The bomb does not go down just yet, but it's a good play from Pentagram to now choose to get it down.
2 HP for Cobra. He gets away. Now back into this one. Both players going to be right in front of him, a little bit too far forward. Boston, they double up, they take him down, and they bounce back quickly inside of this Fortress round number 2. 1-1 we go. And yeah, I mean, I thought for a second that Boston, they might have messed up a little bit with Sensor going to drop that bomb, nobody watching through outer. And as soon as Brezzy gets that kill on a Sensor, luckily somebody was there to trade for Boston, because that could have been a big red flag for the team.
Well, big trade for Boston Breach Academy here to take that second search and destroy round, especially for the start that Abusa had. The ace in the first round was already 4-0. Got to shut him down early on, because cruise missiles in this map, ooh, not good to go head-to-head against. But for the moment, the joust for early control of munitions is already starting to go down. Pentagram able to get control of top single, but he knows that somebody's going to be located up top in those double windows.
Yeah, you have to expect it. And again, the Wobblebobs, they just pump the brakes. They wait for the aggression to come to them this time, though. Snoopy with the read onto Brezzy. First blood to Breach Academy.
Yeah, that's huge. And Snoopy finds a second as well. Jesus. Oh, Abuser's head just went rolling. Fortunately enough for Wobblebobs, at the very least, Cobra does trade things out. Sensor down for this round. But you ideally want another frag if you're a Wobblebobs in this situation. Snoopy, though, in from behind. Cobra was distracted. Linz, at the very least, will trade things out, but he's in a gunfight against Pentagram. And yeah, I think Pentagram got enough shots in that there was no real way for the player to win.
That's tough for Abusa, because you thought you go unnoticed. They were able to trade out Snoopy, but sometimes Snoopy, he's just such a hard kill to lock down, and he moves all the way through munitions from double window, takes down Brezzy, then Abusa, jumps over the guardrails, takes down Cobra, and single-handedly pushes Boston Breach Academy into the spawn of a Wobblebobs there, who Boston take the defensive round, now take the lead.
Big round from Boston. See what they do on the offense this time around. Feels like getting the bomb down has been a real tough task for these guys in the past 3 rounds. I want to get it down here. Initial jump over towards A is actually relatively successful. Sensor now feels confident enough to get this bomb down. Wobblebobs, they're not going to act on it. Certainly not in time to stop the bomb plant. And well, Pentagram, even if Cobra does give it a look, he's there to protect.
Penta brings out the TAC 56 for this one as well. Almost finds the better of Lin. Sensor's going to clean that one up. Bomb down. Numbers advantage. Brezzy trying to get up to single. Snuffed out. Abusa 1 versus 3. Now 1v2. 30 seconds left. And Sensor, he's going to move inside on munitions. Shawnee's going to set up on the rails.
Yeah, 20 seconds. Abuser's looking for anything, looking for information, looking for timing. He's not going to get any of it because... Oh! I was going to say he's going to get nothing.
It's not planned for him.
It's not planning for him at all. He's got to check this sensor on the other side. And yeah, this time around, Sensor's not going to check it with wrong timing. Abuser still might end up with the kill. It doesn't matter. Sensor's done his job impeccably. And I mean, Abuser gets away. He is lucky to get away with his life, but Sensor able to win the 1v1. He checks the bomb on time.
I mean, that's just a weird engagement there. I don't know how Abuser gets away from that one, but it's a round win for Boston. And Sensor, you said I was getting a little bit of deja vu from not checking the bomb in time, but
I didn't say it, mate. I just want everyone in the Twitch chat to know. I didn't say it. It was Seymour Casts who said that.
Hey, you know what? Boston leading 3-1 now in the Fortress Search and Destroy as they've looked wonderful off of that. They get the plant over towards A and they lock it down. This time, team kill from Linz. He gets the better of Shawnee, and luckily for that, the trades, it's going to leave us even.
Yeah, not the best start to this round for Wobbabobs, but as you say, they do manage to trade things out. The bigger problem, of course, is they do need to get that bomb down. I'll tell you what, deciding to just go straight across the middle of the map, that's a great read. You know that Sensor's going to be positioned up top maps, and now it's Snoopy for the 1v2. Abuser's like, you know what, I'll go check those doors to see if anybody's hanging around, and well, there's Snoopy.
Penta's got the attack in the past round. Abuser's got the fast nev in this round. Everybody is pulling out all stops here in the winner's semifinal to get the better of one another. And Wobbabobs, they put a stop to the bleeding. That 3 rounds in a row finally ended. Now they get their second for themselves. And a big one, too, off of that. It was a team nade from Linz to start that round off. But they bring it back. They get the trade off of that one. They take down Shawnee. They find the better of a second player on Boston, and they use their numbers for that. 5 in a row for Abuser as well. We got to keep our eyes on him because that cruise missile, it could be a lot for this team.
Yeah, for sure. Abuser's had an incredible game. 4-0 in the first round, now 5 in a row. And now shots going down. They want to get the bomb down here. There will not be a congestion from Cobra. There might be a bit of a late hit coming on through. Brezzy opens up proceedings with the first blood. Cobra going to follow up with another one. And now everything here on the defensive side is around the streets. It's full control of the site for Wobbabobs. And well, Brezzy over by street side. He does get taken down. And now Pentagram finds Cobra as well. Abuser gets the 6th kill. And now a 1v1.
Going to be sitting on the bomb, too. Pentagram's got to check this one. Abuser's just going to stick it. And he's not going to get there in time. Oh, ridiculous out of Abuser. I mean, he's finding the kills and he's winning the clutch situations. Stone cold.
Wow, the decision-making from Abuser there. He finds that 6th kill, as you say, for the cruise missile. He's now got in the back pocket, gets the clutch to 1v2. Got to say, I mean, Boston Bridge Academy did a stellar job to convert that into a winnable situation. But, I mean, when do you expect Abuser to just jump straight on the bomb like that? You simply don't. Great read, great play from Abuser. And now Wobbabobs back in control of munitions. They've allowed Pentagram into bottom art. And I don't think anybody's actually actively looking at that, so he might be able to get through if he gets steady.
Snoopy finds a kill jumping off of the cannon onto Brezzy, top double. Pentagram still sitting bottom art, waiting for his chance to push through. It looks like they're trying to time something between Snoopy and Pentagram while Shawnee's watching over them. He gets the better of Abuser. Pentagram's going to be shut down bottom munitions, and he takes down Snoopy too, so Wobbabob's able to equalize. Bomb in the hand of Linz. Shawnee and Sensor looking to clutch up.
Yeah, trying to make their way over towards B here. Linz able to trade things out. So now, the 1v1. Linz just maybe anticipating that somebody's going to follow up on that kill pretty quickly. That's not going to be the case here. And perhaps they'll actually face one another a little bit sooner than Linz maybe expected. But Sensor not able to get enough shots. And now, Linz, this is bloody brave. Going straight for the retail, hasn't even hit the full regen just yet, and yet he's right behind. How did he read that? How?
I mean, that is great play from Linz. He just follows the breadcrumb trail of clues that was left for him for that. Just reads Sensor like a book. Only a few spots that he could really be in. It's a guessing game at that point. I mean, time was limited too. That is such a bold call from Linz. But it's the make or break right there. That ties things up. And, oh, man. What a route run there from Linz, too. From a 1v2, he takes down Shawnee. You think he's going to go in towards B. He pumps the brake, turns around through maps, and big round there. 4-3 for a Wobobob. Snoopy's going to open up with a first blood. Nade barrage through the middle. Brezzy, though, lines up two through the middle of the map. That's bombed down.
Yeah, and if you're a Pentagram in this situation, you've got no choice but to try and actively trade things out, and that's what he did through close. But the reposition now towards munitions, he was already pretty weak. Now we'll hit the regen, has the assistance of Shawnee in close proximity too. Of course, they still need to go on a bomb retrieval mission. So a lot to do here. And now Pentagram coming straight out through Art to try and take players out from behind. The players on a Wobble Bobs were just not in position, weren't really served up well enough for him to get the kill. But as Shawnee takes down Cobra here, now a 2v2.
Pentagram's got Daddy popped. Brycey's around the corner. Nice shots there from Penta, 1 versus 2. You have Shawnee watching over you, but Abusa's made the whole wrap through munitions. He's going to be top rails now. Penta on the hunt. He gets there in time, not able to regen as Abusa, and a much-needed round for Boston.
Yeah, really well played there towards the end. That 1 versus 2 situation from Abusa. I mean, I thought he was going to die in the initial gunfight to Shawnee, but the fact that he does get that kill, Pentagram, absolutely the right decision to make there, just to try and chase things out. Brilliantly played from Boston Breach Academy. Whoa, this search and destroy, man. So close between these two teams. You can tell the way that Boston Breach Academy are playing at this point in time. They've been doing their homework between Season 4 and Toronto. Now 4-4. Of course, we still, I believe, have that streaking play from Abuser to talk about. I don't think he's used it just yet. And this is a very aggressive hit from a Wobble Bobs here on the defensive side, straight out towards the street, straight out towards Stables, and they get shut down.
Yeah, they meet the AR of Sensor and Shawnee. That's bomb down now for Wobble Bobs in a similar position Boston was in the previous. Ooh. Penta's got the sniper, and he's going to lock down the kill to Cobra sitting top map. So Abuser, 1 versus 3. Vasnev going to be spotted. Not going to happen this time. Boston, they find map point first.
Man, look at that. Just trying to go like Solid Snake, Sam Fisher, whichever one you want.
Just like trying to find his way around as best as he can, but
yeah, it's crazy.
You cannot get through Fortress that easy.
Oh, dear. Stealth, not 100 in that situation.
-1.
-1. Lost points for that? Yeah, that's pretty harsh, mate. That's pretty harsh. Anyway. 1 round away now, Boston Breach Academy from tying up this series. Still got that cruise missile to contest with it. If I'm a Wobble Bobs in this situation, I play this round around that, right? Just make sure you're covering B, bring the cruise missile down if you need to. Just make sure you throw utility over the top and make sure there's no trophy systems. There is 1 down. So if they choose to use it now without any utility going in that direction, it won't do anything.
Something that's been killing them, though, is that pressure towards inner. Cobra hasn't been able to find his first bloods this time. He gets it done. Bomb's going to be planted for Boston, but they lose out onto a player. Sensor has to find the equalizer, and he will onto Brezzy. The collapse from a Wobble Bobs. Cobra continuing to press on. Now they have site control. Boston on the back foot.
Yeah, these players again out of position here. Snoopy needs to check, and he's down to 9 HP. Not the best options here, and now they're going to jump at the bomb. Where is it planted for? That's the question. Shawnee, it doesn't matter. He gives it a look, and no more than that. Does Snoopy get the kill in time? Yes, he does. Gets the second. Might well get the third, but Cobra will deny. He's got time for the defuse.
Whoa, that was too close for comfort for a Wobble Bob. Snoopy hits the right route at the right time. Takes the player off the bomb, finds a second one, but you can't get all 3. That is a tough play for Snoopy, but he makes it look so close. And Wobble Bobs, they send us all the way to a round 11 here on Fortress, following that that cruise missile. And the pressure, too, from Cobra to follow that one up was great. Brezzy leading through outer, Cobra alongside him. Sensor only able to find 1 inside of that trade.
Round 11, baby. We love these. Not sure these players do, though. Can be quite nerve-wracking at times. And now
nervous.
Yeah, it's not a great situation to be in. Abuser no longer has that streak to work with, but they used it well enough in the last round. And now we have this overhead view once again of the A site. Nobody going in there just yet. Boston Breach Academy not actually allowed to get in towards Art this time.
No, instead, Pentagram just waiting for his chance to move on through instead of just forcing his way in. Snoopy back into position on top of the cannons. The nade's not going to land onto the player that is just on his left. Abuser playing so deep, too, in the back of those steps. Abuser's going to make a lot of noise on the way up. Brezzy is going to be called out. Snoopy trying to get some information here onto double. Back over towards A we go.
Yeah, Boston, they're going to throw utility in. Trophy system will be down. It's going to be a 3 here all the way through open. This is a big gamble coming on through. Got to make sure they don't line themselves up here. This needs to be played well. Need to make sure that you trade Bait and switch, do all the Call of Duty jazz, but the first few shots from Shorty, I mean, they're good, but they're not good enough. Cobra takes them down, and now they're going to line up here. Cobra for 2, Pentagram very quickly, the last one left alive, and Wobbubops will sweep them out in round 11 here. Able to get their way on towards Gallows. Not much that Boston could do about that.
Shades of round 1 in round 11 there from Wobbubops, just trying to bait Boston to get over aggressive. They cut silence. They try to see if Snoopy can be forced into a position to over-aggress, and he does. They hop onto the A side. Snoopy tries to make his way through bottom munitions. They catch him out from top rails, and as soon as you lose that important piece of the puzzle for the retake there from Boston, the players funneling in through outer is just lambs to the slaughter. If you're a Wobbubops, I mean, they locked it down in that round 11. Now up 2-0. And that kind of leads us into the storyline that we were talking about going into this Wobbubops game versus Boston Breach.
Yep.
That this Wobbubops team, although, you know, we talk about how great they are in whole, they haven't looked as dominant as we've expected them here in Toronto. They needed a clean win against Boston Breach to find that form once again. And now up 2-0, although it hasn't been the easiest time, they have a chance.
Yeah, and I will say this much. Wobbubops on Hotel Control, I just feel like they're synonymous with that map mode combination. They are so damn good at it. It's just something about like the SMG lineup. I mean, we already saw that on Embassy, but the way that Brezzy and Linz are just able to fire on that. Brezzy in particular, man, the amount of times he's just streaked out on this map, it's insane. It's going to be an uphill battle for sure for Boston Breach Academy, but you know what? They've got their own talent on side, the likes of Snoopy. They've been playing pretty well this season, this game so far, this match so far. Mate, you know what? If he shows up here in this Hotel Control, it's going to be an in to get back towards this series.
And I know it's going to be harsh to say, and chat's not going to be liking me after I say this one.
Don't say it. Don't say it. You're going to put a target on your head, the big head, you're going to get a target on it.
If you want a reverse sweep, though, in the winter semifinals, I feel like we need to see a little bit more from Sensor in that AR role going up against Abusa. So it's something to watch out for if you're Boston. Can he step up to the occasion to start this reverse sweep?
Yeah, that's for sure the case. Yeah, for sure. Well, look, Hotel Control, mate, that's coming up very, very soon, folks. We've got a Fortress Search and Destroy that went the way of Wobbubops, and then Embassy Hardpoint for Wobbubops too. So 2-0 up in this series. I don't know, man. It's tough because when Wobbubops start to feel themselves, and again, you've got to kind of consider the momentum that we just saw, like... I don't know. I don't know, man. It's a lot to ask for here. So yeah, it's a lot to ask for here. I think to kind of reverse sweep against this Wobbubops roster. We've just seen them do the same thing against the Deviants roster. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a lot to ask for. We'll see whether or not they can get it done. We're going to go to a very quick break. On the other side, we're going to have more action here. Perhaps Wobbubops can get the 3-0 sweep. Welcome back here, folks, to the Toronto Open in Call of Duty Challenges, of course. We are 2 maps deep into our series between Wobblebobs and Boston Breach Academy. And, well, the former 2-0 up against the latter. The Search and Destroy, at the very least here, Colin, was close. The Control coming up, though, I don't know, man, because Control, I mean, again, we talked about it. Hotel Control, it's been synonymous with Wobblebobs.
Yeah, I mean, it goes hand in hand, like you said. It's 3-1 on Hotel Control for Wobblebobs. They are on their home turf right now when it comes down to it. But again, I want to touch on it again. This is a big moment for Wobblebobs because these past couple matches that we've seen from them in the winners bracket hasn't been as clean as you'd expect from a roster as dominant as this. So if you come out, you sweep Boston, that's going to be a really good feel-good moment for this team heading into the winners final. But at the same time, if you're Boston Breach Academy and you step up and reverse sweep at Wobblebobs, move it into the winners final, that would be unheard of.
Yeah, it would be unheard of, but the thing is with Boston Breach Academy, they could do it. Like, this is the thing about Boston Breach. If I've learned anything from this Academy team this season of challenges thus far, it's to never count them out. Like, right from the rip, right from Season 1 playoffs, if you remember that, like, stupid run they have. And I don't mean stupid in a negative way. Like, it was just silly. All the way to, like, top 3, I think it was, at that Elite. It's just, like, they are capable of it. And it's just the talent on side for this roster, the tenacity. I mean, you guys have seen Sensor on Twitter, man. He's a confident guy, and that definitely comes across in the gameplay of Boston Breach Academy. Let's see if they can get it done. They're going to start the reverse sweep here, folks. It's Hotel Control. And apparently, Wobblebobs just didn't want to play with Abuser. They maybe felt it was unfair. Maybe that was it.
That's such a funny angle that we have of that whole instance, too. Yeah, no, I mean, the confidence from Sensor, at some point, it becomes contagious for these players. And I think that's something that leads into, Snoopy, who's a rookie for this team, who we keep on gassing up as, the godsend of Boston Breach Academy at the moment. Having that Sensor confidence now with you, you can imagine that that's going to elevate Snoopy, hopefully, to another level for this team, which it has this weekend. I mean, they take down M7. That's not an easy thing to do. They take down Deviants EU. Again, a big matchup for Boston Breach Academy. And now going up against a Wobblebobs, a team who very well would be expected to be in that winner's final. This reverse sweep would be a moment for Boston Breach. It would be a moment for all of these players that would really kind of solidify them as a team.
And I think it would be a moment for this composition of Boston Breach Academy as well, right? Because they've only had Snoopy since, what, Season 4? And Season 4 was, I think, a top 8 finish for these guys. I don't think that was ideal for Boston Breach Academy, a team that have been kind of gravitating around top 4, top 6 this season. They're, one of the teams that are challenging for one of those auto qualification spots for Challengers Championships. Like, for Boston Breach Academy, when they added Snoopy to the lineup, there was a lot of hype behind him, and rightfully so, and he has delivered on that hype. But as a team, I don't think they've quite peaked yet, which is arguably a good thing, because we've still got the end of Toronto here, where Boston Breach Academy is still very much in the competition, and then, of course, we've still got Challengers Championships towards the end of the season. So Boston Breach Academy, I just got this feeling, bro, that their story is nowhere near done.
Never bet against Doug. That's what I've learned. Just don't bet against Doug, because when you do, he proves you wrong. I mean, it's just the kind of guy he is. And, I'm right with you. I mean, this team definitely hasn't hit their ceiling. They still have room to grow. They still have room to prove themselves. So Wobblebobs just kind of a stepping stone on their journey. Hopefully, if you're a Boston Breach Academy fan, that's the way you're going to be looking at it. But the same goes for Wobblebobs into this one, too. A team who, although flawlessly win Season 2, don't drop a single map in the winner's bracket, their LAN competition, they still haven't got that win for themselves. They still haven't found that win on LAN, which is what makes Toronto so important for them. It's what makes this moment for them such influential going towards champs. They want to have that win under their belt before they go over towards champs, just to make sure that that confidence is behind them.
Yeah, and I would say, I think just generally speaking, for Wobblebobs, it's about cementing yourself as the #1 European team. They still haven't done that. Like, I think we have to make that clear. Like, after splitting up after Season 2, I think it would have been inarguable that Wobblebobs were the #1 European team, but just not turning up at Texas for whatever reason, fair enough, just not being there at the event. We didn't get to see what they were capable of. And then, obviously, following that as well, we had kind of the split, right, with Aphelion, with Abuser, Cobra, Linz, Brezzy, all going their separate ways. Coming back to Kevin for Season 4, even that, they didn't win. They lost in the grand finals to Aphelion. And so really, for Wobblebobs here at this event, it's about saying, look, we're the best team in Europe. Like, we are those guys.
But it's like you said, they haven't solidified that because you look at Boston and you look at Raleigh at the start of the year, and the team that knocked them out of contention was that Elevate roster both times.
Yeah.
So you think about the kind of devil in the closet. It's that Aphelion Esports roster that's in the lower bracket at the moment. And Bobs, it's one of those moments, like you said, that you need to cement yourself as that top team going into the champs. You want to as well because there's a lot of hype surrounding this squad, especially considering what Brezzy pulled off in NA last year with the Texas Nation.
Yeah.
And the way that Linz and Abuser are playing together inside of this Bobs roster. And not to mention, I feel like we've been kind of gliding over him a little bit. Cobra has had a great season with this team.
Yeah.
And he goes under the radar because of the superstar presence that's on this Bobs team. But Cobra has been really good backup to Abuser, I want to say, in that role where it's hard to play against this team when Cobra is so versatile with the AR.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about Cobra, just generally speaking, right, is we look back towards the Vanguard season, and I think there was a bit of hype behind him on the Signs roster. We knew that Cobra was capable of big things, but it wasn't until he joined the Bobs roster that he was really able to kind of really capitalize on that in the correct environment. He's in that environment with this team, but I will say, I still think there was an undervaluation of what Cobra and Linz kind of brought to the roster. That's no longer the case, and it's since that kind of split happened, since they went over towards Clutch Rain back in Season 3, that we were like, actually, you know what? Cobra and Linz, just individually speaking, like everyone talks about Brezzy for a good reason. Everyone talks about Abuser for a good reason. Cobra and Linz, I just think for dude, for them, they have a lot more appreciation now. That it just, yeah, I don't know. Cobra, I think everyone knows now he is that good.
Yeah, and folks are waiting on. We're trying to get things, settled as quick as possible to get into this hotel control for sure. Things are just going to be taking time.
Yeah.
Admins are going to be dealing with all sorts of issues that's going on right now. We're trying our best to get into this hotel control as quick as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to throw it to a very brief break again. I know you want to see our faces for longer. I don't know why you would, but I know you do. We're going to throw it to a quick break on the other side. I promise we're going to have more action here from Bobs and Boston Bridge Academy. Hey everybody, how is it going? We're back with Call of Duty Challenges. We were away for a very long time. God, it's been so long, I forgot how to speak there for a second. But we have some good news, guys. Hopefully, and I say hopefully because the amount of times that you and I have cast a curse to random stuff throughout the season, hopefully this match will be getting underway. We had a small issue with the internet. We've got everything back ready to go now. We're just testing everything. So we'll be back in with a control very soon.
I was kicking rocks, walking around, sitting on the floor, just waiting. The IT team has been hard at work making sure that everything is rare to go for both of these two teams. They're going to be warming up, giving a little bit of a test run on those. And while we're doing so, we can talk about, things that have been going around on, I guess, the night so far, because there's been some pretty big shakeups around the venue.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's bring up the bracket to show everybody kind of what everything looks like at this point in time. So starting at the top side here, obviously we have the match that we're currently playing, Wobbabobs versus Boston Breach Academy. That's been an interesting enough storyline, but we've talked about that enough. I think perhaps more interestingly, you've got Team Strays versus Decimate waiting in the wings for their own winners bracket semi-final. Team Strays, man, I mean, just what a story it has been for them. I was just talking to Dizzy about it. Just like, I didn't mean to be offensive, but I don't think anybody expected Team Strays to do what they've done at this event.
What did he say?
Well, he was just like, I don't know why, man. Like, hey, it's offensive. But, I think there's a little bit of confidence for Team Strays, and it's absolutely understandable, right, with the teams they've taken down.
Yeah, and this is going to be a hard match for them, too, because the Cinderella story, I mean, now you match up against Decimate, who have had quite the run throughout their bracket. I mean, they go up against Rocker Academy. They go up against Revived early on. They beat out Aphelion Esports, all mostly doing it in 4 maps. Aphelion, it goes 4. Rocker's the only one that goes all the way to a game 5. So Decimate's winners bracket has been a tough one. Yeah. And, this is a team who, through Season 4 Elites, they go into, I think, the last day not dropping a single hard point, and then they had a little bit of a fumble towards the end. But back here in Toronto, and it looks like they're in prime shape now to push. They're hoping for the winners final. Team Strays, they have other ideas.
Yeah, for sure. It's been an interesting bracket so far between Strays and Decimate. That's going to be a great winners bracket semi-final. Of course, waiting in the lower bracket, though, we've got NRK Anarchy knocking at the door. And then another top 6 finish would be Cruz and Dak. That would be every single open event this season. I'm not trying to say that it's going to happen, but honestly, it would just feel right. But they got to get through Aphelion Esports in that matchup. Aphelion, of course, the Season 4 champions in Europe.
Yeah, challengers favor Kiwi. Let's see if they could go 4 for 4 on the year for those challenger opens, like you say. This Aphelion Esports team, though, it's nothing to scoff at whatsoever for NRK. I think the big thing for them is that they got their revenge against M7, and Cruz was about it. Yeah. He was telling them, he's like, on land, this is our town. Yeah. So you love that out of the NRK boys. Aphelion's going to be a tough match for them. And on the other side of that, for the other lower round 8, Nola Flight, Orbit.
Right.
And, who would have thought Nola Flight's going to be here? But, hey, hello, they knock out Rocker Academy to do so.
Yeah, this is the tournament storyline, right? This is it. To me, I think Strays was a huge shock to get to this point. Nola's Flight blows that out of the water. The fact that they're even here, it's probably one of the biggest shocks we've had this entire season. I don't think anything in Challengers Elite has trumped this. Of course, this roster, Big Head, Shoxy, Dimensions, and Craze. That is the roster, and you look at the names on that team, and it's just like, I don't think anybody had them getting top 8. It's a real testament to just how strong that roster has been in the bracket. They go head-to-head with the Orbit roster, though, and that team is one of those kind of top-tier North American rosters that have been doing so well in Lily.
Yeah, towards Elite Season 4, they had a huge turnaround on that last day to beat out Decimate, but let's talk a little bit about Wobbabobs and Boston Breach again, because there's magic in the air in Toronto, obviously. Nola Flight has shown that, and if you're a Boston Breach Academy fan, you're hoping that magic lands onto the doorstep of this team right now, because they've been silenced by Wobbabobs in the first 2 maps. I mean, around 11 in the Search and Destroy, it's close. I mean, there's definitely inklings of an idea that, Boston, the way that they're playing, this could very well be, a 1-1 going into this control, but it's not. Yeah. So now to find winners final, you have to reverse sweep a Wobbabobs. after a big break on the tech, everybody's been sitting, waiting. The momentum has been lost.
Yes.
It's kind of starting from scratch again.
Yeah, in a way, like, I think this has been a positive for Boston Breach Academy because Wobbabobs would have been feeding themselves after that map number 1 and map number 2. The fact we've had this small delay here will give themselves that mental reset. But I think we should give folks a refresher if you weren't listening to us before the break, which, you know what, I wouldn't blame you. Sometimes I wouldn't listen to me or Colin either. We've been talking about kind of the hotel control for a Wobbabobs and just how crucial of a game mode and map mode combination that has been throughout their elite season, really throughout the entirety of the 2023 season. And a lot of it has come down to just how fast-paced and aggressive those SMG players on lineup can be. We saw it in the setting that was Embassy earlier on, but Linz and Brezzy, mate, they are on a different level here.
I mean, ask Austin Vision's Neil. He will tell you Brezzy and Linz are the best in the business when it comes to blocking spawns on hotel control. And he will not hear otherwise. That's what he was telling us in between this map. Yeah, that's what he was telling me in between this little bit of a break. So all eyes are going to be on these two. But on the opposite end, can Boston put an end to this reign of terror? Can they find their way back into the series? Shawnee going to be leading the charge over towards the B zone on attack as he's get 3 in a row alongside Snoopy.
Yeah, sometimes we see teams, I think very often, to be honest, coming out of the gates here, just going straight towards B. Of course, it is the harder of the 2 points to get control of. Boston Breach, they want to get it out of the way right at the gate. But gunfight's not exactly going in their way. Means that Sensor and Snoopy are going to have to reposition here to try and garner control at this point. Snoopy thinks that his job is done around the help desk, and unfortunately, it was not. Cobra comes through, finds the double, looking for number 3, almost makes that kill versus Shawnee happen, but it will not go through. At the very least, though, that space is cleared by Abuser.
Cobra's feeling a little bit good after that reset, no matter what. Momentum still in the hands of this player. What it looks like, though, Boston looking to push forward, gain some space over towards Chandelier. They have 1 player on the zone at A, so things are going to get a little bit of slow there. You have time if you're Linz working this flank, and all players have to be aware of that. That's going to end up being a 1v1 for the zone.
Yep, Shawnee looking to take down Linz here. Shots going out towards that direction. Lynch just going to have to back away for the moment. He doesn't really have the weaponry, of course, in SMG to try and take Shawnee on with the heady that he's got. He's just very slowly but surely taking this down. And, well, it won't be long before Pentagram comes and helps out his teammates. That's A gone. But I think perhaps more importantly here for Boston Breach Academy, they still had Snoopy trying to threaten around the spar, but unfortunately he's run out of those vouchers.
Yeah, it's just Boston Breach doing a great job at pushing towards Chandelier, pushing that space to allow Shawnee to feel safe on the inside of that one. The A zone's going to be cleaned up. A minute 50 to work over towards being a small life advantage as well. They get a good break. Brezzy's going to put a stop to Pentagram. He's going to at least try to slow down Breach Academy for the meantime. Abusa is going to be a real issue here. As you can see, Pentagram's going to be trying to locate this player and take him out of this forward position towards bedrooms.
Yeah, Pentagram looking to be a problem. He's already picked up that first frag versus Cobra. Good enough now. He's on the hunt, though, is Linz. You can see the way that he's playing on the mini-map. He's trying to find where Pentagram's gone, but he's gone into the night.
Somebody's going to get Abuser.
Yeah, this is a problem for them, just generally speaking. Abuser's just sitting in the backline, and I think Pentagram might actually just kind of retreat towards this backline to take Abuser out. Never mind, Shawnee's going to do it, and I think the best part of that play is now that Pentagram's got bedroom control. Snoopy able to get 2 players, make that 3 on the point, and Snoopy with that triple. I think that might be it for this point.
Jumps to the occasion as soon as Abuser goes down. Snoopy grabs hold of this, and now the stack onto B. Warm-ups, they got to get back into this one. Shawnee watching above. Linz is going to touch down. Pentagram here. Sensor on the wing, but it's not good enough just yet.
Wow, what a clearance. Just in the nick of time. 2 ticks of progression is all that Boston Breach Academy will get here on their offensive effort, and now Abuser's installed himself once again in top bedroom. That's a double from Abuser, clearing space. And now Sensor moving forward here has so much to do.
4 playing 5. Lynn's going to take down Shawnee. No more respawns for Breach Academy. They have to be careful. Sensor in a position where he cannot afford to go down here. Look at the late flank from Breach Academy. They're going to try to get around Linz. Just talk to win a corner. How are you going to read that?
Yeah, he's never expected to. Linz playing in a position that just completely throws Shawnee off. And now this is tough. Snoopy goes down inside bedroom for Sensor and Pentagram. On different areas of the map, you have to go fuse. Pentagram through the cut cannot get it done. And now it's up to Sensor for the 1v5. 6 seconds on the clock here. It's a big ask. He gets the kill versus Abuser, but will not find any more than that. And that one big shot that Boston Breach Academy had to get control of the point, it was just a solid defensive hold that rarely ever happens, to be honest, from a Wobbabubs.
Yeah, I mean, it's Lins getting into that zone, staying alive. The follow-up from the team. Breach had that one shot at capturing, and as soon as you lose it, with Abuser taking control of Patio again, you saw how long it took them to take him out of that spot. They couldn't do it a second time. So, Wobbabubs, they weather the storm, they take a defense, but if you're Breach Academy, you walk away with 5 ticks of progression from that round. So, it's not all lost just yet as they flip the script now onto defense.
Yeah, through the middle of the map here, this is a bit of a weird sprat coming out from a Wobbabubs. Good reaction from Snoopy, but he's not going to be able to do any more than just getting the initial frag. So there should be a control early on from Wobbabubs, and now you kind of face that decision for a lot of teams do on defending the A zone. How much do you actually want to put into this one before it goes down? Nate and Pentagram will actually pick up a double over by A, and the close spawn from Sensor, they should be able to defend this. The problem is a player in Brezzy has already filtered through over towards Spa.
Brezzy's going to be blocking these spawns over towards B, and Boston off of that are able to work back in towards the restaurant, clear that zone. Brezzy's still alive back there, so still just trying to be a hindrance off the respawning players of Boston Breach Academy. But you look at player number 1, Shawnee, has found his way into the bedroom, so that B zone's going to be on lockdown right now because he really is the pillar over there. But Shawnee goes down to Lins. You hop onto A, a couple kills for a Wobbabubs now, but Snoopy trying his best to hold off. It's just not going to be there just yet.
This should be the A point for Wobbabubs. Pentagram with that big kill actually might give him a chance to maybe defend this point. He doesn't really have the teammates though, and so this is a big risk if he does choose to go for it. The kill versus Brezzy again might give them a chance. Yeah, they're going to go for it. Abuser, he does get traded on out. So that is the A point again stopped. And in this kind of hold of A, Boston Breach Academy are wasting a lot of time on the clock for a Wobbabubs.
Yeah, there's only 35 seconds left. Of Wobbabubs, they have to go towards A at this point. With how locked down B is, Shawnee and Sensor are going to be watching that side. A is the only option. They go back, they finish the job there. A minute 30, life advantage to Boston just by 1. Working towards Chandelier. Cobra's going to get the better of Pentagram, so now Sensor's going to back up, and he's got to watch the flank.
Yeah, Wobbabubs are sending players around the flank. They've also got players inside bedroom too, so a lot of crucial gunfights about to go down. Lin's right on the other side of this wall. He knows it about it too. Sensor down on the count, 27 HP. You better hug that wall, Doug. And indeed he will fly away. Well played, but elsewhere, Brezzy has taken down Pentagram. Now here comes the hit from Lins, from Brezzy. Snoopy, though, he finds the double. Abuser now the last one left alive. Pentagram has been called out perfectly by Abuser there, and he has to go for the retell around Spa. It won't work, so now that point is cleared.
50 seconds left. Still that life advantage by 1 for Boston. Nothing out of contention just yet. For Wobbabubs, they're going to go for another triple flank here. It's going to be watched by Pentagram. Sensor coming to help him out. Holding that close angle, though. Pentagram's going to have that back up. He loses his life. Sensor goes down as well. So now Lins and Cobra threatening from the flank side. Shawnee trying to stay alive towards bedroom.
Yeah, here we go. This is it. Wobbabubs, they want to clear bedroom. That's the problem. They know Shawnee is up here, and if they can take him down, they will have the autonomy to move over towards the point. I mean, Boston Breach Academy, they've got so much in the middle of the map here. Shawnee able to take down Cobra, and he finds the double as well. Abuser now the last one left alive to do something about this. He has to go huge. Kill against Snoopy would be nice. Does it through the wall, and there's a player right below him. Sensor, who does actually get taken down by Brezzy. So with 3.8 seconds on the clock, they're on the point.
This is going to be it. They have it down. Boston are going to be spawning up into Spa, but the stack from a Wobbabubs is going to be going so fast. Cobra going to be watching alongside Brezzy. The crossfire, they rip them apart. A Wobbabubs jump in, clear the zone, and now they're on series point.
Oh, God. I mean, they had that. They really had that. Abuser was the only player to do something. He finds Snoopy. Brezzy down low. Like, Sensor was in a perfect position, and it is just by chance that Brezzy just chooses to approach the point via down low by bottom bedroom. If he goes anywhere else, Sensor makes that play happen.
Yeah. It's just a Wobbabubs. They check under every single rock. They leave nothing unturned. And they do exactly what needs to be done in the crunch time. I mean, 3.8 seconds. One small mistake could have been the round, and now Boston, they not only have to reverse sweep the series, they have to reverse sweep the map.
It's a big ask. We already knew that coming in towards the hotel control. I mean, Shawnee's an AR, right? He's got attack in hand. Technically speaking, the Vaznev should be doing stuff like that, but that's not the Vaznev, that's Brezzy.
Still going to make me chuckle every single time I see it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but regardless now, Boston Breach Academy looking to get control of A. Again, if you're a Weberbubs in this situation, I don't think you want to risk this. Just try and sit back, sit pretty, wait for Boston to capture this point, and be ready for this flank.
Yeah, all eyes on towards these players. Through P2, Linz through the middle of the map is going to actually catch not just Pentagram, but both SMGs on rotation. That A zone still not captured, so Linz is going to be able to deny this one or try to. Sensor says no. A zone's going to be cleaned up. 25 playing 26.
Yeah, that's not that great of a play, to be honest, because now the middle of the map is open. Linz was covering that, choosing to go for it. He now opens that up, and Boston Breach Academy all the way through. There's one threat that Weberbubs have, but he's a little bit far away from the play in the form of Abuser. Maybe the timing will help him out, but regardless, the players up front on the point, Brezzy and Linz, gotta go big. Finally, Abuser gets involved in the action, gets the kill versus Shawnee. Brezzy, as we said, on the point will find Pentagram as well, but as Snoopy and Sensor are finding frags, Boston Breach Academy still being an annoyance.
Yeah, even though Abuser was a little bit disconnected from that play, the timing fits perfectly for how Boston were handling that. They don't clear all the way back, and Abuser gets the perfect timing onto Shawnee through that bottom luggage. Snoopy's going to be cleaned up over towards the Godheady. Nice shots there from Shawnee. But is it going to be enough to get your players onto the zone? The first tick isn't even locked in just yet, and you have player number 8, Linz, sitting towards couches, and he's gone now, actually. Yeah. So this is their chance.
He's gone. Yeah, absolutely. I think that was the playmaker right there. They're going to have to install somebody back towards the middle of the map, but Abuser wants a piece of the hill itself. It's going to go down. Trade's good for Cobra and Brezzy, though. The number's good as well, and that second tick of progression did not go through. So Boston Breach Academy going to have to reset once again. They got a minute 20 on the clock here. Weberbubs still plays in and around, but as Linz goes down now, it's a 3v1 on the point.
They can get on right now. They clear off Abuser this time. You need somebody to be watching that flank through mid. Brezzy's going to try it again, and he takes down Sensor again. So Snoopy's going to be on high alert for this.
You got to go. You got to go now. Brezzy, he's been predicted by Snoopy. Good call-outs from the team. Goes up top, Snoopy. Snoopy for 3! And that should be the point, surely. Linz still hanging around, though. The threat is not over yet. It's still just down. Just Shawnee and Snoopy. Weberbubs looking to find their way through. Snoopy for 5. Snoopy for 6. What is that?
Whoa, I mean, we said he's a superstar. We said he's the one to make it happen. And Snoopy, the stone cold killer, the frog from Boston Breach Academy, clutching up for the team. Let's look back at that because, I mean, the communication, like you said, to the middle of the map, Snoopy, high alert onto Brezzy's positioning, uses that movement to get up close towards D1, takes down both players, allows the rest of the team to hop on that zone, stop that time. And now for Boston, you get that breather from that close call. You stay alive. Step 1, done.
Dudes, we're going to get like a Mount Rushmore of frogs. Kermit the Frog up there. We got Snoopy too. Somebody name other famous frogs. I don't think there are any, to be fair. Regardless, the Weberbubs kind of going to end up losing that round, excuse me. And Boston Breach Academy now will be feeling pretty hot off the back of that one. Now looking to try and defend B. They're going to do that right off the rip here, but the threat on towards A. Pentagram perhaps in a position to defend this point. Gets the first kill versus Brezzy. Still more to be done. And he's going to get the backup from Sensor here. Flying wide, Abuser more preoccupied with the other side, but Abuser wins that gunfight. That heady is just so frustrating. And both Sensor and Pentagram going to fall foul.
Shawnee's still over towards Ruggs, so job's not done just yet over towards A. In fact, he's going to clear off Abuser, so it's not going to get captured, and all this pressure over towards B. Now you have to be a little bit careful. If you're a Weberbubs, you don't want to push too far. Pentagram off the respawn, working with Snoopy on the break back towards their own spawn. Only one more player to clear out. It's Brezzy, still in spawn. Snoopy's going to pick it up.
Yeah, this is really good decision-making coming out from Boston Breach Academy. They've got players pushed all the way through towards A, but this is still a lot to do if you're a Sensor here in this situation. He's already picked up one. Players lined up down Rugged. He's looking at Cobra. Didn't quite spot out Brezzy in that scenario, but I talked about number 1 on the minimap, Shawnee, pushing all the way through towards the bedroom side. It's an annoyance for a Weberbubs, and he has to play around the backline. Shawnee finds 2, again clearing the point.
The timing fits perfectly for Shawnee. He gets all the way in behind all the players pushing over towards B. Not even a tick going to be locked there. Pentagram now back over towards the A zone. He's going to be run over, so 2 quick kills from a Weberbubs to hop on the zone, stack it, and try to put it underneath their belt for now. Boston maybe looking in for a little bit of a break here. Snoopy again alongside Shawnee. Can they get it done? It doesn't seem like they're going to try.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they had that as the fullback option, right? For the longest time, they decided for the mid-map control they had as Pentagram just cuts Brezzy and Lins down. With his just casual kills coming on through. Yeah, Boston Breach Academy, right decision-making in terms of the defensive play, but Wobbabobs finally do capture A. And now, things will reset here momentarily. Boston Breach Academy, they've got control of Bedroom side. They're also keeping an eye on the flank.
Sensor is going to be great positioning there to take down Brezzy. Shut down the pressure over towards Statue. Bedroom control looking to get locked down. A little bit of a bait and switch from Snoopy and Pentagram, and they lock it down. So this player's on the flank. Cobra and Lins, it makes their job a whole lot more important now.
Yeah, Shawnee's got so much to do around the flank here. He's about to face down 3 different players, and Cobra takes him through the cut. Abuser elsewhere has picked up the kill against Sensor. That's all the threat around Couches down. And for Pentagram and Snoopy, who push through to Bedroom, you have to now come and help out with the players coming off the spawn. You have to go right now.
Pentagram's going to have some good timing here. Cuts right across, finds Cobra on the inside. Brezzy, bottom Bedroom to trade. Brezzy's going to continue to keep lives in favor of them. Sensor's going to get back down. Shawnee now, he's up to bat through the middle of the map, but on the zone's going to be Abuser and Lins.
Yeah. One player through the middle of the map. Shawnee has to go huge because I'm not really sure that Snoopy's going to be able to do anything in the position he's in. And there goes Shawnee down. Sensor, Pentagram, they're away from the play. So now Snoopy needs to get involved. Second tick through. Snoopy brings the streak down and off the wall. Splash damage will be good. 8v8, 23 seconds left.
This is going to be it for Lins now. 4 in a row. He's going to get things back on. Shawnee on the cross. He takes him down. Shawnee now looking to pick up the pieces for Boston. 16 seconds.
Still plays around. Cobra still on the point here. They're so close to getting the capture. 14 seconds left now. A 6v4. Wobbabobs as Pentagram and Shawnee and Snoopy, all of them clear the point. Wobbabobs in absolute Narnia. We're going to a round 5.
Oh, you'd have it no other way between these two. A round 11 search and destroy. A round 5 control. Close as could be, but for Boston, I mean, this means a whole lot more right now for them, because if you win this round, you stay alive in the series, your winner's final dream stays alive, and you continue that Toronto magic that's just in the air right now for a lot of these teams. Wobbabobs a little bit rattled after going up 2-0. How do you bring this one back? I mean, you got Snoopy in his prime form right now, running around, finding 2, 3 pieces all around the map. You got Shawnee started to pick up 2 on that AR roll, and that's proving to be quite the issue when it comes on to getting into that B zone. You're starting off on the attack too, so Boston now on the attack. Can they get through Wobbabobs?
That's the question. Good start from Boston Breach Academy. Only having to contend with Lins over by 8. I'll take him out. And now control will be going in their favor momentarily here. Wobbabobs want to regain control through the middle of the map. They also do want to be cautious about the fact that there might be players, again, flanking. They can see how slow that capture is. They know there's players that are not on the point, and indeed they will deal with them. And Cobra does, again, it's these little plays. They kind of see stars in their eyes. They want to make the big play, and stuff like that can alleviate map pressure for Boston.
Well, you got Brezzy looking to shut down this control towards A. Shawnee going to be snaking his way through this one, but without any help, Brezzy's going to have to play this completely perfect. Sensor's going to stack this with Shawnee too, so they just want to clean it up as quick as possible.
Yeah, I'm really glad Brezzy didn't push that there, because I would have scolded him for it. It's unnecessary.
Snoopy.
Now have to make the play. Yeah, Snoopy around the back, and oh, jeez. Cobra, we'll see you later, buddy. Snoopy taking him down. Now Lindsay and Kindo, but Snoopy's still hanging around here, and there are Boston players not that far away. Snoopy could still do some serious damage. If perhaps Pentagram can get that kill, the team shots might be good enough, but Snoopy's job is still not over, and finally Brezzy eliminates him.
Yeah, Pentagram was too low to follow up with that one. You lose out on your forward pressure from Snoopy, Pentagram, Sensor, and Shawnee getting involved. 3 kills from Boston. Why not go for this one? Brezzy's going to be the only one here to stop it.
Yeah, 2 players left to deal with. Oh my god, and Brezzy Abuser clear the point. Still though, Boston knocking at the door. Snoopy and Shawnee through the front. Cobra, the last player around D2. He'll be down. Lins still around. Lins finds 2, and there's still 2 players from Boston in the point.
Oh, Lins is just trying to stay alive. On goes Sensor. We're looking at Shawnee. We're looking at the team. What's going on? Back into the game, minute 20. Cobra, Brezzy going to shut down that pressure onto the B zone. Off the respawn for Boston once again.
Dude, this is so back and forth at this point in time. Wobbabobs, breathe a sigh of relief here. 70 seconds on the clock. They've got no control of Bedroom whatsoever, but at the very least for the moment, they don't have to contend with anyone in the flank. Here they go, though, right through the front. Snoopy over the top. God, he makes this fast diff look so good. He's looking for more. Shawnee able to find that second, but his Abuser with the double that might be able to clear the point. Sensor, a 1v1! And Sensor goes enough.
No, it's Brezzy back now. Bottom bedroom. Cobra's going to be up for respawn too. You got player number 2, Pentagram. He's going to find his way over towards the info desk. Players don't know. Pentagram almost finds Abuser too. Can Abuser shut this down once again? Snoopy's going to hop onto the zone for the 43 seconds stopped right now. Trying to work on the second take. Linz through the middle of the map. Sensor's going to put an end to it.
They can't stop it. There's players on the point. Finally, it's going to be a nade. There's no trophy system to stop that. So now players off the point once again. That second tick, I believe, might just be through, but it's going to be a full orange kill feed. Awobabobs going to be there to stop it, and they do actually stop that second tick of progression, and perhaps more concerningly so, Snoopy goes down. That's presence inside the restaurant.
6 lives left for Boston, 24 seconds. This is the last chance you have at doing it as a full 4 squad. You have 2 players to worry about inside of bedroom. It's Cobra and Brezzy up top.
Players all around this point. Shawnee around the backline going to go down. So now Sensor has to go huge. Has to find something here. It's Abuser on D1. There's Sensor. Initial shots aren't great. Abuser going to really survive the gunfight. And Brezzy through the middle of the map. That might be it. Snoopy down as well. It's all on Shawnee. Shawnee for 2. No more than that. And at Wobabobs, they have to go to round 5. But they will get this 3-0 one way or another.
What a ride that was, Brody. Hotel control. I mean, Awobabobs, they're known to be some of the best on this map, but Boston give them a run for their money. The whole team stepping up when push comes to shove, but it's just not enough to get through this French and Belgian roster. They get the job done in 3 for Awobabobs, and they make that run to winners final.
That is incredible. Just throughout the series, man, this feels like it happened eternity. You go this hard point and this search and destroy. Oh, goodness me. For the players as well, I can imagine that was a very long one. But, oh, man, what a series between these guys. Look, you know, it was a 3-0, granted, but it was a very close 3-0. I think towards the end of the hard point, obviously, Awobabobs started to run away with it, but we had that round 11 search and destroy, and then, of course, the 3-2 control. Man, what an upper bracket semifinal.
When I saw Doug, Sensor, Martin picking up triple kills, I was a believer. I was a believer in the game 4 that was about to come on board, but Awobabobs, they ice up, and man, Brezzy and Abuser were putting in so much work when it came down to those individual plays, whether it was Brezzy pushing through the middle of the map, catching some good timing to get in towards bottom bedroom, or Abuser on the Godheady over towards D1 or D2, always finding 1, maybe even 2 kills to shut Boston down.
Man, oh, man, I still haven't recovered from that, mate. I feel like we're going to need a serious breather after that series as Awobabobs just go huge here in the control. And from the first 2 rounds, to be honest, it really did feel like Awobabobs were going to take that one, but Boston Breach Academy, if there's one thing this team is known for, it's the tenacity, the ability to make those comebacks happen, and the fact they almost do it again. I mean, how many times have we seen it this year so far? If it's a Mercado search and destroy, a hotel control, does not matter. Boston Breach Academy are almost always the team to get that done. This time, they just fall short.
And you know, that's always the story with this team, Brody, always falling short whenever it comes down to it, towards these important moments. So he's talking to Coach Magic, you know, just before this control started, between that break, and he was saying, man, we always show up. We always show up in the day, get to that kind of that high peak moment, and then have a little bit of a chuckle. You lose that, and then you fall down into the lower bracket, and it's the story of this Boston Academy team. So they got the work cut out for them to see if they can rewrite history and find their way back to have a rematch against this Awobabs team, which would be absolutely crazy. But let's take a look at these maps, because Awobabs walk out in a 3-0 sweep, something that you and I were looking for this team to really solidify that dominance today.
Yeah, I think it's huge again, and coming off the back of the reverse sweep against Deviants, they needed this, right? Because I think we've been talking about them kind of scraping by in a number of different scenarios. Losing a Search and Destroy to Outlast is not something I think we expect of this Awobabs roster. Even, I mean, look, Deviants NA have been a really good team. I still think Awobabs, with the history they had this season, going to Game 5, having to go to Game 5, even if they did it in reverse sweep, I still think it wasn't enough to convince us this is the EU team to watch. This is.
Yeah, Awobabobs. It's a 3-0, although it's a close 3-0 too. You can still see there's room to improve for, you know, this for sure. And I'm sure they're going to look back at this and try to find that final form for Championship Sunday, which is just around the corner for this team. What a ride that was. I just cannot get over it. I'm still catching my breath after that one. But the action's not even done today. That's not even the last match of today, we still got another winner semifinal.
Yeah, absolutely, as we said. I wonder if we can bring up the bracket to show everybody kind of what it looks like, actually. We're going to make a little request at some point. If it's too short, it's okay, don't worry about it. But it would be nice to kind of show everybody kind of how that affects things with Strays, obviously, in the upper bracket semifinal as well. That's another European team, right, that's like looking to make their way through.
I mean, you can't look at the Strays team and count them out. After what they've accomplished here in Toronto, I mean, this Stray teams is riding that high. You even said when you were talking to them, they're looking at this like, oh, we don't even know how we got here. We're here, we're ready to play, and going up against a team like Decimate, this is like a moment for themselves to take down, one of the better respawn teams in North America. And if you can take some hard points off of Decimate, if you can take them down here, I mean, it's a big moment for the roster in general, who haven't had the best runs in the elite seasons.
Yeah, again, like Strays alongside Nola Flight here in the bracket, like they are the two teams really that have surprised a lot of people here at the event. I think Strays, the fact they're able to take down Team Notorious, I think was huge enough. That's the Texas Open champions right there. And Strays, for their story, just generally speaking, right, it's been like they were the scraps left over from the big change after Season 3, that Cinderella story run for Unnamed. Of course, for those of you guys who don't know, the Unnamed team, literally, I mean, they were unnamed. They came out of nowhere. They won Season 3 and probably the biggest story of this entire season. And then, obviously with Furious and Mythics making their way over towards Aphelion Esports, it's kind of shaken the roster up. And now since bringing Pac and Dizzy on the roster, it's like, just coming into this event, I don't think we expected this at all.
Dude, if somebody predicted this somewhere in the venue, I want them
lottery numbers. You want like the future? Yeah, like a
tell me, go buy me a lottery ticket, go do something, because the way that Toronto's happened so far, I feel like it's the exact same as the Toronto Open last year in Vanguard. It's just it's anything but predictable.
Yeah, it's and that's, I think, a nature of, like, I tweeted it earlier on, but like I think this is the nature of this being, in my mind, and I'm not just saying this because obviously all the Toronto folks are listening, this is the best Call of Duty Challenges event we might have ever had. Honestly, like it's just stacked full of the brim from top to bottom. Obviously the fact that we didn't have a LAN event preceding this between Season 3 and Season 4 kind of has created those storylines where coming into this event, it's been an absolute enigma as to which teams would be coming out on top, and I just don't think we've been disappointed whatsoever. There has just been shock after shock after shock. Man, it's been like a soap.
Oh, it's been absolutely crazy, and it's definitely one of the Challengers Opens of all time. I think there's still time to prove it to be the best. I think if Nola Flight win another match, if Team Strays take down Decimate, I will get on board with that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Well, it is shaping up to be one of the best Call of Duty Challenges events ever. And we have the conclusion today, number 2, coming up. Of course, we've been hyping it up quite a lot. Team Strays going head-to-head with Decimate Gaming in the final upper bracket semi-final on night. One of them is going to join Wobblebobs in that upper bracket final.
All right, chat, here we go.
Game face on. I got the game on smash on lock. Dedication, prepare to reload. My tentacles grinding on the concrete. I go show them that me run the block. Run them, all I'm boss. See them times I run to my boss. See them times I beg them for favors when I don't get the food from my pot. Table don't turn. With the back friend, but the bridge don't burn. Game face on. Game face on. They're really on.
Let's go, baby. I know what it is.
Hey, watch where you're going. I thought you had new internet.
It's not that. I had the sun in my eyes.
You're kidding, right?
It hurts. It really, really hurts.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Dude, you're playing like a chump, and we both know you can't blame it on the internet.
Sorry, my cat jumped on the keyboard.
Well, that's interesting, since you don't have a cat.
What are you talking about? Of course I have a cat.
Dude, we're roommates.
With the best internet for gaming, you'll need new excuses.
Hey, you! What the... is this? Brain adapt? Really? Look at me. I'm an NPC, a mob, already at a disadvantage. And now you're creating headsets with some new technologies that helps humans listen better? Hands off that button. I want to speak to your manager.
I'm Nemo, and I'm a 22-year-old student. Here's how I budget for the entire school year. I use the TD Student Budget Calculator to help me plan my budget. Ta-da! And that's how knowing my budget helps me live life to my fullest.
$100 on these. It's crazy. Dang, that's a lot of money. Sweet. This is insane.
Welcome back, all you passionate, crazy COD fans. I see you. If you've been watching since 10 a.m., just give yourself a little round of applause, all right? I'm going to give you a little round of applause. For those that are still in the venue, you guys are freaking nuts, although there's not many of you left, so, good for you. Staff included. Love that. I'm my whole shift. With me, I've got Visions, and we have one more game today. Winner semifinal number 2. It should be a good one.
Should be a great one. I think coming in here, we've already seen what Decimate's been able to do. They've been looking really, really good.
Yeah.
We had some woes coming into LAN. Like, were they going to be that same Decimate we saw during the regular season? Looks like that answer is yes. Capital Y-E-S. So these guys have been coming in really, really hot, but I don't think you can sleep on this EU team that we have here. These guys have been doing damage. They, a couple of their players recently found a win, of course, in, one of the elites. So I think these guys have a lot of potential, but also a lot to prove.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about that elite season, they were kind of thrusted by Furious coming in and just completely taking over.
Sure.
But I think the best way to categorize this Team Stray squad is that they are kind of like a group of misfits, so to speak.
Sure.
Pac started the year playing for Team Falcons. That didn't work out. Rafi started the year playing with his longtime duo Grad. They don't play anymore. Yep. Henry, who has been like a staple of like, when is it going to be his time, has found his way in. So it's been really interesting to kind of see them now thrive on LAN as a group of 4. Let's take a look at our map series set, though. Of course, for Decimate, we've got a lot of talking points, having seen them on the main broadcast just a while ago. First look, though, for Team Strays, and through our first 5 maps that come up here, where are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's going to be really difficult to find Hardpoint wins versus Decimate, as we were kind of alluding to, right? So I really do think that you're looking almost at like a 2-3-5, type of Neslo here through this series. We know that they're very strong when it comes down to the Search and Destroy. I think that their Lacilo, even in Hotel as well, has actually been pretty decent, something they've been able to play a little bit. But we've already seen now the Embassy and the Hydro played recently, and well, both were actually, pretty dominantly won by Decimate. So we know the Hardpoints are going to be a really big problem for them.
Also, the Lacilo Search is back in the mix for Decimate. They won that 6-2 versus that Affiliate squad. And just on top of that, their Lacilo controls one of their most played through Season 4. So it is a tough prospect to look at these maps comparatively to what we just saw from Decimate. However, like you mentioned, Team Strays have been really clean across a multitude of maps when they play in the Search and Destroy in particular. So I think this whole series is about come out, compete, stay in this Embassies for as long as possible, because we know Decimate can blow out anybody when it comes to any hardpoint map. So being competitive off the rip gets you into this series maybe with a little bit more favor.
Yeah, no, I like that, absolutely. I mean, just take a look at what happened when we were watching over the Embassy. For anyone that missed it, I mean, it was about an 80-point differential that they were down with. And, Flames pops a 3-piece. All of a sudden, that just revives the entire roster. And we just see them win, what was it, like the next 4 hills in a row.
Yeah.
And they just end up running away with it. And they won by a massive margin. So it feels like this team just has that ability in them, right? One pop-off play, one really energetic moment, they have just that chance to start steamrolling you, taking over. And I mean, that's very scary to play with, even if it is late in the day.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It's challenges, baby, all night long.
Challenges, baby.
It's the way it be. We love it. So with that in mind, again, for Team Strays, we're going to find out because, we've seen them online. They had impressed when it came down to Season 3. Did not impress us much in Season 4, but now here fighting for a very key position in the bracket, because the other thing about this is that challengers points are on the line.
Yes.
And for Team Strays, they are just outside the bubble of being able to qualify through the regional leaderboard. They're currently sitting like in 6th in Europe. Right. So really they need to finish top 3. The gap between them and possibly getting into that regional leaderboard where they may qualify for champs comes with about 40,000 pro points. And the team above them is Atlas Lions, who finished top 24. So they will make up a gap there, but the biggest thing is you win this series, you guarantee yourself at least top 3 and a chance to qualify for champs by making it to that grand finals. But a tall task in front of them. It's Decimate on the other side, Embassy, Hardpoint. We're going to see it again. Here we go. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it here. Eyes on Team Strays to try to get something going very early on. Difficult to shut down this Decimate team, but we'll see what they can do right off the rip. So far, Dizzy able to get involved. Bink's just going to hold this cross here and try to maintain control through the parking lot, but good pickup from Henry, able to get away with a kill, and now can start to push forward and maybe contest some of this B1 time.
Yeah, lots of focus for Team Strays, just kind of working in and out of laundry here. Get those subs forward. Make it uncomfortable for Decimate to stay on the hard point. Henry jumps in, not going to find full kill, but at least alleviates the time. Dizzy following up. Stunned down, denied by Trophy. Flames cleans them up, and Decimate right back onto the hill.
Estriel gets a pretty good spawn there in the back, so he might have a chance to really shut down this rotation by himself. Difficult to read this, but we'll see if they decide to look at the back. No, they do not. Estriel surprises 2. Noisy comes up with a 3rd. Those spawns should be over to the top side of the map, and that is going to be the case. Estriel in a good spot still in 2 in a row.
Oh, not the greatest Semtex we've ever seen. Estriel's going to be bounced off, but truck blows up, gives him a chance to still fight around the back. Lots of damage.
Wow.
Estriel still fighting back. Pac cannot quite challenge. And all of a sudden, he's the one who's isolated. Unbelievable. Estriel just soaking up the back, now taking his attention back towards mid. Flames will be surprised. Along with Estriel's, Rafi gets the double, and Strays will get on for their first seconds.
Yeah, first couple seconds coming in. A lot of time to be able to still secure on P2. Noisy starting to fight for high ground. Pac's going to give him a good chow, but Noisy will shut him down. Great battle to be able to take, and he's going to even juke out the kill cam a little bit, come down low, try to reinforce the point. Flames is here alongside Estriel, the duo, hand in hand, in work.
Wow.
Shots coming through. Flames looking great. Will just need a trade to come through for that remaining scrap time, but 15 seconds up for grabs.
Yeah, Decimate looking just as clean as we saw them in the middle, but little fight for scrap. Dizzy gets to 5 before being shut down by Flame. So still, that little bit of scrap time goes the way of Decimate, enjoying a 40-point lead plus as we rotate over to servers. Strays here first, but kills not going their way.
I like Estriel. He pulls out the AR here to try to just reinforce this top push and get himself through. And well, just like that, they just fly to the new hill. No real contest coming through. You can see it on the leaderboard right now. Pac having a really slow start. That is one of your key ARs that has not been a part of the game whatsoever here. Need him to step up. Next push coming through. Dizzy looking to make another big play.
But this is what Decimate does. They lock down the outside of the map, then they let their subs start to fly. So, yes, you're absolutely right. Pac is having a real tough time getting set up and even finding a chance to take a gunfight by the feel of it. And outside of the one where he was playing backside B2 and just got finessed for forever. Pac trying to get up top. Noisy just slides in. Are you kidding? That'll be good for a double out of him. Pac does get on the board with a double, but still, the scoreboard just keeps on ticking up for Decimate.
It's not pretty, Alan. It's not pretty. And Bink is now already in new. Need a big play here. And Dizzy's starting to put together, some great string of kills. Need a lot more participation out of everyone else. And maybe you can start to see some of that hardpoint time go their way. But still only sitting on 19 seconds. Rafi able to get involved. Picks up a sub. Just trying to do what he can here inside.
It's all been SMG gameplay from Stray so far. Need to see something a little bit more dynamic out of them if they want to try to keep chewing into this very large Decimate lead. Break attempt on the way for DGG. Noisy up top, looking to play through staircase. Dizzy gets one from the interior. Long range shots, not great here for Noisy. It's not with the weapon you want, but still over the top. Finds a shot, lands, only gets stunned for a moment, but Henry still provides the kill needed for Strays to hold on.
31 seconds still left here. Inside of the office, Flame's gonna make his way around the back, try to blow this one open with the sub. SMG's in hand, trades coming out. Estriel almost comes away with 3 and controls the office all by himself, but Bink will follow up. He's got a read on one more 1v1. Good read out of Bink, and that will secure the scrap time for Decimate.
Yeah, they're already getting exit kills on rotation through mid. I mean, it just feels like Decimate is always making the correct play. We say it pretty often, but it kind of feels like they have 5 members on the map at times. They're just everywhere, always, with a lot of force. So scrap time goes their way. Initial will also open up in favor of Decimate.
Pac wallbanged him.
He sure did. Noisy was also tagged, but yeah, there we go. Semtex will finish him off. Now Strays for their break attempt. Only one in their way would be number 6 here in Flames. And he's trying to wait for the right time, but not going to be allowed to do much.
Wow, I love that play from Pac to be able to really throw in a little surprise up top, to start spraying through the top of the roof, and comes away with a kill, allows his subs to flood in. This is finally a good moment here for Team Strays to start to soak up some of this time, but have to play a little defense here. Noisy, ready to break open the doors, try to come through the side, has to throw the stun, has to throw the nade, and there it is. The follow-up is good. Noisy finds the break. One more player. Noisy puts together 2.
Have you seen a cleaner break in your life? I mean, that was polished. Deal with the trophy, get the nades in, everyone hits at the same time. Chef's kiss. 120 to 65. Doubling up of the points will be Decimate once they get the scrap. Bink also in position, trying to watch over the top of this paper contest spot over towards P1. Henry trying to get involved, but denied. And once again, scrap goes to Initial for Decimate. Feels like we're repeating ourselves.
Just 12 kills right now between Pac and Rafi. Really just kind of emphasizing again the importance of the AR pressure and just how well they utilize it here as Bink starts to fight for some of this high ground. Big 1v1. Rafi will get the first tag. The stun's not great, and you assume Bink will go down, and he will. Rafi able to hold on, but he does give up the high ground, but maybe still works out for him. Almost pieces together 3 in a row, but Noisy. A couple snappers come through for him. He's got the tack in hand, and now he's fighting for some of this high ground, or at least through the back.
The thing with this Decimate team is anybody can do it at any moment in time, right? I mean, you're seeing it with Noisy picking up the AR, doing the work, but sometimes Vaznev on the ground, we'll take that, use that for an opportunity to get a couple. This Decimate team is just absolutely clean through their hard point, even helping each other out as Bink is able to save Noisy's life, keeps him on 4, and also keeps Decimate in the hard point. Pac comes through, finds the double, backs off, stays down 3 himself. But Team Strays need to find a way to turn these kills into some actual progress because it's getting ugly again.
Yeah, it sure is. starting to run away with things. Just through the first set, Decimate up by a huge amount. Noisy just with the AR, with the sub, doesn't matter. P2 is going to open. Rafi at least has that back truck heady, but that trophy's only going to last for so long here. He's got support, and you also have a cut now through mid. Good shots there from Dizzy. He pieces up too, and that should give them at least a little bit of breathing room here on P2.
Looking like it, but the thing is, you still have Flames and Estriel throwing out shots deep. Henry mid-map, nice win at range. Keeps kind of Noisy on an individual play here through mid, but Binks double actually clears the hard point, and then Noisy turns it into a 2v3 situation. Decimate from an impossible position, still win the gunfights, and still are the ones now in charge of the hard point.
And look at player 6. I mean, Flames is already at new. They're already thinking steps ahead. They have to fight some old time. At least that's a good win from Henry. They try to give him a lifeline here, and the scrap time is one from Dizzy. Dizzy, I will say, has been fighting here, man. 23 and 14. He has been, I mean, the reason we see a huge amount of the points here because of him. And he will get shut down, so no streak's going to be earned. I think, unfortunately, we'll take out Estriel, but you look towards new, and finally, Team Strays at least are there first.
Yeah, but will actually turn into something. That's been the problem so far. Rafi just gets to his 10th kill. I mean, again, Rafi and Pack combined 21 and essentially 40. Not good news for Team Strays. Henry still holding onto the hard point. Flames just gives them a little poke and prod as now they make their charge coming over towards bridge side. Rafi not in a position to actually get the AR off, and that's just too easy. No trades anywhere? Come on.
Those kills were just all mainly from the subs. Noisy and Estriel just sprinted at them on the heady and just ripped them right off of it. Just not enough production right now out of the ARs, man. That has really been the difficulty here from Team Strays, and the scoreboard reflects it. Up by almost 100 points. Dizzy will surprise once again. It feels like he's the only man that could ever get a touch of the hill right now.
He's nearly double positive. I mean, player cams are going to say a lot at the end of this map if this continues, because Dizzy's got to be thinking, bro, we're frying. Like, I'm crushing these guys. Yeah, but the rest of the team is absolutely in the blender. So we rotate back over again. Decimate brings past the 200-point threshold. Team Strays again get here first, but at some point, these guys, you know, just very Wheel of Fortune style, need to buy a hold.
Yeah, we got to flip a switch here, and we got to flip it quickly. And maybe this hold could be that switch. Pack finally gets involved, comes up with a big kill on the Flames. And Noisy now forced to take a route upstairs to try to see if he can maybe come around the backside or maybe just through the side door in the stairwell. And it will be a full-on wrap to try to maybe block these spawns on out. But you need something here. Team Strays have a chance to try to hold on, lock in some time. Dizzy there with the assistance from Pack. Good one-for-one trades. That's the favorable kill feed.
There
Last one's Estriel. And finally, a strong hold.
Felt like there was a little bit more trust built into that setup. I've got this, you've got that. Let's just trust that we're going to make that happen. Everyone locking down their lanes. Gives a lifeline here for Team Strays, who now need to win a rotation to new. Noisy stuck in the corner, but shuts both doors literally on the play. Now pops out, finds the kill, and, well, here we go again. Decimate looking good for Kitchen. And at 164 to 202, this is essentially a must-break hill on their first chance for Strays.
Going to have to happen quite quickly. And it's going to be through this parking lot area. Big win through the middle of the map. Estriel's pinch play will not work out, but Bink is there to pick up the slack. He comes away with another Flames, and Noisy doing everything else from the front. Spawns are not favorable, and now you have a whole lot of control. Bink's on 4.
Yeah, this is where Bink can absolutely start to put a threat for a late streak. Yep, 5 in a row, 6 on the back corner. No, Dizzy shuts him down, but it just feels like one of those things of day late, dollar short, call it a week late, and grand short. Because at the moment, Team Strays is going to be real hard pressed, I think, to put this one into grips. Chance still to break. Flames almost gets all 3. But Noisy there to pick up the pieces, and with that, Decimate will take a clean map 1 win. No sweat at any point.
Noisy just gets me every time after these maps right now. It's just so nonchalant, right? Just like, yeah, we expected that. Let's go.
Yeah.
You know, let's get on with the next map. You can see it right there. The man on your screen. He's been feeling great. He's been itching to play, too. I mean, these guys have been sitting and waiting around for quite a long time. But they come in with the fire, and I mean, it's not going to be a pretty scoreboard. I don't think we'll get to take a look at it, but I mean, the ARs just were not involved whatsoever.
Not there at all. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it's, again, those same problems that we were talking about when Aphelion were trying to play up against this Decimate team.
Yeah.
If you do not get into position, you're not going to get a chance to take a long-range gunfight.
Sure.
Because the ARs are so clean at locking down a lane. As soon as the subs are in position to threaten where they could be challenged, they move, they repo, they get into a better spot to, again, control more of the map. It's just very, very fluid. And that was kind of the situation that happened to Pack. Just could not get into a position to take a gunfight. And at a certain point, you have to be like, what do we have to do? Especially if you're used to playing at a certain tempo where it's like, okay, I know I have to get involved. I know I got to go make a play for a break, but You don't have a look at it. Like, you have to almost take 30 seconds, get yourself set up, then make an approach. And to be fair, that is something that Decimate will do, where it's like that P4, for instance, we don't have any control. Let's work around, get noisy up top, clear out the back, block the spawns, then we'll hit. It's very methodical. Very nice.
It is. It's the reason they were 11-0 through the regular season in Hardpoints. These guys don't lose too often in this game mode, but, I mean, coming in, I think this is what we expected. We expected the Hardpoints to go the way of Decimate, right? We kind of framed this one up as a 2-3-5. So not the end of the world by any means. In fact, maybe even, you know, some good news, I think, coming up here for anyone that's a fan of Team Strays. Because, you know, on paper, great S&D squad. I think what you have here in the lineup based off of what we've seen. Rafi showed a lot of what he brings to the table individually. I mean, how many clutches did we see from him when he went on that run, Alan? It was absolutely absurd. So you're looking at some kind of a bounce back, and, you know, they did play this map earlier. So, you know, was there a chance to maybe watch over what they were doing? Because, to be honest, Decimate felt like they were kind of running through their opponents, right? Aphelion, who's also good on Lacilo, couldn't find responses.
And it was in the same fashion of what we were just talking about with Embassy. ARs get planted, subs push through. So, yes, you have to start seeing some sort of distribution of kills come out. It can't just be Dizzy.
It can't be.
And credit to Dizzy, brother. I mean, young kid, one of his first lands that we can talk about as far as an overall Challengers event. Going into a long run, still in the upper bracket, hell of a first map, but still not enough. So jump on into this one. It will be Strays in the offense first, looking to hit over towards A. Decimate are voluntarily giving up the A pressure on the defensive side and looking to largely, I think, would have to imagine, play retake.
Player 7 maybe looking for some kind of a flank here. Noisy looking for a way through. We'll see if he has a chance of being able to create the play as the bomb will go down successfully, getting the setup that they want, doors being shut. Time for the 4v4 retake.
Shots coming out. Trouble. Oh, wow. Rafi still gets one. That's not bad at all from that position. Keeps the flank safe. You also still have a couple of Team Strays members that are deeper on the defensive side, Henry being one of them, and he's going to take down 2 through kegs. So now it all comes down to Bink. 1v3. Of course, no dead silence. Also not a lot of time. Cleanly takes care of Henry, drops in, maybe a chance to isolate. Now to the 1v1. 10 seconds on the clock. Pack one, last one left. And he very wisely just waits until there's not enough time for the defuse. Clean stuff for Team Strays to get their opener.
Yeah, I like that. A lot of players maybe start tweaking a little bit there and like, oh, is he defusing? Should I go check a little bit earlier? No, just holding strong. Check it at the last absolute second. You got a lot of rounds to play with, so you can absolutely take that risk there. But, I mean, I love the idea of kind of what they did. You could see what Decimate were trying to do, you know, try to get player 7 through that left side, through the soccer field, come around the back. That was shut down just about immediately. And the trades, well, they just fell through. Flowed like water. Exactly what you want to see here for the opening round.
Yep. Agreed. And interesting that Decimate just kind of try to back off a little bit. Just try to play retake all the way through. Just don't want to get killed by early Zet nades. I get it. But it is curious, to say the least. Noisy, looking to go quick, right into kegs. Rafi's nades up top. That will give away information. Frag to respond. Won't land, but it does allow an opportunity for Estro for the quick plant. Flank on the way, though. Dizzy's trying to hit from the back. Rafi getting one. Dizzy scouted, trades in. Now to the 3v3.
3v3, Henry finds Bink. And now Pack has to get a read on Estral on the site, but he throws a stun. Rafi for the quick trade. And now a 1v2. Flames has to get away. 6 HP. Has a chance to fully reset. No one's on the bomb just yet, and the dead silence is popped. Has a Vaznef in the back pocket as well. Still no one's on the bomb. Finally, there's the chat. Chow comes through. He's going to shrug him off of the bomb. Damage onto Rafi. He's going to go onto it again. The nade is still here from Flames. Flames is going to follow up. It connects onto
Rafi's
one. Challenge needs to come through, but no! Rafi sticks it. And that's a second round for Team Strays.
I don't know if you ever saw who was the player actually on the defuse because they were so stacked up for a moment there. I'm sure the name tags were crossed up. So as soon as that nade connects, he's probably thinking that went into the window. I got the diffuser. I can wait a little bit longer, but not the case. And such a heads-up play from Rafi just to sit there and say, all right, we got some damage in. He also spent a lot of bullets. You didn't know he had a Vazdev in his back pocket, but you're still thinking, I can stick this, I can get this, and boy, that call ends up panning out, whether that was the intention or not based on the information given. So Team Strays 2-0 up in the search, and now back to offense where Noisy is looking to threaten over towards Checkers.
Doors are open. Noisy, I'm sure, getting a couple sound cues here. And well, his timing, oh man. You feel like if he hits this just like that, there he is. There's one. It's a quick snap from Pack, but the trades just go back and forth. Immediately drop us into a 2v2 as that bomb's down on A.
And you have to know that that's all of that A zone completely cleared. Thing about it is we've got our ARs still standing on both sides. So This will be a very laborious 2v2. Raffi dead silence, making to make the long play. Pack still holding over the middle. Opposite side, Bink also getting aggressive. Top side, Office. They may run into each other here. Pack's on the other side of this door. Bink does not have his dead silence yet, but now has earned it. Here comes the pop through. Oh, Pack pushes the door. Bink now knows someone's nearby. No initial challenge. Bink looking to clear. Bomb collected, and here comes the play. Timing is so good for Bink. Pops the door, takes down the planter. Now down to Raffi for the 1v2. 17 seconds, has to make the play, and, well, he's a little bit stuck at the moment. Bink is not giving him a chance. And, oh, boy, they finessed the clock so darn well. And I'm sure at 5 seconds, they're both going to double chow this. Yep, very well done by Decimate.
Yeah, I mean, great play as well from Bink individually there. If he finds that kill on the bomb, he comes behind the play perfectly, really waits and bites his time, right? A lot of players maybe get antsy there, come out after not seeing anyone kind of follow through as the door opens up, but finds that first one, gets out, knows that the clock is playing against Raffi there in that situation. Plus, you still have help on the other side to kind of watch over, so doesn't need to overcommit, no need to challenge it out, and that is going to be a great round to get one back here. 2-1 now the tally.
Yep. And it's a really cool look from both sides, trying to kind of play around one another a little bit more on the outside of the map. Using that checkers position, like you mentioned. Something that both teams will have to think about as we continue forward. Nades defensively for Team Strays, all down mid. Henry freely gets in towards A, but once more, Decimate kind of hold back, not giving away the information off of that utility being thrown early. And, oh boy, lots of damage collected in towards the A site. Just not enough of a chance to actually convert on it. It's Dizzy who gets the Semtex for first blood.
Wow, Henry was one shot. Ate so many nades, and he's still alive behind the point, but there it is. Noisy comes through the back. We'll make sure he takes him off the bomb. And Noisy's just going to keep it going. He's got the Daddy Pop. He's like, let's go, baby. Let's go for a ride.
The fact that he even got around the back of that bomb site in the first place is already kind of incredulous. Noisy, oh, clean shots to Pack, but he's able to at least put together the response. Bomb planted, 3v2. Now make it just down to 1. Estriel tagged. Here comes the follow-up. Estriel gets the first, gets away, resets. Oh, my goodness, 1v1. Trade on the way. Estriel, are you kidding me? What have you just done?
What a play from Estriel, man. I mean, this guy, we said it earlier, he has spent so much time playing this exact game mode. And when you put that much time into it, it pays off in moments like that. He plays that beautifully. The second player, I mean, just gets nuked. I mean, he hits him center on. Just first shot, it felt like hit him and everything. He's weak, lays prone, and collects the third. That is a round that for sure should have went the other way. But now able to double up, tie us up. My goodness, what a play.
Decimate's going to go quick here. I would be willing to wager that they're going to try to hit something fast and just take the wind right out of Team Stray sails. Stuns in, Estriel affected. Throws one in response. Oh my goodness, the pre-fire, good. Semtex out, Dizzy stays alive. First blood good for Team Strays, but Noisy and Bink respond, and we got a 3v2.
Yeah, they get a little bit sloppy there, kind of over peeking through mid. Maybe not expecting that high chow. Gonna cost them, potentially. 3v2, still a chance to work through it, and at least Dizzy has the bomb and Pack. Great kill onto Bink. Might have a read on a Noisy. Yes,
wow.
He does. What a read and what a shot it is. Pack comes up with 2, and now Flames for what would be a 1v2 here in round number 5.
He's going to have time to earn this dead silence. Just comes down to at what point does he want to use it, knowing that Pack's on the offensive side still of the map, and then there are question marks as far as where Dizzy has gone since his last kill. So, Flames, dead silence, going to clear up his side. Nothing here. Bomb planted. Dizzy sees it. Oh, and there's a player deep, but Flames is hard focused on the red dot chase down low. Didn't quite see him, and Pack will get, 3 in the round to get Team Strays right back in it.
Yeah, that was a heck of a read on a Noisy right there. Knows that there's probably going to be someone lurking down low from Decimate, as there almost always is. Ready for it, challenge is good, and Pack is the one to really bring home that 2 versus 3. I mean, that's a great response round, an important response round after what we just saw previously from Estriel, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do not want them to start to run away with rounds and get out of hand.
Man, Pack's story, by the way, really cool one. You know, the only player not from Saudi Arabia that was on that initial Team Falcon squad, I thought he was by far their best player. Things moved for reasons. Don't know what the reasons were, but they moved around. Pack finds himself now with this Team Stray squad, and he has been great, including a chance to respond to first blood. He's on 4 in a row, 7-3. Does not stop Estriel, though, from getting the plant. On the exit, he's going to find Dizzy as well. So now it has to come down to the aforementioned Pack, as him and Raffi are in a 2v3.
Good help there from Raffi. Forces one of the players back, make sure that Pack is able to stay alive, but another difficult situation. Raffi almost needed that one, and Estriel now going to start to go rogue with the Deddy. Pack will invest his. We'll see if he can maybe find some kills, but no.
Big
the
chase down.
streak, it will be shut down. Decimate GG answer back themselves.
Love that call as well. Just in the 3v2 post plant, pop your Deddy, push him out, get the kill. Don't even give him a chance at it. If you throw away one life, you throw away one life. It's still a 2v2 at the end. But yeah, good commitment from Decimate. Works out brilliantly to get the response that they wanted. And at what point do we start to see these defenses come to life? Because it's been a lot of pretty stagnant setups for the defenders.
Yeah.
Have not seen any cheeky flanks on really either side outside of when we got to like 2v2s and the map just kind of naturally flips around a little bit. So at what point does one of these two teams decide, let's just nix that and try to play for something off the rip in these 4v4s?
Well, it looks to be a little bit slower, at least off the rip here for Team Strays. Not going to play through the outskirts, just simply going to watch it, get some stuns and nades out, play for some information, figure out where the subs are hiding. That's kind of the critical information that you need before you're going to hit this A site. Bink able to get a tag, won't finish off the kill. And now, just about 30 seconds in, still playing very patient here as Team Strays.
And this is a good little rotation from Bink. He's going to have to watch two things at once because Noise is kind of on an island by himself down low here. He doesn't really have a ton of help, but he does have dead silence. And here we go. Here's that opening flank that we're kind of talking about. I guess it really isn't an opening flank. It's halfway through the round, but Noisy still gets through. Yep, timing. Here's Henry. Finds the kill. Takes it to a 3v3. Bomb cannot be planted here with Noisy in your backline. Oh, okay. Dizzy's going to say, never mind. Shift, you're stupid. I'm going to plant anyways. Bold call. But it does still work out, and now it's on to the retake. Decimate looking to play on the offensive side of the map, pushing through.
Noisy down low.
Rafi's heard that.
Yeah, it's a tough read. Has to really just predict the corner here and fly. Oh, he sees his gun, and he will find it. Rafi gonna go down. Good read out of Noisy, but Bink is under fire and needs assistance. It's a double stack at the site. Bink comes away with another one with 1 HP. And while Dizzy, he's got nowhere to go. Too many players to look at. And my goodness, what a retake it is.
Man, I'm really surprised that Team Strays don't try to isolate Noisy in the back there. After the kill comes out, you've got Rafi in a corner. He obviously hears him late, but he's playing by himself to play for a 1v1. I'm surprised you don't take a little bit of extra time, get yourself a 3v2, wait for Noisy to have to inevitably make a play from the backside of the map, but they commit for the plant instead, and Noisy ends up getting a freebie. I'm just, between that and the fact that Rafi just put himself in a voluntary corner where his rifle's for sure sticking out, seems like a bit of a misplay, but Noisy says thank you very much, and with that, defense is successful.
It is. Nice late flank. Reading the patience and reading when the play is going to unfold. Can always rely on Noisy to certainly come up clutch in some of those situations. And now, a little bit of aggression coming through. No patience off the rip. One player in sight. Noisy's going to be able to clear out at least some of the space in the back. He snaps on Dizzy and now has a chance to fly through.
I don't know how Noisy keeps getting away with that route. I cannot believe he keeps getting away with this route. It seems egregious, to put it plainly. Bomb's still down, though. Team Stray has a chance to fight this through checkers, but Noisy, nah, not going to happen. Dude, how is it? They're not throwing nades top second floor either. He's just popping Deddy and just running into kegs. I mean, element of surprise, I suppose.
I guess so.
Dude, I'm telling you, every single time he just puts the controller down, folds his arm, and just appreciates his teammates' work.
Yes, I love you guys.
You guys are so good looking.
I mean, this team has just been so vibey, I feel like, especially since we've been seeing them on main stage here over these last couple of matches. Just a lot of smiles in the zone. They're feeling it. They're feeling really good. And now they are on map point. Team Strays were putting together early, but as of late, it has not been pretty.
And Noisy gets to 6 off that final kill. So he's got the cruise missile, the wild card. The Joker in the deck. Other cliche things about playing cards. He's top-decked it. I don't know. But it's not good news for Team Strays. They still hop on, though. Dizzy looking for a quick chance to plant. Door pops open. That does get a couple of tags onto him, but he says, no thank you. Shut the door. Make the plant happen. We go 4v4 retake.
Here we go. Estriel ready to bang open the doors in the back. Says, hey there, bud. But Pack will be able to shut him down. 4v3 now, trying to go for a double stack up top. No, that is not what you like to see. Flames takes out Noisy. Rafi finds Flames, and yeah, nowhere to go. Unfortunate moment there with the stack.
Yep. Love that there from Team Strays, not holding back. I feel like a lot of teams, or maybe they don't have the information that Noisy's on 6, but regardless, quick hit. Says, I don't care about your cruise missile. Your pocket aces, as you will. I'm just making stuff up now at this point. Looking more like a 2-7 off split.
Yeah, 2-7. You got to fold that bad boy. But they're not out just yet. if there is something that this team does have, it is certainly ice. That is for sure.
Yeah.
But have to constantly shut down the aggressive plays that Decimate have been throwing. We'll see if they decide to do that again, or if they do want to slow it down a little bit. And, well, based off the positioning, they are simply playing for a pick here, trying to work the kill, work the map, keep the defense guessing.
Yeah, and if your team strays, you just have to stay confident in your setup here. There's the cruise missile, though. Everyone backs off the windows. Noisy actually still connects onto Henry? Where did he just fall? Is he inside?
Yeah, the rooftop.
Oh, goodness gracious. Flames also follows up. Didn't quite see Rafi laying prone, and actually turns into a kill. Hold on a second. Rafi can still single-handedly win this round. Never mind, he dies, and that's the round. Just kidding. So, the Pocket Aces ends up winning the hand, and Cruise Missile will get us to Decimate, now up 2-0.
Wow.
Wow.
It was looking good until it wasn't, but
it's the way it usually goes.
That's right. That's how it goes. That's my favorite line. But overall, man, got to give a lot of credit to Decimate for being so good at changing up the tempo. I mean, when you have a team that's just willing to run at you, and then everyone's just willing to then sit and spawn in one of those last rounds, use the streak, play super intelligent, just not throw any risk in. I mean, they're just playing smart. It's Call of Duty. Like when you really look at it, it is just incredible to watch these guys play side by side. You mentioned it. The trust that is built into this roster certainly shows. And my goodness, 2-0 up. Feels like this has been the story from Decimate in a lot of their series this weekend.
Yeah, that's very true. And now the news goes from bad to worse because the must-win search and destroy that we framed up for Team Strays is now off the table. And you have to find a way to reverse sweep a Decimate team that is very good at Hardpoint. Hydro's in the way of that. And on top of that, you're also going into the most played control that Decimate had in Season 4 of Elite. So not great news, and again, the bigger picture here is actually for both of these two teams, these challengers points from this event are super important towards them possibly being in champs. Because at the moment, they're both outside the top 4 or 5 bubble, which will get you automatically in towards champs. So a top 2 position here at Toronto gets you to finals, but also the pro points that come with possibly finishing 3rd may see you essentially jetpack up above a couple of the teams.
Yeah, everything being very, very tight, very, very close. You know, with some of the EU teams not performing up to the standard that we had expected coming in, they have that opportunity. It is in their hands, but they're now going to have to start to piece it together here, map by map, round by round, coming into that control. And I mean, even looking over a lot of what we got to the map 1, right? You're going to an Lacilo. Like, this one doesn't get any better for players, you know, like Pac that need to try to find that same success, need to still come alive and try to put up the big battles, but they're not wasting any time now, and they're ready to jump right into the map number 3.
Yes, sir.
Do or die here up in this upper bracket for Team Strays. Have to put it together now.
The noise you're hearing behind us, NRK and Aphelion are still playing their lower bracket matchup. NRK are working on a reverse sweep, and by the look of it, it was a Hydro Hardpoint win map 4 for NRK, but Harry and Cruz are still having a very polite conversation. I'm sure there's a lot of pleasantries being exchanged between, how are you? Very good map out of you, good sir. I'll see you in the next one. Very good, gentlemen. I appreciate your distinguished Call of Duty playing. But we jump into the control, and Decimate are currently on both zones, so not good news here for Team Strays.
Yeah, these guys are slippery. I mean, we just saw it on the Lacilo Search and Destroy. It's probably going to be a similar story here in the control. B is slowly coming on through. Bink is just soaking it up. Second tick almost there. He's got great cover fire from the back, but Flames does get shrugged off, so a chance to get here, and, well, Noisy just finds 2, and one more play through the back. It's red. That should be the B zone guy.
Not good. Flames is already moving over towards top tower as well.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. One more? No. Dizzy down low says, I'm not interested. I'm out of here. But the extra 6, he's already been tallied, and we're in a 24v19 in the blink of an eye.
My goodness.
I'll say.
We do not see opening rounds like that very often, but here we are with Decimate. They might be looking to put this one away, I mean, very quickly. Snapper from Noisy. Nade will follow. Doesn't get a read on Henry in the corner. So they might have a chance to try to stabilize here. Astro able to find one. Bink still just sitting 1-1. He's just sat in that last zone, so he hasn't had a lot of interactions, but now looking to get involved.
Yeah, he's just like, thanks, boys. Appreciate that. Flames will say, you got it. Do it again. Double stack on for the A zone. Second tick progress. Locked. Long-range shots will work out. And look at the spawns for Strays. I mean, dude. Is this the Toronto Open or game's done quick? Because at the moment, this is the DoorDash challenge.
This is the DoorDash challenge. And the smiles just keep getting bigger.
And I'll tell you, Tyler has that ear-to-ear smile.
Yes, he does. He is cheesing. He is cheesing.
Jeez Louise.
Wow, man. I mean, that was a very fast round. You never want to ever count a team out But, I mean, we need to see something.
Yes.
We need to see something coming into this round number 2, man. Something forceful, something just with, some kind of synergized hit to it.
Yeah.
Give it some.
It's not even just the fact that there's like a outgunning going on right now. It just looks like Decimator just playing clean, polished COD, and Strays just don't know how to react to that at the moment, which is not what you want to see.
For sure.
And to be fair, Strays have had a grueler of a bracket. Like, the potential of them like being overheated after a long day is definitely there.
Sure.
But you're absolutely right. As far as inspiration is concerned, need to see some participation. Dizzy off to another slow one, 0-5. But Team Strays have at least some sort of an avenue to contest this B zone.
Yeah, you do have Henry in a good spot. He has an AR. Don't think there's a trophy down maybe just yet, but his teammates are following him up, so maybe soon to be one. First tick still on the way. Estriel about to fly forward. It's a good shot there from Pack. He's able to set up an easy trade for Henry, and while this happens, they're able to at least lock in that first tick, but Flames, he's got the streak.
6 in a row, 7. Oh, boy. Does he need the cruise missile, or is he just a walking kill streak? Kind of feels like the latter at the moment. Bink also getting another kill over towards B, so it's just the 1 tick of progress that comes through. It's a 26 playing 22, 45 seconds on the clock. Team Strays taking their attentions over towards A, and Estriel's here to meet them. Trophy system does get deleted, but Flames doubles them down. 9 in a row. What?
Wow. Well, one final attempt, one final push it feels like, and a lot of it's going to come through mid, so it's going to give them options. But based off where Pack is, yeah, all right, never mind. Pack is down. Thought there would maybe be a play to cut through bottom storage. Not looking likely. Flames is still protecting this zone with his life. He will get tagged up. He forces a team kill.
Yeah.
Henry now is the only one here, but is slowly getting the reinforcements.
Okay. Streak getting called in. Sounded like it. Noisy up top. Denied. Bink. Only able to get one, but another team nade comes through. That keeps the double stack off, and that's going to lead to Flames having a chance to jump on in. The kill comes through, and the clock will expire. Yeah, man, it just feels like Decimate are just continuing on. Yeah, they're just on their, their polished, perfect COD, and Team Strays just feel like they're falling apart a little bit here.
Yeah, I think the wind is certainly taken out of the sails right now. And like I said, the smiles keep getting bigger and bigger right now. These boys know they got this locked up, it feels like.
Yes, sir.
And until we see something, otherwise, we're going to keep singing that song. Wow, man. I mean, it is a long day. This isn't something we talk about very long. Like, we don't talk about this a lot, especially because, we only get a few lands throughout the year. But it is a lot mentally when you're going through match to match to match. They played a lot of close sets, too, going, round 11, I think, map number 5 in one of their sets. So that is very mentally taxing. And, well, it is getting pretty late here in Toronto. Still a chance, of course. Never want to count them out. But Decimate GG, I think they might be looking to put it away here in round 3.
I'd say. This time, though, Team Strays, more formidable off the rip. Defensively speaking, at least. But Noisy, I mean, come on, dude. This route, it's the same thing. Top patio, back to top party, back down, casual. Did it in search, doing it here in control. 27 play 26, opening kills off the exchange, looking good as Decimate will make their way on for B.
Yeah, it's a big kill. You do take out Noisy. He had a chance to maybe come away with a couple kills, and that probably would have secured the B zone right there with his positioning. So double stack was in. Estriel's going to try to fly out, gets caught on sprint, and Flames is going to eat a nade to the face. We'll stay alive a little bit longer, but that's a good clearance. Noisy now the only one forward, and he will be a thorn in the side here for Team Strays as he continues just to play his life, trying to get himself an AR. He's ready to take some more shots, and he'll find Pack.
This guy's beaming, bro. Straight laser beams out of Noisy. 11-7. Flames still 13-4. They still have a streak to play with. Rafi and Dizzy, though, do clear things out. Stops that third tick. Estriel trying to follow up. Jumps on for more contest. Rafi there to beat him. But predicted doesn't matter. Rafi still gets the shots in. Decimate down 4 lives, 35 seconds on the clock, and they are looking actually to maybe transition to A here.
Yeah, got a little bit low on the time, so might be looking just to take the safer play. Oh, Dizzy! Nice little spot, able to come away with at least 2. Rafi follows it up with 3. Bink is now the only one forward here. Reinforcements are on the way. A, I'm sure, still going to be the objective. Deep spawns over by the B point here defensively. So Team Strays going to struggle to get numbers here. The only one up really was Henry. And now they're going to slowly make their way through the middle of the map.
Bink is in such a great position, but that stun kind of gives at least some information over towards Team Strays. May not matter, though. First tick now on the lock. Bink has to continually play for top P2 position, but now going to be denied. And now Pack And the rest of Team Strays can focus on trying to make their break back in. Dizzy for the opening double. Here comes Pack. Not going to fully commit, though, as Noisy has backed up and is now heading back over towards B. 10 plays 15. Noisy will stop the clock at B, but the rest of the team is actually focused here over towards A.
Oh. That almost wasn't pretty there for Noisy, but that attention for Noisy maybe creates enough of a distraction, but you still need to win the gun battle. 6 seconds on the clock. You can't afford to leave the zone. Life's also low. Pack with a couple of snappers. Comes away with a good moment. Finally something great that we can talk about here from Team Strays. That is a excellent defensive hold.
Yeah, really good stuff from Pack in particular. I think just kind of contesting big spot up top. That was huge to get him out of that top second floor position, because otherwise, I mean, you're just not retaking that against the subs of Decimate right now. So big for Pack, the man on your screen. Turns the last couple of lives into some important ones, keeps them alive, not just in the map, but also possibly in the series. Long way to go, though, and I think the biggest thing here is the fact that you still have to find a way to crack the code on offense, not once, but probably twice.
Yeah, I mean, last time, they didn't even really get to see a zone, let alone capture it. So, a chance to stay alive. We'll see if they can start to piece it together. You feel like at least there's some kind of a strong opening, a great break-off is going to lead to that successful round here on the attack. Shot's going to come through. A lot of attention kind of sent through mid, looking for those opening engagements.
Yeah. Good patience. Let the zones be your alarm system defensively here for Decimate. I mean, you still have Flames. He's just watching the cross. The only thing that he can get surprised by is if someone hits their checkers. His teammates are in a good spot to rotate over quickly through mid. Dizzy working on that position over towards Tools.
It's a lot of time.
Lots of time. Still 30v30. No one's died yet. We were 60 seconds almost into this past round.
Yeah, Decimate, like, you want to sit here and play like
fine,
this? Let's do it. Let's do it. We're ready to go. Finally, they're going to turn their attention over to A, and Flames just so good at getting one, and then just jumps right off the top ropes, almost snaps up top for Pack, but Pack really is that silver lining maybe right now here for Team Strays. He's really putting together a lot of kills. Noisy just kind of dancing with the doors. We'll quickly shut them, and with the 3-stack, this might actually be a very fast A capture.
And it will be. And on top of that, the cruise missile gets called in, finds nothing, and Pack has already earned one of his own in response. So overall, net W here for Team Strays. Minute 40 in the clock, still a lot of lives to spend. Raffi tried to play around the deep side. Spawns for Decimate should be top left-hand side, and as they make the flank safe, now they can actually get Noisy into a further spot.
Yeah, Noisy knows. Well, you got to come out of spawn, certainly. There he is.
Matt checks out on that, Austin.
It does. It does check out. Noisy just back in his position. Feels like he is almost always inside of white, and if it's not white, well, it's top pool. But they are just looking for him, searching for him, hoping that he comes around the outside. Raffi doesn't really feel comfortable to push forward, doesn't have that security, but might just have to give it up and all. And the timing here might not work out here in their favor. Team Strays trying to look for a chance to get onto the point, and, well, Estriel's finding kills. They're kind of just sandwiched in.
Hold on a second, though. Team Strays are getting over the top side of the map. They're going to force Decimate to spawn bottom left. Just comes down to, can they actually get these kills? These players just constantly putting pressure into their spawn. Pack on 8 still, by the way. There's number 9. Hold on a second. This could actually work out. Noisy still causing a problem in the backline. He is so good at doing this. And he's got help nearby. Estriel's continuing to fly around with him. So it's kind of a battle of who does it better on opposite sides of the map here between Pack and Noisy.
Pack has no ammo either. He's got to get himself a gun. That's the biggest problem. He's in a great position. He can really cut down a lot of kills and, create space, but he's got to find himself a weapon. And he's going to go searching. Might have a chance now. He does get himself attacked, but immediately taken down. I mean, he's going to have to come off spawn. He's going to have to call in this cruise missile.
Immediately. Just absolutely, especially with some players that can get to the zone. Being called in. Flames gets a double, clears out the point. Last one left is Henry. And for a second, Flames should have kamikaze himself. It's you want to call this cruise missile, I'm going to take one of you guys with me. Doesn't quite end up working out, but ultimately Decimate GG will win their defense and take a 3-0. Pretty casual action, and I think the thing about it is, hey, this is still a 3-day event. Lots of stuff can still happen from both sides. For Decimate, you still got to show up tomorrow. For Team Strays, you have still a second life.
Yeah, you have a second life. I mean, these guys have had a very, very long day like we were kind of alluding to, so chance to bounce back for tomorrow, but, I mean, Decimate. These guys are looking like the best team in the tournament right now.
They are, as of today, they're the best team in the tournament. But that's as of today. Just going to let that simmer for a moment. Let you guys marinate on that. Because we've seen it before, man. We've seen teams look dominant on Saturday and then just come up empty on Sunday. Elevate being one of them, I think, earlier on in this year.
Yep.
The Wobobobs team, same kind of situation. They looked real solid. So, lots of work to be done, but that's a real good feels, coming off of a long day for Decimate in particular. They were clean from start to finish.
They were. I mean, It really is just what you see for them in the hard points that just makes them so good, because they're not just good at the hard points, but they can almost always rely on it. And then once they find that win, they just carry it on through. Find the dubs, do what they need to necessary. I mean, everybody stepped up in their own way throughout today, and well, even throughout this match, to lock in that winner's final. That's going to be a special one for tomorrow. First one coming up as well. But you take a look at it here again. I mean, clean across the board.
Yeah. And just kind of the same as it ever was, right? Hardpoint, dominant.
Yeah.
Search and destroy, clean. A couple of moments from Team Strays for sure, but these guys in Respawn are just unbelievable. So that kind of concludes the day on the main stage. We got our boy Goat Tunes here checking out the score. 5-3. Map 5-3-1 EU. Okay, so NRK are working on the reverse sweep in their lower bracket matchup. They are currently down to the map 5 Mercado by the look of it. So that's going to be an interesting one. Again, we don't have the ability to bring coverage of that, but you can also just follow along with the bracket, and I'm sure you'll hear some periodic screams as we close out the day here. Any other thoughts here about the kind of the overall day? I mean, I think for both of us, Decimate are coming out as the forerunner. I mean, M7 are down and out, essentially. Both Deviants teams are kind of faltering a little bit, fizzling just a little bit. Anyone else kind of standing out for you as possible runners, whether it's in the upper finals or if it's someone in the lower bracket still alive?
Well, I mean, I think this upper bracket matchup is going to be very interesting because on paper, I feel like a Wobble Bob should match up very, very well versus Decimate. And I know that we're talking about them probably being the best hardpoint team here.
Sure.
But I think if there's a team that can rival them, I think it is a Wobble Bobs. And on top of that, they're really good at, taking those controls. So I think that they can make that best of 5 a little bit mixy for tomorrow.
Okay. Well, that will give us kind of at least a verbal look at what's going on. Of course, we still need to figure out who our final 6 teams are going to be with that last matchup going on right behind us. So again, make sure you're keeping in touch with the bracket. You can F5 it, reload it as much times as you want. Just don't break your internet. Probably don't want to do that.
Don't break the keyboard.
Don't break the keyboard either. That's also a big shout. But for us here today, it's been a long one. It's been a fun one. Let's take a look at the bracket one more time before we say farewell, just to kind of give you an idea as far as what is going on. Like you mentioned, Wobble Bobs Decimate in the upper finals. Boston Breach Academy, though, bro, they came with some gusto. They have had a tough bracket, and they've provided some major upsets. Just a touch short of the Wobble Bobs team in that 0-3. And the bottom side of the bracket, Team Strays fall down to play Orbit, who kind of took down the dark horse. Noah Flight had beat some real good teams in that lower bracket, but unfortunately that 28 seed, the miracle run kind of comes at the end of the year as they needed to finish top 2 to make champs.
They did. They needed to make it to top 2, so they do fall short to a 3-0 from Orbit. And I mean, Orbit, these guys, we've been talking about them a little bit too right now and saying how they've been able to pick up quite a few wins. They were looking pretty good in the last Elite playoffs, and now that those boys are back on LAN, I mean, who knows what happens through that bottom run there up against Team Strays.
I will say Team Strays need to come prepared tomorrow, because that Orbit team is also just as fast and furious as Decimate can be at times. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. And then, of course, Boston Breach, I'm sure, is very avidly watching and waiting to see who their opponent will be in round number 5. 5-1? Okay, 5-1 currently is what we're hearing for Aphelion up over NRK. So that could very well be the nail in the coffin. But we've seen crazier things happen. So, again, keep that bracket refreshed. Final thoughts, though, for you, Austin, as far as, how we're looking at things?
Long day.
Long day.
Great day. A lot of Call of Duty, a lot of screaming.
Hot
a lot
day.
of smack talk. Yeah, a lot of swarming here, especially when we got a lot of bodies, man. I'm dying, dude. I'm dying. But
why did I do that?
I don't know why you did that. But either way, man, it's been a fun time, and tomorrow's gonna be even better. I mean, dude, championship Sundays with what's on the line. I mean, there has never been higher stakes in challengers.
You're absolutely correct. We've got 2 teams that will automatically qualify for champs depending on what happens in the upper finals and the lower finals. Those top 2 teams will make it. Everyone else is just fighting for those coveted challengers points. We've got our top 6 tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. with the upper bracket final. You do not want to miss it. So be here or be online there. Whatever you prefer. We'll catch you then. Bye-bye.